In the mountainous province of Gao, within the dilapidated top floor of a hotel, three survivors could be seen. Outside, the unsettling echoes of zombie howls pierced the air, yet the trio remained unfazed by the terrifying sounds below. For within the confines of the room, an unexpected scene was unfolding. A frail young man sat feebly in the center of the room, his body leaning against a bed, missing one of its legs. This precarious position was the only thing preventing him from collapsing entirely to the floor. Before him stood a man and a woman, both of similar age. The man's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, combining joy, anxiety, and even a hint of fear. In stark contrast, the woman beside him exhibited a far greater composure, her gaze fixated on the young man with an almost twisted excitement. "Why?" the young man shouted in a fit of rage, directing his anger at the pair before him. The sudden outburst startled the man, who, feeling guilty, nervously glanced at the woman beside him. She, however, paid no heed to his apprehensive look, her attention solely on the young man. Upon confirming that he had indeed succumbed to poison and was devoid of the strength to resist, she revealed a look of relief and addressed him. "Why? Huh? How utterly laughable. You, who personally slaughtered our parents, dare to question me." Her words plunged the young man into a torrent of memories. It turned out that due to unknown circumstances, his biological parents had abandoned him at the hospital shortly after his birth. Fortunately, a couple with the surname Shi had taken him in, and thus he adopted their surname, becoming known as Shi. The woman before him, Shi Yunfei, was the biological daughter of his adoptive parents. Since Shi had been raised by the Shi family, he harbored immense gratitude towards them. To repay their kindness, he resolutely abandoned his studies after completing middle school at the age of 14 and chose to work to support the Shi household. Once he began earning money, his adoptive parents ceased to work entirely. His father would spend his days drinking, while his mother often disappeared for days on end to play mahjong. Consequently, all expenses for his younger sister, Shi Yunfei, and the household fell squarely on Shi's shoulders. Despite these burdens, Shi never uttered a complaint, for he understood the debt of gratitude he owed to the family that had nurtured him. After several years of toil, he reached the point where his sister was preparing for her college entrance examinations. Unfortunately, due to her lackluster academic performance, she could only gain admission to a second-tier teacher's college. Nonetheless, Shi believed his sister to be far superior to himself. His father often remarked that, for a girl, academic achievement was secondary to securing a respectable job, which would enable her to attract a wealthy suitor and bring honor to the family. Although Shi did not place much stock in the significance of a dowry, he acknowledged that attending university was undoubtedly beneficial. Thus, to facilitate his sister's education, he resigned from his job in the county and moved with her to the city center. In the city, Shi found laborious work in an electronics factory and rented an apartment. The wages in the urban area were significantly higher than those in the county, much to his parents' delight. As a result, Shi's monthly salary of 8,000 yuan was divided into 4 portions: 2,000 for his father, 2,000 for his mother, and 2,000 for his sister, leaving Shi with only 2,000, from which he had to pay 800 in rent each month. Fortunately, the factory provided meals, allowing him to save a little to buy his sister things she liked. Just as Shi believed his life would continue in this monotonous manner, disaster struck. The apocalypse descended upon the entire Blue Star without warning. Countless humans suddenly transformed into zombies, devoid of reason and driven solely by the instinct to bite. Anyone bitten would soon succumb to the same fate, leading to the collapse of civilization and the loss of order. Shi's ability to survive was a twist of fate. Days before the outbreak, he had been attacked by the supervisor's brother-in-law and several others who resented his willingness to work overtime, resulting in a broken left arm. Infuriatingly, because the assailant was the supervisor's brother-in-law, he faced no repercussions, while Shi was left to recuperate at home. This unfortunate incident meant that he had more time to rest, and with no money to spend, he found solace in reading his favorite novels. This fortuitous circumstance allowed him to avoid the initial dangers of the apocalypse, and once he grasped the situation with zombies, he rushed to his sister's school. Having worked since he was 14, Shi, though appearing frail, possessed considerable strength, enabling him to protect others in this zombie-infested world. After rescuing his sister from the school, they hurried back to their old home in the county. Upon their return, Shi Yunfei dashed into the house, only to be met with the horrifying sight of their parents transformed into zombies, wandering aimlessly in the dilapidated abode. As they lunged toward her, Shi Qin immediately seized a mop handle and struck at their heads. For he had learned that the only weakness of zombies was their brains, a rule he had deduced from his experiences saving others. Yet, despite saving Shi Yunfei, she harbored resentment towards him, branding him as ungrateful. Regardless of her accusations, Shi Chun continued to shield her, feeling an unwavering obligation to the Shi family. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he felt his consciousness fading, blood spilling from his mouth and trickling down his chin. Struggling against the encroaching darkness, he turned to face the man beside him, unable to comprehend why the very person he had fought to save from the horde would seek to harm him. The man, sensing Shi Qin's gaze, faltered before speaking, his voice trembling. "Chenggu, do not blame me, blame your own selfishness. The 5th Combat Zone has already sent envoys inviting us to join them. Yet you rejected their offer for the sake of your pitiful pride." Upon hearing the mention of the 5th Combat Zone, Shi Chun understood. The man had clearly been swayed by the nefarious schemes of that rogue from the 5th Combat Zone, prompting him to poison Shi Chun. Do you realize what the 5th Combat Zone represents? Their Paradise City boasts abundant supplies, a warm environment, and even individuals of extraordinary strength. The man grew increasingly animated, envisioning himself in a cozy sanctuary, free from the dread of zombies and beasts. Is it not madness to oppose the official forces for your own selfish desires? You are utterly deluded. Paradise City is armed with advanced weaponry, a formidable military, and those unparalleled experts. For the sake of our future, you must die. Shi Chun began to laugh, his initial quiet chuckle erupting into raucous laughter. Chapter 2. I have returned. Haha. Shi Qin, while laughing, struggled to suppress the excruciating pain from the poison coursing through his veins as he addressed Shi Yunfei, saying, "Sister, this will be the last time I call you that. Remember, from this moment on, I have completely repaid my debts to the Shi family." His words sent a chill down Shi Yunfei's spine. Without waiting for her response, Shi Chun turned to face the man beside her. "As for you, I truly wish I could witness the consequences of your joining the 5th Battle Zone, but alas, I have no time left. It would certainly be a spectacle." His remarks made both Shi Yunfei and the man exceedingly uncomfortable. The latter unwilling to engage further with Shi Chun, he turned to Shi Yunfei and said, "Fei Fei, ignore him. He has likely lost his mind. Now that you've avenged yourself, let us return swiftly." After hearing this, Shi Yunfei nodded in agreement, replying, "All right, but do not forget how to explain upon our return. Just say he died at the hands of zombies. With my testimony, no one will doubt it." With that, Shi Yunfei took the man's hand and headed towards the exit. The man, following her lead, reassured her, "Do not worry. Once we return, we will bring everyone to Paradise City. At that point, we shall acquire our formal residency there." Their voices gradually faded away, and Shi Chun, feeling despondent, closed his eyes, believing he was destined to die in that very spot, when an unforgettable event unfolded before him. The cicada-shaped jade pendant that hung from Shi Qin's chest began to glow upon coming into contact with his blood. In an instant, before Shi Qin could comprehend what was happening, the pendant seemingly animated, breaking free from its cord and climbing towards his forehead. Shi Qin thought it was merely a hallucination brought on by the poison, for he had heard his father mention the pendant's origins during drunken ramblings. This cicada-shaped jade was gifted to him by his father upon their first meeting, and although his father had once taken it to a pawn shop for appraisal, it was deemed a worthless imitation. It was precisely because it held no value that it remained unharmed around Shi Qin's neck to this day. "Descendant, if you can hear my voice, it signifies that you are in grave danger." A voice, both ethereal and ancient, resonated from the pendant, compelling Shi Chun to realize that what lay before him was no illusion. "What are you?" Shi Chun asked, a hint of fear creeping into his tone. "I am the ancestor of Gu masters. Due to the forbidden nature of Gu techniques, I sealed the inheritance within the spring and autumn cicada, which will only appear when a descendant is in peril." At that moment, Shi Chun felt as if he had truly lost his mind. Was he really conversing with a jade pendant? "What use is your appearance? I am on the brink of death. Can your so-called forbidden technique save me?" Shi Chun replied with a bitter smile. "Though I cannot save you, I can offer you a chance." Upon hearing this, Shi Chun mustered the strength to inquire, What opportunity! A chance to start anew. But you must endure darkness beyond the comprehension of ordinary men. Upon hearing the phrase start anew, Shurchin's eyes lit up. How enchanting those words were! If he truly had a chance to begin again, he would never again subjugate himself. If given a second chance, vengeance would be his. Only in this moment, facing death, did Shurchin realize how foolish he had been. His entire life had been lived for others, only to be betrayed by those he had wholeheartedly trusted. Rage consumed him. He loathed himself and despised those who had led to his demise. Shi Yunfei, Chen Rang, the Fifth Battle Zone, and that gang of scoundrels from the factory who had bullied him. If given another chance, he would ensure they all paid a heavy price. I have already endured the most excruciating darkness. As long as I can start anew, I shall care for nothing. After uttering these words, the pendant's voice erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid! Then accept the inheritance of the Gu technique. No sooner had the pendant spoken than Shurchin felt a sudden, intense pain in his head. It was as if a mighty hand had pried open his skull and forcefully flooded his mind with information. At that moment, the jade cicada burrowed directly into his head. A peculiar force began to coalesce around Shurchin. In agony, he opened his eyes, only to find himself no longer in the hotel. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, an impenetrable void. Looking down, he discovered that he was standing upon a strange, luminescent river that flowed beneath him. Upon closer inspection of the river, he realized it was not water, but fragments of scenes he had experienced. The closest scene was that of himself and Shi Yunfei entering the hotel. Raising his gaze further ahead, he saw the moment he and Shi Yunfei left the base. What on earth is this? Shurchin pondered as he gazed at the glowing fragments. This is the ability of the spring and autumn cicada. It allows you to momentarily enter your own river of time. You now possess a singular opportunity. Swim upstream and choose the moment you wish to return to. Shurchin began to comprehend, especially after hearing this explanation. Knowledge of the spring and autumn cicada surfaced in his mind. Can someone truly accomplish this? He wondered, stepping cautiously towards the river of time. Damn it! The moment he took his first step, Shurchin felt as though his feet were dissolving in acid. He instinctively looked down. This was no mere sensation. His feet were rapidly disintegrating as if submerged in sulfuric acid. Realizing the peril, Shurchin gritted his teeth and began to swim upstream. As he moved, his legs began to vanish. First his feet, then his calves, thighs, hips, and waist. In the end, only his hands remained as he clawed at the remnants of his body, reaching the limits of his endurance. Lowering his gaze, he saw a fragment of memory. His left hand, just fractured, as he rushed from the factory to the hospital. With no time to deliberate, Shurchin trembled as he grasped the shard of memory. In an instant, he lost consciousness at the entrance of Gaoshan City Hospital. Shurchin awoke to find himself standing before the hospital entrance, a sharp pain radiating from his left arm, coupled with the agony of his body's dissolution, prompting an involuntary scream. At the sound of his cry, all eyes turned towards him. Shurchin had no time to care for the curious gazes surrounding him. Trembling, he fished his phone from his pocket. October 25 th. 9:11 a.m. This is all real. I have truly returned. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. As Shurchin gazed at the glaring time displayed on his phone and the bustling scene around him, he could not contain his excitement, raising his right hand to cover his face as laughter erupted. What is wrong with him? Is he insane? Who cares? I'm capturing this moment to share online. These young people nowadays. The hospital security guard, emboldened by the murmurs and recordings of the crowd, cautiously approached Shurchin and tentatively inquired, young man, are you all right? Hearing the guard's voice, Shurchin snapped back to reality from his overwhelming joy. He looked up at the security guard and replied with a smile, I'm fine, sir. Rest assured. I am doing quite well. The guard, perplexed by Shurchin's demeanor, simply pointed towards the entrance, saying, Oh, if you're fine, then please move along. This is a hospital. Do not raise your voice here. Nodding enthusiastically, Shurchin responded, All right, I'm leaving now. Chapter 3. The poisonous insect is in hand. Thus, Shurchin strode forth, braving the peculiar gazes of those around him, and stepped outside the hospital. Upon exiting, he beheld the grand and opulent buildings lining the street, pedestrians walking in small groups, and couples strolling with their dogs. all of which imparted to him a sense of surreal detachment. Yet, he had little time to revel in the beauty of this world before the impending apocalypse. Now only 4 days away at noon, loomed over him. Enduring the sharp pain in his left hand, Shurchun hailed a taxi outside the hospital and directed the driver to the largest flower and bird market in Gaoshan City. Every moment was precious to him, for he had the foresight of his previous life. Thus, he must prepare thoroughly before the cataclysm struck. As Shurchun settled into the cab and relayed his destination to the driver, his phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket. Pulling it out, he saw it was a call from Shi Yunfei. The moment he spotted her name on the screen, his expression instantly turned icy. He fought to suppress the hatred that surged within him, taking several deep breaths to steady himself before answering the call. Shurchun, what is the matter? Why did it take you so long to answer? Shi Yunfei's voice came through, filled with reproach. Get to the point. His cold tone caught Shi Yunfei off guard, and after a brief pause, she exclaimed, Why are you speaking to me like that? Mom and Dad asked me to check why you haven't sent them the money. Upon hearing those words, Shurchun couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle within. Previously, he had believed he owed them something, which led him to continuously suppress himself by handing over his entire salary to them. As for now, my left hand suffered a fracture while working, and I have just emerged from the hospital. You can inform them that this month's wages were spent on my medical expenses, and if they wish for money, they will have to wait until next month. After finishing his statement, Shurchun abruptly ended the call, fearing that if he continued to hear Shi Yunfei's voice, he would be unable to restrain himself from cursing her. At that moment, Shi Yunfei stared at her phone in shock. She never expected that the wild child, who had always been obedient to her, would dare to hang up on her. Once she regained her composure, she slammed the phone, which Shurchun had purchased for her, onto the table with a fierce expression, gritting her teeth and exclaiming, Damn it! This wild child has become insubordinate. Shi Yunfei's expletive immediately attracted the attention of the other 3 girls in her dormitory. One girl, whose appearance surpassed Shi Yunfei by several degrees, furrowed her brows and looked at her. As Shi Yunfei's roommate, she was well aware of Shi Yunfei's family circumstances and understood that the wild child she referred to was her brother, Shurchun. The other 2 girls promptly inquired about what had happened upon hearing Shi Yunfei's outburst. In her anger, Shi Yunfei recounted the incident of Shurchun hanging up on her. Feifei, don't be upset. That wild child mentioned he broke his hand, right? He probably didn't want to worry you too much, which is why he hung up. One of the girls said, trying to console her. Immediately, the other plump girl chimed in, Exactly. It's not worth getting angry over someone as uncultured as that wild child. If your parents need money, you could first ask your boyfriend for some. After all, Chen Xiao is a rich second generation. How could he possibly lack this little bit of money? The 2 girls had always been sycophants to Shi Yunfei, and she knew they were so obsequious due to her affluent boyfriend. However, Shi Yunfei certainly wouldn't dare to ask Chen Ring for money. After all, she had worked hard to secure a relationship with this wealthy heir. If she were to spend his money now, wouldn't her plans of marrying into a wealthy family after graduation be in jeopardy? Yet, at this moment, Shi Yunfei was in dire need of funds to repay her online loans. The reason she had called Shurchun was merely to inquire about borrowing money under the guise of her parents' name. With no good alternatives, Shi Yunfei could only vent her resentment entirely on Shurchun. This useless wild child. How can he manage to break his hand while working? Truly a waste. Just as Shi Yunfei gritted her teeth in frustration, the plump girl offered a suggestion that lit up her eyes. Feifei, since that wild child was injured while working, why not have him ask the factory for workers' compensation? Upon hearing this, Shi Yunfei's eyes immediately brightened. She thought to herself, if things go smoothly, perhaps this time she could rely on Shurchun's workers' compensation to completely clear her online debts. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Shurchun arrived at his destination. Unlike Shi Yunfei, who was solely focused on repaying her online loans, Shurchun walked through the flower and bird market while frantically downloading various online loan applications on his phone. He explored all sorts of loans, microloans, credit loans. He went through them all, with his salary for this month yet to be deposited into the Shurjia account. Shurchun's bank account now held a total of 100,000 yuan. With this initial capital, the first step of Shurchun's plan could proceed smoothly. After wandering around the market, he chose a shop named Exotic Pets and quickly entered. Inside was a balding middle-aged man. Boss, do you have any venomous pets for sale? Upon hearing Shurchun's question, the middle-aged man, bored and scrolling through his phone, replied nonchalantly, We do have some, but I fear the price may not be to your liking. Shurchin, clad in factory work attire, understood why the boss looked down on him, and no worries. As long as you have the goods, I have the money. Hearing Shurchin's confident tone, the middle-aged boss finally set down his phone and said, "Follow me." As Shurchin followed the boss into the back of the shop, a myriad of venomous creatures greeted his eyes. "I have all sorts of exotic pets here. Whatever you desire, if it's not here, you won't find it in this city." Shurchin gazed at the various poisonous insects in the transparent display case as if he were beholding rare treasures. "How much for this?" he asked. Pointing at a black widow spider, the middle-aged boss glanced briefly and replied, 1,500 for each, no negotiations. Shurchin nodded and said, "All right, I'll take it." "How many do you have in total?" The boss immediately shifted to a respectful demeanor. As such venomous pets were only favored by a select few, and a customer like Shurchin, who both appreciated and was willing to spend, was indeed a rare find. "Young man, you truly have an eye for quality. I have 3 more, all hard to come by and guaranteed to be in excellent health. Let me package them for you." Shurchin interrupted the boss with a smile. "Wait a moment, I want this one, and this one too. Pack them all up for me." The middle-aged boss was now grinning widely. "All right, you just wait here for a moment, and I'll get them ready for you." Shurchin returned to the front, sitting down and contemplating his next plans while he waited. Before long, a large suitcase was brought out by the boss. "Young man, the total for these comes to 42,000. I'll give you a discount. Just pay me 40,000. Additionally, this suitcase was custom-made for you. Consider it a gift. What do you think, brother? Am I generous enough?" Shurchin ignored the boss's chatter and directly pulled out his phone to scan the payment, then left the shop with his insects. Due to the size of the suitcase, Shurchin specifically ordered a business vehicle for his return journey. Upon arriving at his rented apartment, he didn't even take a moment to drink water before eagerly unpacking all the venomous creatures from the suitcase. The living room of Shurchin's rental was quite simple. Aside from a sofa and a table, there was nothing else. He sat on the sofa, arranging each insect one by one on the table. Chapter 4. The first life-saving bug. After arranging the poisonous insects, Shurchin immediately recalled all the knowledge he had acquired about the art of goo in his mind. According to the records in his mind, the inheritance of the goo technique he had obtained was called the Goo Dao Ju. The primary requirement for cultivation was to have a bug that had already transformed into a goo and compel it to willingly contribute its goo essence for Shurchin to absorb, using the Goo Dao Ju to commence his training. This seemingly stringent first step was precisely fulfilled by the Chuanqiu cicada, which had saved him previously. Now, within Shurchin's dantian, there resided a mass of goo essence left behind by the Chuanqiu cicada after traversing through the river of time. Suspended there, confirming that he met the conditions for cultivation, Shurchin wasted no time and directly began to refine the mass of goo essence in his dantian, according to the cultivation method of the Goo Dao Ju. Before long, the mass of goo essence in Shurchin's dantian was refined into his very own goo source. With the success of the refinement, a qi the size of a basketball formed within his dantian. The formation of this qi marked the official acquisition of the Chuanqiu cicada's inheritance, rendering Shurchin a goo master. Following this, Shurchin eagerly selected 10 of the venomous insects he had just purchased and placed them into a larger transparent display case. Based on the knowledge in his mind, 9 is the extreme number. With 10 insects placed within the same vessel, it would break that extreme. When breaking the extreme, the insects in the same space, having no food aside from the other insects before them, would begin to devour one another. The last insect standing would become the Jiyut. Theo ensure that the goo insect belonged to him. He needed to inject his goo source into them before they commenced their devouring. After arranging the 10 venomous insects as per his mental instructions, Shurchin promptly activated the Goo Dao Ju, injecting a strand of his refined goo source into the display case before swiftly closing the lid. Sitting on the sofa, filled with anticipation, he observed his first attempt at refining goo. Inside the display case, the 3 black widows, 2 toads, 1 scorpion, 2 centipedes, and 2 bamboo leaf snakes began their fierce battle. The toads, due to their large size, could barely jump inside the display case, making them the prime targets for assault by the 2 black widows and the 2 bamboo leaf snakes. The remaining scorpion wielded its pincers against the 2 centipedes. Ultimately, the last black widow, clearly more intelligent, retreated to a corner of the display case, observing the chaos without joining in. As Shurchin meticulously watched the movements of the poisonous insects. His phone buzzed again from his pocket. This time it was not a call, but a WeChat notification. Growing somewhat impatient, Shurchen pulled out his phone to check. It was a message from Xianfei, urging him to go to the factory to demand workers' compensation. With a cold smile, Shurchen replied with a brief acknowledgement and tossed the phone aside. He would certainly go to the factory, but it would be far more than merely seeking compensation. Just as Shurchen turned his attention back to the display case, the situation within had dramatically changed. 2 toads had already perished, while 1 bamboo leaf snake lay dead and another was injured. On the other side, the 2 centipedes had been severed into several segments by the scorpions, clearly dead beyond any hope of revival. Meanwhile, only 1 black widow remained, having cleverly avoided the fray by lurking in the corner, while the other 3 had met their demise. In the display case now lay a bamboo leaf snake, its flesh grotesquely mangled from the toxic skin of a toad, alongside a black scorpion, one of its pincers missing yet still menacingly poised, and the solitary black widow spider, which had refrained from participation in the battle, now represented a precarious equilibrium. Ultimately, it was the black widow, in pristine condition, that triumphed. It emerged victorious at the cost of 2 of its spider legs, officially becoming the first goo, a type of magical insect, crafted by Shurchen. In a frenzy, the Black Widow devoured the corpses of all the poisoned creatures, and as it feasted, it began its transformation at a visible pace. Upon completing its metamorphosis, the Black Widow spider fully transitioned into a spider goo. This newly formed spider goo not only regrew the legs it had lost during the conflict, but its fangs glimmered with a chilling sheen, seeming capable of shattering steel pipes. At that moment, Shurchen not only sensed a unique spiritual connection with the spider goo, but also felt the essence of the goo insects coursing through his energy reservoir, invigorating him. Instead of hastily refining the essence within his energy sea, Shurchen eagerly issued his first command to the spider goo. Open the lid and emerge. Upon receiving her master's directive, the spider goo promptly scaled the wall of the display case, opened the lid, and with a surge of energy, leapt onto Shurchen's outstretched palm, settling affectionately. Gazing at the spider goo in his hand, Shurchen's excitement reached its zenith. After playing for a while, he began to channel his goo cultivation technique. He had resolved to make this spider goo, his first successful creation, his inaugural life goo. The cultivation of goo techniques comprises 9 levels, with each advancement allowing the formation of an energy sea within his dantian. Each newly formed energy sea signifies that Shurchen could incorporate another goo as his life goo. The purpose of a life goo is to grant Shurchen unique abilities, thereby enhancing his own prowess. This is the most formidable aspect of the goo technique. As Shurchen first integrated the spider goo into his energy sea, he promptly settled into a meditative position to begin its refinement. As the cultivation progressed, not only did Shurchen successfully transform the spider goo into his life goo, but he also converted all the essence he had just acquired into his goo source, expanding his Dantian's energy sea. 2 hours later, all the goo essence was completely refined, and Shurchen's left arm, previously injured, had fully healed. Rising to his feet, he unleashed a powerful punch onto the table before him. Bang! The wooden surface shattered under the force of his strike. Satisfied, Shurchen nodded at the splintered remnants. Realizing his strength had surpassed that of an ordinary person, especially after having just used a significant amount of goo source to mend his fractured left arm. At that moment, the spider goo communicated a chilling message through their mental link. Master, I am hungry. I crave human flesh. Hearing such a spine-chilling utterance, Shurchen responded telepathically, rest assured, I shall soon take you to feast. He also comprehended why goo techniques had historically been deemed forbidden arts. Once a goo is successfully refined, it necessitates constant nourishment, and the sustenance required by these goo insects is none other than humanity, the essence of all living beings. In the past, Shurchen would have harbored various reservations about this, especially in a civilized society where murder for the sake of nurturing goo would be a daunting endeavor. However, with the impending apocalypse drawing near, such concerns were no longer pressing. In just 4 days, more than 2/3 of the global population would be transformed into zombies. At that time, the hordes of undead would serve as abundant sustenance for the goo insects, alleviating Shurchen's worries. Moreover, he was concocting a daring and audacious plan, one that made him regard himself as a genius. After successfully transforming the spider goo into his first life goo, Shurchen acquired his inaugural ability, Enhanced Senses. This spider goo bestowed upon him a power akin to Spider-Man's spider sense from the movies. even more exaggerated than cinematic portrayals. Upon activating the ability of his first life goo, not only could Shurchin sense danger, but his five senses were significantly heightened, allowing him to hear an array of sounds from above and below while standing in his home. After thoroughly testing his newfound capabilities, Shurchin divided the remaining 20 poisonous insects into 2 display cases, resuming his goo refinement process. Ultimately, after obtaining a centipede goo and a wasp goo, Shurchin had fully depleted his stock of poisonous insects. With everything in place, he grabbed his phone and eagerly stepped outside. Chapter 5. Back to the factory with the knowledge that the apocalypse was imminent, Shurchin, of course, felt indifferent to money, for in the post-apocalyptic world, currency would be nothing more than waste paper, unsuitable even for wiping. Upon exiting, Shurchin hailed a luxurious chauffeur-driven vehicle, heading straight for the factory. In under 20 minutes, he arrived at the factory gates where he had previously worked. Shurchin couldn't help but marvel at the speed of the taxi. He had once rented a place far from the factory to save money for Shi Yunfei, which meant it would take him at least an hour to arrive by shared bicycle. As Shurchin stepped out of the vehicle, the security guard, Old Zhang, spotted him. "Well, if it isn't little Chun, I heard your hand was injured. Back to work so soon? Young man, don't overexert yourself. Take care of your health." Shurchin smiled at Old Zhang's words. "Don't worry, Grandpa Zhang. I know what I'm doing." Old Zhang was one of the few individuals in the factory who treated him with kindness, prompting Shurchin to engage in a bit of conversation. Understanding Shurchin's family circumstances, Old Zhang shook his head in resignation after hearing his response. After lifting the factory's barrier to let Shurchin in, Shurchin turned and continued, "Grandpa Zhang, if you trust me, please take a few days off and prepare some supplies at home." Old Zhang was taken aback by Shurchin's statement. "What do you mean, little Chin?" Shurchin smiled and shook his head. "Just don't ask too many questions, Grandpa Zhang. If you believe me, just do as I say." After saying this, Shurchin turned and walked toward the workshop, merely offering a warning out of respect for Old Zhang's decency. Whether he heeded it was up to him. Old Zhang intended to inquire further, but upon seeing Shurchin's unwavering back, he dismissed it and returned to his post, resuming his TED. As Shurchin was already an employee, no one impeded his passage. He made his way unimpeded to the supervisor's office on the second floor of the factory. Inside the office, Fatli was discussing Shurchin's situation with the supervisor. "Brother-in-law, you can rest easy. That little brat is from out of town. He wouldn't dare cause a scene." Listening to Fatli, the supervisor rubbed his ample beer belly, replying, "That's good. We can use this opportunity to apply for some worker-s compensation from the headquarters due to his injury. But you must ensure he doesn't stir up trouble. Otherwise, my position as supervisor is at risk." Hearing about the money, Fatli's expression turned greedy. "You can relax, brother-in-law. Let us talk about how much of this money I can pocket." The supervisor frowned at Fatli's words. "I've already managed to suppress this matter for you. You think you can just demand money? I'll be frank. Your sister has already prepared the funds. If you want some, go ask her." As soon as the supervisor finished speaking, Fatli shivered at the thought of his hefty and violent sister. Forget it. I wouldn't dare." Just as the two were conversing, Shurchin abruptly pushed the door open and entered. Both the supervisor and Fatli were taken aback by Shurchin's sudden appearance. "What the hell? Who the hell let you in? Can't you knock?" Fatli immediately cursed upon realizing it was Shurchin. "What? Afraid of being overheard?" Shurchin replied with a cold smile. Upon hearing Shurchin's words, Fatli slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "Who gave you the audacity to speak to me like that? Feeling bold, are we?" Fatli advanced toward Shurchin as he spoke. The moment Shurchin heard this, a smirk crossed his face, which made the supervisor feel something was amiss. Before he could speak, Shurchin landed a punch on Fatli's jaw. Fatli never anticipated that Shurchin would dare to strike him. Caught completely off guard, he was knocked unconscious, his jaw shattered, slipping into a childlike slumber. "You dare lay a hand on me?" the supervisor shouted at Shurchin. The factory machines were all roaring with noise, so despite the supervisor's loud voice, it went unnoticed. Shurchin, unhurried, closed the office door, ensuring that their commotion would attract no attention. "I lay a hand on you? How ludicrous. When Fatli broke my hand, why didn't you say he was the one who laid a hand on me?" The height of Shurchin was not short to begin with, and after being enhanced by the techniques of the Gu Dao, his muscular physique left the supervisor somewhat at a loss, intimidated by Shurchin's imposing presence. "Well, you better not act recklessly. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I swear I'll call the police and ensure you regret it. Shurchin paid no heed to his words, instead calmly taking a seat across from the supervisor. I simply wish to reclaim my compensation for work-related injuries. If you provide it, I will leave at once, without causing you any trouble. What do you say? At that moment, the supervisor found himself instinctively afraid of Shurchin's gaze. Although Shurchin wore a cold smile, the look in his eyes was reminiscent of the butchers he had encountered in rural areas, an expression only seen in those who have slaughtered countless lives without a flicker of emotion. What compensation? I know nothing about it. Though afraid, the supervisor began to calculate in his mind. After all, we live in a society governed by law, so he likely wouldn't dare to harm me. Moreover, since Li Pengzi has already been attacked by him, if I can just endure this, I might still have the chance to extort a considerable sum from him later. Upon hearing the supervisor feign ignorance, Shurchin ceased the idle chatter and directed his attention to the unconscious Li Pengzi on the ground. With a single hand, he effortlessly lifted the 200-plus-pound Li Pengzi onto the desk. This sudden display startled the supervisor, who had been attempting to secretly call for help. Ignoring the supervisor's reaction, Shurchin seized a glass from the desk and brought it crashing down onto Li Pengzi's head. Bang! With a resounding crash, the glass shattered upon impact, causing blood to splatter everywhere. What the hell? Are you insane? The supervisor shouted at Shurchin. Meanwhile, Li Pengzi, already in a state of distress, was rapidly losing consciousness. The supervisor, now terrified, dared not utter another word. He stood up and attempted to flee through the door, but Shurchin would not grant him that opportunity. With a surge of energy, the dark centipede goo materialized at the doorknob. Oh my God. The supervisor, seeing the centipede appear out of nowhere, felt his legs weaken and collapsed to the ground. Shurchin approached the supervisor at a leisurely pace, placing a hand on his shoulder and softly inquiring, "So, can you return my money now?" At the sound of Shurchin's voice, the supervisor felt a tightening in his pants. A warm stream trickled down his leg. "I'll give it to you. I'll give you all the money. Please, just spare me." Chapter 6. The upgrading of goo insects. Upon hearing the supervisor's words, Shurchin's face broke into a satisfied smile. He yanked the supervisor up from the floor. He also retrieved his phone and opened the payment code. The supervisor, now devoid of options, realized that Shurchin's bizarre methods had utterly frightened him. These scoundrels are unperturbed by reason or law. What terrifies them most is the prospect of someone acting irrationally and outside the bounds of legality. Trembling, the supervisor transferred a full 10,000 yuan to Shurchin, the same amount he had initially intended to claim as work injury compensation. However, upon glancing at the 10,000 on his phone, Shurchin shook his head. Understanding Shurchin's unspoken demand, the supervisor gritted his teeth and transferred an additional 30,000, representing all the savings he had stashed away from his wife. Yet Shurchin continued to shake his head. At this point, the supervisor was completely out of money and had no choice but to plead with Shurchin. "Brother, I truly have no more money. You can check for yourself. Are you certain you have no money left?" Shurchin asked, his tone dripping with mockery as he refused to take the supervisor's phone. "I really don't, brother. Please let me go. I promise not to call the police." The supervisor frantically nodded in agreement. After his words, Shurchin nodded back and said, "Very well, what a pity." With that, Shurchin suddenly struck the supervisor's chin. Just one punch, and the supervisor followed in Li Pengzi's footsteps, completely losing consciousness. Shurchin then continued to mutter to the unconscious supervisor, "Since you truly have no money, we shall meet again in your next life." With that, Shurchin summoned all three of his goo insects from his energy reservoir. At this moment, the insects were already drooling hungrily over the two hefty bodies on the ground. However, without Shurchin's command, they would remain immobile, even if starved. Sensing the insects' eagerness, Shurchin pointed at Li Pengzi and the supervisor, commanding, "Feast." Receiving their master's order, the goo insects immediately lunged towards the 2M. Li Pengzi's body was exclusively consumed by Shurchin's primary goo, while the centipede and wasp goo divided the supervisor's body between them. Shurchin watched in astonishment as the goo insects feasted. Although he possessed all knowledge about goo in his mind, witnessing it firsthand was far more shocking than mere imagination. In less than a minute, the three diminutive goo insects had devoured both of the 200-plus-pound men, leaving not a trace of flesh behind. Shurchin was astounded by their voracious appetites. In peacetime, any individual nurturing goo would likely become a serial killer. The first to finish was Shurchin's primary spider goo, which consumed all the flesh from Li Pengzi, leaving only a grotesque skeleton behind. Meanwhile, the two goo insects sharing the supervisor clearly had insufficient food. After finishing all the flesh, the centipede goo began gnawing on the bones with its incredibly hard mandibles. Lacking the same sharp teeth, the wasp goo reluctantly returned to Shurchin's side. The remnants of the two skeletons were entirely claimed by the centipede goo. At that moment, because the primary spider goo had consumed an entire person, it began its first evolution. Shurchin, observing the spider goo shedding its skin on the ground, realized this was the insect's first upgrade. Goo insects are naturally classified into levels. Newly refined goo insects are at level 1, and the process of upgrading initially requires only continuous feeding. However, upon reaching level 9, further upgrades cannot rely solely on feeding but require 10 already upgraded level 9 goo insects to battle. With the surviving insects evolving into yellow-level goo, higher-level goo are categorized into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. It is said that heavenly-level goo are scarcely distinguishable from gods, each possessing the power to annihilate the world. Yet, at this moment, Shurchin had no records in his mind of anyone throughout history successfully refining heavenly-level goo. Even the Chuanqiu cicada, which aided Shurchin's rebirth, was merely an Earth-level goo, its title being derived from its formidable time-traveling ability. However, as the Chuanqiu cicada is a one-time goo, Shurchin currently lacked the means to refine another. As Shurchin pondered these thoughts, the spider goo successfully shed its skin and evolved into a level 2 goo insect. With its upgrade, the essence of the goo insect appeared within Shurchin's Dantian energy reservoir, awaiting his refinement into his own source of goo. Meanwhile, after completely consuming the two skeletons, the centipede goo also commenced its evolution. Taking advantage of the centipede goo's transformation, Shurchin sat down to refine the essence of the goo insects he had just obtained. As he practiced, Shurchin's energy reservoir gradually expanded. The remaining wasp goo, having not met the criteria for evolution, remained at the entrance, vigilantly guarding against any sudden intrusions that might disrupt Shurchin's training. The centipede goo soon finished its molting, the most noticeable difference being its now gleaming, extraordinarily resilient scales. Upon completing its evolution, it automatically joined the ranks of those protecting its master. The essence obtained from the centipede goo's upgrade was quickly refined into Shurchin's source of goo. An hour later, Shurchin emerged from the supervisor's office, feigning nonchalance. As all the workers were preoccupied with their tasks, no one paid him any mind, allowing him to leisurely stroll out the front door. Before leaving the factory, Shurchin exchanged brief words with Old Zhang, informing him he was there to request leave, which raised no suspicions. After all, most people in the factory were aware of the incident involving Shurchin's arm. Once outside the factory gates, Shurchin hailed a taxi and headed towards the Yida shopping mall in the city center. With his first target for revenge already dealt with, he had unexpectedly recovered the funds he spent on the poisonous insects from the supervisor. This back and forth meant that in essence, Shurchin had incurred no costs in his goo cultivation, leaving him in a remarkably good mood. Upon arriving at Yida Mall, Shurchin made a beeline for the outdoor specialty store on the second floor. There, he purchased a large hiking backpack and 2 sets of outdoor sportswear, along with the best hiking boots and a top-tier waterproof jacket. After checking out, he promptly changed out of his old clothes in the store and stuffed the remaining set of sportswear into his backpack. Next, he descended to the supermarket on the basement floor, where he acquired bottled water, compressed biscuits, and various canned meats that fit perfectly into his backpack. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the items that were once shunned by society have become more precious than life itself. A mere block of compressed biscuits could drive a person into madness. A bottle of pristine mineral water could compel even the most glamorous of stars to bow their heads in submission. After procuring a plethora of supplies, Shurchin took the elevator to the 3rd floor of the mall, where he indulged in a sumptuous feast at a renowned hot pot restaurant. His voracious appetite sparked whispers among the patrons, many of whom speculated whether he was a famished ghost risen from the depths of despair. Naturally, Shurchin paid no heed to their gazes. Only those who have truly endured the apocalypse can fathom the agonizing sensation of hunger. Chapter 7. Officer Jiang Muyao once adequately sated, Shurchin slung his climbing backpack over his shoulder and exited the mall. He was but one step away from complete readiness, requiring only a suitable weapon. After wandering through a wholesale market, he discovered a handcrafted knife shop, where he explained his imminent mountain expedition to the owner. who, upon observing Shurchin's attire, was convinced of his sincerity. Ultimately, Shurchin spent a hefty sum of 3,000 yuan to acquire a razor-sharp hand axe. This weapon, honed through his past experiences battling the undead, was indeed a formidable instrument against zombies. Their Achilles' heel lay in their brains, and typical blades could not penetrate the hardness of their skulls to inflict damage on their cerebral cores. With all preparations in place, Shurchin had depleted half of his funds. Instead of returning to his rented accommodation, he opted for a stay at a 3-star hotel in the city center named Azure. That night, he reclined comfortably on the king-sized bed of the presidential suite, casually engaging with Xi Yunfei over the phone. Due to her incessant inquiries about whether he had received his work-related injury compensation, he informed her that he had visited the factory earlier that day, and the supervisor indicated that an application would be submitted, with payment expected in a few days. Upon hearing that the funds would be available shortly, Xi Yunfei hastily earmarked all his money for herself, showing little concern for Shurchin's need for the money to cover his medical expenses. After ending the call, Shurchin couldn't help but reflect, "Oh, Xi Yunfei, I still vividly recall the excruciating pain I endured before being poisoned. If you persist in your relentless pursuit, I fear I may be driven to take drastic measures against you. I have repaid my debts to the Shi family. Should you provoke me henceforth? Do not blame me for the consequences to as for Chen Rang. Rest assured, I will reclaim what you owe me." The plush mattress and secure environment lulled Shurchin into a deep slumber. When he finally awoke, it was already the following afternoon. He stretched leisurely before picking up his phone. As anticipated, the trending news in the city featured the bizarre disappearance of 2 employees from the Hongzhong electronics factory. Shurchin read the report with no trace of concern. After all, the supervisor and Li the Fatty had vanished without a trace, and even if the factory's surveillance captured him, there was no evidence linking him to their disappearance. Just as he pondered the efficacy of the cursed insects that had proven to be instruments of murder and theft, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. Noticing the caller ID labeled Grandpa Zhang, he answered nonchalantly, "Hello, what is it, Grandpa Zhang?" To his surprise, the voice on the other end was distinctly not that of the elderly man. "Hello, is this Shurchin?" Upon hearing the melodious voice, he replied, "Yes, who am I speaking with?" "I am Officer Jiang from the Public Security Bureau of Gaoshan City." Shurchin's heart raced. As he suspected, the moment had arrived. "Oh, hello, Officer Jiang. May I inquire what this is about? There's been an incident at the factory where you work. I would like you to come in immediately to assist with the investigation." Shurchin had anticipated being scrutinized, given that the surveillance had indeed captured him. However, he remained confident that the footage would corroborate his claim that he left with empty hands, leaving no incriminating evidence against him. "Certainly, I will head over right away." The officers on the other end exchanged glances upon hearing Shurchin's cooperation. "Very well, we will await your arrival at the factory." After the call ended, one male officer remarked, "I don't believe this Shurchin has anything to do with the case." The others nodded in agreement, but Officer Jiang, having returned the phone to Grandpa Zhang, articulated her dissent. "I find it suspicious. The surveillance clearly shows that during the time of the 2 missing individuals entering the office, Shurchin was the only person to enter. After the report was made, only a pool of blood remained, and no one else entered thereafter. Thus, I believe he is a person of significant interest." The male officer retorted, "Absurd, pray tell. How could he make 2 individuals, each weighing over 200 pounds, simply vanish? The footage shows he left alone, and we have thoroughly searched the premises. There is nowhere to conceal anyone. Could he have stuffed them in his pockets?" The man had long harbored resentment towards Jiang Muyao, a recent graduate who had swiftly ascended to a position that rightfully belonged to him. "Enough. Both of you have valid points. Let us reserve judgment until Shurchin arrives," the team leader interjected, prompting the officer and Jiang Muyao to cease their dispute. Meanwhile, Shurchin, having dressed at a leisurely pace, enjoyed a casual lunch before hailing a cab to the factory. He arrived 2 hours after the call. Upon entering, he immediately noticed numerous officers bustling about, with the second-floor office cordoned off with police tape. "Hello, I am Shurchin," he announced, prompting several officers to converge around him. Jiang Muyao was the first to extend her hand, introducing herself as the lead investigator. Shurchin shook her hand, momentarily captivated by her stunning beauty, her fair and pristine features complemented by an air of confidence that left him momentarily speechless. "Officer Jiang, may I ask why I have been summoned?" he inquired, forcing himself to regain composure. "Today, We received a report regarding the disappearance of your supervisor and his brother-in-law, Jiang Muyao explained. Shurchen feigned shock. What? How could this happen? Jiang Muyao met his gaze steadily, continuing, upon receiving the report, we reviewed the surveillance footage, which confirms that you were in the missing individual's office yesterday. Shurchen quickly adopted a contrived demeanor. Yes, I did visit the supervisor's office yesterday because I sustained an injury while working the previous day, and the supervisor had asked me to come in to collect my compensation. As he spoke, Jiang Muyao furrowed her brow, while the surrounding workers looked on in disbelief. How could the unscrupulous supervisor possibly grant Shurchen compensation? Even if he did, he would likely pocket it himself. Yet, no one dared challenge Shurchen's account, as they had little desire to defend a man like the supervisor. Just as Jiang Muyao's frown deepened, the male officer decisively declared, Very well, if that is the case, you may leave. If we require further assistance, we will reach out. Chapter 8. Welcome to hell. After hearing the male officer's words, Shurchen responded with a smile. Of course, rest assured I will cooperate fully whenever needed. His response pleased the officer, who appreciated Shurchen's respectful demeanor. Jiang Muyao, recognizing the absence of any evidence implicating Shurchen, refrained from further objections. Thus, Shurchen exited the factory as if nothing had transpired. He had already disposed of the supervisor's phone, ensuring that this matter would not trace back to him anytime soon. As for the future, what did the fates of two scoundrels matter in the face of the impending apocalypse? After Shurchen's departure, the officers continued their meticulous investigation of the scene. Meanwhile, Shurchen returned to his presidential suite, savoring the last moments of tranquility before the storm. On October 29th, precisely at noon, the sky, once bright and clear, suddenly darkened. The inhabitants of Blue Star mistook this phenomenon for a solar eclipse, glancing up at the sky with curiosity, oblivious to the calamity that loomed ahead. At that moment, Shurchen stood at the floor-to-ceiling window of his hotel room, sipping wine and wearing a cruel smile, for he knew the apocalypse had arrived. Outside, on the streets, darkness descended swiftly, only to vanish just as quickly as the darkness dissipated in an instant. A moving car on the street suddenly swerved and collided violently with the guardrail. Bang! A cacophony of deafening sounds echoed in succession. Pedestrians traversing the road halted abruptly, trembling uncontrollably, frothing at the mouth. In mere moments, one of them lunged at a nearby individual, clawing and snapping like a wild beast. The latter, caught off guard, was bitten fiercely on the neck, blood gushing forth in torrents. What the hell are you doing? Are you insane? The bitten man shouted expletives, desperately attempting to shove his attacker away. Alas, he was powerless. As blood flowed more profusely from his wound, his strength waned, ultimately succumbing to the ground in utter defeat. Yet, in a short while, he rose again, adopting a grotesque posture. Then, he dashed towards the crowd with reckless abandon, having transformed completely into a zombie. Such chaotic scenes unfolded almost simultaneously across the globe. Meanwhile, Shurchen stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, coldly observing the turmoil below. The apocalypse had finally arrived. Welcome to hell, everyone, Shurchen muttered to himself, downing the red wine in his glass in one gulp, then shouldering his backpack and retrieving a hand axe as he strode towards the exit. The reason Shurchen chose to remain in his room as the apocalypse commenced was due to his fear of nearby individuals suddenly turning into zombies. After all, despite being a goo master, he was not invulnerable. Should he be bitten or scratched by a suddenly transformed zombie, his chance at rebirth would be squandered. Now that all the zombies had completed their transformation, it was naturally time for Shurchen to take action. He released the centipede goo and wasp goo to scout ahead, while activating his innate goo skill, sensory enhancement. This formidable sensitivity allowed him to perceive even the faintest vibrations in his surroundings. Confirming that no zombies lurked at his door, Shurchen boldly opened it and stepped outside. The centipede goo led the way, while the wasp goo hovered behind him. With the aid of his enhanced senses, Shurchen was primed to detect any disturbances in the vicinity. Striding confidently down the corridor, he noted the absence of many people due to it being noon. Just as he reached the threshold of a room, he heard the low growl of a zombie within. A faint smile crept across Shurchen's face as he pressed his ear against the door. Detecting two distinct footfalls inside, he deduced that there were precisely two zombies within. He promptly commanded the centipede goo to slip beneath the door, eager to commence his first experiment. Would the goo be susceptible to the zombie virus? If infected, would he lose control over the goo? Although the centipede goo had grown considerably larger than its typical size, it was still able to wriggle through the gap beneath the door. Upon entering the room, the zombies noticeably refrained from attacking the goo. Perhaps due to the goo not resembling a human, or perhaps because the zombies instinctively sensed the goo's danger. In any case, they seemed utterly oblivious to its presence. However, the fact that the zombies did not attack the goo did not imply that the goo would refrain from attacking them. The moment the centipede goo entered the room, it swiftly ascended upon one of the zombies, its glistening mandibles sinking into the wandering creature. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. The zombie, seemingly oblivious, allowed the centipede goo to feast upon it. In no time, the zombie's legs were completely devoured. Bang! The zombie, now bereft of its legs, toppled towards a table in the room. The centipede goo, having consumed its fill, momentarily halted its gnawing and crawled aside, having received Shurchin's command to cease feeding. Meanwhile, Shurchin began to keenly observe the changes in the goo. Ultimately, after confirming that the goo's consumption of a zombie bore no difference from that of an ordinary human, and that it had not contracted the zombie virus, a relieved smile emerged on his face. He then directed the centipede goo to unlock the room's door and charged in, dispatching the 2 zombies with a couple of swift axe strikes. Subsequently, he commanded the still-evolving wasp goo to commence its feast. After devouring the remaining half of a zombie, the wasp goo underwent a transformation, evolving into a second-tier goo. Yet, despite the successful evolution, Shurchin did not feel overly jubilant. After all, the wasp goo had previously fed alongside the centipede goo on the flesh of the corpulent supervisor, indicating that the meat of zombies was slightly less effective for goo than that of ordinary humans. Nevertheless, Shurchin was not wholly dissatisfied. Confirming that the goo's consumption of zombies would yield no adverse effects was already a significant boon, and any shortcomings in quality could easily be compensated for by quantity. Once the 3 goo had entirely consumed the last remaining zombie, Shurchin turned to head towards the next room. At this moment, his objective was to allow the goo to evolve by continuously devouring zombies while they were still relatively weak in the early days of the apocalypse, thus providing him with ample goo essence to strengthen himself. Furthermore, Shurchin was persistently on the lookout for any animals that had been transformed into magical beasts within the various rooms. Magical beasts refer to animals infected by the zombie virus in the post-apocalyptic world. Ever since receiving the inheritance of goo arts, Shurchin had been formulating this plan in his mind. He intended to use the transformed animals to refine goo, believing that goo crafted from plants and animals enhanced by the zombie virus would undoubtedly be far more potent than the ordinary goo recorded in his mind. Thus, Shurchin continued to annihilate zombies in the rooms while meticulously searching for traces of magical beasts. Yet, after cleansing all the rooms on the top floor, he had still found not a single magical beast. With a sigh of despair regarding his ill fortune, Shurchin made his way down to the next level. Chapter 9. The malevolence of human nature. Now, with the apocalypse just having dawned, the hotel still had water and electricity, and even the mobile signal remained intact. In the lobby of the hotel, a throng of survivors, who had narrowly escaped the zombie onslaught outside, had gathered. The hotel manager, Shun Shur, swiftly closed the electric rolling door upon discovering the zombies, providing a temporary refuge for the survivors who had rushed into the hotel. However, those unfortunate souls who had not made it inside faced a grim fate. They frantically pounded on the door, screaming hysterically to those within, "Damn it! Open the door! There are biting monsters outside! For heaven's sake, open the door! I'm the deputy captain of the urban management team. I command you to open the door immediately. Please, let us in!" Various cries of despair, roars of anger, and curses resonated outside the door in a chaotic chorus. Inside the hotel, those present leaned against the closed electric door, panting heavily, consumed by a singular feeling of having survived a disaster. Utterly indifferent to the fate of others, the electric door had seemingly created a barrier between 2 entirely different worlds. As it was lunchtime, only one cleaner had transformed into a zombie in the hotel lobby. Yet, before it could bite anyone, it was firmly pinned in a corner by the hotel security and several men who had rushed in for shelter, using the lobby's tables to trap it. Although the situation in the hotel lobby was not particularly perilous, the adjacent restaurant was far less fortunate. Given that it was the peak of lunchtime, most of the tourists dining in the restaurant when the apocalypse struck found themselves caught in the chaos. Consequently, approximately half of the patrons in the restaurant transformed into zombies in an instant. They viciously attacked the surrounding survivors, leaving the few who had not succumbed to the transformation with little time to react as they scrambled for the restaurant's exit. In the ensuing turmoil, even trampling incidents occurred. Fortunately, the head chef, a veteran, immediately pushed open the restaurant's door and halted the evacuation of the remaining survivors, providing them with a glimmer of hope. As they rushed out of the restaurant in a frenzy, a group of yellow-haired, tattooed delinquents shockingly slammed the restaurant door shut just as they escaped. This left those still inside feeling utterly despondent. Damn it. Open the door. Who the hell closed it? Are you trying to kill us? Open the door. No jokes. What the hell is going on? The delinquents paid no heed to the desperate cries from within. They shouted to the few who had just escaped with them. Hurry up and help us. If we don't block the door, we'll all be dead when those monsters come out. Their words struck a chord with those who had just escaped, especially among a group of elderly tourists wearing matching hats. Despite their usual entitlement to seats on public transport, their strength now appeared greater than that of the nearby delinquents. Without hesitation, they joined the delinquents in barricading the door, with one elderly man even seizing a cleaning mop to jam it between the door handles. Effectively securing it, in the chaos, the old man's actions caught the attention of the delinquents. They began to mimic his example, frantically jamming anything within reach against the door: brooms, benches, table legs. Nothing was spared. The restaurant had instantly transformed into a hell on earth. All those who failed to escape cursed the individuals outside, who had managed to flee while blocking the door, with the most venomous words before meeting their demise. Meanwhile, those who had successfully evaded capture, upon realizing their complete safety, sank to the ground, gasping for air. Damn. Who would have thought you old geezers had such a ruthless side? Exclaimed a yellow-haired thug, panting as he addressed the elderly individuals who had just blocked the door. How dare you speak to us like that? You ought to address us as grandfather or grandmother given your age, retorted the first old man who had wielded the mop to barricade the door. Upon hearing the old man's words, the yellow-haired thug rose to his feet and delivered a swift kick to the old man's belly. To hell with you. I am your grandfather. What kind of time is it now for you to speak to me like that? Do you want to die? The old man let out a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. A nearby woman in professional attire immediately sprang to her feet, reaching out to assist the old man while pointing at the thug, exclaiming, "What do you think you're doing? Don't you understand the value of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? You are committing a crime." Upon hearing the woman's rebuke, the thug did not bother to retort but instead flicked his yellow hair with a casual demeanor, saying, "Oh, I didn't notice there was such a beauty here. But I want to ask you, why are you pretending to be a good Samaritan? Everyone here was complicit in locking those people inside. By your logic, that makes us all murderers." His words sent a wave of terror across the faces of the remaining crowd, except for the woman who boldly countered, "You were the one who directed everyone to block the door. On what grounds do you make such accusations? I'll have you know, I am a lawyer, and I can assure you that, should this matter reach a courtroom, you alone will bear the guilt." The lawyer's statement brought visible relief to the elderly crowd, who had just retired and were eager to enjoy their lives. Naturally, her words were far more reassuring than those of the yellow-haired thug. Upon hearing the lawyer, the thug erupted into laughter. "Have you lost your mind or your sight? Can't you see the situation we're in? You talk of court as if these monsters will help you judge me." He gestured towards the horde of zombies outside, ravenously feasting on flesh. Everyone turned to look outside, where a throng of zombies was viciously attacking passers-by, causing the hearts of the recently escaped individuals to race with terror once more. What had transpired in this world? Where had these man-eating monsters come from? Confusion and dread flooded their minds, silencing even the old man who had just screamed in agony. At that moment, a bespectacled man beside the lawyer addressed the thug. All right, my friend. In this dire situation, we should unite. As long as we can navigate through this immediate crisis, the authorities will surely organize a rescue." His words reignited a flicker of hope among the crowd. Yes, they could still await the official rescue. Just as they conversed, a zombie that had been restrained in a corner of the hall suddenly let out a roar and broke free from the table that had kept it captive. The wooden table splintered under the relentless assault of the zombie. "Damn it! Stop talking nonsense and help." Having just escaped from the dining area, They had been so engrossed in their argument that they hadn't noticed the environment of the hall. It was only after hearing the roar that they realized a zombie was present in the lobby. The few who had called for help instinctively began to retreat. Initially, the zombie was merely strong but slow. Yet in such a moment, no one wished to be the first to confront it. As the zombie staggered toward the crowd, it was the head chef who bravely charged forward. He seized a nearby chair and swung it down onto the zombie's head with all his might. The zombie showed no signs of harm from the blow, but the chef's hands were left numb from the impact. "Damn!" he shouted, dropping the chair to the side. The zombie, undeterred by the attack, continued its onslaught, leading to a surreal scene in the hotel lobby. A large group of people fleeing from a single zombie. As the zombie neared an elderly woman, she yanked the hotel receptionist in front of her. Pulling her back, the receptionist lost her balance and fell backward toward the zombie in her mind. Only the thought of impending doom lingered as she closed her eyes tightly. Just as the zombie's claws were about to reach her, a flash of cold steel whizzed overhead. The receptionist fell heavily into the zombie's embrace, but the anticipated gruesome fate did not unfold. Tentatively, she opened her eyes to a scene she would never forget. A striking figure clad entirely in black mountaineering gear stood before her. Wielding a bloodied axe, the receptionist looked down at the zombie, which now had half its head cleaved off, its remaining eye fixated on her. "Ah!" she screamed, scrambling to her feet. The attention of everyone in the lobby turned to the young man who had appeared so dramatically. It was Shurchin. At this moment, the receptionist finally grasped that this man had saved her. Thank you so much," she exclaimed repeatedly. However, Shurchin remained silent, turning away to survey the area. His presence in the lobby was purely coincidental. He had searched through all the hotel rooms above, but had not located his target. Out of options, he had come to the first-floor lobby, hoping for luck. He expected to witness the earlier chaos unfold. Initially reluctant to intervene, he ultimately decided to save the woman, recognizing that living individuals posed a greater potential for his own survival than the zombies. Ignoring the woman's incessant gratitude, Shurchin focused intently on scanning the lobby for his objective. The receptionist, realizing her savior's aloofness, decided not to pursue him further and instead hurried toward the elderly woman who had nearly led her to the zombie. At that moment, all eyes were on Shurchin, including the elderly woman still caught up in her relief at having narrowly escaped death. She was taken by surprise when the receptionist unexpectedly kicked her in the stomach. "How dare you?" the elderly woman shouted, clutching her belly. "You dare to lay a hand on me? Someone help! This young woman is attacking an old lady." Her loud cries echoed throughout the lobby. The lawyer who had previously argued with the yellow-haired thug quickly positioned herself in front of the receptionist, demanding, "What do you think you're doing? How could you strike someone of her age?" The elderly woman, hearing someone speak on her behalf, began to scream even louder, throwing a tantrum while sitting on the ground. Her antics drew disapproval from the crowd. The receptionist, astonished that anyone would defend such a malicious old woman, retorted, "Are you out of your mind? Did you not see her push me toward the zombie? My retaliation was too lenient." The lawyer was momentarily at a loss for words. She had been so focused on escaping that she hadn't witnessed the specific details of the incident. Just as she struggled to find a rebuttal, the elderly woman interjected, "You're lying. How could I do such a thing? You clearly lost your balance. Besides, are you dead? If I had truly pushed you, how come you're not being devoured by the monsters right now?" The elderly woman's words ignited a fury within the receptionist. Yet the lawyer seized the opportunity to counter the receptionist's anger, blocking her from striking again. "This elderly lady has stated she did not push you. Furthermore, given how chaotic the situation was, how can you be so certain she was the one who pushed you?" The lawyer's statement nearly sent the receptionist into fits of laughter. The surrounding spectators, caught up in the drama, remained silent, unwilling to risk incurring trouble for themselves, as it was not their issue. Seeing that the receptionist had ceased her aggression, the lawyer attempted to assist the elderly woman to her feet. However, the old woman remained obstinate, pointing her finger at the receptionist and hurling insults. Her voice grew louder, stirring a sense of annoyance even in Shurchin, who had merely wished to quietly seek out the monsters. "Silence!" Shurchin's thunderous shout silenced the entire room in an instant. After all, he had just demonstrated his capability by dispatching a zombie right before their eyes. Although he appeared somewhat slender, His towering height of 6 feet, combined with the sharp axe in his hand, exuded a palpable aura of intimidation that none wished to provoke. Time walked towards the old lady who had just been shouting loudly. The bloody hand axe he held commanded the respect of all, parting the crowd as he made his way. He bypassed the front desk and approached the female lawyer and the old lady with deliberate slowness. At that moment, the old lady addressed Time. "What's the matter? Who are you trying to scare with your shouting? I'll have you know, my son is a police officer. If you lay a finger on me, you'd better watch out for him." Before she could finish her tirade, her haughty demeanor transformed into sheer terror as Time swung the axe towards her chest. With a sickening thwack, the sharp blade cleaved through her torso, leaving a grotesque wound in its wake. Blood instantly splattered onto the female lawyer, the front desk, and Time himself. "Ack!" The female lawyer, drenched in the warm blood that had suddenly showered her, screamed in fear. Retreating hastily, the front desk attendant stood frozen in shock at the horrifying scene before her. Though she was angered, she never anticipated that her savior would so abruptly resort to murder, having never harmed even a chicken. The spectacle was too shocking for her to comprehend. Time, unfazed by the fearful gazes surrounding him, turned to the front desk with a slight smile and stated, "Next time you encounter such a person, remember, don't waste your breath on them. It's futile." As Time glanced at her, the attendant instinctively recoiled. He shook his head with a wry smile, reflecting on how those newly thrust into this apocalyptic scenario often reacted. Having clearly aided her, she still feared him. If this were the latter stages of the apocalypse, he would have demanded a portion of her rations as compensation. Chapter 11. The Saint of the Apocalypse. Time regarded the frightened attendant with indifference before turning away. He had already deemed everyone present as mere fodder for the goo insects, and the old lady's incessant shouting had merely hindered his search for a target, compelling him to dispatch her. Just as he was contemplating where to head next, a sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. "You don't leave. You've just committed murder, and I advise you to lay down your weapon and turn yourself in." The female lawyer, disregarding the protests of the bespectacled man beside her, shouted at Time. All around her, people cast bewildered glances at her audacity. The blond man standing nearby couldn't help but mock quietly. "This woman's decent looking, but she's not using her brain. She really unafraid of this guy who's willing to kill." Time found himself intrigued by the female lawyer. He had only heard of such figures before, but now he was face to face with this so-called saint. Turning to her with a cold smirk, he asked, "And what if I refuse to turn myself in? What will you do?" At that moment, the murderous intent in Time's eyes sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. Before the female lawyer could respond, the bespectacled man hurriedly interjected, "No, we didn't see anything. Young man, please don't take this seriously. She's just been frightened silly by those monsters, don't mind her." As he spoke, he tugged at the female lawyer, signaling her to remain silent. However, the lawyer seemed oblivious to the danger, either due to pride or some other reason. She pushed the man's hand away and shouted, "Li Ming, I never imagined you'd turn out to be like this. Had I known, I would never have agreed to meet a man like you." After saying this, she turned back to Time, asserting, "Don't be so arrogant. The authorities will surely send someone to rescue us soon. I refuse to believe you can kill everyone. If you spare just one person, we will report you, and then you can await your execution." Her words threw the crowd into chaos. "To hell with that. If you're willing to report, then go ahead, but don't drag us into it." "Exactly. Are you out of your mind? Who's going to report anything? I didn't see a thing. Seriously, you must be lacking in common sense." Time, however, paid no heed to their clamoring voices and gazed intently into the eyes of the female lawyer. He was in no hurry. After all, he had failed to find a target after searching for so long. Instead, he was curious to see how this saint would navigate her predicament. The lawyer, flushed with embarrassment from the surrounding jeers, had initially intended to rally everyone against Time, believing the sheer number of people would compel him to submit. Yet she overlooked one crucial detail. If this group could truly unite, they wouldn't have been running from a single zombie moments earlier. How can you all act this way? He.S. a murderer." The female lawyer managed to sputter this out amidst the uproar. Li Ming, feeling helpless, realized he was losing control of the situation. He had initially pursued the lawyer's favor, investing a considerable amount of money to arrange this meeting. But now, faced with this crisis, Preserving his own life took precedence over any attraction to her. After all, no beauty was worth risking his life. Time approached Lu Yi, the female lawyer, deliberately. In reality, no one would act like the characters in novels, defending a saint. Everyone was primarily concerned with their own survival. As time drew closer, Lu Yi was gripped by fear. Just as he was about to reach her, a corpulent figure stepped in front of her. The hotel manager, sporting a disarming smile, addressed Time. "Young man, I'm Shun Shi, the manager of this establishment. In this dire situation, let us unite. After all, there are monsters outside. Please, let us prioritize our survival and wait for rescue." Shun Shi gestured towards the lifeless body of the old lady on the floor. Continuing, this elderly woman fell victim to the monsters. We can all attest to that. Upon hearing his words, several individuals echoed their agreement, supporting his statement. Shun Shi did not wish to be the one to take the lead, but his attraction to the beauty before him was undeniable. Moreover, he sensed a threat from Time, whose boldness and weapon made him wary. He sought to leverage the numbers around him to suppress Time's intimidating presence. If Time continued his reckless violence, Shun Shi feared he would also be swept into the chaos, as no one could predict when the authorities might arrive. Time, still smiling, regarded the rotund figure before him. The current situation was indeed not in his favor. The lawyer's earlier comments had instilled a sense of wariness among the crowd. If he were to forcefully continue his rampage, they would undoubtedly fear for their own lives. Furthermore, Shun Shi stood behind several hotel staff members, including a head chef of similar stature to Time. At this early stage of the apocalypse, most individuals were still bound by remnants of morality and law. But should he antagonize everyone present, Time had no assurance he could handle them all unscathed. Besides, his sole objective in remaining here was to locate the magical beasts and experiment with the possibility of using them to refine goo. Should he succeed in creating goo insects from the magical beasts, the crowd would inevitably become fodder for them. After weighing his options, Time shrugged and responded, "It matters not. As long as you do not provoke me, I can spare her." Upon hearing Time's words, a smile broke across Shun Shi's chubby face. "That's more like it. You can rest assured, as long as I'm here, no one will dare to disturb you." He then turned to Lu Yi, patting her shoulder jovially. There, no need to fear. It's all a misunderstanding." Lu Yi fell silent, but she silently vowed to remember Time for putting her in such an awkward position. In all her previous encounters, everyone had catered to her whims. Who could have anticipated that this murderer would dare to treat her so disrespectfully? She swore that as soon as the authorities arrived, she would report Time, ensuring he met his end. Meanwhile, Shun Shi continued to pat Lu Yi's shoulder, while Time settled onto a nearby chair. The head chef began directing the remaining hotel staff to fortify the doors and restaurant entrance to prevent the zombies from breaching the premises. Chapter 12. The Grateful Chen Shengnan. At this moment, Time observed as they busied themselves with futile efforts. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was distracted, he released his wasp goo from his energy reservoir. The wasp goo swiftly took flight, concealing itself within the chandelier above the lobby. In that instant, Time monitored everyone in the lobby from every angle. Having completed his task, he was about to depart when the front desk attendant blocked his path. With newfound courage, she approached him and said, "Hello, my name is Chen Shengnan. Thank you so much for what you did earlier." Having experienced betrayal in his previous life, Time had become distrustful of everyone. Shurchen, with an expression of utter indifference, replied, "I merely found that old woman displeasing. I had no intention of saving you, so there is no need for your gratitude." After uttering these words, he bypassed Chen Shengnan and continued toward the staircase. Observing Shurchen's frosty demeanor, which seemed to repel her from a great distance, Chen Shengnan's mind began to spiral with irrational thoughts. Was he angry because she had just evaded him? Surely he must be. He had aided her, yet she had recoiled in fear. Were she in his position, she would undoubtedly feel the same irritation. "Oh, Chen Shengnan, what a wretched individual you are." Shurchen, oblivious to Chen Shengnan's convoluted thoughts, was solely focused on locating the magical beast to refine it into a goo, and subsequently seek vengeance against that scoundrel Chen Rang. Just as he was about to ascend the steps, Chen Shengnan caught up with him once more and said, "I was wrong earlier. It was my fault. Rest assured, I will repay you." Shurchen was rendered speechless by her persistence. What was wrong with this woman? Ignoring her, he resumed his ascent. The hall was imbued with the presence of yellow wasp goo, which ensured that any unusual movements would be detected instantly. Thus Shurchin had no fear of anyone attempting to flee. The tension in the hall escalated as everyone closely monitored Shurchin's every move. After all, a person who could kill indiscriminately would naturally command everyone's attention. It was only after Shurchin's figure vanished up the stairs that they collectively sighed in relief. In their hearts, they all shared a common thought. It was best to keep as much distance from someone like Shurchin as possible. Chen Xiangnan did not look back at the crowd in the hall. Instead, she hurried to keep pace with Shurchin. As Shurchin reached the corridor on the second floor, Chen Xiangnan trailed him like a persistent shadow. Frustrated, Shurchin turned and glared at her with fierce eyes, hoping to intimidate her into backing off. Yet, confronted with Shurchin's menacing gaze, Chen Xiangnan merely took a few deep breaths and bravely approached him once more. Unable to contain himself, Shurchin seized Chen Xiangnan by her collar, lifting her effortlessly and slamming her against the wall of the hotel corridor. "Why must you follow me?" Gasping for breath under the pressure of his grip, Chen Xiangnan stammered. I already mentioned it. You saved my life, and I merely wished to repay you." Her voice was strained, distorted by Shurchin's hold. His eyes remained fixed on hers until she was on the brink of suffocation, at which point he released her. As his hand fell away, Chen Xiangnan's legs buckled, and she sank to the floor, gasping for air while gazing at Shurchin with a mix of inquiry and longing. Shurchin, however, chose not to spare her another glance as he walked deeper into the corridor, stating, "I require no repayment from you. You are of no use to me. If you continue to follow me, I will kill you without hesitation." Sitting on the ground, Chen Xiangnan watched Shurchin's retreating figure, her heart heavy with unspeakable sorrow. One hand braced against the wall as she slowly rose, the other hastily wiping away her tears. Despite Shurchin's harsh words, she was unwilling to give up. Resolutely, she lifted her chin. But by then, Shurchin had vanished down the corridor. Chen Xiangnan began to contemplate what she could still do for him. In a flash, she realized, the restaurant has already been overrun by zombies. If there is no rescue soon, my priority must be to swiftly gather supplies from the various rooms. Fortunately, as the hotel receptionist, I have spare room keys for every room at my disposal. With this thought in mind, Chen Xiangnan wasted no time and dashed downstairs. Determined to repay Shurchin's life-saving act, upon seeing Chen Xiangnan return, the others in the hall assumed she had fled in fear. Shunshur stepped forward to speak. "Xiangnan, this is the right decision. We have just agreed to unite against these monsters and await rescue. You are welcome to join us." Shunshur approached primarily due to Chen Xiangnan's beauty, having set his sights on her since her arrival at the hotel, only to be ignored. Chen Xiangnan, however, was preoccupied with the room keys and paid him no mind. After swiftly retrieving a handful of spare keys from the reception, she hurried back to the staircase, leaving Shunshur feeling quite embarrassed. Uncertain whether he felt humiliated by Chen Xiangnan's disregard or if he realized the significance of the room keys, Shunshur grasped her arm and questioned, "What do you need those spare room keys for?" His inquiry drew the attention of everyone present, who had previously been oblivious to the exchange. Chen Xiangnan forcefully shook off Shunshur's grip and retorted, "Do I owe you an explanation for my actions?" Shunshur's face darkened at her words. With all eyes upon him, he understood that losing face here would undermine the fragile coalition he had just formed. Realizing this, he quickly countered, "I am the manager of the Azure Hotel. You are taking items from the reception in front of me. Do you not think you owe me an explanation?" Calmly addressing Shunshur's unreasonable outburst, Chen Xiangnan replied, "I will reiterate. I do not need to inform you of my intentions. Now, I kindly ask you to step aside and not obstruct my path." Upon hearing her words, Shunshur was seething with rage. Just as he reached out to grab her again, a sharp sound pierced the air. A blade meeting flesh? Ah! Accompanied by Shunshur's agonized scream, terror spread across the faces of those present as they turned to Chen Xiangnan. Chapter 13. A collective assent. Having snatched a pair of scissors during her visit to the reception, Chen Xiangnan had recognized the true nature of these individuals after her earlier experience. She recalled Shurchin's words. Only by being sufficiently ruthless could she ensure she was not victimized. As Shunshur clutched his wound, emitting cries akin to a slaughtered pig, both the zombies in the restaurant and those outside were drawn into a frenzy by the scent of fresh blood. Given that the early-stage zombies had virtually no vision, they relied on their sense of smell and hearing to locate humans. As the zombies grew increasingly frenzied, the hall's roll-up door began to rattle violently under their relentless assault. The momentary sense of relief that had washed over the hall's occupants evaporated, replaced by a renewed wave of fear. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Shengnan swiftly made her way back upstairs, upon witnessing Qian Shengnan's departure. The remaining individuals in the hall quickly came to the realization that the upper floors would surely offer greater safety than remaining in the lobby. This caused Shanshur's newly formed group to disband in an instant. With everyone scrambling toward the stairs to reach their rooms, soon, the lobby was left with only the hotel staff and a few individuals who had sought refuge after the zombies first appeared. Shanshur was now horrified by the volume of blood he was losing, while the remaining few exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what to do next. At this juncture, the head chef, who had taken the lead in resisting earlier, stepped forward once more. "Everyone, please remain calm. Our primary objective must be to ensure our safety. We should all retreat to the second floor and barricade the staircase, even if we cannot hold the main entrance. This will buy us more time to await rescue." Hearing the chef's words, the crowd gradually regained their composure, particularly those aware of his prior military experience, who wholeheartedly endorsed his plan as the zombies outside let out another round of howls. Everyone hurriedly ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, they began to throw anything they could find from the open rooms into the stairwell. This scene, of course, was observed by Shurchen through his yellow wasp goo. Ambling through the corridor on the fourth floor, inspecting each room with a bemused shake of his head, he remarked to himself how desperate these individuals had become. They failed to consider that if those outside had transformed into zombies, it was hardly guaranteed that the rooms would be secured. In Shurchen's eyes, their efforts to barricade the stairs were nothing short of suicidal. He had no intention of intervening with these fools. Instead, he directed the wasps to return to the fourth floor and withdrew the goo back into his own chi-si. Shurchen had already determined that if he could not locate the magical beast during his search, he would return to his room, gather his belongings, and leave. After all, if he arrived too late and allowed Qinrang, that good brother, to perish at the hands of the zombies, he would be unable to exact his revenge himself. Meanwhile, upon realizing that all the survivors were heading upstairs, Qian Shengnan quickened her pace. She bypassed the second floor entirely, opting to search from the third floor instead. Upon unlocking room 3001 with her keycard, she headed straight for the cabinet containing food and water. She picked up the bedsheet on the bed and simply tied a knot to transform it into a makeshift bag, then began to place all her belongings into it. The room was equipped with 4 bottles of mineral water and some snacks. Qian Shengnan diligently collected supplies from room to room until the bedsheet was completely filled. After weighing it to ensure she could drag it, she ceased to open any more doors and began her strenuous task of hauling the laden bedsheet, layer by layer, in search of Shurchen's presence. Undoubtedly, Qian Shengnan was fortunate. The several rooms she entered posed no threat from zombies. Unlike the others who remained behind, Lu Yi and Li Ming, along with a few attendants, did not assist Zheng Long in blocking the stairs, but instead supported Shinshur, seeking a room to hide. Since Lu Yi and Li Ming had entered the hotel for a blind date, they lacked a room, and the rest were hotel staff and similarly had no room cards, which forced them to break down the door. At this moment, while supporting Shinshur, who had just helped her, Lu Yi began to instruct the remaining individuals to force open the door. Although her commanding gestures irked Li Ming and the others, they reluctantly complied, eager to find safety. Bang, bang, bang. Several of them kicked the door with all their might, but it remained steadfast, whether due to the door's sturdiness or their insufficient strength. "You big men can't even kick down a door?" Pathetic Lu Yi, filled with trepidation as she occasionally glanced back toward the staircase, taunted them, completely oblivious to the extreme dissatisfaction etched on their faces. Observing this, Shanshur quickly intervened on Lu Yi's behalf. "Let it go. Let it go. It's not their fault. Blame that wretched girl for taking all the spare room cards." Shinshur's words instantly redirected their ire towards Qian Shengnan. Indeed, Manager Shan is right. Who would have thought that little vixen could be so cruel? What does she need so many room cards for? To hoard them. The speaker, Chao Jian, was one of Shanshur's lackeys at the hotel. As he mentioned hoarding, the others instinctively touched their stomachs, having been unable to eat since noon due to the zombie outbreak. With the hour approaching 5 and lacking breakfast habits, they had effectively gone an entire day without food or water. The sudden appearance of zombies had left everyone in a state of anxiety, causing them to overlook their hunger. But now, with someone addressing it, the pangs of hunger became palpable. Let us not dwell on this now. We need to find a way to open the door. There's plenty of food and water in the cabinets inside, and once we get in, we can eat. Shan Shi's words undoubtedly bolstered Li Ming and the others, who immediately turned back to resume their assault on the door. After relentless effort, they finally succeeded in kicking the door open. The moment the door swung ajar, they surged forward into the room. Just as one attendant squeezed in first, they were greeted by two naked zombies waiting inside. Shit! There are monsters, quick! Before he could finish, the male zombie lunged at him. With Li Ming and Chao Jian still pushing from behind, the attendant had no space to turn, and the zombie sank its teeth into his neck. By the time Chao Jian and Li Ming grasped the situation, the attendant had already lost a significant chunk of flesh. Shit! There are monsters inside. Stop pushing! Li Ming shouted desperately while trying to shove Chao Jian backward to escape. Dante, push me, run! Chao Jian, equally terrified, pushed against the attendant in front of him. Chapter 14. The death toll continues, however. The zombies in the room would not let them go easily. While their movements were slow, their strength surpassed that of an average adult. They grasped the individuals before them and did not relent, their sharp claws embedding themselves into flesh. None of those who entered the room managed to escape. They were all pulled inside. At this moment, Shan Shi had already dragged Louis away toward Jinglong. As they ran, they felt gratitude for not having entered first. Old Zheng, don't block the stairs any longer. Over there! There are monsters in that room. Meanwhile, Zhang Long and his companions had nearly sealed off the staircase. Just as he sighed in relief, he heard Shan Shi's voice. Zhang Long turned toward the sound, spotting Shan Shi's plump figure pulling Lu Yi in terror toward him. Following closely behind were Li Ming and Chao Jian, but the most alarming sight was that two naked zombies trailed behind them. Shit! At that moment, Zhang Long and his companions realized how gravely mistaken they had been. They had unconsciously assumed that since Shurchen had descended safely from upstairs, there were no zombies above. They had not anticipated that there were still guests in the rooms who had transformed into zombies. Without a moment's hesitation, the group turned and sprinted upstairs. After all, they were the ones who had blocked the staircase, so they knew just how securely it had been sealed. They had used nearly everything available from the nearby rooms to barricade the stairs, making it impossible to descend now. Shan Shi, witnessing everyone rush upwards without pausing to assist him, was engulfed in despair. Meanwhile, Chao Jian and Li Ming, who had initially been behind him, had already overtaken Shan Shi and Lu Yi. Racing up the stairs without a backward glance, in such dire circumstances, no one would stop to help. Instead, they were relieved that someone else was slower. Just as despair washed over Shan Shi, Lu Yi abruptly released her grip on him and, in a moment of desperation, kicked him in the stomach. Shan Shi, already weakened from blood loss due to Chan Xingnan's earlier attack, was easily sent sprawling to the ground by Lu Yi's kick. The once self-righteous Lu Yi, faced with danger, showed no hesitation in choosing to sacrifice another to save herself. Shan Shi, hopelessly watching Lu Yi flee, yelled after her with a piercing voice, "Damn you! Wretched woman! May you meet a terrible fate!" Accompanied by Shan Shi's final curse, the zombie lunged at him, bearing its bloody maw. Lu Yi, meanwhile, discarded her troublesome high heels and barefoot. She fled with a speed that rivaled Li Ming and Chao Jian. As everyone reached the third floor, the room where Chen Shangnan had gathered supplies became their lifeline. Each person rushed into an open room, immediately shutting the door behind them, disregarding those still behind. When Li Ming, Chao Jian, and Lu Yi reached the third floor, only one room with an open door remained. The three of them summoned their utmost speed to dash toward the last room. Unfortunately, due to his earlier forceful kicking of the door, Li Ming fell behind Chao Jian and Lu Yi. As they entered the room, Chao Jian swiftly locked the door tight. This left Li Ming, who was just steps away from entering, engulfed in despair. He pounded on the door, anxiously glancing back at the zombies ascending the stairs, shouting hoarsely, "Shit! Open the door! The monsters aren't here yet. Let me in!" Inside, Chao Jian braced the door, panting heavily, ignoring Li Ming's frantic cries without any intention of opening it. Lu Yi, too, suddenly seemed to have recovered from her savior complex, turning to Chao Jian and saying, "Please don't let him in. Otherwise he..." Before Lu Yi could finish her sentence, Chao Jian kicked her in the chest. "To hell with you. Am I unaware? I don't need your nagging." He barked as he threatened to throw her to the monsters if she continued to speak. The kick left Louis stunned, unable to comprehend why no one seemed to regard her anymore. Previously, she had held herself in high esteem, expecting everyone to cater to her, even her parents. But ever since the monsters appeared, even this mere attendant dared to lay hands on her. As Louis looked at Chao Jian with a mix of resentment and disbelief, he seized her hair and slapped her face. "What the hell is that look? You better listen to me, or I swear I'll toss you out to the monsters. Go ahead and test me." The twisted expression on Chao Jian's face instilled genuine fear in Louis. She nodded vigorously, prompting him to release his grip on her hair. Outside the room, Li Ming had fallen silent, and his fate was all but certain. Chao Jian listened intently at the door for a while, ensuring there was no noise outside before he finally relaxed. He immediately disregarded the seated Louis and headed straight for the cabinet where food was stored. However, upon opening the cabinet, he was met with disappointment. All the supplies from the rooms that had been opened had already been packed away by Chen Shengnan, leaving the cabinet utterly bare. Chao Jian, upon encountering the utterly empty cabinet, was overwhelmed by despair and sank helplessly to the floor. After the recent series of exertions, he felt as though his throat were on fire. Resigned, he dashed back into the restroom, turned on the tap, and began to drink deeply. Meanwhile, Chen Shengnan was laboriously dragging a bundle of supplies, desperately searching for Shurchen. Uncertain of which room Shurchen occupied, she had no choice but to search floor by floor. With each ascent, she called out in the corridor, "I am the person you saved moments ago. I mean no harm. I only wish to deliver some supplies to you before taking my leave." Chen Shengnan believed that as long as Shurchen heard her voice, he would surely come out, for she had no reason to be refused in her benevolent endeavor. Naturally, she had also heard the commotion downstairs, which filled her with dread. Several times, she contemplated abandoning her search for Shurchen and simply finding a room to hide in. Yet, she repeatedly motivated herself, reminding herself not to give up. After all, Shurchen had saved her life. Even if she were to seek refuge, she must ensure that the supplies she carried reached him. Once she delivered the supplies, she would feel she had repaid her debt of gratitude. Just as Chen Shengnan was about to continue her ascent with the supplies, a woman named Zhang Xingji, who had been evading zombies with her son, rushed up the stairs. She had intended to confront her ex-husband for financial support, despite her son not being his biological child. She was determined to ask him for money. She had even resolved that if he refused again, she would simply stay at his home with her son. However, the sudden emergence of zombies forced her to seek refuge in this hotel. Chapter 15. Room 7012. Having already witnessed Chen Shengnan's capabilities in the lobby, Zhang Xingji was aware that this seemingly frail girl could be quite ruthless. Thus, she opted not to confront her directly, but instead pleaded, "Oh, dear girl, there are man-eating monsters downstairs. For the sake of my young son, I implore you to give us a room key." Chen Shengnan looked at the boy, who appeared to be at least 12 or 13, incredulous at the notion of him being young. However, she had no desire for further entanglement with this woman. Her priority was to find Shurchen. Without hesitation, she produced a room key and tossed it to Zhang Xingji before turning to leave. Yet, upon seeing the number 5003 on the key, Zhang Xingji seized Chen Shengnan's arm, exclaiming, "You must give me another key. This one is for downstairs, where the monsters are." Zhang Xingji's grip inadvertently caught the makeshift bundle of supplies that Chen Shengnan had hastily wrapped in a bedsheet. The sheet was loosely tied and easily unraveled under Zhang Xingji's grasp, spilling the provisions onto the floor. The mother and son were stunned to discover an abundance of food and drink within the sheet, and they immediately reached for it. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Shengnan felt her anger boil over. After all her hard work collecting these supplies, to see them ruined by this pair was infuriating. "Stop! I've already given you the room key. How dare you try to steal my things?" she shouted, brandishing a pair of scissors. Zhang Xingji halted at the sight of the scissors, but her son was undeterred, believing that no matter what, his mother would protect him. He grabbed a bottle of water and opened it, taking a swig. This act ignited Chen Shengnan's fury. She aimed the scissors at the boy and shouted, "Put that down immediately!" This seemingly innocuous action ignited Zhang Xingji's fury. She charged at Chen Shengnan. The petite Chen Shengnan was no match for Zhang Xingji's imposing stature, and the scissors were swiftly wrested from her grasp. With the scissors in hand, Zhang Xingji's demeanor shifted from pleading to menacing. "How dare you threaten my son? I'll take you down," she spat, as her son gleefully opened a chocolate bar, Reveling in the chaos, Chen Shangnan closed her eyes, regretting her moment of compassion for these people. She imagined the pain of the scissors piercing her body, yet the anticipated agony failed to arrive. Slowly, she opened her eyes to see Shurchen, her destined hero. He lifted Zhang Xingji from behind with ease. Upon witnessing his mother being apprehended, the boy lunged at Shurchen's leg, attempting to bite him. In response, Shurchen pivoted, hurling Zhang Xingji against the wall while simultaneously delivering a kick to the advancing child. The pair collided violently with the wall. Zhang Xingji, dazed and disoriented, lost her grip on the scissors, while her son, having just consumed chocolate, expelled it onto the ground. Shurchen ignored them and turned to Chen Shangnan. Speaking slowly, "It appears you still do not comprehend my earlier words." Tears streamed down Chen Shangnan's face as she realized once again that Shurchen had saved her. A torrent of emotions, hurt, anger, and sorrow, rendered her speechless as she gazed at Shurchen with glistening eyes. At a loss for words, Shurchen could only look at her, awkwardly observing her tears, in an effort to avoid wasting more time. He finally managed to suppress his own emotions and instructed, "Enough, stop crying. Go hide in room 7012 upstairs. I will join you shortly." As he spoke, he handed her his room key. Chen Xingnan was taken aback by Shurchen's words. She had almost given up on following him. Her efforts to gather supplies were intended as a means to repay his earlier act of saving her. In truth, Shurchen had already heard her calls from the hallway, for his current abilities allowed him to perceive much more clearly. Despite his desire to remain detached from others, he could not bear to watch this foolish woman risk her life to gather supplies for him. Observing her dazed state, Shurchen coldly urged, "Are you not going yet?" Prompted by his words, Chen Shangnan replied, "Oh, I'm on my way." She wiped her tears and hurriedly ascended to the 7th floor. Once she departed, Shurchen turned his attention back to the room he had just vacated. Inside, a mutated cat, ensnared by the centipede curse, struggled futilely against its bindings. Though the feline fought valiantly, the curse was stronger and injected venom, ensuring that it would never escape Shurchen's grasp from the moment he discovered it. Shurchen felt a surge of satisfaction at having successfully captured the magical beast. The most crucial materials were now secured, and the subsequent tasks would be straightforward. At that moment, Zhang Xingji regained her composure and crawled toward her son, who lay unconscious from Shurchen's kick. Shurchen, now turning his gaze to the distressed mother, observed her clutching her son while eyeing the glinting axe in his hand. She promptly reverted to her previous tactic of feigned helplessness. "Please, young man, we were wrong. Spare us." Shurchen had heard every word exchanged in the corridor. Looking at the cowardly woman and her unruly child, he quickly devised a fitting fate for them. "It's fine. I acted because you attempted to steal from my friend. Now, if you both willingly enter that room," he indicated room 6011 with a smile, "I may consider letting you go." Chapter 16. Upgrading the curse technique. Zhang Xingji had no choice but to comply, entering the room designated by Shurchen. Meanwhile, Shurchen returned to the room where he had discovered the magical cat. Once inside, he closed the door and commanded the centipede curse to release the cat before instructing it to go to other rooms and capture 9 living creatures. The process of refining curses does not adhere to strict rules. As long as the required number is met, the refinement can proceed. Even non-living things, such as the stones frequently used by novice curse masters to ensure successful refinement, can be employed by placing 9 poisonous insects and a stone in a container and waiting for the insects to perish. The remaining stone would be deemed successfully refined into a stone curse. However, the stone curse is rather useless, thus suitable only for novices to practice. Before long, the centipede curse returned with a nest of ordinary cockroaches from the sewers of another room. Once the count reached 9, Shurchen applied his curse source to the cockroaches and the magical cat, commencing the refinement process. How could 9 small cockroaches possibly stand a chance against a mutated beastly cat? In merely a minute, the monstrous feline had crushed all the cockroaches beneath its paws. Meanwhile, Shurchen began to attempt to control the beastly cat, which had now transformed into a puppet. After all, no one had ever used mutated animals for puppetry before, making Shurchen's endeavor truly unprecedented. One could guarantee success. Just as Shurchen hesitantly established a connection with the beastly cat, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the mutated creature bore a striking resemblance to the spider and centipede puppets he had previously refined. This revelation nearly made Shurchen leap for joy. Eagerly, He drew the beastly cat into his Qi. As the beastly cat entered the Qi for the first time, the vast essence of the puppet filled Shurchin's Qi. This overwhelming influx caused him to clutch his abdomen in pain as he swiftly began to channel his puppet cultivation technique. The essence provided by the beastly cat was rapidly being refined into Shurchin's own puppet source. The Qi within him expanded continuously until it ceased growing, at which point a new Qi emerged beside his original one. This signified that Shurchin's puppet cultivation technique had officially ascended to the second realm. Feeling the immense power surging within him, Shurchin felt as though he were luxuriating in a hot spring, utterly at ease. Soon, the essence from the beastly cat was completely refined. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Shurchin opened his captivating eyes. He then released the beastly cat from his Qi. The creature now resembled a cherished pet that Shurchin had raised since childhood, affectionately curling up at his feet. "Master, I am hungry." Upon hearing the beastly cat's signal, Shurchin affectionately patted its head and reassured it. "Rest assured, Master will take you to find delicious food." With a beaming smile, Shurchin led the beastly cat into room 6011, where Zhang Xingji and her son were located. The sudden entrance startled the mother and son. Their shock intensified upon seeing the beastly cat trailing behind Shurchin, prompting them to shriek in terror. The beastly cat, however, paid no heed to Zhang Xingji and her son, immediately pouncing towards them upon receiving the command to eat. "Ah, you promised to spare us," Zhang Xingji cried out desperately, swatting at the beastly cat while pleading with Shurchin. Leaning against the doorframe, Shurchin chuckled and blocked their only escape route, responding, "No, no, no. I merely said I would consider sparing you. Now, I've made my decision. No mercy." With his words, both Zhang Xingji and her unruly son met their demise. The beastly cat feasted heartily on their flesh and blood. However, after finishing its meal, there were no signs of the creature leveling up, leaving Shurchin feeling quite helpless. It seemed that larger puppets required significantly more sustenance. Resigned, Shurchin temporarily returned the beastly cat to the Qi and commanded the centipede puppet to devour the remaining two skeletons completely. After all, only the centipede's formidable mandibles could crush bones. And to avoid waste, it had to consume the remnants. The centipede puppet expressed indifference, eagerly welcoming such a delightful task. Once the most pressing matters were resolved, Shurchin felt unusually light on his feet. He swiftly returned to his room, 7012, on the 7th floor. Inside, Chun Shengnan was sitting upright, startled by the knocking at the door. Shurchin had no intention of revealing his puppets before her, as he had yet to fully trust her. Upon hearing the knock, Chun Shengnan approached the door and whispered, "Who is it?" Shurchin, somewhat exasperated, thought, "Now you decide to be cautious. It's me, open up." Upon recognizing Shurchin's voice, Chun Shengnan eagerly opened the door. "You've finally returned. I thought." Shurchin entered the room, grabbed a bottle of mineral water, took a sip, and remarked, "You thought I would fall into the hands of that mother and son." Hearing Shurchin's words, Chun Shengnan quickly became nervous. Waving her hands as she explained, No, I didn't think that." Observing Chun Shengnan's demeanor, Shurchin found her amusing. A woman with such a personality was indeed rare point. One could say she was foolish for recognizing the importance of resources beforehand. Yet simultaneously, she could be naive enough to assist someone like Zhang Xingji. This left Shurchin uncertain on how to categorize Chun Shengnan. He thus adopted a serious tone and asked, "What exactly do you want from me?" In response to Shurchin's inquiry, Chun Shengnan quietly replied, "I originally intended to repay your life-saving grace, but now I've made up my mind. I want to follow you." Shurchin was momentarily taken aback by her words. What did she mean by wanting to follow him? When had he ever expressed a desire to take her along? As soon as he voiced his thoughts, Chun Shengnan's pitiful tears began to flow once more. Unable to endure the sight of the constantly weeping woman, Shurchin deliberately addressed her. "I can agree to let you accompany me temporarily, but I must warn you of my rules, if you cannot abide by them. I suggest you leave now, or I will personally end your life." Hearing Shurchin's words, Chun Shengnan immediately ceased her weeping and began contemplating. She had witnessed Shurchin's mercilessness firsthand, so she had no doubt about his threat. If she defied him, he would undoubtedly act against her. However, in this world overrun by monsters, could she guarantee her safety if she left him? The answer was clear. Regardless of the circumstances, this man before her was far superior to those hypocrites. Rather than struggle alone in a world rife with monsters, she resolved to follow him. With this determination, Chen Shangnan firmly nodded at Shurchen, declaring, "Just tell me what you want, as long as it's not too excessive. I can comply." Upon hearing her response, Shurchen continued, "Good. First, you must obey me in all matters from now on. Naturally, I won't order you to die or force you into any inappropriate situations." Chen Shangnan flushed at his words. Merely nodding in acknowledgement without speaking, Shurchen pressed on, "Second, you must discard that pitiful sense of sympathy. To survive in this apocalyptic world, you must shed your useless compassion, having experienced several such situations firsthand." Chen Shangnan had no objections to this point. "Third, do not attempt any clever tricks, for your every little scheme will not escape my notice." Chen Shangnan remained silent, nodding in agreement. Finally, Shurchen added, "You need not fantasize about any official rescue. The authorities are barely managing their own affairs, and every day henceforth shall be a struggle for survival." In truth, Chen Shangnan had already surmised that since everyone on the streets was being indiscriminately transformed into zombies, it was only logical that individuals within the official ranks would also succumb to the same fate. In such a scenario, even if the authorities wished to provide rescue, they would be utterly overwhelmed. Most individuals, as long as they were not utterly foolish, could grasp this reality. They simply were unwilling to accept it. After listening to Shurchen's demands, Chen Shangnan expressed no dissent and readily agreed. That moment, Shurchen realized he would need to slightly alter his plans due to Chen Shingnan's inclusion. Originally, he intended to eliminate all the survivors in the vicinity before departing, allowing his puppets to feast. However, in this apocalypse, food was not scarce for the puppets. It merely determined the speed of consumption. Ultimately, in the face of the apocalypse, one person's strength was limited. During the early stages of this catastrophe, Shurchen could certainly thrive on his own abilities. Yet, as time passed, food would become increasingly difficult to procure, and once various factions solidified, they would relentlessly encroach upon the survival space of solitary survivors. At that point, he would only have two choices: either join a faction and become someone else's subordinate, or continuously oppose the major powers alone. Even with his puppets, it would be impossible to confront all the formidable factions single-handedly. Neither option aligned with the life Shurchen sought in this second chance at existence. Thus, rather than waiting passively for that moment, he resolved to take action now. He aimed to leverage his experience and strength to establish an undeniably powerful faction, ensuring that his future life would be nothing short of extraordinary. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the hotel, head chef Zheng Long was hiding in room 3021 with 3 kitchen staff members. In room 3012, Chao Jin and Lu Yi were alongside Huang Mao, Li Hong, and Zhang Wu, 3 small-time delinquents. The last few elderly individuals were trapped in room 3018. The corridor, Li Ming and Shen Shi, along with several waitstaff, had just been attacked by zombies and had now transformed into the very creatures they had once feared, wandering aimlessly down the hallway. The commotion from the various rooms alerted the zombies to the presence of food just beyond the doors, prompting them to pound incessantly on the room entrances. What do we do now? We have nothing to eat or drink. When will rescue finally arrive? You ask me? Who should I ask? This is it. When will those useless officials come to save us? The elderly individuals were clearly panicking. They had searched every corner of the room but found no trace of food, and the atmosphere of dread began to spread among them all. Within room 3012, Zhang Long exhibited a remarkable calmness. Having previously served in the military, he did not succumb to panic upon discovering the absence of survival supplies. Turning to face the 3 young individuals before him, he endeavored to steady his emotions and spoke. "Currently, our room is devoid of any survival provisions. If we remain hidden here, we are merely awaiting our demise. Therefore, I propose a course of action." Upon hearing this, the 3 attendants exchanged glances and nodded in unison, willing to heed Zhang Long's leadership due to his prior composure. "Brother Long, please share your thoughts. We are all ears," one of them urged. Satisfied with their response, Zhang Long nodded in agreement. "In light of our current predicament, my suggestion is to seize the opportunity while the creatures outside are still sparse and fight our way out." As the 3 attendants looked on in astonishment, he continued, "You must have witnessed the young man who suddenly appeared and dispatched the zombies. The creature in the lobby, which I struck on the head with a chair, remained unfazed. However, when that young man cleaved its skull with an axe, it fell lifeless. Thus, It is clear that the brain is the creature's weak point. If we target their brains, we can surely eliminate them. With that, Zhang Long led the 3 attendants in a search for makeshift weapons within the room. His reasoning was straightforward. Since the room lacked supplies, they must venture into other rooms to seek them. However, after a thorough search yielded no suitable armaments, they resorted to dismantling the legs of the wooden table, which, despite their rough edges, would serve as improvised weapons. Each of them grasped a table leg, ready to defend themselves. I shall reiterate, even if we hide here, we are merely prolonging our end. Thus, when we step outside, do not be afraid. The number of monsters is limited. If we act swiftly, we shall triumph. Despite their trepidation, the attendants recognized the truth in Zhang Long's words. They nodded solemnly, gripping their table legs with determination as they approached the doorway. Zhang Long cautiously leaned forward, pressing his ear against the door to listen for any signs of zombies. Once he ascertained that the coast was clear, he nodded to the 3 behind him and pushed the door open. Meanwhile, in room 7012, Shurchen had packed all his belongings, slinging his backpack over his shoulder as he led Chen Shengnan out. The moment Shurchen opened the door, Chen Shengnan's anxiety surged. As Shurchen strode ahead with ease, Chen Shengnan closely trailed behind, nervously glancing around, exuding an air of stealth. They made their way to the 4th floor, where 2 zombies, having just killed Li Ming and Shen Shi, were aimlessly roaming the staircase. Their presence was a result of having failed to pursue Zhang Xingji and her son, lingering instead. Upon spotting the 2 wandering zombies, Chen Shengnan let out a piercing scream. Her shriek naturally drew the attention of the zombies, but before they could attack, Shurchen dispatched them with 2 swift strikes of his axe. His movements were as rapid as lightning. Before Chen Shengnan's scream could fully dissipate, the zombies had collapsed. "Silence," Shurchen commanded, prompting Chen Shengnan to immediately cover her mouth and nod in compliance. In the future, do not shout upon seeing a zombie. Their vision is poor. If you remain silent and keep your distance, they will not see you. After Shurchen's admonition, Chen Shengnan, curious, quietly inquired, "How do you know this?" Stumped by her question, Shurchen struggled to articulate a response. After a brief pause, he finally managed, "It's something I just observed." Chapter 18. Saving Zhang Long. Just as Chen Shengnan was about to ask another question, Shurchen turned and continued his descent. With no choice left, she silently stuck out her tongue and followed. On the 3rd floor, Zhang Long had led the 3 attendants into the corridor. However, as they emerged, the sight of a zombie with a bitten neck, limping and covered in decaying flesh, overwhelmed them with terror. Zhang Long, exhibiting far greater composure, charged at one of the zombies, raising the table leg to stab it fiercely in the head. The impact, however, was rather ineffective. After all, the human skull is notoriously hard, and Zhang Long's wooden weapon was insufficient to penetrate it. The zombie was merely grazed, yet the force of the blow toppled it to the ground. The noise attracted several other zombies. Now drawn to Zhang Long. Seeing this, he urgently shouted to the attendants, "Come help me." Unfortunately, there was no sign of them. Having witnessed the ineffectiveness of Zhang Long's attack, they had already discarded their table legs and fled back to their previous room. Left in despair, Zhang Long faced the encroaching zombies with resolve. He swiftly bent down to retrieve the table leg abandoned by the attendants, determined to fend off the approaching creatures. Fortunately, the zombies were not particularly swift, and Zhang Long, it seemed, was not yet destined to meet his end. He braced himself against the oncoming zombies, attempting to push them back towards the staircase. At that moment, he collided with Shurchen and Chen Shengnan as they descended. Seeing the 5 or 6 zombies ahead, Chen Shengnan instinctively hid behind Shurchen, but Zhang Long, upon spotting Shurchen, felt a surge of hope. "Brother, I beg you, save me. I have a wife and children. I must rescue them, so I cannot die here. If you save me, I will give you everything except my wife and children's lives." Shurchen, expressionless, stood on the staircase, observing Zhang Long below. This man was certainly capable, having managed to hold his own against the zombies. What truly captivated Shurchen was Zhang Long's desperate proclamation regarding his family. It is a well-known truth that even in peaceful times, individuals without family ties are often beyond anyone's control. In a post-apocalyptic world like theirs, if someone was truly as unencumbered as Shurchen himself, he would have no reason to save him. Thus, Zhang Long's mention of his wife and children inadvertently granted him a reprieve. Disregarding the fearful expressions of Chen Shengnan and Zhang Long, Shurchen summoned the Beastmaster cat from his reservoir of energy. As the creature landed, it sprang into action, dashing towards the zombies with lightning speed. Shurchen employed the beast as a powerful deterrent, recognizing that if he intended to establish his own faction, the matter of the beast would eventually come to light. To command respect, one must also instill fear. The beast was Shurchen's most formidable asset, and he aimed to cultivate an image of invincibility in the minds of those around him. Zheng Long was taken aback by the lightning-fast Beastmaster cat. What in the world is that? He thought, convinced the creature was charging at him, believing his life was forfeit. However, the Beastmaster cat ignored him entirely, targeting the zombies before it. Just as Zheng Long breathed a sigh of relief, Shurchen's voice echoed from behind. I have saved you this time. Do not forget your words. The distance between Zheng Long and Shurchen closed with each passing moment, prompting Zheng Long to turn in fear, meeting Shurchen's calm gaze. Meanwhile, the Beastmaster cat had swiftly dispatched several zombies with its razor-sharp claws. After the battle, it elegantly leaped back to Shurchen's side. Shurchen paid no mind to the beast but fixed his gaze intently on Zheng Long, who, overwhelmed by the sight of the formidable creature, was rendered speechless. After all, if this creature could effortlessly slay several zombies, the consequences of it turning its attention towards him were too dire to contemplate. What's this? After I save you, you have second thoughts. Shurchen's words snapped Zheng Long back to reality. No, of course not, brother. No. You saved my life. Aside from my wife and children's lives, all that I possess is yours. Zheng Long declared earnestly, genuinely meaning his words. Shurchen regarded Zheng Long's serious expression with a smile, gesturing for the Beastmaster cat to feast upon the fallen zombies. He then addressed Zheng Long. There is but one thing I seek. Zheng Long immediately perked up, eager to listen. Your loyalty. Zheng Long was momentarily taken aback by Shurchen's request, reminiscent of his early days in the army when he and his comrades were prepared to sacrifice everything for the sake of loyalty. At that moment, Shurchen maintained a penetrating gaze on Zheng Long, ready to act without hesitation should any hint of hesitation flicker in his eyes, prepared to make him a meal for the beast. However, in Zheng Long's eyes, there was no trace of any other emotion. He nodded heavily at Shurchen and replied, All right. Since you have saved my life, my existence henceforth belongs to you. Upon hearing Zheng Long's words, Shurchen's smile grew even more radiant. He turned to Qin Shengnan, who stood behind him, and said, From now on, Zheng Long will be a member of our team, just like you. Please take a moment to explain my rules to him. Naturally, Qin Shengnan had no objections. She smiled and began to greet Zheng Long. In truth, both Qin Shengnan and Zheng Long were employees of the hotel. Although they were not very familiar with each other, they were somewhat acquainted. Before long, they struck up a conversation. Zheng Long, at 35 years of age, had served in the military for 5 years. After retiring, he returned here to learn culinary skills and got married, welcoming his daughter into the world last year. Qin Shengnan, on the other hand, was only 23, which naturally made Zheng Long the elder brother figure. With enthusiasm, Qin Shengnan introduced the rules that Shurchen had just shared with her. Zheng Long, however, was more curious about the obedient magical beast cat. Yet, prior to this moment, Qin Shengnan had also not witnessed Shurchen using the goo, so she could only answer Zheng Long truthfully, admitting that she did not know. Thus, the two of them looked at Shurchen with curiosity. Shurchen paid no attention to their chatter. Instead, he crouched down to observe the magical beast cat, which had just completed its first evolution after consuming several zombies. At this moment, the magical beast cat had begun to shed its skin, and Shurchen was closely monitoring its upgrading process. Fortunately, the magical beast cat exhibited no peculiarities compared to other goo creatures throughout the upgrade. As the magical beast cat ascended to level 2, the pure essence of the goo once again flooded into Shurchen's chi. The magical beast cat now emanated a hint of the aura typical of magical beasts, rendering it unrecognizable as a mere cat to those who had not seen it before. Shurchen, however, was not in a hurry to refine the essence within his chi. He turned to Zheng Long and Qin Shengnan, saying, We are about to leave this place. Do either of you have any suitable candidates in mind to recommend for our team? Upon hearing Shurchen's inquiry, both Qin Shengnan and Zheng Long began to ponder. After a moment, they both shook their heads. Brother Qin, I believe that the remaining survivors in the hotel are not suitable for joining our team. Qin Shengnan remarked, to which Zheng Long nodded in agreement. Despite being older than Shurchen, they were both oblivious to this fact. as Shi Chen's composure and strength instinctively caused them to overlook his true age. Shi Chen, of course, did not concern himself with such trivial matters, recognizing that there would be plenty of opportunities to consider such things in the future. At this moment, Zhang Long felt a tangle of emotions. Previously, he would have undoubtedly recommended the 3 waitstaff who had been blocking the staircase with him, but given the recent events, he felt that if he did not seek vengeance upon them, they would be fortunate to escape unscathed. Shi Chen, upon hearing this, was not surprised. After all, individuals like Zhang Long, who could meet his various requirements, were indeed rare finds, so he did not feel rushed. Shi Chen continued, "Now, both of you should search for larger backpacks and fill them with all the supplies you can carry without hindering your movement. Then, we shall set off." Zhang Long and Chen Shengnan nodded in agreement. But Chen Shengnan, unable to suppress her curiosity, asked, "Brother Chen, where are we going after leaving the hotel?" At the sound of Chen Shengnan's question, Shi Chen involuntarily recalled the faces of Chen Rang and Shi Yunfei. His expression turned cold once more. "Tio, the school. I need to find someone." Upon hearing Shi Chen's words, Zhang Long quickly snatched the room card from Chen Shengnan's hand and hurried off to find a suitcase and backpack. Meanwhile, Chen Shengnan stood frozen in place, lost in thought. To find someone? Who could it be? The school. Could it be a girlfriend? It's so dangerous outside, and yet he still wants to take the risk to find someone. He must have very strong feelings for her. Shi Chen, observing Chen Shengnan's increasingly unnatural expression, inquired with curiosity, "What? Do you have any objections about going to the school?" His words abruptly interrupted Chen Shengnan's musings. "Ah? No. I have no objections. I will help Brother Zhang Long right away." Chen Shengnan, blushing, dashed off in the direction of Zhang Long. Shi Chen, indifferent to Chen Shengnan's inexplicable behavior, casually entered a room to begin refining the essence gained from the magical beast cat's upgrade. Within the hotel, backpacks and suitcases were plentiful. Zhang Long and Chen Shengnan soon found 2 suitable backpacks in an empty room. They emptied the useless clothes and items from the bags and began gathering supplies room by room. Before long, the sound of their scavenging reached the ears of everyone hiding inside the rooms. They all simultaneously opened their doors a crack and peered cautiously into the corridor. Upon confirming that there were no zombies in sight, they hurriedly rushed out of their rooms. "Quick, those monsters are gone. Hurry to find food." "All right, let's go quickly. We haven't eaten or drunk anything for a whole day and night. I'm starving." A group of elderly men and women were the first to emerge from their rooms, running towards the open door where Zhang Long and Chen Shengnan had just been. They shouted excitedly as they went. Hearing their voices, Huang Mao and his 2 companions, along with the 3 waitstaff and Chao Jin and Lu Yi, began to muster their courage to step out of their rooms. Their commotion caught the attention of Zhang Long and Chen Shengnan, just as the 2 of them had finished filling their backpacks. The entrance to the room was already surrounded by the elderly. "You 2 young people are being quite unfair. Why didn't you call us when the monsters were killed, only looking out for yourselves?" An old man was the first to speak. Seeing their demeanor, Zhang Long and Chen Shengnan were filled with ire. What else could these people do besides moral kidnapping? Given her recent experience with Zhang Xingji and her mother, Chen Shengnan immediately raised her voice. "The zombies have all been eliminated by Brother Chen. I still have plenty of room cards for the 4th and 5th floors. As long as you do not obstruct us, I can provide you with the room cards." Chen Shengnan's words left the group of elderly people with little to argue against, and just as they were about to make way, a voice rang out from behind. "Wait!" As the voice echoed, all the elderly turned to look in that direction. Huang Mao swaggered forward, hands in his pockets. "You say there are room cards? I know you came down from upstairs. How could you have left anything there before coming down? So, for safety's sake, hand over what you have in your bags. You can go back upstairs to get more." Huang Mao's words instantly sparked predatory glances from the remaining onlookers. Yes, this young man is right. Since you claim there are more upstairs, let us have what's here for the elderly. Indeed, young people should respect their elders. Once the official rescue arrives, I will be sure to mention your good deeds and recommend you for a Good Citizen Award. Several elderly voices began to clamor in agreement. At this moment, although Chen Shengnan was shaking with anger, her voice was drowned out by the cacophony of the elderly. Zhang Long, too, felt utterly helpless. Standing before them were Huang Mao and his 2 lackeys. Along with Li Ming and Lu Yi, and even those 3 ungrateful waitstaff had blocked their way. With only himself, it was impossible for him to protect Chen Shengnan, his newly recognized sister, let alone escape unharmed. Just as Zhang Long pondered whether to surrender the supplies in his bag to them, a voice even more arrogant than Huang Mao's rang out. "May I ask, who gave you the audacity to block my people?" As Shi Qin's words fell, Chao Jian, without turning around, began to curse. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Before he could finish his sentence, everyone around him scattered in terror as if they had seen a ghost. Interrupting his words, it was only then that Chao Jian realized what was happening. He glanced back, and that single gaze sent a chill down his spine. Several terrifying creatures were staring intently at him. Behind them stood Shi Qin, wearing a cold smile. The remaining elderly individuals had entirely lost the imposing aura they once wielded, relying on their numbers to morally intimidate others. Their speed in fleeing was even greater than that of the trio with the yellow hair. Everyone began desperately scurrying away from both ends of the corridor. Yet how could the creatures that had initially intended to use them as sustenance allow them an escape? The four goo worms split into two groups, ruthlessly slaughtering and devouring the remaining occupants of the hotel. Zhang Long and Chen Shangnan stood frozen in shock, horrified by the gruesome scene unfolding before them. Meanwhile, Lu Yi, who had not fled but rather remained in place, began to experience a shift in her mindset. Having been profoundly affected by the earlier events involving Chao Jian, she acutely sensed that the world had irrevocably changed. Perhaps it was time to align herself with these individuals. At that moment, as the four goo worms continued their relentless consumption, Shi Qin could distinctly feel the immense essence of the goo worms flooding into his two energy seas. This palpable enhancement of power brought a joyous smile to Shi Qin's face. After the four goo worms had finished feasting on all the corpses, they commenced a new round of evolution. All four worms ascended to level 3, particularly the beastly cat, which had independently devoured half of the survivors. Now on the brink of evolving into a level 4 goo worm. Following their upgrade, Shi Qin withdrew them back into his energy sea and returned to the room where Zhang Long and Chen Shangnan were. Upon seeing Shi Qin, Lu Yi immediately adopted a feeble demeanor and addressed him. "Big brother, you are truly remarkable, commanding such monsters. I admire you immensely." At that moment, Chen Shangnan was infuriated by Lu Yi's presence. "What are you still doing here? Get lost?" Chen Shangnan yelled at Lu Yi with irritation. Noticing that Shi Qin did not come to Chen Shangnan's defense, Lu Yi felt emboldened and provocatively puffed out her chest, retorting, "Oh, what a rude child you are. Big brother hasn't spoken yet you dare to chase me away. What, do you think you call the shots here?" Chen Shangnan's face flushed with anger at Lu Yi's insolence. But with Shi Qin remaining silent, she dared not lay a hand on Lu Yi. Just as Lu Yi was about to turn back and say something to Shi Qin, he released the beastly cat once more. The moment Lu Yi laid eyes on the creature, terror seized her, and she instinctively began to retreat. Shi Qin, however, had no desire to engage in further dialogue with Lu Yi. Such a woman was a nuisance, and Shi Qin despised nuisances above all else. As the beastly cat lunged at Lu Yi's neck with its claws, she clutched her neck, now splattered with blood, and fell to the ground in disbelief. She could not fathom why Shi Qin had chosen to kill her without uttering a single word. Witnessing Shi Qin's decisive action, Chen Shangnan's gaze began to soften towards him. She couldn't help but admire Shi Qin's composed demeanor. Finding it incredibly attractive, "We should leave soon. After I take care of what needs to be done, we can return for the remaining supplies," Shi Qin stated, interrupting Chen Shangnan's reverie. Both nodded in agreement and followed Shi Qin out of the room. The three of them, each carrying a backpack, made their way toward the hotel exit. By now, it was 4 in the afternoon. The zombies in the hotel restaurant had fallen silent due to the lack of commotion. The throngs of zombies that had once gathered at the lobby entrance had dwindled to just a few lingering by the door. After observing the situation, Shi Qin released the beastly cat, which swiftly dispatched the remaining zombies. The creature, having consumed these few zombies, officially ascended to level 4. With the upgrade of the beastly cat, the essence of the goo worms surged anew within Shi Qin's energy sea. He stifled the sensation of swelling within his energy sea, ensuring the external environment was secure before leading Zhang Long and Chen Shangnan out of the hotel. Once on the street, Shi Qin quickly located a relatively undamaged tank 300 off-road vehicle with a single swing of an axe. He dispatched the unfortunate soul who had turned into a zombie in the driver's seat. Shi Qin instructed Zhang Long to drive while he and Chen Shangnan occupied the back seat. The beastly cat, instead of being returned to the energy sea, leaped onto the roof, its sharp claws gripping tightly. The nearby wandering zombies began to pursue the vehicle upon hearing its engine roar. Zhang Long remained calm, expertly maneuvering the car along the safest route while plowing through the zombies that crossed their path. The high chassis of the Tank 300 provided stability as it rolled over the undead. Although Qin Shangnan felt fear, she remained as quiet as possible, refraining from making any noise in the vehicle. Once Shurchen confirmed the vehicle's safety, he began to fervently cultivate the Gu Dao Ju to convert the essence of the Gu worms. As the technique refined the essence, Shurchen's second energy expanded rapidly. It was not until all the essence had been transformed into his own Gu source that Shurchen finally opened his eyes with satisfaction. He turned to Zhenglong, who was still driving, and said, "First, we should head to the nearby police station to acquire some equipment before proceeding to the school." Upon hearing Shurchen's words, Zhenglong nodded and adjusted the steering wheel towards the police station. At that moment, Chen Shengnan, relieved to see Shurchen's eyes open, turned to him and asked, "Brother Chen, what should we do in the future?" Recognizing the underlying concern in her question, Shurchen, aware it was a pivotal moment, asked earnestly, "What are your thoughts on the matter?" Chapter 21. Target Police Station. After Shurchen's inquiry, both Chen Shengnan and Zhenglong fell into silence. In a world now teeming with monsters, what direction should they take? After pondering for a while, Chen Shengnan was the first to break the silence. "I've made up my mind. I will follow you. You saved my life, and I trust you." Meanwhile, after much hesitation, Zhenglong, still driving, spoke up, "Brother Chen, I may not know what lies ahead, but I have one request." Shurchen, feeling a bit awkward at being addressed as brother, maintained a serious demeanor and replied, "Speak." Zhenglong, clenching his teeth, expressed, "I wish for you to save my wife and daughter. Though you have saved my life, I know I shouldn't be selfish, but I am deeply worried for them." Hearing Zhenglong's plea, Shurchen smiled. Zhenglong, startled by Shurchen's laughter, began to feel a whirlwind of emotions. But what followed nearly brought him to tears. "Of course, I will help you save your family. For both you and Qin Shengnan, since you choose to follow me, I will not abandon your loved ones." Shurchen's words were undoubtedly aimed at winning their loyalty, yet both Zhenglong and Chen Shengnan were moved to tears. "Brother Qin, you? Enough. How old are you to still call me brother?" Shurchen interrupted Zhenglong, his words snapping both Zhenglong and Chen Shengnan back from their emotional state. Zhenglong, feeling a bit awkward, asked, "Then how should I address you from now on?" Shurchen pondered briefly. Since they were about to form a group, he realized he needed a more fitting title. After some thought, he replied, "For now, you may call me Captain. We can decide on a proper title once our team has grown." With that, both Zhenglong and Qin Shengnan nodded in agreement. The vehicle soon arrived near the police station. As their off-road vehicle approached, two figures in the police station's guard booth noticed them. 1. A rather unsavory-looking fat man called out to a leaner companion, "Monkey, hurry inside and inform Boss Tang that a vehicle is coming. Damn, why is it always me running errands?" The one called Monkey grumbled as he reluctantly retreated into the police station. Inside the lobby of the police station, what was once a marble counter for duty had become a tool for crime. 3 Men were engaged in unspeakable acts with a woman, occasionally sharing lewd laughter. Seated behind the counter was a man with a menacing scar across his face. Clad in a prison uniform, they were members of a notorious crime syndicate from Gaoshan City, originally set to be transferred to prison yesterday when the apocalypse abruptly descended, throwing the entire precinct into chaos. Tang Xingzhong seized the opportunity, snatching a police officer's firearm and taking control of the station. "Boss, a vehicle has arrived outside, and it seems to be headed our way," Monkey announced as he dashed in. Upon hearing this, Tang Xingzhong rose, drew his handgun and bellowed, "Enough! We can continue this later. Grab your weapons and come with me to check it out." At Tang Xingzhong's command, the 3 men reluctantly released the tormented female officer. "Boss, no need to be so tense. We have guns now. Whoever it is won't stand a chance against us," one of them replied. Tang Xingzhong, upon hearing his words, turned around and fixed a fierce glare upon him, his menacing gaze silencing the speaker instantly. They should not let their guard down. There are many formidable individuals in this world, and one must be cautious to avoid capsizing in a shallow ditch. As soon as Tang Xingzhong finished speaking, the other two immediately chuckled and attempted to diffuse the tension. Yes, the boss is right. Let us go out and take a look now." At that moment, the vehicle carrying Shurchen arrived at the entrance of the police station, while the stout man from earlier had already dashed inside. Zhenglong, staring at the tightly shut door, turned to Shurchen and inquired, "What do you suggest, Captain?" Shurchen surveyed the securely locked door and then glanced at the horde of zombies gradually converging towards them. Without hesitation, Shurchen declared, "Get out and scale the wall to enter." Upon hearing his command, both Zhang Long and Qian Shangnan acted without hesitation, rushing towards the door. The instant it swung open, a nearby zombie lunged at them. Shurchen swiftly exited the vehicle, ordering the beastly cat on the roof to cover their retreat. While he dashed towards the wall of the police station, his speed surpassed that of Qian Shangnan and Zhang Long, who had exited earlier. As he neared the wall, Shurchen gathered his strength and kicked off, effortlessly propelling himself to the top. He then extended a hand to Qian Shangnan, pulling her up in one motion. Zhang Long, showcasing his agility, easily vaulted over the wall himself. The zombies trailing behind were kept at bay by the beastly cat below. Just as the trio landed, a shadow accompanied by a gust of wind swung a baton towards Zhang Long's head. At that moment, Shurchen grasped the shadow. Indeed, it was the baton wielded by one of Tang Xingzhong's subordinates. Just as Shurchen was about to retaliate, a voice rang out, "Don't move!" Accompanied by Tang Xingzhong's voice, Shurchen and the others beheld him brandishing a handgun, the dark muzzle aimed directly at them. At this juncture, Shurchen had no choice but to release the baton he had seized. "Humph! This brat has some strength," Lin Chen remarked as he swung the baton towards Shurchen's back. With a resounding bang, the baton struck, causing Shurchen to emit a muffled groan as he leaned against the wall. Faced with the threat of the handgun, Shurchen could not afford to confront it directly. Thus, as the baton made contact, he discreetly released all the venomous insects from his qi. Noticing that Tang Xingzhong and his men were oblivious, Shurchen immediately commanded the beastly cat outside the wall to leap over and divert their attention. Seizing the moment when they were startled by the creature, Shurchen directed the centipede and wasp insects to swiftly strike at Tang Xingzhong and his companions. "What the hell is this, boss?" Before they could finish their exclamations, the potent venom of the two insects incapacitated Tang Xingzhong and his crew, causing them to collapse to the ground. Observing this, Zhang Long hurriedly rushed forward to support Shurchen, asking, "Are you all right?" Hearing Zhang Long's concern, Shurchen smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine. Don't worry with that." He drew his hand axe and approached the incapacitated individuals. At that moment, Tang Xingzhong, barely able to move, struggled to lift his head and weakly questioned, "Who on earth are you? What was that just now?" Listening to his inquiries, Shurchen squatted down, picked up the handgun that had fallen from Tang Xingzhong's grasp and sneered, "You might as well take those questions to Yama." With that, Shurchen swung his hand axe, ending Tang Xingzhong's life. After personally eliminating them, Shurchen gazed at the handgun in his hand, revealing an expression of exhilaration. After all, no man can resist the allure of firearms. Chapter 22. Farewell to the police flower Jiang Muyao. After savoring the handgun, Shurchen, accompanied by Zhang Long and Qian Shengnan, opened the main entrance on the first floor. As they stepped inside, a pungent, acrid odor assaulted their senses, prompting Qian Shengnan to instinctively cover her nose. Upon entering the hall, the sight that met their eyes caused all three to furrow their brows simultaneously. In the center of the hall, the tormented female officer lay utterly incapacitated. After their arrival, she remained motionless, not even lifting her eyelids. Qian Shangnan rushed over and draped her coat over the officer's body. Zhang Long quickly averted his gaze, unwilling to look upon her. Only Shurchen ignored the scene entirely. After carefully assessing the environment, he strode further inside. Meanwhile, in a solitary cell on the third floor of the police station, "Sister Jiang, did you hear any vehicles downstairs just now?" 4 police officers, 2 men and 2 women, were crammed into the small cell. Had Shurchen been present, he would have recognized them as the same individuals he encountered at the factory that day. Jiang Muyao, responding to Su Ning's question, gently shook her head and replied, "I can't hear clearly." "But it's likely." Su Ning's expression brightened instantly. "Doesn't that mean someone has arrived? Could they possibly rescue us?" Before Jiang Muyao could respond, Zhang Ji, the officer who had previously allowed Shurchen to leave, interjected, "Humph, don't get your hopes up. Even if someone comes, they won't stand a chance against Tang Xingzhong and his crew. Don't forget, they are armed." Zhang Ji continued, "I advise you to keep quiet. If Tang Xingzhong and his men discover us, we will all be in deep trouble." His words reminded Su Ning of the earlier chaos. Tang Xingzhong's group had seized the opportunity during the zombie outbreak to commandeer firearms and take control of the entire police station. Fortunately, Jiang Muyao had reacted swiftly, leading them to the third floor and securing the steel door at the staircase. Every door in the police station required a code to open, which was why they had evaded the clutches of Tang Xingzhong's men. Unfortunately, the third floor still harbored zombies, and in their panic, they had exhausted all their bullets, barely managing to eliminate the zombies there. To prevent Tang Xingzhong from firing at them from outside, the four had to take refuge in this single cell with an iron door. Meanwhile, Shurchen had done his utmost to comfort the female officer, but she appeared oblivious, unresponsive to any of Qin Shingnan's words. Resigned, Qin Shingnan approached Shurchen. "Brother Qin, oh no, Captain, what about her?" Shurchen did not immediately answer Qin Shingnan's question but instead turned and handed the handgun to Zhang Long. "My aim is poor, keep it for now. Take Qin Shangnan downstairs while I go upstairs to locate the equipment room in this police station." Zhang Long accepted the handgun, expertly checking the magazine to confirm it still contained 3 bullets. After ensuring the ammunition was adequate, he loaded the magazine, disengaged the safety, and chambered around in a fluid motion. Once Zhang Long was prepared, Shurchen addressed Qin Shingnan. "As I previously mentioned, the only one who can save her is herself. You need not interfere." Upon hearing Shurchen's words, Qin Shangnan looked up at Zhang Long, who shrugged in helplessness. With no further comments, Qin Shangnan followed Zhang Long towards the staircase leading to the basement. As Shurchen ascended the stairs, he passed by the weeping female officer and remarked, "If you wish to die, you can simply take your own life. But if you still possess the will to live, then do not lie here like a dead dog." After saying this, Shurchen continued upstairs without a backward glance. At that moment, the female officer made a move. The second floor was strewn with corpses, both zombies and humans alike. Shurchen wasted no time. He released his venomous insects and activated his heightened senses, initiating a thorough search. Wherever the 4 insects traversed, no trace of zombies or humans remained. The wasp and spider insects swiftly devoured flesh, while the centipede, the unfortunate one, collected the bones they left behind, their coordination remarkably seamless. As for the beastly cat, it could only obediently follow Shurchen, tasked with ensuring his safety at all times. Just moments ago, Shurchen had felt the sting of his own carelessness when confronted by Tang Xingzhong's firearm. He had not anticipated that someone would be waiting for him the moment he scaled the wall. Had Tang Xingzhong's group not been so arrogant as to delay their attack, Shurchen would have likely sustained serious injuries. To prevent a recurrence of such a situation, Shurchen not only instructed the beastly cat to safeguard him, but also aimed to conclude matters swiftly and make the cat his second fated insect. With the reflexes and speed of a feline, his chances of survival would significantly increase. The second floor was soon searched. Aside from a few firearms that had been expended, Shurchen found nothing of use. Resigned, he ascended once more, heading towards the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor, he was halted by a locked iron gate. Shurchen heightened his vigilance. The locked door, along with the bodies riddled with bullet holes, indicated that there were indeed individuals inside. He promptly recalled his fated spider insect, aware that if it were to perish, his Qi would be compromised, and thus it could only be unleashed in absolute safety. In its place, the centipede, the unfortunate one, took the lead. The wasp insect first flew inside to provide Shurchen with visibility, confirming that there were no living beings in the corridor, after which the centipede used its indomitable mandibles to dismantle the lock from within. Once the iron gate swung open, the beastly cat dashed inside without hesitation, commencing a relentless sweep of each room. It was only when the creature reached the final room, its iron door firmly shut, that Zhang Muyao, inside, drew her pistol and aimed it at the entrance. The moment the beastly cat opened the door, Zhang Muyao swiftly emptied her magazine. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 resounding gunshots echoed down the corridor. Yet, the bullets merely grazed the centipede goo and the beastly cat, leaving only superficial wounds. What on earth is this monster? The 4 individuals hiding in the cell screamed in terror at the sight of the centipede goo and the beastly cat. Silence. Under the watchful gaze of the wasp goo, Shurchen approached. Zhang Muyao and her companions instantly recognized him. After all, his outdoor attire and strikingly handsome face were remarkably distinctive. "It's you. What are you doing here?" "Run!" Zhang Muyao immediately identified Shurchen and urged him to flee. However, instead of running, Shurchen approached them with a smile. Just when the 4 inside believed Shurchen was doomed, both the centipede goo and the beastly cat obediently lay at his feet, as if they were loyal pets. This scene, incomprehensible to ordinary minds, left the four in stunned silence, their mouths agape. It was Jiang Muyao, who first regained her composure, exclaiming in astonishment, "You can control these monsters?" Chapter 23. Discovering the armory. Shurchen merely smiled, offering no response to Jiang Muyao's inquiry. After all, he had no intention of providing explanations, nor did he care about others' perceptions of him. "I ask. You answer," he stated, stroking the beastly cat's head while addressing the four. Yet, Shurchen's demeanor irked Zhang Ji, who had previously experienced Shurchen's utmost respect. "What do you mean? Get out of the way and let us leave." Upon hearing Zhang Ji's arrogant tone, Shurchen raised a finger. Instantly, the wasp goo, which had been hovering in the corridor, surged into the room, its sharp stinger piercing Zhang Ji's skull. The immense force drove the stinger through his cranium, pinning him firmly against the wall behind. The sight caused Su Ning to scream in terror once more, retreating into Jiang Muyao's embrace. Shurchen continued to survey the three, coolly stating, "I ask, you answer. Do you understand?" Before Jiang Muyao and Su Ning could respond, Chang Su quickly interjected, "Yes, big brother. What do you wish to ask?" "We will certainly answer without reservation," faced with Shurchen, who could control monsters and kill without a flicker of an eye. Chang Su was so frightened that he nearly lost control. "All right, then tell me, why were you hiding here?" Shurchen inquired, curious as to why the earlier group in prison attire had not come to confront them on the third floor. Chang Su promptly explained the situation in a few brief sentences. After listening, Shurchen roughly grasped the circumstances surrounding the police station. My second question. "Where is your armory?" As soon as Shurchen's question fell, Jiang Muyao interjected, "Was the factory disappearance case you're doing?" Her words caused Su Ning and Chang Su to tense up immediately. After all, with Zhang Ji as a cautionary tale, they had not expected Jiang Muyao to dare challenge Shurchen. Shurchen, meanwhile, wore an intrigued expression as he regarded the stunning police officer before him. "It was indeed my doing, though it was not a disappearance but rather a murder case. What do you intend to do about it?" Hearing Shurchen's response, Jiang Muyao chuckled. "Indeed, my suspicions were correct. I just didn't anticipate that you could control such monsters. Otherwise, I would have apprehended you at first sight." Her statement elicited hearty laughter from Shurchen. However, his mirth terrified Chang Su, who hastily explained, "Big brother, please don't be angry. I answered as you instructed. If you wish to kill her, that has nothing to do with me. I can take you to the armory right now." Chang Su's words left Su Ning incredulously staring at him. "Chang Su, how could you say that? Sister Yao saved us, and now you dare to bite back at her." Hearing Su Ning's words, Chang Su pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Muyao. Cursing, "This woman is utterly insane. Relying on her father's power, she acts all high and mighty. What kind of situation are we in now? If you all want to die, don't drag me down with you." Chang Su's frenzied expression only made Su Ning inch closer to Jiang Muyao. At this moment, Jiang Muyao spoke, but not to Chang Su. Rather, she addressed Shurchen. I now know the question I've been most curious about. You may act, but I hope you will spare her life." Jiang Muyao pointed to Su Ning and continued, "She can guide you to the armory to retrieve weapons." Shurchen regarded Jiang Muyao, who appeared relieved, growing increasingly curious about what this woman was truly thinking. "Is it worth sacrificing your life just to uncover the truth behind a disappearance case that has nothing to do with you?" After posing the question, Shurchen listened as Jiang Muyao responded with a smile. "Indeed, I have been fascinated by mysterious cases since childhood, which is why I chose to become a police officer. Ever since I received your case, I have been constantly curious about how you accomplished it. Since we are surely doomed today, I wish to satisfy my curiosity before we meet our end." As soon as Jiang Muyao finished speaking, Chang Su seized the opportunity while Shurchen was distracted by her words to make a hasty escape. However, the moment he moved, Shurchen caught on instantly. Drawing his hand axe, Shurchen swiftly severed Chang Su's neck. Chang Su clutched his throat, his face contorted with resentment and confusion as he stared at Shurchen. He wished to question why, but at that moment, he could utter not a single word. Scarlet blood gushed forth from Chang Su's severed artery. Before the blood could splatter onto him, Shurchen hurled the lifeless body aside. The airborne corpse was caught by the beastly cat, which leapt up eagerly and began devouring it. This gruesome spectacle prompted Su Ning to vomit. Throughout it all, Shurchen remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on Jiang Muyao's eyes. He sought to discern whether she was lying. Unfortunately, After scrutinizing her for some time, he found no signs of deceit. Rest assured, as long as you obediently lead me to the armory without any tricks, I may consider letting you go. Upon hearing Shurchin's words, Zhang Muyao wore a puzzled expression. Shurchin observed her intently and continued. What? Do you not believe me? After Shurchin's remark, Zhang Muyao stood tall. Heh, if you possess such power, you could kill us at any moment. Why should I not trust you? While speaking, Zhang Muyao helped Su Ning, who had been bent over and retching on the ground, to her feet. Shurchin smiled amiably, stepping aside to clear the way to the door, and said, Then I would appreciate it if you could lead the way. Unfazed, Zhang Muyao confidently took the lead, guiding Su Ning ahead. Shurchin followed closely behind. Accompanied by his goo insects, they made their way to the iron door on the 5th floor. Here it is, the armory, Zhang Muyao announced, pointing at the iron door. Without further ado, Shurchin pulled out his phone and called Zheng Long and Chun Xingnan to notify them to come up. Although various flashy apps on the phone had ceased to function in the wake of the apocalypse, the calling feature remained operational. Only when the power eventually went out in a few days would the phone become utterly useless. Upon receiving Shurchin's call, Zheng Long and Chen Shangnan quickly ascended from the basement. When Chen Shangnan arrived, she was taken aback to see 2 beautiful police officers accompanying Shurchin, especially Zhang Muyao, whose beauty was simply breathtaking, rendering even another woman like her slightly flushed. Zheng Long, however, paid no mind to such matters. After addressing Shurchin as captain, he naturally stepped aside. Meanwhile, Chen Shangnan muttered under her breath about the flirtatious big carrot following suit. Seeing the two's arrival, Shurchin ceased his delay and swung his hand axe at the lock on the iron door. Zzza sound that sent shivers down the spine echoed as the axe and lock were simultaneously rendered useless. At that moment, the iron door to the armory swung wide open. Chapter 24. A bounty of equipment. As the armory opened, the sight of an array of police equipment nearly made Shurchin drool. The warehouse spanned roughly 100 square meters, with neatly categorized shelves lined with various gear. The first 2 rows of shelves upon entry displayed an assortment of tactical police uniforms, boots, masks, knee and elbow pads, tactical belts, and bulletproof vests. Further inside, there were riot shields, helmets, powerful flashlights, expandable batons, pepper spray, handcuffs, and standard first aid kits prominently displayed. What thrilled Shurchin the most were the rear shelves, which boasted rows of police-issued 92 pistols, 95 police rifles, and the 2 precision sniper rifles, the 88 model, secured in their cases. The 2 boxes at the bottom were labeled police smoke grenades and police flashbangs. The only drawback, in Shurchin's view, was the absence of grenades, those formidable weapons. Upon entering the armory, Zheng Long gazed at the equipment as if he were beholding a stunning beauty. Having been discharged from the military for years, he had not touched a firearm in ages. These intricate pieces of steel were irresistible to any man. As Zhang Muyao and Su Ning were about to enter the armory, the monstrous cat emitted a low growl of warning towards them. Shurchin, without glancing back, addressed the 2. I'm afraid you cannot enter just yet. Once we are armed and depart, the remaining items will be entirely yours. While selecting a tactical uniform in his size, Shurchin continued, If you cooperate, we shall have no issues. However, should you attempt any mischief, I will have to apologize in advance. Shurchin's words instilled fear in Su Ning, causing her to retreat behind Zhang Muyao. The intimidation exuded by this young man, whom she had just met, was overwhelming. Having been a police officer for quite some time, she had encountered numerous ruthless criminals, yet none could compare to the presence of Shurchin. His gaze seemed to emanate an ethereal sense of lethal intent. Zhang Muyao, while shielding the trembling Su Ning, pointed at the monstrous cat blocking the entrance and said, Rest assured, with it here, we have no intention of causing trouble, as we do not wish to meet our demise. Shurchin chose not to respond further. Instead, he grabbed a combat mask from the rack and handed it to Chen Shangnan, who was busily looking around. Quickly change into this and put it on. Upon hearing Shurchin's command, Chen Shangnan instinctively looked down at her attire. An LA business outfit complemented by alluring black stockings, clearly unsuitable for the post-apocalyptic environment. Yet, gazing at the full-face mask handed to her, she voiced her dissatisfaction. Captain, I can change my clothes, but must I wear this mask? It's simply too ugly, Shurchin responded with a cheerful demeanor. What do you think? Upon witnessing the eerie smile on Shurchin's face, Chen Shangnan promptly donned the mask. I was wrong. I'll change right away. Afterward, she hurriedly grabbed a smaller tactical uniform and dashed to the changing area. Shurchen shook his head at Qin Shingnan's retreating figure. He insisted on her wearing the mask primarily to avoid complications in this harsh world. Aside from survival supplies, beautiful women were often the source of trouble. Although Shurchen was not afraid of such encounters, he wished to conserve his time and energy for more pressing matters. Once Shurchen, Zhang Long, and Chen Shengnan were all suited up in their uniforms and combat boots, they began selecting their gear. Despite Shurchen's poor marksmanship, he could not resist the innate passion for firearms that lay within him. He strapped two 92 pistols to his waist and replaced the compartments on his tactical belt meant for handcuffs, tear gas, and flashlights with magazine holders instead. Naturally, he would not neglect to carry a quality tactical flashlight, as it far surpassed any civilian-grade flashlight. He stowed the flashlight and batteries into his backpack and, to make room for these supplies and ammunition, he instructed Chen Shengnan to empty her own pack. To avoid wasting food, the trio opted to eat while frantically stuffing bullets and equipment into their bags. This scene caused Jiang Miao and Su Ning, who had not had a drop to drink for almost 2 days, to swallow hard in anticipation. Soon, Shurchen and his companions were fully sated and equipped. They now resembled an authentic tactical police unit, and even Jiang Miao and Su Ning, had they not been informed beforehand, would have believed they were genuine officers on the street. Just as Shurchen was about to leave, Jiang Miao, who had been quietly waiting at the entrance, spoke up. "May we join you?" Her words took Su Ning by surprise. The individual before them, capable of cold-blooded killing and commanding monsters, was clearly no saint. Su Ning struggled to comprehend how Jiang Miao could entertain such an idea. Meanwhile, Qin Shengnan, standing behind Shurchen, was not in favor of this decision either. Before meeting Jiang Miao, she had felt confident in her appearance. But after seeing her, it was evident that there were always those more exceptional. However, Chen Xingnan's expression remained hidden beneath her full-face tactical mask, leaving no one the wiser. Shurchen paused at Jiang Miao's proposition, intrigued, and asked, "Oh, why should I take you along? What benefits do you bring beyond adding 2 more mouths to feed?" In response, Jiang Miao confidently stated, "Su Ning here is one of the top sharpshooters in Gaoshan City, ranking among the best in the province." After pointing to Su Ning, she continued, "As for me, I am the champion of our police team's combat division, and my father is the operations chief of the 5th War Zone. I know the way to the 5th War Zone, where the weaponry and equipment far surpass what a mere local police station can offer." At this revelation, Shurchen's interest was piqued. The identity of Jiang Miao was far more significant to him than their skills. The 5th War Zone. It was on his list of targets for revenge, as his betrayal by Chun Rang was significantly influenced by that very division. Contemplating this, Shurchen addressed Jiang Miao and Su Ning. "I can reluctantly accept your terms, but I fear you may not agree with my rules." Immediately, Jiang Miao replied, "How would you know we wouldn't agree if you don't speak? Besides, given the current situation, do we have any other options?" Chapter 25. Adding 2 new members. Jiang Miao had always been a woman of keen intellect, one who knew what she desired from a young age. Her choice to align with Shurchen stemmed not only from her long-standing fascination with mysterious events, but also from the undeniable prowess he displayed. A decisive individual like Shurchen was bound to make a mark in this apocalyptic world, which was precisely why Jiang Miao was resolute in joining him. After hearing Jiang Miao's words, Shurchen turned to the hesitant Su Ning, asking, "Have you considered her opinion on joining us? Forcing someone unwilling into our ranks is akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. And I will not permit such instability within my team." Shurchen's words reflected his awareness of Su Ning's uncertainty. Hearing this, Jiang Miao also turned to Su Ning, who glanced between the trio and the protective Jiang Miao. After a moment's hesitation, as if steeling herself, she declared, "I am willing to join. My life was saved by Sister Yao, and wherever she goes, I shall follow." Upon hearing her declaration, Shurchen's mind swiftly constructed scenarios for their future collaboration and then turned to Chen Shengnan. "Since they wish to join us, you will be responsible for imparting my rules to them, and they will teach you how to wield weapons and engage in combat." Despite her reluctance, Chen Shengnan could only nod in agreement, as the 2 newcomers had already become part of the team, and they were undeniably stronger than her. Determined not to be outdone, she resolved to learn from them to better assist Shurchen in the future. With her mindset adjusted, Chen Shengnan approached Jiang Miao and Su Ning, outlining all of Shurchen's rules. Meanwhile, Shurchen left behind the remaining food and water from their earlier meal for Jiang Miao and Su Ning. Having gone nearly a day without sustenance, Even the most ordinary snacks and bottled water felt like a feast to them. They paid little mind to appearances as they listened intently to Chen Shengnan while ravenously consuming the provisions. Once they were satiated, Jiang Miao and Su Ning agreed to the 3 rules laid out by Chen Shengnan. With Shichen's consent, they proceeded to the armory to select their gear. Thus, Shichen's team expanded by 2 members, and all 5 donned full sets of police equipment, resembling a tactical unit as they ventured forth. Upon reaching the lobby on the 1st floor, they discovered that the female officer who had been there earlier had taken her own life at the entrance. Zhang Long sighed deeply, acknowledging the harsh reality that not everyone would be fortunate enough to survive in this sudden apocalypse. Jiang Miao and Su Ning recognized the deceased officer as well. She was a record-keeping officer from the 1st floor. After inquiring with Chen Shengnan about the details of the situation, both women were engulfed in sorrow, realizing that she had not perished at the hands of the mutated zombies, but rather at the hands of Tang Xingzhong and his scoundrels. Shichen, however, paid no heed to the foremourning over the lifeless body. His primary concern was how to safely escape the premises. The commotion from the earlier scuffle, coupled with the bloodshed left by Tang Xingzhong and his cohorts, had attracted the nearby zombies. Night had fully descended, and the darkness provided cover for the hordes of zombies, which began to congregate at the entrance. The off-road vehicle that Shichen and his companions had arrived in was now completely surrounded. Zombies were relentless and tireless. Whether day or night, they would attack wherever they sensed or heard the presence of the living. This peculiar condition rendered them even more dangerous under the veil of night. Just as Shichen was grappling with the situation, Jiang Miao's voice reached him from behind. "Captain, we have an armored police vehicle in our garage." At the mention of this, Shichen's eyes lit up with newfound hope. "However, I cannot drive." "Can you?" Upon hearing Jiang Miao's but, Shichen's expression darkened considerably. While he could barely manage to drive an ordinary car, thanks to his previous life experience. Despite never having obtained a driver's license, he had never even laid eyes on an armored vehicle. Just as Shichen felt resigned to abandon the armored car and seek alternative solutions, Zhang Long spoke up. "Captain? Don't worry, I should be able to drive. The police armored vehicles are likely not much different from the military ones." Zhang Long's words filled Shichen with joy, and he couldn't help but think that his luck had changed for the better on this second chance at life. He had inadvertently rescued a versatile talent from the hotel. "Great. Zhang Long, you drive, and Jiang Miao, lead the way. Let us set off immediately." Shichen was determined not to delay any longer. Every moment wasted could lead to unforeseen dangers. If Chen Rang, that bastard, were to fall victim to zombies, he would miss the opportunity for revenge. The obsession for vengeance had etched itself into Shichen's very bones, and he had yet to bind his second life-bound goo, solely to seize every moment to find Chen Rang at the school. Although Zhang Long and the others did not understand Shichen's urgency to depart at night, no one dared to question him, especially the newly joined Jiang Miao. Soon, a sleek black police armored vehicle emerged from the garage, noteworthy not just for its full tank of fuel, but also because Zhang Long had loaded several barrels of gasoline from the garage onto the vehicle. Thus, the 5 of them boarded the sturdy armored car, crashing through the gates as they headed towards the university town. Along the way, any zombies that obstructed their path were mercilessly crushed into a pulp by the imposing vehicle. Once they confirmed their safety, the 3 women in the back seat, Chen Shengnan and her companions, gradually slipped into slumber, having endured an entire day of heightened tension. Observing this, Shichen turned to Zhang Long and inquired, "How are you holding up, Long Ge?" Upon hearing Shichen's concern, Zhang Long promptly replied, "Rest assured, during military drills, going 3 days and nights without sleep was quite common." Satisfied with Zhang Long's reassurance, Shichen continued, "Thank you for your hard work. Once we finish our business tomorrow, we will go to your home to rescue your wife and child, and then I will find a suitable place to establish our power so that your family can find safety in this apocalyptic world." At the mention of his wife and child, a complex expression crossed Zhang Long's resolute face. "Captain, do you think they will?" Before Zhang Long could finish, Shichen interrupted, "Have faith, they will be all right." After Shichen spoke, Zhang Long nodded earnestly, "Yes, you are right. They will be safe." With that, Zhang Long turned back to focus on driving, carefully navigating around the vehicles blocking the road while steadily heading towards their destination. Chapter 26. Survivors in the library. At this moment, Shichen closed his eyes, not to sleep, for his physical condition, enhanced by the Gu Dao Ju, far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Even after days without rest, He would feel no fatigue. He closed his eyes to concentrate, aiming to refine the beastly cat into his second life-bound goo before reaching the school. The beastly cat had already been stored in his second qi. As the goo dao juice swiftly circulated, the beastly cat was successfully refined into Shurchin's second life-bound goo. With this successful refinement, Shurchin gained the ability of his second life-bound goo, agility enhancement. Combined with the heightened senses from his first life-bound goo, the spider goo, Shurchin's combat prowess surged significantly. Suddenly, Shurchin opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. At this moment, he activated the ability of his second life-bound goo, and the rapidly passing scenery before him seemed to slow down, as if he had entered a slow-motion state. Shurchin realized this was a manifestation of his enhanced reaction speed and felt grateful that his second life-bound goo had not disappointed him. Chunrang, this time, I will treat you well. Inside the library of the Normal University, the two-story structure had divided the surviving students into two distinct factions. On the second floor, a group led by the university's sports team consisted of robust male students who quickly adapted to the apocalyptic environment and overtook the library. Meanwhile, the first floor was primarily occupied by females and frail males led by two teachers. The individuals on the first floor owed their survival to the protection of the sports team on the second floor. And initially, they were grateful for their assistance. Thus, when the first floor's occupants expressed no objections to the second floor's dominance, the atmosphere remained relatively peaceful. However, this tranquility was shattered by an incident that occurred that afternoon. Just a few hours prior, during a discussion about the apocalypse, someone mentioned feeling hungry. A suggestion was made to venture to the cafeteria next door in search of food. This proposal completely transformed the previously harmonious atmosphere. Some girls on the first floor believed that the boys on the second floor should be responsible for fetching food for them. However, the leader of the second floor was none other than Li Chengdong, notorious for his delinquency at the Normal University. Had it not been for his athletic prowess, he would have been expelled long ago. In the chaotic environment of the apocalypse, he had completely let go of his inhibitions. Li Chengdong proposed that anyone wanting food must offer themselves to him as a woman, thereby justifying his venture for food in light of his girlfriend. Unfortunately, despite his tall stature, he was exceedingly unattractive. And even the chubby girls sharing a dorm with Shi Yunfei turned up their noses at him. Seeing no one willing to comply, Li Chengdong declared that those who were hungry should fend for themselves. As he was not starving, ultimately, it was only after the beautiful teacher by Luobing intervened to mediate that Li Chengdong reluctantly agreed to take a few boys from the second floor to the cafeteria. However, how could zombies resist such a tempting offer of food? The boys from the sports team faced near annihilation, with nearly half of them perishing in their attempt to bring back supplies from the cafeteria. By the time they returned, only Li Chengdong, Lin Yang, Chen Rang, and Hua Jun managed to survive, battered and carrying a meager supply of food. As soon as they returned, a male teacher on the first floor named Gu Yuanxiao wasted no time and immediately began to devour the food that Li Chengdong and the others had risked their lives to procure. Gu Yuanxiao, already portly, displayed a blatant disregard for the students, relishing the food as if it belonged to him. Just as the occupants of the first floor began to encroach upon him, Li Chengdong drew a bloody cleaver from his supplies and swung it at Gu Yuanxiao, who was blissfully unaware of the impending attack. The sudden strike cleaved Gu Yuanxiao's torso, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. His beer belly appeared as if it were deflating rapidly. Crimson blood gushed forth from Gu Yuanxiao's wound as if it were a fountain, showering everyone present in a horrific spectacle that left them paralyzed with fear. Several timid girls even succumbed to their terror. Li Chengdong, now resembling a madman, brandished the dripping cleaver and bellowed, "These supplies were earned with my life. Who gets to eat is for me to decide." After his declaration, he turned to the three companions behind him and commanded, "Take all the food to the second floor. Anyone who dares to go up will be killed." Chen Rang, Lin Yang, and Hua Jun were equally taken aback by Li Chengdong's ferocity, and without hesitation, they complied with his orders. Once they had removed all the food, Li Chengdong addressed the remaining occupants of the first floor. "What I said still stands. Anyone who wants food must join us. I only want women and those brave enough to fight monsters. The rest of you cowards, do not bother me with that." Li Chengdong retreated to the second floor, leaving a stunned group on the first floor, exchanging bewildered glances, unable to articulate a response. Their eyes collectively turned towards the only remaining teacher present, by Luobing. Just as she was about to speak, the campus bell, Zhao Linger, intervened and pulled her aside. Bai Luobing looked at Zhao Linger with confusion, unsure of her niece's intentions. Ignoring Bai Luobing's inquiry, Zhao Linger addressed the other students watching them. You shouldn't rely on teacher Bai anymore. Li Qingdong has made himself clear. If you want food, go find him yourself. After saying this, Zhao Linger dragged Bai Luobing into a corner. The students on the first floor exchanged glances, feeling lost and unsure. No one wished to be the one to confront Li Qingdong on the second floor. So they gradually dispersed, each contemplating their own survival. Bai Luobing, pulled aside by Zhao Linger, asked, Linger, why did you stop me? Without my intervention, what will become of these students? Zhao Linger rolled her eyes at her aunt and responded. Auntie, are you truly so oblivious to the situation? What is the current situation? Are you so oblivious to your own fate that you can afford to concern yourself with those imbeciles? Bai Luobing was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Linger's words. She had considered it before. She simply refused to acknowledge it. With monsters lurking everywhere, could she truly survive? Given her current state, utterly defenseless. To stave off despair, Bai Luobing forced herself to redirect her focus towards safeguarding her students. Yet, with the emergence of murderous circumstances and Zhao Linger's comments, she could no longer ignore the harsh reality. Chapter 27. The Chaotic Library. What do you propose we do now? Bai Luobing inquired of Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger, her gaze fixed intently on all the survivors in the hall, replied, We wait. For now, we must patiently bide our time for an opportunity. Li Qingdong has lost his mind and soon, his 3 lackeys will follow suit. However, they will amount to nothing significant in this sudden apocalypse. Our paramount concern is to avoid attracting the attention of those lunatics and to await a chance to escape. Otherwise, with our appearances, our fate will undoubtedly be dire. Upon hearing Zhao Linger's words, Bai Luobing gazed incredulously at the young girl she had always considered a child. Given that Zhao Linger's mother was Bai Luobing's elder sister, 12 years her senior, there was not much difference in age between Bai Luobing and Zhao Linger, who had been raised by Bai Luobing. Yet, at this moment, it felt as if she were encountering Zhao Linger for the first time. As the girl's performance in the apocalypse far surpassed her own. But what if we do not get a chance to escape? Bai Luobing asked, sounding almost childlike in her inquiry. Zhao Linger, with a resigned smile, responded, Then we will have to meet the same fate as those 2 women. She gestured toward Shi Yunfei and Chen Ting, who were stealthily making their way upstairs. Bai Luobing then noticed the movements of Shi Yunfei and her companion. Let me go, Chun Rang, Shi Yunfei called out. Her voice immediately caught the attention of 4 boys on the second floor. Upon seeing Shi Yunfei and her friend, Li Qingdong rushed towards them with a knife drawn. Chun Rang quickly followed, explaining, Dongji, this is my girlfriend and her best friend. Li Qingdong paused at Chun Rang's words. Undoubtedly, Shi Yunfei was more beautiful than Chen Ting, but given the circumstances, he could not claim Shi Yunfei for himself. After all, there were only 4 of them, and if he were to fall out with Chun Rang over a woman, it would surely lead to chaos. Even with a knife in hand, he could not contend against the entire first floor. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qingdong addressed Chen Rang, Fine. If she is your girlfriend, let her come up. Hearing this, both Chen Rang and Shi Yunfei sighed with relief. However, Li Qingdong suddenly pointed at Chun Ting beside Shi Yunfei and added, But she cannot. Before ascending, Shi Yunfei and Chen Ting had agreed that in such perilous times, maintaining innocence was irrelevant. What mattered was securing food and water. Thus, Chen Ting, adopting a coy demeanor, pleaded with Li Qingdong. Why not, Dongji? Didn't you say that if I became your girlfriend, you would feed me? Having been shunned by girls all his life due to his looks, Li Qingdong felt a shiver run through him at Chen Ting's behavior. With a somewhat lecherous tone, he asked, Are you sure you want to be my woman? Chen Ting, glancing at the food on the table behind Li Qingdong, suppressed her true thoughts and replied, Of course. Dongji, from now on, I shall be your girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Li Qingdong burst into laughter, embracing Chun Ting and leading her back to the table laden with food. Shi Yunfei and Chen Ting wasted no time, diving into the food before them. Shi Yunfei felt fortunate not to have made a poor choice. Had she come alone, Li Qingdong's eagerness would have surely led to her downfall now. Not only was she with Chen Rang, a wealthy heir, she had managed to procure food without any loss. Shi Yunfei couldn't help but admire her own cleverness. On the first floor, Bai Luobing observed the scene on the second floor with mixed emotions, surprised to see that the seemingly meek students had such a side to them. Meanwhile, Zhao Linger felt elated, calculating that with Chen Ting in the mix, Li Chengdong should remain placated for a while. This interval was crucial for her and her aunt's escape. As time passed, the other students on the first floor looked up at Shi Yunfei and Chen Ting, their envy palpable. They had gone an entire day without food or water, and hunger gnawed at them, driving them to the brink of madness. The only thing holding them back was the remnants of decency and morals from the peaceful world that had existed before the apocalypse. Yet, under the relentless assault of hunger, they resembled ticking time bombs, with no one knowing what actions they might resort to in the endpoint. 2 hours slipped by, during which Li Chengdong tormented Chen Ting behind the bookshelf on the second floor. Leaving her too exhausted to show her face, as darkness enveloped the sky, more girls began to gravitate towards Li Chengdong and his group. Not just Li Chengdong, but even Lin Yang and Hu Jun began their selection of women. Only Chun Rang maintained a faade of righteousness before Shi Yunfei, refraining from coercing girls with food as the others did. The second floor was soon filled with sounds of debauchery. Zhao Linger and Bai Luobing, meanwhile, were stealthily searching for an escape route on the first floor, but alas, the library was entirely surrounded by zombies. All the living souls in the school congregated in the library. The zombies had no reason to wander elsewhere. They roamed around the library, seeking any means of entry, be it windows or doors, banging against them incessantly. The occupants of the library had grown accustomed to the noise, transitioning from fear to a resigned acceptance that the zombies could not breach their sanctuary. Nightfall arrived swiftly, and Chun Rang and Shi Yunfei huddled in their corner, whispering to each other. Meanwhile, Li Chengdong and his companions grew weary of the few unremarkable girls they had been toying with. Their attention soon shifted towards Zhao Linger and Bai Luobing. Zhao Linger, keenly observing from her corner, was acutely aware of their intentions. Li Chengdong and his cohorts descended the stairs, bare-chested and leering. Zhao Linger alerted Bai Luobing to prepare for what was to come. Having trained in self-defense before, Zhao Linger felt confident in her ability to stall them long enough for Bai Luobing to escape. Just as Li Chengdong and his companions neared, a frail figure stepped in their path. "What do you intend to do?" Chapter 28. Arrival at the library. Li Chengdong and his companions instantly recognized the person blocking their way. They laughed derisively at the diminutive figure, with Li Chengdong mocking, "Xiao Ran, have you lost your mind from hunger? Get out of my way." As he spoke, Li Chengdong kicked Xiao Ran, sending him sprawling to the ground. Zhao Linger firmly gripped Bai Luobing, who was about to rush forward to help, reminding her to stay calm. The commotion drew the attention of everyone on the first floor. Xiao Man, the plump girl, cunningly attempted to sneak upstairs to pilfer some food. Unfortunately, she was spotted by Chun Rang and Shi Yunfei as soon as she reached the second floor. Xiao Man had hoped that her camaraderie with Shi Yunfei would allow her to slip by unnoticed. But to her surprise, Shi Yunfei was now even more ferocious than Li Chengdong. In an instant, Shi Yunfei seized the folding dagger that Chun Rang had hidden and plunged it into Xiao Man's neck. Having never wielded a knife before, Shi Yunfei inadvertently cut her own hand on the recoil. Yet, fueled by adrenaline, she felt no pain as the dagger pierced Xiao Man's throat. Her scream echoed throughout the library. "Ah, Shi Yunfei, what are you doing, you wretched girl?" Xiao Man's scream immediately caught Li Chengdong's attention. "Dongji, someone is trying to steal food," Shi Yunfei shouted down to him. Without hesitation, Li Chengdong, along with Lin Yang and Hu Jun, rushed back. For the moment, Zhao Linger and Bai Luobing had narrowly avoided disaster. As soon as Bai Luobing saw the three leave, she quickly pulled Xiao Ran, who had just been in her way. "Closer, we can't continue like this. We must escape immediately. You go gather the others." Zhao Linger instructed Xiao Ran, gesturing towards the remaining 3 boys on the first floor. This was the first time Zhao Linger, the campus belle, spoke to Xiao Ran so closely, causing him to blush furiously, stammering, "Oh, that okay. I'll go right away." Upon finishing her words, Xiao Ran dashed towards the 3 individuals indicated by Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger then turned to Bai Luobing and spoke, "Auntie, we must take a risk this time. Once we step out, you must stay close to me." Bai Luobing was listening intently to Zhao Linger when her words abruptly halted. Confused, Bai Luobing glanced at Zhao Linger. Just as she was about to inquire further, a flash of light flickered outside the school. Immediately, Bai Luobing turned back in bewilderment. She beheld an armored vehicle emblazoned with the word police, barreling through the zombies outside and charging towards them. "Oh my, look outside. Everyone, look outside." Wang Chuyun exclaimed excitedly at the armored vehicle. "It's the police. Official rescue has arrived. We are saved." the boy standing beside Xiao Ran, who had been listening to him, was interrupted by Wang Chuyun's shout and yelled towards the outside. At that moment, everyone on the first floor felt a surge of excitement at the sight of the armored vehicle. But those on the second floor had a more complex emotional response, particularly Li Chengdong and Shi Yunfei, who had blood on their hands. To them, the term official rescue felt akin to a death sentence. Even Lin Yang and Qian Rang couldn't muster any joy. After all, they did not desire outsiders to disrupt their current situation. They had food, drink, and status. Everyone feared them, and the beautiful women who wouldn't even spare them a glance before the apocalypse now entertained them freely. They would rather continue living this way indefinitely. Contemplating this, Li Chengdong exchanged glances with the others on the second floor and urgently asked, "Damn it, trouble is brewing. What do we do?" After Li Chengdong's inquiry, Lin Yang and Hua Jun fell into deep thought. Only Chen Rang, struck with inspiration, spoke up, "Brother Dong, I have a plan, but I wonder if you dare to execute it." Upon hearing Chen Rang's words, Li Chengdong swiftly drew his bone-cutting knife from his waist, a fierce expression overtaking his face as he replied, "Spit it out quickly. Do you think there's anything I fear?" After listening, Chen Rang promptly articulated, "All right, my plan is to take them as hostages." As he spoke, he gestured towards the individuals on the first floor and continued, "The ones coming to rescue us are surely official personnel. They wouldn't dare act against us with hostages in play. If we can seize their vehicle using the hostages, the world is our oyster." Upon hearing Chen Rang's proposal, the fear that had lingered in Li Chengdong's heart transformed into exhilaration. Indeed, if he could use these worthless individuals to swap for that massive vehicle, he would be invincible. The group quickly reached a consensus and dashed down to the first floor. Unbeknownst to them, the occupants of the armored vehicle were not saviors, but harbingers of death from hell. Zheng Long's driving skills were exceptional. With a swift drift, the armored vehicle came to a halt adjacent to the library's exterior wall. The reason Shi Qian directed Zheng Long straight to the library was due to his previous life experience. In that previous life, all survivors from the normal university had taken refuge in the library during the early days of the apocalypse, and Shi Qian himself had been one of them. Once the armored vehicle came to a stop, Shi Qian was the first to leap out. Confronted by the zombies drawn by the sound of the armored vehicle, Shi Qian unleashed his centipede and wasp goo. Now, these two goo, having upgraded, had grown exceedingly formidable, especially the centipede goo, its scales glimmering with a dark sheen, maximizing its defensive attributes, with the two goo providing cover. Qin Shengnan, Jiang Muyao, and Suning swiftly followed Shi Qian into the library. As for Zheng Long, to allow him some respite, Shi Qian had not permitted him to enter. Zheng Long remained in the driver's seat, engine idling, taking a brief rest. At that moment, as Shi Qian swung open the library doors, Li Chengdong and his companions had already seized the two nearest students. Shi Qian recognized these two. The student named Peng Bo, held at knife point by Li Chengdong, was a decent person, tragically having perished at the hands of zombies before escaping the school in the previous life. The other student, Sima Ping, who was held at knife point by Chen Rang, was notorious for his ruthlessness in the previous life and had been one of Shi Qian's most capable subordinates. Given that Shi Qian and his companions were clad in genuine official police gear and wore tactical masks, everyone assumed they were the official rescue team. "Don't move! Stand still!" Li Chengdong shouted, feeling a twinge of fear as he eyed Shi Qian's gleaming firearm. Shi Qian was surveying his former acquaintances when Li Chengdong's shout broke his reverie, compelling him to look in their direction. Chapter 29. Two objectives. As Shi Qian caught sight of Chen Rang and the girl standing behind him, the agony he had endured in his previous life, slowly succumbing to poison, flooded back to him. "You are the official rescue team, aren't you? We don't need your help here. Get the hell out, or I swear I'll kill him," Li Chengdong bellowed, the bone-cutting knife edging perilously close to Peng Bo's neck. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Shi Qian and his companions, including Jiang Muyao, who aimed their firearms at Li Chengdong while glancing back at Shi Qian. With a sardonic tone, Shi Qian retorted, "What does his death have to do with me?" His words momentarily stunned everyone, particularly Peng Bo, who was incredulous at what he had just heard. In the instant Shi Qian's voice faded, he lunged at Chen Rang with alarming speed. His terrifying velocity was almost a blur. Shi Qian's target was naturally Chen Rang. Before Chen Rang could react, a flash of cold light appeared. The hand wielding the dagger was severed at the wrist. The sharp police knife, combined with Shi Chen's force, caused Chen Rang's hand to fall to the ground, and only then did everyone react. Before Chen Rang could process the situation, Shi Chen seized him by the collar and hurled him into the air. Ah! Accompanied by Chen Rang's anguished scream, his other hand was also chopped off. Thud! The hand and Chen Rang hit the ground simultaneously. Shi Chen's ruthless actions left everyone present breathless with fear. Only Zhao Linger gazed at Shi Chen's inhuman strength and speed with wide, shining eyes. Ignoring the astonished crowd, Shi Chen leisurely approached the fallen Chen Rang. Chen Rang writhed on the ground like a pig being slaughtered. Trembling in agony, his cries echoing through the air. With both hands severed, he could not even cover his gaping wounds from the excruciating pain. And why, dear brother, do you know how long I have awaited this moment? As Shi Chen spoke, he squatted beside Chen Rang. At that moment, everyone, including Li Chengdong and Shi Yunfei, dared not utter a sound, fearful of drawing the attention of this suddenly appeared demon. Shi Chen grasped Chen Rang's pant leg, hoisting his right leg high, and struck his knee with another blow. I trembled at the thought of you meeting an unfortunate end before I arrived. As he spoke, Shi Chen seized Chen Rang's left leg. Chen Rang, now numb to pain, felt increasingly cold as blood flowed from his 3 wounds. The cold light gleamed again. With the final blow, Chen Rang's left leg was severed, rendering him a helpless, limbless entity. Just as he felt death creeping closer, Shi Chen, under the terrified gazes of everyone present, hurled him through the library's window. The zombies outside were instantly drawn to Chen Rang, swarming him and ravenously devouring his body. Having completed this gruesome act, Shi Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He turned to face everyone on the first floor, who all bowed their heads in fear, reluctant to meet the gaze of this suddenly emerged devil. Compared to him, Li Chengdong seemed like child's play. Now, Shi Chen's gaze swept over the room and landed squarely on Li Chengdong. The moment Li Chengdong felt Shi Chen's piercing stare, he felt as if he had plunged into a winter ice cellar. Clang! The bone-cutting knife slipped from Li Chengdong's grasp, clattering to the ground. No, don't come any closer, Li Chengdong stammered, trembling as he retreated. At that moment, Pang Bo seized the opportunity and broke free from Li Chengdong's grip, fleeing towards a more populated area. Fear not, I am not here for official rescue. I have 2 purposes. One is revenge, which I have now accomplished. As for the other, Shi Chen continued, scanning the faces in attendance, it is to recruit anyone who wishes to survive. I offer you a chance to join me. As long as you are loyal, I can guarantee your safety and sustenance. Initially, in light of Shi Chen's brutal tactics, everyone, except Zhao Linger, internally screamed that they would rather die than join him. However, upon hearing the promise of food, they hesitated. After all, most of them had gone an entire day without a drop of water, a feeling of thirst and hunger unimaginable to those who had not experienced it. Sida, can you truly provide us with food? Sima Ping, who had just been rescued from Chen Rang, mustered the courage to ask Shi Chen. With a swift motion, Shi Chen gestured towards the trio of Chen Shengnan behind him. Upon noticing Shi Chen's signal, Chen Shengnan promptly stowed her firearm and revealed her backpack, brimming with provisions. The sight of the food and bottled water within elicited an involuntary salivation from all present. Had it not been for Shi Chen's earlier display of prowess and the threatening firearms wielded by Jiang Muyao and Su Ning, it is likely that they would have rushed forward to seize the backpack from Chen Shengnan. Just as Sima Ping was about to voice his intent to join Shi Chen, a wasp poison suddenly darted in from outside. The unexpected appearance of this creature sent everyone into a frenzy of exclamations. My goodness! What on earth is that? Amidst the chaos, the wasp poison circled the crowd rapidly before obediently landing on Shi Chen's shoulder. This striking scene left all witnesses in utter astonishment once more, in a burst of excitement. Zhao Linger grasped by Luo Bing's hand and shouted towards Shi Chen, "We wish to join you." All eyes turned, including Shi Chen's, who instantly recognized Zhao Linger. The Zhao Linger of the previous life was a formidable figure. After everyone else had fled the school, she had not aligned herself with Shi Chen, but had instead sought refuge with her aunt, joining a faction established by a local crime lord in Gaoshan City. It was later reported that Zhao Linger had supplanted the crime lord within just a year, ascending to a position of power within that faction. After joining the Fifth War Zone, her status remained substantial. Such a woman, possessing both cunning and capability, was not one Shi Chen would overlook. Very well, welcome aboard. You may stand over there, Shi Chen instructed, indicating a spot behind Chen Xingnan and exchanging a knowing glance with her. Upon receiving Shichen's approval, Zhao Linger firmly led the bewildered by Luo Bing to stand beside Chen Xingnan. Chen Xingnan then produced 2 bottles of water and 2 compressed biscuits from her backpack, quietly informing the duo of Shichen's rules. Once Shichen consented to Zhao Linger and her companion's inclusion and provided them sustenance, the remaining onlookers could no longer restrain themselves. Regardless of Shichen's intimidating methods or the fearsome wasp poison perched on his shoulder, their focus was solely on the backpack held by Chen Xingnan. "Brother, I want to join too. Me too. Count me in. I also wish to join your ranks." Chapter 30. Vengeance fulfilled amidst the cacophony. A slightly seductive voice emerged from Shi Yunfei. "Brother, may I join you?" At that moment, Shichen, clad in a tactical mask, was only vaguely familiar to Shi Yunfei, who did not recognize him. In her understanding, Shichen was merely an orphaned wild child, entirely disconnected from the formidable individual before her. Before Shichen could respond, Zhao Linger hastily approached him, signaling that she had something to convey. Curiously observing her sudden approach, Shichen waved away the wasp poison from his shoulder and inquired, "What is it?" Zhao Linger, glancing at the wasp poison that had settled aside and was now fixated on her, silently commended Shichen's intelligence while discreetly relaying the events of Shi Yunfei, leading a group to the 2nd floor to confront Li Chengdong and others. After listening, Shichen nodded in acknowledgement and turned to address the now agitated Shi Yunfei. "I will not accept anyone who has been to the 2nd floor." Shichen's declaration instantly sparked discontent among the girls who had ventured upstairs. Presently, Li Chengdong found himself at a loss, retreating into a corner like an ostrich, hoping that Shichen, a being more terrifying than a monster, would soon depart. Shi Yunfei was the first to protest. "We were coerced into going to the 2nd floor. We are merely weak girls who could not resist." Pointing at the quaking Li Chengdong, several other girls echoed her sentiment. Struggling to suppress the impulse to eliminate Shi Yunfei, Shichen drew his firearm and fired a shot into the ceiling. Bang! The resounding gunfire silenced the previously chattering females. Shichen's decisive action reignited the spark of admiration in Zhao Linger's eyes. She firmly restrained by Luo Bing, who was about to speak, and whispered to her. Shichen, now disinterested in Shi Yunfei and her cohorts, turned his attention back to Sima Ping and the others on the 1st floor. "What about you? Will you join me?" Upon hearing Shichen's inquiry, Sima Ping and his companions eagerly nodded. "Brother, I'm in. Me too. I join you. As long as you provide food and drink, my life will belong to you from now on." Sima Ping, Pengbo, and Su Xing responded in succession. Shichen smiled and gestured for them to position themselves behind him. At this point, only Li Chengdong and a few girls who had visited the 2nd floor remained on the 1st floor. After assessing the situation and confirming there were no particularly notable individuals from the previous life, Shichen turned to signal Chen Xingnan and the others to prepare for departure. Just as Li Chengdong believed he might escape unscathed, Shichen nodded towards the flying wasp poison. The wasp poison immediately surged towards Li Chengdong and his companions. Shichen had no intention of sparing them. Spare us. May you meet a terrible fate," accompanied by their desperate screams and curses. Shichen led all his allies out the door. Zhao Linger and the others, initially apprehensive about the zombies outside, found their trepidation magnified several-fold as Shichen opened the door. Before them lay a scene of carnage. The zombies had been decimated by the centipede poison and the previous wasp poison, leaving only a fraction remaining. The remaining zombies were firmly held at bay by the centipede poison, ensuring they could not breach the library's confines. Shichen calmly approached the armored vehicle and knocked on the driver's window. Zhang Long, who had been resting inside, jolted awake. Upon recognizing Shichen, he quickly unlocked the vehicle, allowing Shichen and the others to board. Zhang Long had initially remained vigilant outside, but the overwhelming power of Shichen's poisons had lulled him into a false sense of security, leading him to inadvertently drift into slumber, uncertain of how long he had slept. Zhang Long had been on edge all day, with no opportunity to relax. Upon awakening, he was greeted not only by Chen Xingnan and the other women but also by 5 new arrivals. After unlocking the armored vehicle, Shichen instructed everyone to board while he joined the battle against the zombies. Engaging with the centipede poison, Shichen's reasons for not departing immediately were twofold. First, he sought to gauge his current combat prowess. And second, he aimed to establish his authority in front of Zhao Linger and the others, demonstrating that he possessed more than just poison control, in his quest for self-assessment. Shurchen refrained from using firearms, opting instead for a blade as he charged into the throng of zombies. Yet, the ordinary zombies were no match for Shurchen. Their inherently rigid forms stood no chance against his enhanced senses and agility. To Shurchen, the zombies' movements appeared to unfold in slow motion as he dispatched them one by one with ease. His graceful maneuvers and ruthless techniques captivated all who observed from within the armored vehicle. Even Zhang Long, a retired soldier, could not help but marvel at Shurchen's skills, acknowledging that he would rank among the very best in the entire Huaxia military. As for Zhao Linger and the others, they were left utterly speechless in astonishment. Among the zombies, the unfortunate Chun Rang had already succumbed. Now a zombie himself, yet unable to recover from the severed limbs inflicted by Shurchen, he could only claw at the ground with his chin. Attempting to attack Shurchen, Shurchen deliberately left him until the end, intending to reduce him to a mere husk before finally stopping. Chun Rang remained there, writhing like a worm on the ground. This spectacle incited curiosity among Sima Ping and the others, who wondered how Chun Rang had incurred Shurchen's wrath to end up in such a state. Simultaneously, they all silently vowed never to provoke Shurchen, regardless of the circumstances. After vanquishing all the zombies within the library, Shurchen gained a clear understanding of his current strength, speed, and stamina. Subsequently, he retracted the centipede poison and the wasp poison and nonchalantly entered the armored vehicle. Once Shurchen had boarded, Zhang Long pressed the accelerator. Departing from the normal university, inside the library, blood flowed freely, leaving Shi Yunfei trembling alone. Shurchen had shown her sufficient mercy. Whether she would survive thereafter was no longer his concern. Seated in the passenger seat, Shurchen felt an unprecedented sense of relief, having finally avenged the greatest grievance of the previous life. Now, he could focus on planning his future. "Captain, where are we headed now?" Zhang Long asked after exiting the school. Shurchen glanced at the somewhat cramped cabin behind him, pondered briefly, and replied to Zhang Long, "First, let us rescue your family. We can discuss the next steps afterward." Shurchen's arrangement aimed to fully reassure Zhang Long, a valuable ally, as he intended to rely on him significantly in his future endeavors to establish power. Upon hearing the mention of time, Zhang Long's eyes glistened with moisture in that very moment. He vowed silently to repay the kindness bestowed upon him by Shurchen. After nodding resolutely, Zhang Long accelerated towards his residential community with fervor. Chapter 31. The Happy Community in the Vehicle. Apart from Zhang Long, the others remained silent, intimidated by the terrifying display of power exhibited by Shurchen moments earlier, leading to an atmosphere of profound quietude within the cabin. Outside the window, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Shurchen glanced at the clock on the central console, which indicated that it was just past 3 in the morning. He retrieved a bottle of water and a compressed biscuit. Beginning to partake in a modest meal, Zhang Long, consumed with anxiety over the well-being of his wife and daughter, refrained from speaking, directing all his focus on the road ahead. Observing the multitude of vehicles ensnared in traffic, he yearned for superhuman abilities that would allow him to soar directly to his family's side. Before the entrance of the Happy Community, a horde of zombies amassed at the gates, their instincts driven wild by the faint scent of living humans within, compelling them to seek entry for a feast. The iron gates of the community stood resolutely, thwarting the encroaching undead. Having previously served as the head chef at a hotel, Zhang Long enjoyed a considerable income, and thus, his residence in the upscale Happy Community was no surprise. To ensure an adequate distance between buildings, the community comprised only 7 structures. Moreover, as the apocalypse erupted during working hours, the area was largely devoid of zombies. The armored vehicle soon arrived near the Happy Community. Zhang Long initially intended to collide with the gates to force his way in, but Shurchen halted him. Observing that the iron gates were firmly closed, Shurchen deduced that survivors must be present within the community, possibly having formed a cohesive group, as it was unlikely anyone would take the risk to secure the gates otherwise. For Zhang Long, this was encouraging news. The existence of a survivor group suggested that as long as the inhabitants did not abruptly transform into zombies, their chances of survival were significantly enhanced. Under Shurchen's guidance, Zhang Long maneuvered the armored vehicle around to a section of the outer wall where the number of zombies was comparatively sparse and halted. Once the vehicle was stationary, Shurchen turned to the others and issued commands. All women are to remain inside the vehicle. Qin Xingnan, Jiang Muyao, and Su Ning, You are responsible for guarding our ride. At this point, Shi Chun discreetly signaled to Zhang Muyao, indicating that she should also keep an eye on the newly joined Zhao Linger and Bai Luobing. Zhang Muyao understood Shi Chun's intent and nodded subtly in agreement. Shi Chun then addressed Sima Ping and the other two. You three will accompany me. Remember, this serves as a test for you. Let me see if you possess the qualifications to become my team members. Sima Ping, Su Xing, and Peng Bo, all in their 20s and brimming with youthful vigor, nodded in affirmation, promising to exert their utmost effort upon hearing Shi Chun's words. Finally, Shi Chun turned to Zheng Long, instructing him, Brother Long, while I comprehend your feelings, it is imperative that you refrain from acting impulsively once we are inside. Follow my lead in all situations. Zheng Long solemnly nodded in response to Shi Chun's admonition. After a final equipment check, Shi Chun led the group out of the vehicle. As soon as the five descended, Chen Shangnan promptly secured the vehicle, resulting in a somewhat awkward atmosphere inside. The women exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say. Upon exiting, they were confronted by a 3 to 4 meter high community wall. Zheng Long took the lead, sprinting towards the wall, scaling it, and sitting atop. Shi Chun then assisted Sima Ping and the others one by one, as Zheng Long caught each of them and helped them over, with Shi Chun being the last to climb. All five successfully entered the happy community. Inside, the community was eerily silent. In this post-apocalyptic world, no one dared to turn on the lights. After confirming there were no ambushes like those encountered at the police station, Zheng Long guided the group swiftly towards the 5th building where his family resided. Unbeknownst to them, as they entered the happy community, they had already drawn the attention of its inhabitants. On the rooftop of the 6th building, an individual wielding binoculars informed his companion, quickly notify Song Gu. That vehicle was indeed headed our way, and now 5 individuals have descended and breached the wall. Upon hearing this, the other person immediately turned and dashed downstairs. In room 608, a towering figure, nearly 1.9 meters tall, was addressing several youths adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers. Tianqin, Xiangzi, what are your thoughts? The two named individuals pondered momentarily before one, sporting an elaborate tattoo on his arm, raised his head to respond, Song Gu, the current situation is indeed unfavorable for us. The security guards from Building 7 are manageable, but those from Building 2, particularly the construction workers, pose a significant challenge, especially since they possess explosives. Zhang Song, referred to as Song Gu, nodded in agreement, saying, Xiangzi makes a valid point. Tianqin, what do you think? Responding to Song Gu's inquiry, Zhang Tianqin stroked his chin and replied, Xiangzi has a point. My suggestion is that we hold our position for now, devising a strategy to incite conflict between Building 7 and Building 2. Once they weaken each other, we can swoop in like a cunning sparrow and seize the opportunity. After hearing Zhang Tianqin's proposal, Song Gu let out a sigh. Your plan sounds simple enough, but the question remains, how can we ensure they grant us such an opportunity? Just as Zhang Tianqin was about to speak again, a knock echoed at the door. Who is it? Song Chong called out towards the entrance. It's me, Song Gu. I have something to report. Upon recognizing the voice of one of his own, Zhang Song nodded towards Zhao Kuan, who was near the door. Zhao Kuan promptly turned and opened it. Song Gu, the vehicle just parked outside the eastern wall of the community, and 5 men have entered by climbing over. Zhang Song inquired. Do they carry weapons? The subordinate immediately responded, 2 of them are armed, but due to the darkness, we couldn't discern the specifics. Zhang Song nodded, understood. Continue to monitor and report any developments. The subordinate acknowledged and exited. Once the door closed, Zhang Tianqin's eyes sparkled as he addressed Zhang Song. Song Gu, isn't this an opportunity? Zhang Tianqin's words captured the attention of everyone in the room. Without waiting for Zhang Song to ask for clarification, he continued, look, 5 individuals have now entered our community. Those bold enough to roam outside at this hour are certainly not ordinary. If we send someone to ambush them and draw them toward Building 2, a conflict will surely ensue, presenting us with our chance. Zhang Tianqin's suggestion plunged Zhang Song into contemplation, while Song Chong interjected, your plan sounds straightforward, but what if you draw them in and they don't fight? What if they end up joining forces with them? Chapter 32. No good people in the apocalypse that depends on the skills of our ambushers, Zhang Tianqin replied. With this, Zhang Song formulated a plan in his mind and turned to Zhao Kuan, saying, Kunzi, this time it's up to you. Although reluctant, Zhao Kuan had no choice but to acquiesce, knowing Zhang Song wielded a gun and that Zhang Tianqin and Song Chong were present. He reluctantly nodded in agreement. Zhao Kuen's allegiance to Zhang Song stemmed from the latter's marriage to Liu Yanghong. Before the apocalypse, Zhang Song was a notorious gangster in Gaoshan City, leveraging his influence to forcibly marry his childhood sweetheart, Liu Yanghong, who was close friends with Zhao Kuen. Though both Zhao Kuen and Liu Yanghong were deeply unwilling, they were powerless against Zhang Song's dominance over both legal and illegal realms. Ultimately, Zhang Song secured Liu Yanghong with a bride price of 500,000. And Zhao Kuen joined his gang out of love for her. The reason they managed to gather such a formidable crew during the apocalypse was that Zhang Song had summoned all his subordinates to his home to prepare for a loan sharking scheme when the apocalypse suddenly struck. Thanks to their numerical advantage, Zhang Song swiftly took control of the entire building. Had it not been for several construction workers seeking refuge in the Happy community, he might have already claimed dominion over the entire area. As Zhao Kuen contemplated, he and several survivors from the building descended the stairs. Meanwhile, Shi Chen and his group were approaching the entrance of Building 5, and by coincidence, the two factions collided. Zhao Kuen was momentarily startled by the police-like attire of Shi Chen and Zheng Long, mistaking them for officials. While Zhao Kuen scrambled to devise a strategy, several survivors under Zhang Song's control shouted towards Shi Chen and his companions, "Police! Help! He's a murderer! They're all gangsters!" As the survivors rushed towards Shi Chen and his group, they pointed accusingly at Zhao Kuen, their shouts instantly drawing the attention of the zombies wandering within Building 5. As the sound drew the attention of the zombies, Shi Chen acted with lightning speed before Zheng Long and the others could even react. With 3 swift strikes, he instantly dispatched the 3 loud survivors. At that moment, the 3 individuals, having their carotid arteries severed, clutched their necks in disbelief, staring wide-eyed at Shi Chen, unable to comprehend why the police officer before them had suddenly turned against them. Shi Chen, shaking the blood off his dagger, addressed the astonished survivors. "If there is a next life, remember not to scream in front of zombies." Zheng Long, overwhelmed with shock, could barely find his voice, but Shi Chen seemed indifferent to him, turning instead to unleash the centipede and wasp goo on the zombies emerging from Building 5. Both goo had successfully reached level 5, while the 2 that had remained dormant, subsisting on flesh, were still at level 4. For safety's sake, Shi Chen decided to deploy the non-primary goo to combat the zombies in the corridor. Having already witnessed the goo in action, Zheng Long and his companions were anything but surprised. Rather, they watched with curiosity as the goo feasted upon the undead. Only Zhao Kuen, frozen in place, gazed upon the scene as if confronted by something more terrifying than the zombies themselves. After a brief moment of hesitation, he mustered the courage to address Shi Chen. "Brother, you're not going to kill me, are you?" Upon hearing Zhao Kuen's words, Shi Chen turned back, exasperation evident in his eyes as he replied, "Why would I want to kill you?" Zhao Kuen was momentarily taken aback by the question, incredulity etched on his face as he stammered, "Aren't you a policeman? Do you not believe what they just said?" He gestured towards the 3 corpses. Their throats slit. Shi Chen let out a cold laugh and replied, "Ha, what does it matter to us whether you kill or spare someone? I'm not a policeman. As long as you don't interfere with us, I can let you go." After speaking, Shi Chen turned to leave with Zheng Long and the others, but Zhao Kuen saw his opportunity. "Brother." Before he could finish, Shi Chen's blade was already pressed against his throat. "Silence, or you die." Terrified, Zhao Kuen dared not move, and Shi Chen sheathed his knife and departed. Once the 5 had entered Building 5, Zhao Kuen finally caught his breath, collapsing onto the ground. The murderous intent radiating from Shi Chen was beyond what a petty thug like Zhao Kuen could withstand. He sat there, lost in confusion. The task assigned by Zhang Song was far from accomplished, and returning now would undoubtedly mean death. But if he didn't return, what would happen to Liu Yanghong? Gripping his hair in anguish, Zhao Kuen found himself at a loss. Inside Building 5, with the centipede and wasp goo leading the way, Shi Chen and his companions advanced rapidly towards the 8th floor where Zheng Long's home was located. As they ascended, Sima Ping could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Captain, why did you kill the survivors but spare that one?" Without turning around, Shi Chen replied, "I killed them simply because their shouting would attract zombies. As for whether they were good or bad, what does it matter to us? In this apocalypse, do good people truly exist? Or do you think I am a good person?" Shi Chen's words prompted deep reflection among Sima Ping and the others. Before they could respond, Shi Chen continued, "In this world of despair, good people cannot survive." His statement resonated with them. Had it not been for Shi Chen's timely intervention, Their fates as good people would have been no better than that of the three survivors. As they conversed, the five arrived at Zhang Long's doorstep. Standing before his home, Zhang Long's breathing quickened, his body trembling slightly. He felt a surge of anxiety, lacking the courage to open the door. Fearing what he might find inside, observing Zhang Long's quivering frame, Shurchen stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry, Brother Long, the door is locked, and I can hear movement inside. Your wife and child should still be alive." Shurchen's words provided Zhang Long with a glimmer of courage. He looked back at Shurchen with gratitude, nodding emphatically. After taking several deep breaths, Zhang Long shakily produced his key and unlocked the door. The scene that unfolded before them would haunt them for a lifetime. Inside, a woman had transformed into a zombie. A chunk of flesh was missing from her thigh, and the exposed bone was clearly visible beneath the wound. Behind her was a baby basket, tied securely to her back with several ropes to prevent it from falling. A fishing rod was fixed atop the basket, dangling a piece of rotting flesh just out of her reach, causing her to claw desperately at it. Yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not grasp it. Upon witnessing this horrifying sight, Zhang Long felt as though his heart were shattering. "Xiaoyu." He screamed hoarsely, calling out to his wife, Song Xiaoyu, now a zombie. Behind him, Shurchen and Sima Ping were equally stunned into silence. Upon hearing Zhang Long's voice, the zombie Song Xiaoyu abandoned the decaying flesh before her and lunged toward the group. Zhang Long, momentarily forgetting to evade, was fortunate that Shurchen acted swiftly. Just as Song Xiaoyu was about to reach Zhang Long, Shurchen moved in to restrain her. With one hand, he grasped her wrists like a vice, while the other held her chin to prevent her from biting. After successfully subduing Song Xiaoyu, Shurchen shouted to Sima Ping and the others, "Come help! Save the child first!" Prompted by Shurchen's urgency, the trio sprang into action, hastily untying the ropes securing the baby basket. Pangbo swiftly scooped up the basket and moved aside. With the baby basket now safely in hand, Shurchen breathed a sigh of relief. He then dragged Song Xiaoyu to a side and bound her with the very ropes that had secured the basket. Zhang Long, regaining his composure, rushed to the basket and peered inside. There lay a baby, still clutching an empty bottle, breathing steadily, indicating that she was merely asleep, not deceased. Beside the infant was a handwritten letter, and with tears brimming in his eyes, Zhang Long picked it up to read. To the kind-hearted soul. "No matter who you are, I implore you to show compassion and save this child. She is merely 1 year old and has yet to experience the world. Please bring her to her father. You may take anything from this room as your reward. Her father, Zhang Long, is the head chef at the Blue Hotel. Show him this letter, and he will reward you. Zhang Long, it's me, Xiaoyu. I do not know what has transpired, but suddenly there are so many monsters outside. Yu Haven Tea returned, and I had no choice but to venture out, only to be wounded by a monster. I know my time is short, so I must protect our daughter. I hope you can forgive my selfishness and take good care of her while I am gone. The person delivering this letter is our benefactor. You must comply with any requests they make. Lastly, promise me not to grieve for me and take care of yourself." After reading his wife's letter, Zhang Long shattered completely, bursting into tears without restraint. Shurchen, witnessing Zhang Long's inconsolable anguish, felt at a loss for how to comfort him. The scene before them was profoundly moving, even for someone like Shurchen, who had always prided himself on his stoic demeanor. He marveled at the greatness of a mother's love, which, even in the face of transformation into a zombie, sought to create a chance for survival for her child. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but ponder why his own parents had so callously abandoned him. Resigned, Shurchen approached Zhang Long, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. Meanwhile, the emotions of Sima Ping and the others were equally complex. They glanced at the restrained Song Xiaoyu, still howling in despair, unsure of what to say. The four stood in silence, watching Zhang Long kneel and weep, until his cries seemed to disturb the slumbering infant, who began to wail in response. The sound of his daughter's cries snapped Zhang Long back to reality. He closed his mouth, carefully lifting his daughter from the basket. The baby continued to wail, and Shurchen, observing the small child, gently spoke to Zhang Long. "Brother Long, I understand your feelings, but right now, your daughter is what matters most. Since your wife has met her fate, you must gather your strength and honor her efforts." Hearing Shurchen's words, Zhang Long lifted his gaze to meet Shurchen's. Thank you for saving my daughter. I want to say more, from now on." Shurchen interrupted Zhang Long before he could continue. saying, "No need for further words, Brother Long, I understand. Our priority now is to leave this place quickly. As for your wife." He glanced at the bound Song Xiaoyu on the ground. "You must decide what to do." Upon hearing the time, Zhang Long's gaze instinctively turned toward his wife. As his eyes fell upon Song Xiaoyu. She seemed to recognize him, ceasing her struggles and screams to simultaneously meet his gaze. With tears streaming down his face, Zhang Long approached her, uttering, "Xiaoyu, I am so sorry for my tardiness. Rest assured, I swear I will take good care of our daughter." Having spoken, he reached her side and, with his own hands, plunged the dagger into her forehead, thus ending her suffering. After accomplishing this grim task, Zhang Long cradled his daughter and exited, followed closely by Shurchen and Sima Ping. Once all five had departed, Zhang Long cast one last glance back into the room before gently closing the door. Turning sharply to Shurchen, his expression hardened. He demanded, "Captain, may I annihilate all the beasts in this place?" Naturally, Shurchen did not oppose Zhang Long's fervent request. He gently took Zhang Long's daughter from his arms and, observing the now silent little girl, covered her ears with his hand. Meanwhile, Zhang Long raised his Type 95 assault rifle, unleashing a hail of bullets upon the zombies in the corridor. As he pulled the trigger, a torrent of bullets and roaring flames erupted from the muzzle. Rat-a-tat-tat. The 5.56mm rounds rained down upon the undead. At that moment, Zhang Long felt an overwhelming need to vent the fury raging within him. In less than 10 seconds, a magazine was completely expended, and the thunderous gunfire attracted every zombie in the building. Skillfully reloading, Zhang Long continued to fire at the advancing horde. "Damn it, you filthy beasts! Come on, keep coming!" he bellowed, his finger relentlessly squeezing the trigger. The deafening gunfire reverberated throughout the entire happy community, whether it was Zhang Song in Building 6 or the construction workers in Building 2. Even Jiang Muyao, who remained in the armored vehicle, all eyes were drawn to the source of the gunfire. What is happening? Didn't the captain say not to fire unless absolutely necessary? Chen Shengnan was the first to voice her concern. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Muyao responded, "Do not worry. With his skills, there should be no unexpected outcomes." "Then what is going on?" Chen Shengnan continued, a hint of urgency in her voice. At this moment, the two veteran members, Jiang Muyao and Su Ning, remained silent, while the recently joined Zhao Linger spoke up first. "It must be that person named Zhang Long firing the weapon. It is highly likely that something has happened to his family." Zhao Linger's words prompted Chen Shengnan and Jiang Muyao to turn their gazes toward her in unison. In her heart, Jiang Muyao mused, "What is this girl's background?" She merely heard a brief overview of the situation and was able to deduce a well-reasoned conclusion. Chapter 34. Foolish decision inside Building 2. Li Liang, who had been observing Shurchen and the others from the window, instinctively grabbed a detonator the moment he heard the gunshots. His vigilance heightened as he peered outside. "Brother Liang, is that gunfire?" Zhao Hongbing inquired from behind him. "What else could it be? If it's not gunfire, then what?" "Fireworks," Li Liang retorted, noticing the evident panic in his companions. "What should we do? That bastard Zhang Song only has a pistol. Where did these people get an assault rifle?" Listening to the anxiety in their voices, Li Liang shouted, "What are you panicking for? We have this." He waved the detonator in his hand, which was originally intended for demolishing buildings, now transformed into their most formidable weapon. Zhao Hongbing and Zhang Laosi beside him gradually regained their composure upon hearing Li Liang's words. Under Zhang Long's frenzied onslaught, the zombies in Building 5 had been utterly reduced to fragments. Red-black blood and various bits of flesh strewn across the corridor. Zhang Long gradually calmed down, carefully taking his daughter from Shurchen's arms. Shurchen, taking the lead, directed the centipede and wasp goo to consume the zombie remnants while proceeding downstairs. Just as the five emerged from Building 5, Zhao Kuan, who had been hiding nearby, suddenly lunged forward. From the moment he first laid eyes on Shurchen's goo, he realized that Shurchen was his last hope of rescuing Lu Yonghong and escaping Zhang Song's clutches. Zhao Kuan fell to his knees before Shurchen. Filled with desperation, he implored, "Brother, I beg you, please help me. I know there's plenty of food upstairs in Building 6. If you assist me, I can lead you to it all." Shurchen regarded the kneeling Zhao Kuan with a cold smile, replying, "Do you think I lack a little food? I've spared you once. Now, while I'm in a good mood, consider this your final chance. Get lost before I change my mind." After delivering his ultimatum, Shichen led Zhang Long and the others outside. Zhao Kuan sank into despair. A sudden loud bang erupted from the rooftop of Building 6. A bullet shot straight down at Shichen. Clang. The bullet was blocked by the centipede Gu's hardened scales. Both Shichen and Zhang Long reacted swiftly, finding cover in the shooting blind spot, while Sima Ping and the others were momentarily taken aback. They quickly followed suit upon witnessing Shichen and Zhang Long's prompt actions. Zhang Song's voice echoed from above. Damn it! What in the world is that? The one firing was indeed Zhang Song. Upon hearing Zhang Long's gunfire in Building 5, he immediately noticed that Shichen and the others were armed. He gathered his men and observed Building 5 closely, accidentally catching sight of Zhao Kuan speaking to Shichen and the others. He instinctively concluded that Zhao Kuan had betrayed him, and now, with all the food from Building 6 stored in his room, he could not believe that anyone would not be tempted by food in this apocalypse. In such circumstances, he chose to strike first. He fired at Shichen below. Unbeknownst to him, his decision was extraordinarily foolish. A cruel smile spread across Shichen's face. He never anticipated that even as he planned to leave, someone would seek their own demise. Meanwhile, Zhao Kuan was elated, knowing that Zhang Song's demise was imminent. Brother, the one shooting at you is. Zhao Kuan hurriedly recounted all of Zhang Song's misdeeds to Shichen, including how he had seized all the food from Building 6 during the onset of the apocalypse and imprisoned women for their amusement. Upon hearing this, Shichen interrupted Zhao Kuan, saying, Shut up. What you're saying has nothing to do with me. I will definitely kill him, but not for the reasons you mentioned. It's because he dared to attack me. As he spoke, Shichen concealed no trace of his murderous intent. He turned to the centipede and wasp Gu, issuing a command for them to charge into Building 6. Shichen also summoned his magical beast, the cat, from his energy sea, then pulled out a police radio and pressed the button, addressing the radio. Chen Shangnan. The radio inside the armored vehicle immediately crackled to life. Received. What's the situation, Captain? We have rescued Brother Long's daughter, but someone has attacked us. I'm sending Black Cat out to meet you. Everyone must come over and escort Brother Long's daughter back to the armored vehicle. Upon finishing, the magical beast cat darted out like a bolt of lightning toward the armored vehicle. Received, Captain. As the magical beast cat raced out, 2 more gunshots rang out from inside the building. Bang, bang. Following the gunshots were piercing cries of agony. Ah, what in the world is that? Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Hearing the screams from within the building, Zhao Kuan once again pleaded with Shichen, Brother, I beg you, spare Lu Yonghong. She is innocent. As long as you let her go, I will do anything you ask. Shichen regarded Zhao Kuan, contemplating briefly before deeming this an opportunity, for it meant he now held leverage over him. I can agree to your request, but from now on, your life will no longer belong to you. You will do whatever I command, or I will ensure that you and the woman you cherish will experience what it means to wish for death, but be unable to attain it. At this moment, Zhao Kuan's mind was solely occupied with thoughts of Lu Yonghong, and he readily agreed to Shichen's terms. After Zhao Kuan's acquiescence, Shichen instructed Zhang Long to wait for Chen Shangnan and the others to return to the armored vehicle together. Zhang Long nodded in agreement, and Shichen, accompanied by Sima Ping and Zhao Kuan, entered Building 6. At the entrance of Room 602, the centipede and wasp Gu had completely cornered Zhang Song and his companions inside, not killing them outright but merely blocking them, awaiting their master Shichen's arrival. Shichen strolled leisurely up to Zhang Song and his group, a cold smile still adorning his face, as he looked down on them with disdain. Zhang Song knew that he was likely doomed, so he no longer feared the 2 monsters before him. With bloodshot eyes, he shouted at Zhao Kuan, who was following Shichen, You traitor! You have indeed betrayed me. Empowered by Shichen, Zhao Kuan no longer put on a fade, unleashing a torrent of curses at Zhang Song. After years of harboring grievances, including the matter concerning Lu Yonghong, Zhang Song finally unleashed all his pent-up frustrations. It was at this moment that Zhang Song realized he had been grievously betrayed. Wearing a metaphorical green hat, unable to contain his rage, he instinctively lunged at Lu Yonghong behind him. However, Shichen was quicker, stepping into the room and delivering a lightning-fast kick that struck Zhang Song squarely in the chest. The force sent Zhang Song hurtling 3 to 4 meters back, crashing against the wall before he came to a halt. With a violent cough, blood erupted from Zhang Song's mouth. In the midst of this chaos, Lu Yonghong seized the opportunity to dash to Zhao Kuen's side, embracing him tightly. Wretched woman, just wait. I swear I will annihilate your entire family. Zhang Song seethed as he sat on the ground, clutching his battered chest where Shurchen had kicked him, his mouth spewing curses at Lu Yonghong. Ignoring Zhang Song's vitriol, Shurchen turned to Zhao Kuen, tossing him a dagger, and declared, I have fulfilled my promise to you. Now it is your turn to honor your commitment. Upon hearing Shurchen's words, Zhao Kuen released Lu Yonghong and bent down to retrieve the dagger that had been thrown before him. Brother, I, Zhao Kuen, will certainly keep my word. Just command me, and I shall obey. Shurchen, satisfied, smiled and instructed, Good. Then go and personally kill him to avenge yourself. Shurchen's intent was to ascertain whether Zhao Kuen possessed the courage to commit murder. After all, if he proved to be a coward, there would be no reason to keep him around. Zhao Kuen, gripping the dagger with trembling hands, approached Zhang Song, who glared at him with bloodshot eyes. Fully aware that his demise was imminent, in a desperate plea to his subordinates, he shouted, Damn it! Get over here and help me! Kill them! However, Zhang Tianxin and Song Chong, terrified by the centipede goo and wasp goo, trembled in fear, unwilling to confront Shurchen and his companions, opting instead to feign ignorance, as though Zhang Song had never addressed them. Zhao Kuen, shaking uncontrollably, lunged forward, raising the dagger to plunge it into Zhang Song's neck. Zhang Song's voice was abruptly silenced. Warm blood gushed from the wound, flowing onto Zhao Kuen's hands. Trembling, Zhao Kuen withdrew the dagger and returned to Shurchen's side, reporting, Brother, I have done it. This moment, the remaining subordinates of Zhang Song were paralyzed with fear. Gazing at Shurchen, who wore a sinister smile, as if he were a demon incarnate, Shurchen, pleased, addressed Zhao Kuen, who attempted to return the dagger, saying, Well done, hand the blade to him. Shurchen pointed at Sima Ping, and Zhao Kuen nodded, turning to pass the dagger to him. Sima Ping, looking at the bloodied dagger now in his possession, understood that their trial had arrived. Gritting his teeth, he accepted the dagger and glanced at Shurchen, who then gestured towards Zhang Tianxin's body beside Zhang Song, instructing, You go kill him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianxin fell to his knees before Shurchen, pleading desperately, Please, brother, I was wrong. Don't kill me. I can do anything you ask. Seeing no reaction from Shurchen, Zhang Tianxin continued, Brother, there is plenty of food in the house and several attractive women downstairs. Please spare my life, and I will offer you all of it. Shurchen ignored Zhang Tianxin's pleas. Narrowing his eyes at Sima Ping in his mind, Sima Ping repeatedly reminded himself that he must not defy Shurchen's orders, or his fate would surely be grim. Resolving himself, Sima Ping took a deep breath and approached Zhang Tianxin. Realizing that no amount of begging would save him, Zhang Tianxin suddenly charged at Sima Ping, attempting to wrest the dagger from him. His last chance. Unfortunately for him, he faced Shurchen. The instant Zhang Tianxin made his move, Shurchen struck. With a swift kick, Shurchen shattered Zhang Tianxin's legs, sending him crashing to the ground before Sima Ping. Do it! Shurchen bellowed at Sima Ping. Sima Ping, seizing the moment, plunged the dagger into Zhang Tianxin's back. Zhang Tianxin's agonizing wail pierced the air as the blade sank in. With the first thrust, Sima Ping's bloodlust ignited. Seeing that Zhang Tianxin still clung to life, he withdrew the dagger and stabbed again. 1 thrust, 2 thrusts, 3 thrusts. Zhang Tianxin's cries dwindled until he lay lifeless, riddled with wounds. Yet Sima Ping did not relent. He continued to stab mercilessly. For someone who had been a student just 3 days prior, his performance was commendable in Shurchen's eyes. Enough, Shurchen's voice rang out, prompting Sima Ping to cease. Give him the dagger. Sima Ping, his eyes ablaze with fury, complied. Standing up, bloodied and dazed, he staggered to Pang Bo's side, handing him the dagger. Under Shurchen's watchful gaze, Pang Bo accepted the weapon, and Shurchen pointed to another of Zhang Song's subordinates, instructing, It is your turn. Kill him. At this juncture, even Zhang Song's subordinates, despite their fear, had no choice but to rise and resist, lest they all perish. Yet, it was unnecessary for Shurchen to intervene. The wasp goo, stationed at the door, sprang into action, swiftly darting toward them. The poison stingers embedded themselves in several of them, rendering them powerless to resist, leaving only their mouths to plead. Brother, we were wrong. Please spare us. I have a wife and children at home. Brother, I can join you. I will serve you faithfully, as their desperate cries echoed. Pang Bo turned to Shurchen, who appeared unfazed, merely locking eyes with Pang Bo. Understanding Shurchen's intent, Pang Bo sighed in resignation and turned back to the incapacitated men. I'm sorry, brothers. I, too, wish to live, if you must blame someone. Blame this sudden apocalypse, Pang Bo declared before driving the dagger into one of them. Without allowing time for further words, he pivoted and approached Su Xing, offering him the dagger. To Su Xing, far more decisive than Pang Bo and Sima Ping, accepted the blade and inquired of Shurchen, Captain, who shall I kill? Shurchen regarded Su Xing with surprise. Why had he not encountered him in his previous life? Su Xing's demeanor did not suggest he was someone who would fade into obscurity, leading Shurchen to speculate that perhaps he had perished before Shurchen arrived at the school. Dismissing such thoughts, Shurchen regarded Su Xing with admiration and replied, choose freely, or you may slay them all if you wish. After a brief nod, Su Xing approached the last 3 individuals on the ground. In a swift and decisive manner, he dispatched them with 3 clean thrusts before turning to return the dagger to Shurchen. Chapter 36. The clever one. Shurchen expressed his approval, saying to Su Xing, this is for you. Well done. He then addressed Sima Ping and the others. Congratulations on successfully completing my impromptu assessment. From now on, you shall officially be my team members. Following this, Shurchen commanded the Centipede Gu and Wasp Gu to commence the scene cleanup. At this point, Shurchen no longer concealed the secret of the Gu, allowing Sima Ping and the others to witness the voracious consumption of flesh by the creatures. Zhao Kuan and Lu Yanghong observed the horrific sight, their eyes filled with terror, for they could not comprehend that these were Shurchen's Gu, fearing that such monsters might suddenly turn on them. Though Sima Ping and his companions had encountered Gu before, witnessing their feeding in such proximity was unprecedented. Consequently, they stared wide-eyed, fully aware that the Gu were entirely under Shurchen's control, their fear reaching a peak. Each silently vowed to never betray Shurchen as long as the Gu existed. As the creatures devoured the bodies, leaving not a trace behind, a substantial amount of Gu essence manifested in Shurchen's energy sea. But now was not the time for refinement. Shurchen waved his hand, recalling the Gu, and addressed Zhao Kuan. Did you not say that you had ample supplies here? Lead them to gather all the resources and bring them back to me. Yes, brother. With Zhao Kuan and Lu Yanghong's involvement, and given that Zheng Long's daughter was still too young, there was insufficient space in the armored vehicle. Shurchen decided to take advantage of the current opportunity to search the underground parking garage for another vehicle. Thereby providing more room in the armored CR.as for the supplies, he would leave nothing behind that could be salvaged. After Zhao Kuan's acknowledgement, he quietly inquired, brother, what about those women downstairs? Zhao Kuan's mention of women stemmed from the realization that both he and Lu Yanghong's fates were already entwined with Shurchen's whims. Naturally, he sought to discern Shurchen's preferences, hoping to curry favor for future endeavors. Shurchen, however, held little regard for these women, who had already been thoroughly exploited. Acquiring women in this apocalyptic reality was as easy as pie, for his armored vehicle alone housed several stunning beauties. Yet, Zhao Kuan's words prompted a revelation for Shurchen, who began to contemplate silently. When it comes to establishing a power in this new world, beyond resources and weaponry, the most vital element is undoubtedly the population. With the advent of the apocalypse, civilization regressed overnight. Thus, manpower became a crucial factor in developing influence, which elucidated why the Fifth War Zone in the previous life aggressively assimilated all minor factions upon stabilizing. With this thought in mind, Shurchen responded to Zhao Kuan. Inform them that those willing to join us will be guaranteed the minimum standard of living, but they must unconditionally obey orders. As long as they comply, I shall provide them with sustenance, and if they refuse, they can be released. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuan nodded obediently and led Sima Ping and the others downstairs to the room where Zhang Song had stored supplies. Shurchen then withdrew his walkie-talkie to confirm the situation with Zheng Long and his group. They had successfully returned to the armored vehicle, and after settling his daughter, Zheng Long intended to hurry back to assist Shurchen. Just as Shurchen's walkie-talkie buzzed to life. After listening to Zheng Long, Shurchen promptly declined the need for his presence, informed him of their next destination, and instructed them to park the armored vehicle at the exit of the underground garage of Xingfu Community, allowing them to rest and regain their strength while awaiting his arrival. Zhao Kuan and his companions acted swiftly, as food supplies were limited. The apocalypse had struck so abruptly that ordinary residents had no habit of hoarding resources. As Zhao Kuan ascended, He was followed by 4 or 5 women clad only in undergarments. The remaining individuals were either driven mad by Zhang Song and his group or had been left with psychological scars, disinclined to follow Shurchen. These individuals and their belongings were serendipitously acquired, and Shurchen paid them little heed. After instructing them to find clothing, he led them towards the underground garage, in the garage on the first basement level. Shurchen and the others observed various vehicles neatly parked in their spots. Ignoring a few impractical sedans, Shurchen's gaze landed on a Cadillac Escalade. This vehicle not only exuded an imposing presence, but also met Shurchen's requirements for ample space and seating. That would do. Let's load everything and get inside. Zhao Kuan, observing Shurchen's choice of the Escalade, displayed a somewhat troubled expression. Shurchen, noticing this, asked, "What is it? Is this vehicle unsuitable?" Hearing Shurchen's inquiry, Zhao Kuan quickly replied, No, it's certainly appropriate. It's just that this vehicle." Chen Xing, thinking Zhao Kuan was concerned about the car keys, interjected, "Isn't their resident information displayed above? We can just go find the keys." Zhao Kuan looked at Chen Xing, who had interrupted him, and explained helplessly, "It's not that simple. The keys for this vehicle have already been seized by the residents of Building 2. When the apocalypse first struck, they threatened all the residents with explosives to obtain the keys." Upon hearing this, a playful smile appeared on Shurchen's face as he remarked, "So, the people from Building 2 are quite clever, aren't they? What are they up to? How did they even get explosives?" Zhao Kuan hurriedly explained in a few sentences. After listening, Shurchen became increasingly intrigued by the occupants of Building 2. How could several construction workers think to collect car keys at the onset of the apocalypse? "No matter, you all find a secure room to hide in. I shall go have a word with the workers you mentioned." After Shurchen spoke, Zhao Kuan nodded and replied, "All right, big brother, please take care. We will wait for you here." As he spoke, Zhao Kuan pointed towards a storage room directly opposite the front of the Escalade. After Shurchen acknowledged with a nod, he proceeded towards the stairwell of Building 2. On the 5th floor of Building 2, Li Liang, Zhang Laoxi, and Zhao Hongbing sat together, anxiously discussing Shurchen's situation. "Brother Liang, they've been quiet for quite some time. They must have left, right?" Zhao Hongbing was the first to speak. For in his mind, the presence of machine guns in Shurchen's group had already sealed Zhang Song's fate. "How can you be so sure they left? The outside is crawling with man-eating monsters. If they wanted to leave, why would they come here?" Zhang Laoxi had concluded that Shurchen's group had chosen Xingfu community as a refuge. "Are you foolish? They have machine guns. If you were in their position, would you choose to remain in this wretched community?" Upon hearing Zhao Hongbing's insult, Zhang Laoxi was naturally displeased. "You're the fool. Where else would they choose if not here? I think this place is quite good. There's food, drink, and women to enjoy." Zhao Hongbing glared at Zhang Laoxi, furious that since their arrival, he had taken advantage of all the women in the building, leaving him feeling too dirty to even act. "You've got nothing but women on your mind. Can't you think of something more serious?" Just as Zhang Laoxi was about to retort, Li Liang interrupted. "Enough. I don't want to hear your nonsense. If you want to know the situation, send someone to check." Upon hearing Li Liang's words, both Zhao Hongbing and Zhang Laoxi tacitly fell silent. Everyone knew that going to check now would be akin to courting death. The gunfire from the opposite side had only just ceased. Li Liang looked at the now silent duo with a helpless expression. If he didn't need them to fight for him, he would have long since dealt with these two fools, rest assured. "We are brothers. I won't put you in danger." Li Liang's words eased their tension, but Zhao Hongbing, still puzzled, asked, "Brother Liang, if we don't go, who will? Those timid souls would likely run away the moment they stepped outside. Surely not returning." Hearing this, Li Liang displayed a cunning grin as he replied, "Have you forgotten about him?" As soon as Li Liang spoke, both Zhao Hongbing and Zhang Laoxi turned to look towards the adjacent room. "Is this really a good idea, Brother Liang? Isn't our escape thanks to him?" Zhang Laoxi scratched his head, questioning. Li Liang's expression darkened immediately. He was well aware that Shen Wuyan had been the one to alert them to the danger when the zombies first appeared, leading them to safety. However, Shen Wuyan was far too out of sync with the group. Before the apocalypse, he had been an electrical engineering student, swiftly promoted to supervisor upon arrival at the construction site, overshadowing Li Liang, who served as the foreman. Once the apocalypse struck and they fled to this refuge, Shen Wuyan had continually imposed restrictions, forbidding them from various actions, establishing a plethora of absurd rules, causing the trio to carry out their tasks in secrecy. Since arriving at Xingfu community, Shen Wuyan had focused solely on the collection of car keys, an endeavor Li Liang deemed utterly pointless. With the apocalypse upon them, what use was a car? Who would take the risk of driving amidst a horde of monsters? At this moment, Zhao Hongbing discerned the change in Li Liang's demeanor and inwardly cursed Zhang Laosi for his thoughtless remarks. Brother Liang, I agree with you. This guy hasn't done anything since he arrived, merely espousing high ideals while feasting on our spoils. Sending him to scout ahead is certainly sound. Zhao Hongbing's words seemed to mollify Li Liang, who then spoke irritably to Zhang Laosi. You go fetch him. Tell him to hurry. With no choice left, Zhang Laosi stood and made his way to the door. Just as he reached for the doorknob, it began to turn on its OWN. No need to call. I heard everything. The person who pushed the door open stood around 1.7 meters tall, clad in somewhat tattered black formal attire, a thick pair of glasses resting on his face, and his hair unkempt from days without washing. While not unattractive, he was hardly handsome. Upon hearing the voice, Li Liang and Zhao Hongbing turned to see Shen Wuyan standing there. At that moment, Zhao Hongbing felt a twinge of embarrassment, having just spoken ill of him, while Li Liang remained indifferent, addressing Shen Wuyan. You heard correctly. We need you to take a trip. Shen Wuyan was incensed, having saved these three fools only to be met with ingratitude. Did they not consider how long they could survive in this community without any preparation? Their reckless thievery and assaults on women could easily provoke retaliation from others. After all, in the face of the apocalypse, every individual is akin to a ticking time bomb. Even a cornered rabbit may bite. At this moment, Shen Wuyan had fully resolved to abandon these three dimwits. With their combined intellect and strength, they could have established a foothold in this new world, but now he was utterly disheartened. Fine, I'll go now. As Shen Wuyan opened his mouth to speak and was about to turn to leave, a voice tinged with mockery echoed from the doorway. Where do you think you're going? The sound sent chills down Shen Wuyan's spine, causing his hair to stand on end. He had been entirely oblivious to the presence of someone trailing behind him. Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, Li Liang and the others grew tense in a swift motion. Li Liang stood up and seized a detonator, directing it toward the entrance in a defensive stance. In truth, Shurchen had activated the abilities of his two personal goo worms as he ascended the stairs. Thanks to the heightened sensory capabilities provided by the spider goo, he had overheard every word exchanged among Li Liang and his companions. Through their dialogue, Shurchen discerned that their scheme to collect car keys stemmed solely from the presence of the diminutive Shen Wuyan. The very moment Li Liang brandished the detonator, Shurchen's ghostly figure had already glided past Shen Wuyan, rushing to his side. With a crack, the sound of breaking bones resonated as Li Liang's arm was brutally snapped by Shurchen. The detonator he held fell directly into Shurchen's grasp. Li Liang's scream jolted Zhao Hongbing and Zhang Laosi into action. Zhang Laosi, reacting the quickest, swung a punch at Shurchen. A seasoned worker from construction sites, Zhang Laosi possessed strength that surpassed that of most ordinary men. However, he was up against Shurchen. The momentum of his powerful punch was effortlessly intercepted by Shurchen's palm, which he met with ease, before Shurchen raised his leg and sent Zhang Laosi flying with a swift kick. Zhao Hongbing, in turn, drew a fruit knife from his waist and lunged toward Shurchen's neck. Yet, to Shurchen, Zhao Hongbing's movements appeared to unfold in slow motion. Before the blade could even graze Shurchen, a gun was already pressed against Zhao Hongbing's head. With the gun held to him, Zhao Hongbing's actions froze instantly. Meanwhile, Shen Wuyan stood in shock, witnessing that Shurchen's speed and agility in subduing Li Liang and his companions were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. Zhao Hongbing tossed the fruit knife to the ground in surrender. Li Liang had already begun to recover from the pain of his broken arm. Seizing the moment while Shurchen held the detonator in one hand and aimed the gun at Zhao Hongbing with the other, Li Liang drew his knife and aimed for the back of Shurchen's head. Watch out behind you. Shen Wuyan began to warn, but he was interrupted by a horrifying sight. A centipede, glistening ominously, appeared behind Shurchen. The creature's fearsome mandibles clamped down on the knife in Li Liang's hand. The sturdy blade shattered like a mere plastic toy within the jaws of the centipede goo, scattering fragments everywhere. A monster! Help me! Where did it come from? Li Liang's words were cut short as the centipede goo crawled up his body, delivering a lethal bite to his neck. Li Liang was utterly incapacitated. Chapter 38. Leaving the happy community with the centipede goo effortlessly dispatching Li Liang, the trio, Zhao Hongbing, who had a gun pressed to his head, Zhang Laosi, who was struggling to rise after being kicked, and Xin Wuyan, who remained frozen at the door, trembled as they beheld the centipede goo voraciously devouring Li Liang's remains. They dared not move an inch. You still haven't answered my question. Where do you intend to go? Shurchen's inquiry snapped them back to reality. Zhao Hongbing, the first to regain his composure despite the gun at his head, stammered. We were just sent to check if you had left. He pointed at the half-consumed Li Liang, hoping to shift the blame entirely onto the deceased. Little did he know, Shurchen had heard every word of their conversation. With a cold smirk, Shurchen continued, "Oh, is that so? Then I would like to know if you have gathered all the car keys." Yes, they're all right there." Zhao Hongbing indicated an iron box on the table behind them. Shurchen holstered his gun, turned, and picked up the box. Upon opening it, he found a collection of car keys inside, which satisfied him. He nodded in approval and prepared to leave. While the centipede goo had already finished devouring Li Liang, its multitude of legs dancing beneath Shurchen's feet. Just as Shurchen was about to step out the door, Xin Wuyan trembled and spoke up, "Big brother, may I accompany you?" Upon hearing Xin Wuyan's words, Shurchen thought to himself, as expected. From the moment he overheard their conversation, he recognized that Xin Wuyan was no ordinary person. At the very least, he was intelligent. With such individuals, if one were to recruit them openly, they might suspect ulterior motives. Hence, Shurchen feigned indifference, ignoring him. If Xin Wuyan truly aspired to make a mark in this apocalyptic world, he would inevitably express a desire to join after witnessing Shurchen's displayed strength. Shurchen smiled subtly and asked, "Why? Give me a reason to take you along." Xin Wuyan understood that if he wished to survive in this bleak world, the person before him represented the greatest opportunity. If he let it slip away, he would undoubtedly regret it. Thus, he gathered his courage and replied, "I studied electrical engineering. I am certain I can be of assistance to you." After listening, Shurchen pretended to consider the offer, delaying his response. However, Xin Wuyan felt a surge of anxiety, realizing that their most formidable weapon, the detonator, now lay in Shurchen's hands. If Shurchen refused to take him along, the survivors who had previously been bullied by Li Liang and his group would surely band together to tear them apart. "Trust me, I can absolutely help you," Xin Wuyan earnestly implored. Sensing the moment was ripe, Shurchen nodded and said, "All right, I will take you with me and provide you with the means to survive. However, your life will now belong to me. You must obey my every command unconditionally. If you fail to do so." As Shurchen pointed to the centipede goo at his feet with a sinister smile, he continued, "Then you will become its next meal." Xin Wuyan, gazing at the centipede goo that was fixated on him, swallowed hard and replied, Okay, you can rest assured." Shurchen smiled with satisfaction. Xin Wuyan's expertise would be of great benefit to his growing power. Just as Xin Wuyan successfully joined Shurchen, Zhao Hongbing and Zhang Laosi exchanged glances and both expressed a desire to join as well. The moment they spoke, a look of disdain crossed Xin Wuyan's face. He had intended to alert Shurchen, but realizing he had only just joined, he remained silent and compliant. Shurchen scrutinized Zhao Hongbing and Zhang Laosi. Although Zhao Hongbing wore a forced smile, he thought to himself that if Shurchen accepted the weak Xin Wuyan, he, a strong and capable man, would surely be welcomed as well as for Zhang Laosi. He had no particular thoughts. As long as he had food, drink, and women, it mattered little who he followed. Shurchen addressed Zhang Laosi, "Can you meet my conditions?" Zhang Laosi, clutching his abdomen where Shurchen had kicked him, replied, "Just give me food and women, and I'll serve you loyally." Shurchen appreciated Zhang Laosi's straightforwardness. Such individuals were far easier to control. As for women, in this post-apocalyptic world, they held little value. One could barter for a loaf of bread. To exchange a woman for a strong and easily managed subordinate was a bargain too good to pass up. Shurchen nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very well, you shall follow me, and I promise there will be plenty of women for you in the future." With that, Zhang Laosi grinned and took his place behind Shurchen. "And you?" Shurchen turned to Zhao Hongbing. Hearing Shurchen address him, Zhao Hongbing's smile widened, and just as he was about to step closer to Shurchen, his expression froze. Bang! Shurchen's gun erupted with smoke. "I despise people like you the most." Zhao Hongbing's life was swiftly extinguished by Shurchen's shot, leaving him as mere fodder for the centipede goo. Having completed this grim task, Shurchen holstered his gun and instructed Xin Wuyan and Zhang Laosi, "Gather all the survivors and supplies from this building, Then follow me. My people are waiting for us in the basement. Obediently, Shen Wuyan and Zhang Laosi set forth to execute Shurchen's first command. In no time, the pair returned, laden with supplies and fellow survivors, and Shurchen led them down to the underground parking lot. Upon reuniting with Zhao Kuan and the others, Shen Wuyan and Zhang Laosi felt a twinge of awkwardness. Before Shurchen's arrival, the two groups had been fierce competitors, scheming to bring each other to ruin. Yet now, they found themselves united as allies, marveling at the curious twists of fate. With all the car keys secured, Shurchen no longer fixated on just the Cadillac. Their numbers now exceeded those of his former faction from a different life. Having retrieved Zhao Kuan, Lu Yonghong, and 5 women from Building 6, along with Shen Wuyan, Zhang Laosi, and a mix of 6 women and 4 men from Building 2, Shurchen selected 2 7-seat vans in addition to the originally chosen Cadillac. Once all the supplies had been loaded onto the vehicles, Shurchen instructed everyone to gather the gasoline from the tanks of all the vehicles in the underground garage. With everything prepared, 3 cars set off towards the garage exit to rendezvous with Zheng Long and the others. Zheng Long had already been waiting at the garage exit as per Shurchen's orders. Upon seeing Shurchen in the Cadillac, he immediately activated the armored vehicle and crashed it into the iron gate of the community. With the gate removed as an obstacle, a horde of zombies began to surge frantically into the community. Zheng Long, leading the charge in the armored vehicle, pressed on with the remaining 4 vehicles, which accelerated towards the destination previously assigned by Shurchen. Chapter 39. Gaoshan City Zoo. Gaoshan City Zoo is the largest zoo in the entire eastern province and one of the renowned urban attractions in Gaoshan City. Prior to the apocalypse, the zoo flourished under the efforts of the authorities, showcasing a wide variety of animals for visitors to admire. However, what was once a sanctuary for human leisure has transformed into a nightmarish forbidden zone in the post-apocalyptic world. All the animals in the zoo have morphed into formidable beasts. Some, like the eagle, were naturally inclined towards freedom. Upon mutation, they broke free from their cages, becoming terrifying aerial predators. Others, such as rabbits and peacocks, were swiftly devoured by even more powerful monsters upon their transformation. Not to mention the animals that rendered the entire zoo a no-go zone, such as wolf packs, which, with their strong territorial instincts, proclaimed the zoo as their domain and began to spread further afield. As Shurchen's convoy approached the Gaoshan City Zoo, the roar of the engines attracted numerous zombies who followed the convoy in a frenzy. Ever since experimenting with the successful refinement of beasts into goo, Shurchen had designated the zoo as his base, naturally due to the abundance of powerful beasts that could provide him with formidable goo worms. By now, night had passed, and with the dawn's arrival, the entire zoo came into view for all to see. Viewed from above, the zoo resembled a colossal square, sprawling over an extensive area, akin to a small town. In front of the zoo lay a broad, long road, allowing travelers to drive directly into the Zoode. At the end of this road stood the entrance, designed in a corridor structure. The entrance featured ticket booths and checkpoints, leading into the main body of the zoo, which was arranged in a hexagonal layout. The outer perimeter was surrounded by tall, sturdy walls, with the first inner circle designated for visitor viewing and sightseeing vehicles. The second inner circle contained various animal enclosures, each partitioned into separate areas for different species. The third circle housed the zoo's offices, restaurant, animal performance arena, breeding rooms, and animal hospital, all separated by walls. If it weren't for the overwhelming presence of beasts, this place would be an idyllic sanctuary in the apocalypse. As the convoy neared the zoo, terrifying roars echoed from within. The relentless zombies that had been pursuing the convoy gradually halted in their tracks. Succumbing to the oppressive sounds, after unwillingly roaring at the approaching convoy, they quickly scattered in all directions. The reason for their retreat was the powerful beasts lurking within the zoo. After all, these beasts did not solely feast on humans. Zombies were also considered a rare delicacy. With the zombies dispersing, the occupants of the vehicles, including Sima Ping and Zhao Kuan, breathed a sigh of relief. After all, being pursued by hundreds of zombies had left their hearts racing. Thanks to the walkie-talkies, everyone had exchanged brief introductions along the way. Regardless of their past, they were now all under Shurchen's command, maintaining a semblance of harmony. "Captain, those damned beasts have finally stopped chasing us. Are we going to charge directly into the zoo?" Zheng Long's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "No. Do not damage the entrance equipment. These will serve as our natural barricades later. Once we reach the entrance, block the road with the vehicles. Zhang Muyao and Chen Shengnan will stay here with all the women on guard, leaving them all the rifles to prevent any returning zombies. The rest will follow me inside and aim to eliminate any dangers within as quickly as possible before taking control. After Shurchen issued his orders, Chen Shengnan and the others in the armored vehicle nervously gripped their firearms. Zheng Long handed his rifle to Zhao Linger, who had been eyeing the weapon with longing, and entrusted the care of his daughter to Bai Luobing. Bai Luobing, already filled with dread at the thought of zombies, readily agreed to Zheng Long's request. Once everyone in the armored vehicle was prepared, Zheng Long responded into the walkie-talkie, received, "Captain." Zheng Long's armored vehicle was the first to arrive at the zoo entrance. With a swift drift, the armored vehicle positioned itself about 50 meters in front of the zoo's entrance. Zhang Muyao, Chen Shengnan, Su Ning, and Zhao Linger simultaneously disembarked, leaving Bai Luobing to watch over Zheng Long's daughter. Xiao Nuomi. Shurchen's Cadillac soon followed, parking beside the armored vehicle, effectively blocking the entire road. The remaining two vans, driven by Zhao Kuan and Shen Wuyan, parked in front of the armored vehicle and the Cadillac, forming two barriers that completely obstructed the road before the zoo entrance. Once everyone disembarked, they began to act according to Shurchen's instructions. With the enhanced senses granted by the spider goo, Shurchen quickly detected numerous beasts within the zoo and released the centipede goo and wasp goo from his Qi to lead the way. As the group entered the zoo, they were met with a thunderous roar. Accompanying this roar, a pack of wolves, the size of tigers, charged towards Shurchen and his companions. Damn! The sudden onslaught of beasts startled Sima Ping and the others. Zheng Long reacted swiftly, drawing his handgun and aiming at the approaching wolf beasts, firing without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. With Zheng Long's gunfire, the centipede goo and wasp goo sprang into action. In the animal kingdom, an animal size often correlates with its combat power. Thus, the wolf beasts showed no fear upon seeing the diminutive wasp goo and centipede goo, continuing their relentless assault. As for the centipede goo and wasp goo, they regarded the wolf beasts with utter disdain. In the instant the two sides drew near, the wolf beasts discovered they couldn't breach the centipede goo's defenses. As for the wasp goo, it was an unattainable dream for the wolf beasts to even touch it while it soared in the air. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. The wasp goo and centipede goo effortlessly injured all the charging wolf beasts. Shurchen swiftly utilized the Goo Dao formula to inject the injured wolf beasts into his goo source, causing several to collapse on the ground. A woo! At that moment, a wolf's howl echoed from the depths of the zoo, but the wolf beasts that had been injected with Shurchen's goo source remained oblivious, obediently lying still. Witnessing the wolf beasts' indifference to their orders, the Wolf King, commanding from the zoo's depths, became infuriated. He had no choice but to take matters into his own hands and lead the remaining wolves to attack Shurchen. The Wolf King's actions played right into Shurchen's hands. The moment the Wolf King appeared, Shurchen dashed forward like lightning, joining forces with the centipede goo and wasp goo to take down all the wolf beasts, including the Wolf King, and effortlessly injected them with the goo source once more. The previously subdued wolf beasts were now in a state of preparation for goo refinement. Only upon gathering sufficient numbers would they engage in a brutal fight until they transformed into goo worms. With the numbers now adequate, over 10 wolf beasts clashed together in a frenzy. Chapter 40. Anomalous occurrences. The scene of the wolf pack turning on itself left Zheng Long and the others, who had entered the zoo alongside Shurchen, utterly dumbfounded. They watched in disbelief as the once ferocious beasts suddenly descended into infighting. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what was unfolding. Naturally, Shurchen would not explain. His intention in bringing them here was to allow them to witness the ferocity of these monsters up close and observe their reactions in the face of danger. Had it not been for this purpose, he would not have brought along this group of individuals who lacked combat capability. He could have handled it alone. The mutated wolf pack was already fearsome, and it didn't take long for the last to emerge. The Wolf King, to stand out amongst them. As the Wolf King slaughtered and consumed the remaining wolf beasts, Shurchen officially acquired his fifth goo worm, the wolf goo, with the successful refinement of the wolf goo. A wave of pure goo essence flooded into Shurchen's second Qi. Shurchen looked content as he observed the wolf goo, now resembling a loyal pet, wagging its tail at him, silently praising himself for having made the right choice in selecting the zoo. Subsequently, Shurchen did not retract the newly transformed wolf goo into his Qi, but kept it alongside the centipede goo and wasp goo. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Shurchin continued deeper into the zoo. Accompanied by the three goo worms, the crowd approached the first turn of the corridor. An automatic vending machine came into view. Zheng Long and Zhang Laoxi's eyes lit up at the sight of it. The reason for their excitement was simple. The vending machine dispensed cigarettes. Although it had been damaged by an unknown beast, many of the cigarettes remained intact, scattered on the ground. Zheng Long, a seasoned smoker, was utterly captivated by the sight of the cigarettes lying there. "Captain, these cigarettes?" Zheng Long began, but was swiftly interrupted by Shurchin, who understood his intent. "You may take one, but gather the rest for now. Do not touch anything without my command." Shurchin's reluctance to let Zheng Long take all the cigarettes wasn't due to stinginess. Rather, cigarettes were a precious commodity in the apocalypse, even in the fourth year of the previous apocalypse. When most large bases had stabilized, they prioritized the restoration of food production. No one would waste their limited arable land on tobacco cultivation during such a crisis. Thus, cigarettes and alcohol, both capable of driving addiction, were considered luxury items in this harsh new world. A solitary wanderer who could find a pack of cigarettes or a bottle of liquor amidst the ruins could command a handsome price at any base. Therefore, the full vending machine of cigarettes before them represented a treasure worth many lives. Zheng Long eagerly collected all the cigarettes into his backpack. Zhang Laoxi's yearning gaze remained fixed on it. Though fear of Shurchin restrained him from acting out, he felt emboldened to speak to Zheng Long. "Big brother, I beg you, spare me 2 packs. We are all comrades here. You know how it feels for a smoker to suddenly be without cigarettes." At that moment, Zheng Long, unable to contain his excitement, lit a cigarette and, hearing Zhang Laoxi's plea, smiled as he pulled out 2 packs from the one he had received from Shurchin. "I understand, but there isn't much left, so please use them sparingly." Zhang Laoxi gratefully accepted the 2 packs, his expression filled with emotion as he said, "Thank you, big brother. From now on, you are my benefactor. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask." Zheng Long nodded with a smile, indicating that there was no need for thanks. Zhang Laoxi then wasted no time in eagerly unwrapping a pack and lighting a cigarette. While Shurchin noticed the 2 men, he chose to ignore their trivialities and continued to lead the group forward at a steady pace. As they ventured deeper, Shurchin began to sense that something was amiss. Apart from the wolf pack that had attacked them upon entry, there had been no further sightings of beasts. The claw marks on the damaged iron cages indicated that there were surely other monsters lurking nearby. Yet, thus far, no other beast had approached this large group of people. It was well known that any animal that had become a monster was inherently aggressive. Unless faced with creatures vastly stronger, they would attack any living being that came near, as consuming flesh and blood was the only means for monsters and zombies to evolve. With questions swirling in his mind, Shurchin became increasingly cautious. After all, unusual occurrences often herald danger. To avoid any missteps, he remained fully alert. Just as he heightened his senses through his unique technique, the answer to his unease revealed itself. Not far beyond the second turn of the corridor, 2 monsters were locked in a fierce battle. One was a massive black serpent, nearly 5 meters long, its blood-red tongue flickering as it sought an opportunity to strike against its opponent. The serpent bore numerous claw marks, blood still oozing from its wounds. Its adversary, a swarm of dark, ferocious rat monsters. Their numbers were staggering, and each rat had evolved to the size of a domestic cat before the apocalypse. The age-old enmity between snakes and rats had erupted into a bloody conflict once again in this post-apocalyptic world. Upon witnessing this, Shurchin finally understood why no other monsters had attacked them. The remaining beasts were preoccupied with their own savage struggle, while it appeared to be merely a fight between snakes and rats. Shurchin's heightened perception revealed 2 additional monsters lurking in the shadows of the iron cage, poised to take advantage when the 2 sides were weakened. Though their intentions were clever, they had not anticipated encountering Shurchin, who was even more cunning. He signaled Zheng Long and the others to halt and hide, then carefully withdrew 3 of his insect companions, advancing cautiously toward the battling creatures. That moment, the black serpent, realizing it was nearly surrounded by the overwhelming number of rats, decided to abandon its caution and launch a full frontal assault. With a fierce hiss, the serpent charged toward the Rat King amidst the swarm. Unfortunately, despite its speed, it was no match for the agility of the Rat King. The black serpent's attack was deftly evaded, and due to its momentum, it crashed violently into a nearby artificial hill. With a resounding thud, The serpent's head cracked the structure open. The Rat King, having evaded the blow, immediately rallied its comrades with a commanding squeak. The horde of rats, receiving their leader's order, launched themselves recklessly at the black serpent, their sharp teeth and claws tearing into its scales. As the black serpent became engulfed by the swarm, anyone suffering from a fear of clusters would surely faint at the sight. Just as victory seemed imminent for the rats, the black serpent, recovering from the impact, began to thrash its body wildly, attempting to shake off the relentless attackers. This tactic proved effective, as the sheer weight and strength of the serpent crushed many of the rats beneath it. Shi Qian, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of sadness. After all, every monster present was a potential asset for refining his insects. Unable to resist, Shi Qian unleashed his power, directing it with pinpoint accuracy at every visible monster in the fray. The creatures struck by Shi Qian's force fell silent, succumbing to his control. However, as he expended his energy, he noticed his reserves dwindling rapidly. The sheer number of rats was overwhelming, and his current level of power was insufficient. Considering the lurking monsters in the depths of the iron cage, Shi Qian decided to abandon his efforts against the remaining rats. He summoned 3 non-core insect companions, commanding the newly refined wolf insect to consume all the rats that had evaded his control. With the assistance of the centipede and wasp insects, both at level 5, the wolf insect began its feeding frenzy, evolving as it did so. Rather than immediately refine the insects, Shi Qian's form darted toward the shadows where the 2 hidden monsters lay in wait. His speed was remarkable, and the 2 concealed beasts were utterly perplexed by the sudden cessation of the black serpent and rat battle that had consumed them. As they stood bewildered, Shi Qian swiftly confronted the first monster. A massive brown bear. Bears are known for their ferocity, and the saying 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers underscores their formidable strength among animals. In this post-apocalyptic setting, the bear before Shi Qian was a true monster. Had it not been for Shi Qian's unique abilities that countered beasts, he would have been no match for even 20 of his own selves against the bear's might. Upon seeing this audacious human approaching, the bear wasted no time in unleashing its colossal paw, imbued with tremendous force. However, Shi Qian had anticipated this move. As the bear raised its claw, he unleashed a powerful surge of energy, halting the bear's attack mid-swing. With the bear subdued, Shi Qian vanished again, racing toward the second hidden monster, a scorpion no longer than an adult's forearm. Sensing the fall of the bear, the scorpion's instinct compelled it to flee. Yet, bolstered by his enhanced speed, Shi Qian outpaced the creature and struck it with his energy, immobilizing it. That moment, Shi Qian's emotions were beyond words. This was his greatest opportunity to harvest monsters for refining his insects. As each creature, whether the black serpent, the rat horde, the scorpion, or the colossal bear, represented a valuable asset. After securing their control, he eagerly delineated areas for refining, commencing his work without delay. The black serpent, scorpion, and brown bear were each assigned 9 relatively weaker rat monsters to assist in the process. The 3 magical beasts effortlessly dispatched and devoured the 9 mice before them, successfully transforming into goo worms. As for the remaining rodent horde, Shi Qian did not concern himself with the selection of strengths or weaknesses, instead allowing them to engage in a simultaneous battle in groups of 10. Ultimately, he amassed a staggering 50 mice goo. With the successful refinement of the goo, an abundance of immense goo essence began to surge continuously, filling Shi Qian's qi. This sensation, both agonizing and exhilarating, once again swelled within him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Shi Qian issued a desperate command to the centipede goo, wasp goo, and the wolf goo, which had ascended to the 3rd level due to their consumption of the mouse horde. To protect him with their lives, without regard for any potential dangers surrounding him, he sat cross-legged on the ground, fervently operating the Goo Dao incantation to digest the overwhelming flow of goo essence akin to a torrential river. As the incantation progressed, the vast goo essence began to be refined bit by bit into his own goo source. His second Dantian's qi expanded continuously, and once it reached the same size as the first, Shi Qian realized his Goo Dao incantation was about to upgrade. Indeed, after the second qi ceased its expansion, a third qi began to take shape in his Dantian. This marked the official upgrade of Shi Qian's Goo Dao incantation to the 3rd level. With the upgrade, the pure goo source further fortified Shi Qian's body, healing all the various ailments left by his past labor and sleepless nights. His physique began to approach perfection, with muscle definition becoming well-proportioned and his skin transforming to a flawless, baby-like pallor. As Shurchin opened his bright eyes, he fully refined all the goo essence he had obtained into his own goo source. The moment had arrived for Shurchin to make the joyous yet agonizing decision of selecting his third innate goo. Looking at the array of goo worms obediently lined before him, he suddenly felt the weight of having too many choices. With an abundance of goo worms, the decision became all the more complicated. Especially now that he possessed the snake goo, scorpion goo, mouse goo, and the currently most promising bear goo. After wrestling with his thoughts, Shurchin ultimately chose the centipede goo as his third innate goo. The reasons for this choice were twofold. First, the centipede goo held the highest rank among all the goo worms, and second, Shurchin was not lacking in offensive capabilities, having already achieved speed and perception. Thus, the pressing need was to enhance his defenses. Among the existing goo worms, the centipede goo undoubtedly boasted the strongest defense. Previously, at the Happy Community, the centipede goo had successfully withstood gunfire due to its armored exoskeleton. With his decision made, Shurchin no longer hesitated, directly absorbing the centipede goo into his third chi-si, refining it into his third innate goo. Following the successful refinement of the centipede goo, Shurchin gained its ability, skin enhancement. Eagerly, Shurchin activated the ability of his third innate goo. As the ability took effect, not only did his skin harden significantly, but a faint pattern resembling scales also emerged upon its surface. Excited, Shurchin drew his police dagger from his waist and slashed at his arm. Szia, accompanied by a sound akin to metal grinding against metal. The blade left only a shallow white mark on his arm. Such formidable defense. Shurchin couldn't help but marvel internally before sheathing the dagger with satisfaction. Chapter 42. The mouse goo swaps for defense before Shurchin lay the first-level snake goo, first-level scorpion goo, first-level bear goo, and the 51st-level mouse goo that were causing him some vexation. With the increase in the number of goo worms, their food requirements also surged. Fortunately, the number of zombies was overwhelming. Otherwise, Shurchin would truly struggle to sustain such a massive quantity of goo worms. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he waved his hand to collect all his goo worms back into his chi-si. As he walked toward the direction where Zhang Long and the others were located, Shurchin contemplated. Now that he possessed a sufficient number of goo worms, he could entrust the guarding task to those he could fully rely on. Especially since this was a critical moment for seizing his first base, it was not entirely safe to have Jiang Muyao and the others watch his back. Once he had made up his mind, he arrived at Zhang Long's location and briefly shared his thoughts with him. Naturally, Zhang Long and the others did not dare to voice any objections. Shurchin then led them back along the path to the zoo's entrance. Upon their sudden return, the women who had been anxiously guarding the entrance looked somewhat astonished. "Captain, how did you return so quickly? Did something happen?" Chen Shangnan was the first to approach Shurchin, her concern evident. Shurchin shook his head lightly, responding with a smile, "Nothing much. I just acquired a good number of treasures. You all no longer need to guard. I will lead you inside." As he spoke, he added silently in his heart, "I still can't fully trust you, so I must keep you all within my sight." Upon hearing Shurchin's words, the women displayed joyful expressions. After all, since Shurchin had assigned them to guard the entrance, they had been trembling with fear. And now that he announced they no longer needed to do so, how could they not be happy? Just as Zhao Linger was about to say something, Shurchin's next action left her in stunned silence once again. He waved his hand and released all the mouse goo. 50 large mice goo lined up neatly at the entrance of the zoo the moment they were unleashed. This sudden appearance of a horde of mice caused the previously elated women to scream in fright and hastily retreat into the zoo behind Shurchin. Chen Shengnan, Jiang Muyao, and Zhao Linger instinctively hid behind Shurchin. "Do not be afraid. These are treasures I just acquired. They will guard the door in your stead. All of you follow me inside," Shurchin reassured everyone, turning to lead them back into the zoo. Although these mouse goo were still only first level, they were, after all, goo worms forged from magical beasts, possessing considerable combat strength. Moreover, Shurchin would be the first to sense any fatalities among the goo worms, allowing him to completely trust them with guarding his rear. Leading the way, Shurchin positioned himself at the forefront. Behind him, Zhang Long's original place had now been taken up by Chen Shengnan, Jiang Muyao, and Zhao Linger. Jiang Muyao closely followed Shurchin out of increasing curiosity. She could not fathom how he managed to control these mutated creatures for his own purposes. This remarkable ability deepened her fascination with the secret Shurchen harbored. Zhao Linger, on the other hand, was drawn to Shurchen's formidable strength. Initially, she had followed him to escape school, then sought to utilize his power for success in the apocalypse, but ultimately she had been captivated by the might Shurchen displayed. She believed that with Shurchen's strength and her own intellect, they would certainly thrive in the future apocalypse. As for Qian Shengnan, her motivations were simpler. She wished to repay the man who had saved her life. And after being rescued once more, she had secretly fallen for this hero who appeared to save her in times of danger. Though each of the three women followed Shurchen for their own reasons. To outsiders, their actions undoubtedly resembled a contest for Shurchen's favor. Dragon brother, who do you think Chenggu will ultimately choose? Chen Xing queried softly, trailing behind Zheng Long. At this moment, Zheng Long had just retrieved his daughter from Bai Luobing, carefully cradling the newly awakened child while responding, "You brat, are you tired of living? You dare to speculate about the captain's affairs?" Hearing Zheng Long's words, Qian Xing silently nodded, choosing to remain silent. Although Zheng Long spoke dismissively, the innate curiosity of humanity, the fourth instinct, compelled him to sneak a glance in Shurchen's direction. Meanwhile, Shurchen, engaged in his own thoughts, was oblivious to the discussions occurring behind him. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. Just moments after successfully refining the Gu and upgrading his Gu Dao incantation to the 3rd level, Shurchen's abilities had also strengthened. Now, he could vaguely hear voices resembling human speech coming from deep within the zoo. Though the distance made it impossible for him to ascertain with certainty, Tio gained control over the entire zoo. His foremost task was to thoroughly cleanse the premises. As Shurchen led everyone to the 3rd corner. A corridor came into view. At the end of the corridor stood an iron door, bearing a massive claw mark, clearly indicating it had been damaged by a magical beast. Beside the corridor lay a fallen signpost, which indicated directions with arrows pointing to Beast Training Arena, Animal Breeding Room, Animal Hospital, and other such labels. "This is it," Shurchen murmured to himself, confirming that the voices emanated from this location before guiding everyone inside. Due to the enhanced sensory abilities granted to him by Shurchen, he confidently stepped through the iron gate after confirming that there was no movement behind it. However, Zheng Long and his companions did not possess Shurchen's abilities. Before entering, everyone felt a wave of tension. After all, the corridors they had traversed earlier had offered a clear line of sight, allowing them to detect any potential threats immediately. Now, as they were about to venture into an unknown space, none could ascertain whether a zombie or a magical beast lay in wait beyond the gate, ready to ambush them. Armed with weapons, Zhang Muyao and her companions immediately assumed a defensive posture, gripping their guns tightly. Upon entering the iron gate, the central area of the zoo unfolded before Shurchen's eyes. The first structure he encountered was a massive iron cage surrounded by spectator seating. Inside were wooden plank bridges and several circles adorned with tattered rags, marking the site of animal performances. The arena was now stained a dark crimson with blood, and remnants of gnawed bones and shredded flesh littered the spectator seats. Chapter 43. Entering the office building adjacent to the animal performance arena was the breeding room. The door to the breeding room stood wide open, revealing not only the remnants of bones that had been gnawed upon, similar to those in the performance area, but also several corpses of magical beasts scattered within. Adhering to his principle of waste not, want not, Shurchen released all his Gu insects from his Qi Si, save for his life-bound Gu, under the astonished gazes of his companions. The moment the Gu insects appeared, they surged toward the food on the ground. Ignoring the looks of astonishment directed at him, Shurchen continued further inside. Behind the breeding room stood 2 relatively large buildings. The sign on the left read Animal Hospital, while the one on the right indicated Zoo Office Building. Shurchen paid no attention to the already open door of the Animal Hospital and instead focused on the tightly shut office building. The sounds were emanating from the 1st floor of the office building. At that moment, the Gu insects had thoroughly satiated themselves. Prior to their transformation, they would never have consumed the bones of their prey, and their feeding was limited to a certain extent. However, now that they had been refined into Gu insects by Shurchen, they had shed any concept of being full. Especially the wolf Gu, which was now energetically gnawing on the bones as if it were a playful puppy. After devouring all the bones and scraps, all the level 1 Gu insects advanced to level 2. Their powers significantly enhanced. Shurchen looked on with satisfaction as the Gu insects underwent their evolution, a pleased smile gracing his face. He then turned and made his way toward the tightly shut office building. Inside the office building, several bare-chested men were cautiously crouched by the door, straining to hear the sounds outside. "What do you think?" "Kai, what is that noise out there?" inquired a short man, his voice trembling. "What the hell do I know? Why don't you go out and take a look, Kai?" The man being addressed retorted angrily, though one was frightened and the other irate. Their voices were hushed. Years of experience had taught them that magical beasts were extremely sensitive to sound, and keeping quiet was essential to avoid detection. "Maybe those beasts are hungry again and have come looking for food." A low voice chimed in beside Kai. After hearing this, Kai nodded and replied, "That's likely. Just ignore them. We doused this place with Tiger King's urine, so they won't dare come near. Once they're full, they'll naturally leave." With that, the group turned to leave, but just a few steps away, a loud bang reverberated through the air. Boom! The door they had locked was suddenly flung open by an immense force from the outside. The unexpected noise caused them to whirl around, and to their shock, Shurchin, clad in tactical gear, stood before them. Their first instinct upon seeing him was to think that official law enforcement had arrived. Meanwhile, as Shurchin kicked the door open, he quickly covered his nose. A foul stench, mingling with an indescribable odor, assaulted his senses. The noxious smell nearly made him retch, but thankfully, his experiences in his previous life had prepared him for even worse scents. Allowing him to suppress the urge to vomit, at that moment, the man referred to as Kai regained his composure. Without hesitation, he raised his tranquilizer gun and fired it at Shurchin. Thud! A tranquilizer dart shot toward Shurchin's chest. Unfortunately for Kai, Shurchin was now protected by the defense of his life-bound centipede goo, rendering the tranquilizer completely ineffective. The dart rebounded off him, causing no harm whatsoever. Hearing the gunfire from inside the office, Zhang Muyao, Chen Shengnan, and Zhao Linger simultaneously raised their 95 style rifles, aiming inside. Wait. Bang, bang. Before Shurchin could finish his sentence, Chen Shengnan and Zhao Linger had already pulled their triggers. Only Zhang Muyao, being a police officer, reacted in time to halt her finger from pulling the trigger. Both bullets struck the short man who had spoken first, but due to the inaccuracy of Chen Shengnan and Zhao Linger, he was only grazed in the arm and thigh, missing any vital areas. The wounded man immediately clutched his injury, emitting a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, upon realizing that Zhang Muyao and her companions were armed with real guns. The remaining individuals in the office, including Kai, were instantly frightened into surrendering. "Wait, we're human, don't shoot." Zhang Muyao and her companions ignored the pleas of the surrendering men and focused their anxious gazes on Shurchin. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Shurchin reassured the concerned women, smiling at them. Seeing Shurchin unscathed, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Zhang Muyao was the first to raise her gun and shout at the men inside. "Who are you? Why did you open fire as soon as we arrived?" Upon hearing Zhang Muyao's words, coupled with her police uniform, everyone in the office became even more convinced that the individuals before them were official authorities. Deep within the office, a young man, bound by ropes, displayed a bloodless face filled with hope. Beside him lay a group of women, stripped bare and prostrate on the ground, their expressions now somewhat numb. In front of them stood a hefty man wielding a rubber baton, his face contorted in indecision as he glanced between Kai and Shurchin, seemingly torn. Before Kai could respond, a woman in her 40s rushed forward from behind him, shouting, "Police, help us! They are all criminals! They are devils!" Upon hearing the woman's voice, Kai and his companions realized their fate was sealed. Kai immediately directed frantic gestures at a young man in the corner. "Don't move. Stay right there." Zhang Muyao, however, did not let her guard down due to the woman's words. Instead, she raised her gun again and shouted at the woman. The woman's steps halted at Zhang Muyao's command, and she stood still, responding, "Aren't you here to save us?" With heightened emotion, she pointed at Kai and continued, They are a bunch of beasts. They've kept us locked up and won't let us out. They even kill people. You must arrest them." Seeing the woman about to reveal their deeds, Kai shouted hysterically at the young man in the corner, "If you don't act now, I swear I'll kill that bitch." Hearing Kai's words, the reluctant young man spoke up, "Who's go?" With the young man's command, a dark shadow surged forth from the depths of the office. The shadow moved with lightning speed, lunging directly at Jiang Muyao. Shurchen had already heightened his alertness when Kai had shouted at the young man, and in an instant, he pulled Jiang Muyao behind him, positioning himself as a shield. Chapter 44. The cause of failure to Shurchen's astonishment? The shadow that lunged toward him was a massive Siberian tiger. As he recognized the creature, he found it almost laughable that they would use a magical beast against him. Channeling his Gu Dao technique, Shurchen lifted his hand and sent a surge of Gu energy toward the tiger. As the Gu energy impacted the tiger, Shurchen relaxed his guard, but just as he was about to speak, the tiger's gaping maw lunged for his shoulder. No! Jiang Muyao cried out in anguish, tears streaming down her face. She could hardly believe that Shurchen had been injured while protecting her from the tigress attack. Just then, Zhang Long and the others, who had been waiting outside, burst in, their faces filled with disbelief as they witnessed Shurchen being bitten by the Siberian tiger. Just when everyone thought that the seemingly invincible Shurchen was in danger. His body moved. With a swift motion, Shurchen grasped the tiger's nape with his left hand and, with his right, clenched a powerful fist. With a single blow, he sent the massive tiger flying across the room. Upon inspection, aside from a large tear in his clothing, revealing his well-defined chest, Shurchen was completely unharmed. The scene where Shurchen was bitten directly by such a monstrous creature yet remained unaffected left all present in utter shock. Although Shurchen had just relaxed his vigilance, under the protective capabilities of his life-sustaining centipede venom, the Northeast tiger simply could not breach his defenses. At this moment, Zhang Long and the others also reacted swiftly, brandishing their weapons as they charged inside, effectively subduing everyone in the office. The youth in the corner and Brother Kai, who had been shocked countless times, were now engulfed in despair. They gazed at Shurchen, who appeared as a devil before them, completely devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Observing that everyone had been controlled, Shurchen instructed Zhang Long and the others not to kill them just yet, then curiously turned his attention to the Northeast tiger, which had been sent flying and was still struggling to rise in the corner. This was Shurchen's first failure in controlling an animal with the venom. He could not comprehend what had transpired. "How did you manage that?" The youth, hearing Shurchen address him, assumed Shurchen was inquiring about how he could control the animal. Faced with the ominous muzzle of a gun pressed to his forehead, he realized he had no choice but to respond, "I am a beast tamer. This tiger is one I raised since childhood, so it has always obeyed me." After answering, the youth sighed inwardly, recognizing that his ability was too extraordinary, and he suspected that this man would undoubtedly exploit him for nefarious purposes, just as Brother Kai had done. Just as the youth was contemplating this, a scene unfolded that shattered his worldview. Shurchen began to mutter to himself while behind him, a multitude of animals gathered. Scorpions, wolves, black snakes, and that brown bear, which had burst through their iron gate to kill the little girl, a memory he would never forget. All these creatures that had wreaked havoc in the zoo were now obediently crouching behind this man who could send a Northeast tiger flying with a single punch. It was then that Shurchen realized why the venom had failed this time. Upon hearing the youth's response, he discerned the reason for his miscalculation in his mind. The venom would only be ineffective under one circumstance: if the animal had already recognized another as its master or had been influenced by another's venom. Such animals would resist control from anyone other than their acknowledged master on a mental level. Now aware of his failure, Shurchen reminded himself to exercise greater caution in the future, even with the venom technique. He was not entirely safe. Now, enlighten me about your circumstances. With all the venomous creatures surrounding him, Shurchen sat imposingly on the ground and addressed everyone in the office. As soon as Shurchen's words fell, the bound youth in the furthest corner emitted a pained groan. He wished to speak, but at that moment, he found himself utterly speechless. Hearing the youth's voice, Brother Kai, feeling guilty, was the first to speak up. Brother. His trembling words were abruptly cut off by Shurchen's command. Silence. Shurchen pointed to the youth who had just commanded the Northeast tiger and said, Speak. If you tell the truth, you may live. Otherwise, before he could finish, the bear behind him opened its massive jaws and let out a roar at the youth. Shurchen's meaning was clear, especially since the youth's most cherished sister was currently held at gunpoint by Qian Shengnan. The youth glanced at his sister, then at Shurchen, who exuded an aura of dominance with ferocious beasts surrounding him. With a heavy sigh and a resigned heart, he resolutely replied, I will tell you everything. And I hope you will keep your promise." It turned out that on the morning before the onset of the apocalypse, the little girl Zhang Chengqing had come to the Gaoshan City Zoo during her holiday to find her brother. The veterinarian Zhang Tsong, who was busy administering vaccinations to the Northeast tiger owned by beast tamer Wang Yi. Upon arriving at the zoo, the first colleague of her brother she met was Wang Yi. 15 or 16 years old and with a cheerful disposition, Zhang Chengqing quickly endeared herself to everyone, and by the end of the morning, all the staff at the zoo had gotten to know the adorable little girl. During lunch, Zhang Tsong brought Zhang Chengqing to join the staff for a meal, sharing a warm and pleasant time together. During the meal, Zhang Chengqing had even made plans with Wang Yi to watch his performance with the tiger in the afternoon. However, this joyful and heartwarming atmosphere was shattered with the sudden arrival of the apocalypse. Afternoon. As the apocalypse unfolded, the densely populated zoo quickly became a scene of chaos, as visitors transformed into zombies and mercilessly bit those who had not yet mutated. Despite the rapid spread of the infection, the zoo remained unclaimed, for even more terrifying creatures lurked within. Various mutated beasts began to attack all humans and zombies indiscriminately, even turning on each other. Soon, the strongest among these beasts established dominance over the zoo. Fortunately, the apocalypse struck at noon, so there were few zombies in the office area. Moreover, Wang Yi noticed that although Tiger had mutated, it still obeyed his commands, allowing them to swiftly eliminate the zombies in the office area with the tiger's assistance. Later, Zhu Kai, a security guard at the zoo, witnessed the horrific scene through surveillance in the monitoring room and immediately pressed the button to shut the gate, sealing it securely. Given that the zoo housed numerous ferocious beasts, all the iron gates were specially customized to be exceptionally sturdy. With the protection of the gate, the zoo staff felt temporarily safe. In the office area they occupied, there was a small shop to cater to visitors, along with various tranquilizer guns, blast shields, batons, and firefighting equipment, making it a remarkably secure location. Relying on their environment, everyone believed they could survive for a considerable period. Unfortunately, misfortune soon struck. While everyone anxiously gathered in the monitoring room, watching the dire situation outside, the kind-hearted Zhang Chengqing, witnessing the fleeing and struggling tourists through the surveillance, began to feel compassion and fervently urged Zhu Kai to open the gate and let them in. Zhu Kai categorically refused her request, as merely watching the situation unfold on the monitor terrified him to his core. The gate was his source of security and protection. Most of the others naturally supported Zhu Kai's decision, including both Wang Yi and Zhang Tsong, Zhang Chengqing's brother, as they sought to protect their loved ones from danger. Thus, they unanimously agreed not to open the gate, believing they were safe while the strangers outside could be disregarded. However, there were exceptions among them. Lu Yaji, a janitor at the zoo, worried about her son and conspired with animal keeper Qian Hui, who shared the same sentiments as Zhang Chengqing, along with the determined little girl herself. The three of them stealthily opened the iron gate when no one was paying attention. As the gate swung open, countless desperate survivors caught sight of a glimmer of hope and surged inside. Among them a few who had been scratched by zombies. Chaos ensued. Lu Yaji, the instigator, found herself unable to seek her son amidst the overwhelming tide of survivors. In that perilous moment, thanks to the strength of Tiger and the tranquilizer guns wielded by Zhu Kai and his companions, they managed to eliminate all the zombies once more and close the iron gate. After this incident, Zhu Kai and his group harbored grievances against Zhang Chengqing, but due to Zhang Tsong's protection and the fact that Zhang Chengqing was merely a 15-year-old child, their ire was primarily directed at the two adults, Lu Yaji and Qian Hui. After venting their frustrations on Qian Hui with a few harsh words, the surviving individuals dispersed in small groups. Following an afternoon filled with unease, the atmosphere lightened somewhat, with some beginning to contact their family members to ascertain their safety, while others secretly stashed food away. Only Zhu Kai and a few men gathered together, whispering about something, yet they attracted no attention. As night fell upon the apocalypse, Zhu Kai and his companions descended into madness. Originally, Zhu Kai was a former convict, having served time for the molestation of minors. Now, armed with tranquilizer guns, he and a few men began to assert their dominance. They first assaulted several female survivors who had entered later, justifying their heinous actions as retribution for saving their lives. Later, Zhu Kai attempted to target the 15-year-old Zhang Chengqing, but Zhang Tsong discovered the plot and desperately fought back. Unfortunately, one person's strength was no match for four, and with the remaining individuals feigning ignorance, Zhang Tsong was easily subdued and confined to an office building nearby. After securing Zhang Tsong, Zhu Kai and his cohorts mercilessly beat him and, once satisfied that Zhang Tsong posed no further threat, turned their attention towards Zhang Chengcheng. Just as Zhu Kai was about to succeed, a ravenous brown bear burst through the iron gate, its claws shattering the entrance and charging into the office area. The thunderous noise abruptly interrupted Zhu Kai's nefarious intentions, and in that critical moment, he shoved the defenseless Zhang Chengcheng towards the bear and quickly fled into the office building. Without the protection of Zhang Tsong, the remaining individuals naturally paid no heed to Zhang Chengcheng, who had been seized by the grizzly bear. Everyone was desperately fleeing into the office building, securing the door behind them. The later arrivals, survivors who managed to enter, showed no concern that it was Zhang Chengcheng who had opened the iron gate to save them. Thus, Zhang Chengcheng met a gruesome fate, becoming the bear's meal. As they listened to Wang Yi recount this, every individual, save for Shurchen, glared furiously at the trembling Zhu Kai, who knelt on the ground. Qin Shangnan, in a fit of rage, directed her ire at Zhu Kai, exclaiming, "Beast, you truly deserve to die." At that moment, Zhu Kai, with a gun pressed to his head, dared not raise his gaze, let alone speak. If looks could kill, he would have been slain 1,000 times over. Shurchen, sitting expressionlessly on the ground, thought to himself that Zhang Chengcheng was not worth mourning. Her foolishness had led to her own demise and had endangered her brother. Yet, as everyone erupted in outrage against Zhu Kai, Shurchen refrained from voicing his own thoughts. Zhao Linger shared a similar sentiment. After hearing Wang Ye's narrative, she felt no sympathy for Zhang Chengcheng, but her hatred for Zhu Kai was palpable. Zhang Chengcheng's self-destructive behavior was one thing, but Zhu Kai's intent to harm an underage girl was an entirely different matter. Meanwhile, Wang Yi wore a pained expression. He had chosen to collude with evil to protect his sister, and now he despised himself for it. "Then you barged in," Wang Yi said, his voice choking with emotion, as he stood to face Shurchen. Continuing, "I know I am guilty for standing idly by, but I have told you everything as you requested. I only hope you will spare her." He gestured to his sister. Shurchen stood as well. But instead of responding to Wang Yi, he brushed off the dust from his clothes and walked step by step toward Wang Yi. "No, please, don't hurt him," shouted the controlled Wang Ying, struggling desperately as she called out to Shurchen. Wang Yi, now in tears, closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the inevitable death. However, as Shurchen approached, he did not stop but rather bypassed Wang Yi and advanced toward Zhu Kai. Realizing the impending danger as Shurchen approached, Zhu Kai's fear overwhelmed him, and he lost control, wetting his pants. Chun Xing, who was restraining him, grimaced at the sight, covering his nose and releasing Zhu Kai. Yet, Zhu Kai cared not for such matters, collapsing to the ground. He waved his hands at Shurchen, trembling as he pleaded, "No, please. I beg you, just spare my life. I can." Slash. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed, and Shurchen severed Zhu Kai's head with a single stroke. Vivid red blood gushed forth like a fountain from the severed neck, spraying several meters high, splattering those nearby with Zhu Kai's blood. Gurgle, gurgle. Zhu Kai's lifeless head rolled to Shurchen's feet, intensifying the fear in the hearts of the survivors in the zoo. Chapter 46. Dawn. Having slain Zhu Kai, Shurchen surveyed the faces of all present in the office building. Their expressions reflected not only fear of him but also recognition of his decisive action against Zhu Kai. After all, Zhu Kai's actions had incited public outrage, reaching a point of universal condemnation. Particularly for Zhang Tsong, bound and battered in the corner, Shurchen was undoubtedly a beacon of hope in his life. Unable to speak, Zhang Tsong silently vowed to repay this man who avenged his sister, no matter what the future held. Shurchen's brutal method of killing Zhu Kai served this very purpose, with all the survivors loathing Zhu Kai. The simplest path to win their hearts was to eliminate him. Observing everyone's expressions, Shurchen knew the time was ripe. He boldly stepped on Zhu Kai's severed head and addressed the crowd. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shurchen. I have now claimed the entire zoo as my territory, and from this moment forth, it shall serve as my base. Now that the apocalypse has descended and monsters roam free, your only chance of survival is to obediently follow me and heed my commands. Do you understand?" As Shurchen spoke, several insects shrieked in unison, echoing their master's authority. With a bloody dagger in hand and an aura of menace, no one dared meet Shurchen's gaze, let alone challenge his words. Upon hearing Shurchen's declaration, Zhang Long and the others were unsurprised. After all, Shurchen had forewarned them before arriving at the zoo, and now that they had successfully taken control, it was time to formally establish their faction. Whether they followed Shurchen out of genuine loyalty, fear, or necessity, none of that mattered anymore. From this moment forth, they would all be identified solely as Shurchen's subordinates. No one dared question this arrangement, for in this apocalypse, aligning with Shurchen was their wisest choice. As for the zoo survivors, their very lives now rested in Shurchen's hands, leaving them with no right to oppose him. Seeing no dissent, Shurchen continued, "Since no one objects, I shall take it as your unanimous agreement. What I am about to say pertains to your futures, so I advise you to listen attentively." Following Shurchen's words, everyone perked up their ears, the office building enveloped in an unusual silence. Zhang Long and the others gazed at Shurchen with hopeful anticipation, for this was the inception of their power, a moment rich with opportunity, akin to a newly crowned emperor distributing titles to his ministers. "Our faction shall henceforth be called Dawn, symbolizing hope in the apocalypse shall be the leader of Dawn," as Shurchen concluded. Jiang Muyao and Zhao Linger, along with the other women, began to savor the name. They marveled at Shurchen's cultural acumen, impressed that he could conceive such a poetic and meaningful title. Observing the women's satisfaction, Zhang Long and the others merely feigned agreement. Caring little for the name itself, as long as it was Shurchen's choice, they would harbor no objections. Internally, Shurchen scoffed at their misconceptions, realizing he was an illiterate with barely an education, and that the name was simply borrowed from a woman he had known in his past life. He found it pleasing, so he had adopted it. Regarding the subsequent structure of their faction, Shurchen, armed with experience from his so-called past life, found it effortless. He would replicate the framework of previously powerful factions, given their small numbers. Dawn would initially establish 4 departments: combat, logistics, surveillance, and technology. At this point, Zhang Long and the others perked up, as the details they most eagerly awaited had arrived. Combat team, leader, Zhang Long, deputy leader, Su Ning. Upon hearing their names, everyone cast envious glances at Zhang Long and Su Ning. Zhang Long beamed with pride, while Su Ning appeared utterly perplexed. She could not fathom why she, who had not stood out, had suddenly gained Shurchen's favor. Just as Su Ning contemplated this, Shurchen's next words illuminated her understanding. "You too may select the members of the combat team, but regardless of whom you choose, you must ensure that your skills, combat, shooting, driving, and more, are imparted to all members of the base. If I am not satisfied with your progress within the stipulated time frame, I will replace you as leader." Both Zhang Long and Su Ning nodded earnestly, acknowledging their understanding. Logistics team, leader, Chen Shengnan, deputy leader. By Luobeing. No1 was surprised by Chen Xingnan's appointment, as she had been the first to follow Shurchen, but by Luobing's elevation to deputy leader left even her astonished. However, Shurchen offered no opportunity for contemplation, continuing. Logistics team members, Lu Yanghong, Hu Jiaying, one of the women brought from the happiness community, Xiao Shui, another from the happiness community, Yang Ku, yet another from the happiness community, and Li Rou, also from the happiness community. The logistics team will oversee all resource management and registration for the base, including daily food provisions for everyone. In addition to these responsibilities, you must also participate in training. While I do not expect you to be exceptionally skilled, you must, at the very least, possess the ability to protect yourselves. Shurchen's rationale for this arrangement was to maintain relative combat readiness among his faction during the early days of the apocalypse. As dangers loomed on the horizon, the individuals named nodded seriously, signifying their understanding. Next, we have the surveillance group, which is responsible for monitoring all members of the base. Should anyone be found violating my commands, regardless of who they are, they may be executed on the spot. At this moment, everyone came to realize the immense power wielded by the surveillance group, akin to the ancient Jinhui. Consequently, all ears perked up attentively to hear the names that followed. The surveillance group consists of group leader Jiang Muyao and deputy leader Zhao Linger. Jiang Muyao was already deeply moved by how Shurchen had risked his life to save her, and upon hearing that he entrusted her with such a significant position, her heart swelled with gratitude. She silently resolved not to let Shurchen down. Conversely, Zhao Linger felt a tinge of disappointment at being merely a deputy leader. However, being the astute person she was, she concealed her feelings and began to strategize on how to showcase her capabilities to Shurchen in the future. Chapter 47. Organizational Structure. The surveillance group currently has no set members. In the future, Those who can prove their abilities to me will be considered at my discretion. Shurchin's words did not come as a surprise to anyone, for it was evident that he would not permit untrustworthy individuals into such a critical group. Lastly, the technical group is led by Shen Wuyan. Upon realizing that his name had finally been called, Shen Wuyan breathed a sigh of relief, especially since even a few women from the happiness community had been acknowledged by Shurchin. If he had been forgotten, it would have been a significant embarrassment. However, when Shurchin did not announce the deputy leader, Shen Wuyan felt a renewed sense of tension as he glanced at Shurchin. Shurchin continued, "The technical group requires individuals with skills beneficial to the base. Shen Wuyan is the leader precisely because he is a professional in electrical engineering. Therefore, anyone who believes they possess a special skill can now step forward. If I find your abilities useful, you may join the technical group immediately." As soon as Shurchin finished speaking, those who had not been called earlier, along with survivors from the zoo, clamored to voice their intentions. "I, brother. No, leader. I used to be an electrician. I, leader. I used to be a barber. Everyone in the base will find my skills useful, and I, leader. I previously was." The atmosphere grew chaotic with the multitude of voices. At that moment, Shurchin raised his hand and shouted. The mighty roar of the Xionggu silenced everyone. With narrowed eyes, Shurchin addressed those who had previously followed Zhu Kai. "I forgot to mention, all of you who followed him will henceforth be slaves." Pointing to Zhu Kai's severed head at his feet, he continued, "You slaves have no right to enjoy any privileges. Your only chance of survival is to complete all tasks assigned to you by me. Only then might I spare your worthless lives." Upon hearing this, a man with a disheveled appearance protested. "On what grounds? All those vile acts were perpetrated by Zhu Kai alone. If you don't welcome us, we can simply leave, slave. Do you truly consider yourself an emperor? Ridiculous." After saying this, the lewd man attempted to leave, urging those who had followed Zhu Kai to do the same. "What are you still doing there? Do you really want to be slaves?" The expressions of those around him turned to shock. None had anticipated such folly as to oppose Shurchin. It is evident that the world is never short of fools. The lewd man's words were met with collective disregard. After all, even being a slave is preferable to death. If they truly feared death, they would not have remained in this stinking hideout. Sure enough, before the lewd man's words could fade, several shadows lunged toward him. These shadows were, of course, Shurchin's Gu insects. Although they were all swift, the speed of the snake Gu surpassed that of the Xionggu and scorpion Gu. And this sudden outburst of the snack known as the lewd man soon fell prey to the snake Gu's jaws. "Is there anyone else with objections?" Shurchin inquired, glancing at those who had followed Zhu Kai. The group stared at the lewd man being devoured by the snake Gu, then at the Xionggu and scorpion Gu, who were glaring hungrily at the lewd man for not being quick enough. Who among them would dare voice any dissent? Even in death, no one wishes to be consumed as food by these monsters. Thus, they resolved to continue. Those not designated as slaves should line up to report their skills to group leader Shen Wuyan. However, those without any particular talent need not waste time. Following this incident, everyone abandoned any notions of taking advantage of the situation, with only a few genuinely skilled individuals forming a line to report their abilities to Shen Wuyan. Ultimately, Shen Wuyan selected two candidates who met Shurchin's requirements to join the technical group. One was Li Jun, who had come from the happiness community and was a machine tool technician before the apocalypse. And the other was Tang Ming, a survivor from the zoo who had been a blacksmith prior to the end of the world. After confirming all members, the remaining survivors from the zoo were designated as reserve members and instructed to begin a thorough cleanup of the entire zoo, collecting all bodies from the corners and inventorying the remaining supplies, including food, water, and various tools, to be brought to the office building for the logistics group to compile. Upon receiving the orders, they sprang into action. Once they departed, Shurchin retained Zhang Long and the others for an initial internal meeting. The purpose of this meeting was to thoroughly discuss all details and rules for the organization, as well as the future of the Morning Sun. Aware of his limitations, Shurchin merely outlined the framework for Zhang Long and the others, leaving the remaining details to them. Through a series of meticulous discussions, and with suggestions from intelligent individuals like Zhao Linger and Shen Wuyan, the following rules were temporarily established. First, Shurchin, as the leader of Morning Sun, is the sole absolute authority, and his commands supersede all else. Second, group leaders and deputy leaders may freely command their members without the leader's orders. The leader and group leaders reside in the innermost area of the base, the zoo. and no one may enter the innermost area without the leader's or group leader's commands. Third, formal members, all group members, are entitled to 3 meals a day, possess weapons, and reside in the second area, the original second circle of iron cages in the zoo. Reserve members may not enter the second area without the consent of formal members. Those who perform meritorious deeds may be promoted to group leader. Fourth, reserve members receive 2 meals a day and reside in the third area, the outer corridor of the zoo. Responsible for maintaining security around the base. Those who perform meritorious deeds may be promoted to formal members. Fifth, slaves receive 1 meal a day and must expedite the construction of the base. Work progress is set daily. Failure to complete assigned work results in the withholding of that day's food, and 3 failures lead to immediate execution. Those who perform meritorious deeds may have their slave status revoked and be promoted to reserve members. Sixth, all members of Morning Sun must not betray the organization in any form. Any act of treachery will result in immediate execution. Finally, Shurchen distributed his mouse goo to each formal member, including the group leaders and deputy leaders. Ostensibly, Shurchen stated that the goo insects would protect them. However, in truth, he intended to use them to monitor everyone, for since his rebirth, he had never truly trusted anyone. Having experienced betrayal in his past life, Shurchen held no faith in familial or friendly bonds. The only entity he trusted was his goo insects. Each goo insect served as Shurchen's eyes, and should anyone dare to betray him, the protective goo would become a lethal weapon against them. The hierarchy established was a direct emulation of a system devised by a powerful leader from his past life. The brilliance of this hierarchical system lies in the clear pathways for internal members to advance, thus motivating most individuals to strive for merit and promotion. Coupled with the existence of the surveillance group, this structure maximizes the likelihood that members will focus on climbing the ranks, leaving little room for thoughts of rebellion. Given the current small number of members and the embryonic nature of the organizational structure, the benefits of this system will gradually become apparent as the force expands. Chapter 48. Hongzhong Electronics Factory. After finalizing all the rules and notifying everyone in the base, the faction known as Morning Sun, which Shurchen had personally established in this lifetime, officially commenced operations. All reserve members, upon receiving the notice, swiftly began the process of clearing and transporting supplies along with their slaves. Qin Shengnan and Bai Luobing led the logistics group in tallying all supplies. Ultimately, after accounting for the daily consumption needs of all individuals, they determined that the current supplies could sustain everyone for 2 months, and under extreme circumstances, potentially up to 2.5 months. After establishing the duration of resource consumption, Shurchen allocated Zhang Long a month and a half to train everyone while he focused on resolving the base's electricity issues. Most facilities at the base required electricity. Only with power could the base function properly. The notion of constructing houses and expanding the base solely through manual labor is utterly impractical. Ultimately, assistance from various machines and equipment is indispensable. Upon contemplating this, Shurchen resolved upon his next objective, the electronic factory where he had previously been employed in anticipation of potential power outages that could disrupt production. The factory had procured a large diesel generator to eliminate such occurrences. Now that Shurchen required electricity, he naturally set his sights on this generator, capable of fulfilling the entire factory's energy needs. Before embarking on his journey, Shurchen took the time to speak privately with Zhang Long, Qin Shengnan, and Jiang Muyao, sharing his intention to leave the base in search of the generator. Upon hearing his plan, Zhang Long and the others immediately expressed their desire to accompany him, but Shurchen firmly declined. He instructed them that their foremost duty, given that their faction was just beginning to take shape, was to manage the base diligently in his absence. Any significant matters should be deliberated and resolved amongst themselves. With a sense of resignation, the trio nodded in agreement, assuring Shurchen that he could leave with peace of mind. Before departing, Shurchen also refined Wang Ye's northeast tiger into his own insect. This transformation was not a result of forceful seizure, but rather a precaution. As the tiger grew stronger, its obedience to Wang Yi would diminish. To ensure safety and prevent waste of such a formidable creature, Shurchen opted to refine it into an insect. Besides the mouse insects previously allocated to each member, he also retained the more powerful bear and wolf insects at the base to safeguard its security. After all, within a radius of 500 meters, only their base housed the living, while the surrounding zombies would undoubtedly target it. With the presence of 2 insects, Shurchen felt more at ease. Once everything was arranged, instead of driving, Shurchen mounted the majestic tiger insect and set off towards the factory. Hongzhong Electronics, one of the many enterprises invested in by the renowned entrepreneur Meng Zizhong, is situated in Yinjing. Born into an ordinary worker's family, Meng Zizhong chose to remain in Yinjing after graduating from university, securing a position at a networking company. His current success can largely be attributed to the fortune of having an exceptional sister. Meng Zizhong's sister, Meng Ziyi, is a well-known entertainment star in Huaxia. Through her connections in the entertainment industry, Meng Zizhong fortuitously met his current wife, Zhang Feifei of the Zhang family in Yinjing. Zhang Feifei's father serves as the deputy mayor and political secretary of Yinjing, which signifies a prominent family background. Thus, through Zhang Feifei's connections and his sister Meng Ziyi's investments, Meng Zizhong ascended from a mere employee to a distinguished entrepreneur. 2 days prior to the apocalypse, Meng Zizhong received notification regarding a peculiar disappearance case at his electronic factory in Gaoshan City. The local public security bureau urged him to send personnel to address the matter promptly. Given Meng Zizhong's status, he typically would not need to attend to such trivialities himself. However, his sister Meng Ziyi had recently completed filming and was on holiday, and his wife Zhang Feifei had long desired to travel for leisure. Upon learning of the situation, the three of them decided to journey to Gaoshan City together. Little did Meng Zizhong anticipate that while their arrival was effortless, their return would prove to be quite the challenge. On the first day in Gaoshan City, Meng Zizhong dispatched someone to the Public Security Bureau to gather information. He learned that the missing individuals were a supervisor from his factory and his brother-in-law. Due to the case's peculiarities, there were no immediate leads. Meng Zizhong merely compensated the families of the missing individuals and entrusted the subsequent inquiries to his lawyer. He then began to explore the sights of Gaoshan City with his sister and wife. Over the next 2 days, the trio visited numerous attractions and culinary delights. However, on the third day, as Zhang Feifei planned to visit her father's former comrades before their return, the apocalypse struck. In the ensuing chaos, Meng Zizhong and his companions were forced to take refuge in the electronic factory from the suddenly emerging zombies. Fortunately, they had brought along several professional bodyguards and assistants from Yinjing, whose protection allowed them to survive the initial wave of danger brought on by the apocalypse. After clearing the factory of zombies, Meng Zizhong swiftly led his bodyguards and the factory staff in transforming the premises into a rudimentary post-apocalyptic base. Due to the presence of a cafeteria and Meng Zizhong's foresight in ensuring ample food supplies for his entourage, their provisions remained relatively sufficient. "Brother, are we completely trapped here?" asked Meng Ziyi, looking haggard as she addressed Meng Zizhong from the office on the second floor. At that moment, she bore little resemblance to a glamorous star. Her hair, unwashed for days, hung in disarray, and the meticulous makeup she typically maintained had long since faded due to the apocalypse. Upon hearing his sister's words, Meng Zizhong and Zhang Feifei exchanged wry smiles. Initially, when the apocalypse began, they were able to maintain contact with Yinjing, as the capital's situation was somewhat more stable than that of Gaoshan City. The station troops in Yinjing had swiftly responded to the crisis, ensuring relative stability in the region. However, as the apocalypse unfolded abruptly, even Yinjing could only focus on self-preservation in the short term and lacked the capacity to send aid. By the second day of the crisis, they could no longer establish communication with Yinjing. With the factory's population swelling and food supplies dwindling rapidly, even the usually composed Meng Zizhong found himself at a loss for what to do next. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I will protect both you and your sister-in-law. The last time we contacted Yinjing, they mentioned they would soon stabilize the situation. Once that happens, help will surely come from your sister-in-law's family." He reassured Meng Ziyi, though his words served more as self-comfort than genuine solace. As supplies continued to dwindle, the atmosphere within the factory grew increasingly tense, with the people beginning to stir restlessly. Even the bodyguards Meng Zizhong had brought from Yinjing were becoming increasingly agitated. Chapter 49. Leading a rebellion. Although the bodyguards Meng Zizhong had brought understood his position and influence in Yinjing, the current circumstances were dire. Should the food run out entirely, status would hold little weight in the face of starvation. In a world teeming with flesh-eating monsters, where no one could venture outside, what was the only viable solution to minimize food consumption? Each individual knew the answer all too well. "Rest assured, Ziyi. With your brother here, we will surely be fine," Zhang Feifei gently reassured Meng Ziyi, embodying the role of a nurturing sister-in-law. After all, it was through Meng Ziyi that she had met her husband, Meng Zizhong. Given his capabilities and the success he had achieved after their marriage, she genuinely admired him. Meng Zizhong had remained respectful even after gaining wealth, Unlike many men who changed drastically upon acquiring riches, as the three conversed in the office, the door suddenly swung open with a loud crash. Bang! The unexpected noise startled them all. Don't you know how to knock? Meng Zizhong snapped at Chen Ziyang, the bodyguard captain they had brought from Yinjing. Chen Ziyang was a muscular man, exuding an intimidating presence merely by standing there. Upon hearing Meng Zizhong's reprimand, a fleeting expression of barely concealed anger flickered across Chen Ziyang's face, but he quickly masked it, ensuring Meng Zizhong remained oblivious. Why apologies? Mr. Meng, a few of your employees downstairs have caused a ruckus. And I've come to inform you. As he spoke, Chen Ziyang's gaze subtly shifted towards Meng Zi and Zhang Feifei, both of whom were strikingly beautiful. Unaware of Chen Ziyang's lingering gaze, Meng Zizhong hurriedly stood up in response to his words, asking, "They've caused a ruckus? What is going on? It's all about food. You instructed us to distribute rations daily, but supplies are running low. Today, I had the brothers reduce the ration amounts, and unexpectedly, the doorman took the lead in causing trouble, accusing us of hoarding the food." Upon hearing the term doorman, Meng Zizhong immediately envisioned the scowling face of the old security guard, Zhang. The mere thought of him caused a headache. The elderly man, over 60, had been among the first to seek refuge in the factory when the apocalypse struck. Having heard about the need to prepare supplies before the crisis, he had stockpiled food. When Meng Zizhong had approached him to secure provisions for the factory, he had paid a hefty sum of 1 million for the food, believing that official help would soon arrive. However, as the number of zombies surged, it became apparent that rescue was far from forthcoming, prompting Zhang to persistently pester Meng Zizhong for the return of his supplies. However, Meng Zizhong would never agree, and could only offer him the comforting words that food must be gathered and managed collectively to ensure everyone's survival until rescue arrives. From that moment on, every time food was distributed, the old man Zhang would lead the complaints, insisting that the portions were insufficient. Moreover, during each meal, he and his son would hoard some for themselves, naturally consuming more than others. Upon discovering the deceit practiced by this father-son duo, Zhang Ziyang and the other bodyguards reported the matter to Meng Zizhong more than once. Yet, Meng Zizhong, considering the man's advanced age and the fact that part of the food had been purchased from him, chose to overlook the issue. Seeing Meng Zizhong merely rubbing his temples in frustration without uttering a word, Chen Ziyang spoke up once more. "Mr. Meng, I believe you are being excessively lenient with him. A scoundrel like him deserves a good beating before being sent on his way." After Chen Ziyang's words, Meng Zizhong ceased his rubbing and, after a gentle sigh, replied, "It is easy for you to say that. If we were to act on it, wouldn't the situation spiral out of control?" Listening to Meng Zizhong's perspective, Chen Ziyang remained unconvinced. What if it did spiral out of control? Would a group of professional bodyguards truly fear a handful of workers? Then what should we do now? Chen Ziyang retorted. Meng Zizhong rose from his chair and, while walking toward the door, replied, "Let's go take a look first." After hearing Meng Zizhong's words, Chen Ziyang turned and led him downstairs. In the lobby on the first floor, Zhang Benghai, the old man, was berating the bodyguards responsible for distributing food alongside his son Zhang Hong and several workers. "You must give us an explanation today. This food belongs to all of us. You are distributing less each day, and that is absolutely unacceptable." Following this, his son Zhang Hong chimed in, "Exactly. You must provide an explanation today, or else hand over all the food so we can divide it ourselves." Observing the group of workers, the bodyguards behind the table displayed fierce expressions. Were it not for Meng Zizhong's restraint, they would have already thrown these workers out to feed the monsters. "Shut your mouth. If it weren't for Mr. Meng, I would have already broken your legs." The bodyguard's words only served to incite Zhang Benghai further. "Who are you cursing? I am of an age comparable to your father. How dare you insult me?" As he spoke, Zhang Benghai made a move to step over the table. Just then, Meng Zizhong, accompanied by Chen Ziyang, descended from the second floor. "Enough. Everyone, be quiet." Upon hearing Meng Zizhong's voice, everyone in the lobby turned to look at him, and the previously cacophonous clamor fell silent. Upon seeing Meng Zizhong, Zhang Benghai immediately began to feign innocence. "Mr. Meng, you have arrived." He gestured toward the bodyguard who had just insulted him, continuing, "This little brat dared to curse at me. He even threatened to hit me. You must come and adjudicate." Meng Zizhong felt a headache coming on. He truly did not know how to deal with Zhang Benghai. In truth, Meng Zizhong was far from foolish. He had managed to reach this point precisely because he was more astute than most. He was well aware that Zhang Banghai was a nuisance. Yet having worked here as a security guard for several years, he was familiar with the staff, and his son Zhang Heng also worked here. If he were to confront Zhang Banghai now, at least half the employees would side with him, as Zhang Banghai's actions were, in a sense, aiding these workers. Tio maintain stability in the factory and ensure a relatively safe environment for his wife and sister. Meng Zizhong had no choice but to choose a path of peacekeeping once more. Just as Meng Zizhong was about to offer some words of comfort and diffuse the tension, Chen Ziliang, standing behind him, pointed at Zhang Banghai and boldly exclaimed, "Shut the hell up." Chapter 50. Chen Ziliang's betrayal. Upon hearing Chen Ziliang's words, Meng Zizhong turned around in anger and admonished him. "Who told you to speak? How did I teach you?" Before Meng Zizhong could finish his sentence, Chen Ziliang delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. The force, combined with Meng Zizhong's utter surprise at Chen Ziliang's audacity to attack him, left him vulnerable, and he was sent sprawling to the ground. The reproachful words he intended to say were abruptly cut short. This shocking scene left everyone present in a state of disbelief. Zhang Banghai, who had been incessantly complaining to Meng Zizhong just moments ago, now fell silent. Dazed from the kick, Meng Zizhong sat on the ground, one hand cradling his abdomen while the other pointed at Chen Ziliang. "You." At that moment, Chen Ziliang pulled out a machete from his waistband, pointing it at Meng Zizhong with an air of arrogance. I am your master. I've heard enough of your nonsense now. Shut up." "Chen Ziliang, are you out of your mind?" A female bodyguard from the group shouted at him, rushing to help the fallen Meng Zizhong to his feet. Hearing this, Chen Ziliang displayed a maniacal expression, yelling back at her, "Oh, am I insane? It is he who has lost his mind." Chen Ziliang continued, brandishing the machete at Meng Zizhong. "If it weren't for him bringing us from Yinjing to this godforsaken place, we wouldn't be trapped here. And not only are we trapped, but he has the audacity to play the good guy and distribute food to these useless people." As Chen Ziliang spoke, he pointed toward Zhang Banghai and the group of workers. Among the workers, a woman in her 40s, emboldened by their numbers, shouted back at Chen Ziliang, "What do you mean? You are the real waste. If it weren't for our help, you probably wouldn't have been able to fend off those man-eating monsters." The woman grew increasingly agitated, advancing toward Chen Ziliang as she continued her tirade. Thud. Her voice was abruptly silenced as the machete swept across her neck, her expression shifting from arrogance to disbelief. "Enough of your nonsense. I told you that you were worthless. What can you do about it?" With Chen Ziliang's ruthless action, everyone present was rendered speechless, while Zhang Banghai instinctively took a step back, pulling his son Zhang Heng with him. The commotion on the first floor caught the attention of Zhang Feifei and Meng Ziyu on the second floor, who rushed out of the office to witness the bloody scene that left them paralyzed with fear. Seeing that no one dared to speak up, Chen Ziliang withdrew the machete from the woman's neck and addressed the bodyguards behind the table. "Now, you must choose whether to follow me or continue following our esteemed Mr. Meng." Upon hearing Chen Ziliang's words, the bodyguards exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before choosing to stand behind Chen Ziliang. Female bodyguard Su Jin, supporting Meng Zizhong, who was clutching his abdomen, pointed at Chen Ziliang and the others, angrily exclaiming, "Are you all out of your minds? Who do we serve as bodyguards? Have you forgotten?" At Su Jin's words, a flicker of hesitation crossed the faces of the bodyguards. They had become professional bodyguards precisely because they underwent rigorous training from a young age, and the ethics of their profession weighed heavily on their minds. Otherwise, they would not have continued to faithfully follow Meng Zizhong's orders even in the post-apocalyptic world. However, Chen Ziliang interjected, "Su Jin, you are just as foolish as Meng Zizhong. Do you even know what time it is? What does it matter to be a bodyguard now? If you enjoy sacrificing yourself for others, that is your business. But we are not willing to continue doing so." At this point, Meng Zizhong had recovered somewhat from the kick, and he gazed at the now-mad Chen Ziliang before turning to the group of workers who seemed unwilling to resist. Meng Zizhong could not help but mock himself internally, realizing he had overestimated these workers. He had initially thought they would react vigorously if he focused solely on his own people, but unexpectedly, none of them dared to stand up against Chen Ziliang. In truth, it was not entirely Meng Zizhong's fault. His thinking remained rooted in the pre-apocalyptic mindset in the civilized society that existed before. The protection of the state and law emboldened these individuals to unite and cause a ruckus. Yet now, Faced with someone as ruthless as Chen Ziliyong, they had withered. They would only bully those they deemed weaker. And before someone as fierce as Chen Ziliyong, they chose to suffer in silence. Meng Zizhong gently patted Su Jin, who stood beside him, signaling that he was all right, then stepped forward to address Chen Ziliyong. Captain Chen, I understand your point that I admit my previous error, and from now on, I will not interfere with your plans. You may do as you wish, and I will take my people and leave here immediately. After declaring this, Meng Zizhong intended to head towards the staircase. However, just as he took 2 steps, Chen Ziliyong swiftly moved to block his path. With a lewd grin, Chen Ziliyong addressed Meng Zizhong. No need to go. Mr. Meng, you and your people are not leaving, especially not your sister and wife. Upon hearing Chen Ziliyong's words, Meng Zizhong realized that his worst fears were about to come true. Feifei, take Ziyu and run. Meng Zizhong shouted to Zhang Feifei, who was standing in the second-floor corridor, before lunging toward Chen Ziliyong's waist. But how could Chen Ziliyong allow him to intervene? Long before Chen Ziliyong contemplated his rebellion, he had already considered the implications of Meng Zizhong and Zhang Feifei's influence in Yanjing. Should he falter and allow them to escape, his fate would be sealed. If even one of them returned to Yanjing alive, his demise would undoubtedly be grotesque. Thus, the moment Meng Zizhong embraced him, Chen Ziliyong raised his cleaver, delivering a vicious blow aimed squarely at Meng Zizhong's back. Observing this scene from above, Meng Zi shouted down to his brother, "Brother, let go." Just as Chen Ziliyong was poised to strike, bang! A telescopic baton intercepted the cleaver. Su Jin had shielded Meng Zizhong from the blow. Damn it! Why are you all still standing there? If he escapes, we're all finished. With his attack thwarted by Su Jin, Chen Ziliyong bellowed at the remaining bodyguards. Realizing they had already chosen to betray Meng Zizhong, the bodyguards understood there was no turning back. Chapter 51. A lifeline. The bodyguards surged towards the second floor. It was no small feat for Su Jin to hold off Chen Ziliyong alone, leaving her unable to simultaneously manage the guards who had already rushed out. Zhang Feifei, recognizing the precarious situation, hesitated for but a moment before resolutely seizing Meng Zi, who was attempting to rush downstairs to aid Meng Zizhong, and dragged her into the office. A woman of the world, Zhang Feifei understood that with just herself and Meng Zi, 2 weaker women, there was no way they could assist Meng Zizhong. Leaving Meng Zi there would only serve to heighten Meng Zizhong's concern. As Meng Zi struggled to escape Zhang Feifei's grip, she shouted, "Let go! Sister-in-law, how can you run? We must save brother." After locking the office door, Zhang Feifei shouted back, "Calm down. What can you do down there? You need to run quickly. I will think of a way to save your brother." Upon hearing Zhang Feifei's words, Meng Zi realized she had misjudged her intentions. She did not wish to abandon her brother. Yet, gazing at Zhang Feifei's frail figure, Meng Zi urgently replied, "How can you save him by yourself? I want to help you." Zhang Feifei revealed a bitter smile, gently stroking Meng Zi's head as she spoke softly. "Silly girl, your most important task right now is to escape and seek official rescue. I will find a way to delay and protect myself and your brother. As long as you can find official help, both your brother and I will survive." Zhang Feifei's words were, of course, a ruse. Against the deranged Chen Ziliyong, what could she, a mere woman, possibly do? She spoke thus to instill in Meng Zi the resolve to survive, hoping that if she could indeed find official rescuers, at least she would have a chance to live. As for herself, Zhang Feifei had long since resolved to share her fate with her husband. In the midst of their conversation, several bodyguards had already pursued them to the office door, pounding on it with a bang bang bang. Upon hearing the noise, Zhang Feifei wasted no time, seizing Meng Zi and pushing her towards the window at the back of the office. "Quick! Get out through here while the monsters are still absent. Go!" Before Meng Zi could utter a word, Zhang Feifei forcefully pushed her out the window, with tears of reluctance streaming down her face. Meng Zi landed with a thud on the ground. Seeing that Meng Zi was unharmed, Zhang Feifei swiftly locked the window and, with unwavering determination, retrieved the dagger Meng Zizhong had prepared for self-defense. Aiming it at the door. Bang! With a resounding crash, the wooden door could no longer withstand the onslaught of the burly men and shattered completely. In the instant the door was breached, Zhang Feifei, dagger in hand, shouted and lunged at the first man at the threshold. Squelch! The sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed as one bodyguard's abdomen was punctured by Zhang Feifei's sharp dagger. "Ah, you wretched woman!" Cries of agony and curses resounded as several bodyguards, seizing the opportunity before Zhang Feifei could withdraw the dagger, rushed forward to restrain her. Having been pushed from the second floor, Meng Zi realized that returning was no longer an option, prompting her to sprint wildly outside, shouting, "Rescue! Official rescue! Help!" As she ran, she chanted frantically in her mind, unaware of her surroundings or the absence of the monstrous creatures. The sudden upheaval had rendered this former star incapable of coherent thought. Her mind, nearly blank, was consumed by a singular thought: to urgently seek official rescue and return to save her brother and sister-in-law. Is anyone there? Please, save them. Due to her unfamiliarity with the surroundings, Meng Zi shouted and dashed about like a headless chicken. After what felt like an eternity of running, just as exhaustion set in, a wisp of smoke wafted from the window of a dilapidated building in the distance. Upon seeing the smoke, Meng Zi felt as though she had spotted her last lifeline, mustering her remaining strength to sprint towards the crumbling structure. At that moment, she was blissfully unaware that several monsters were watching her from behind. Oh, how interesting, a solitary survivor. Inside the dilapidated building, Shurchen, warming his hands by a fire, wore his signature cold smirk, muttering to himself, in this perilous apocalypse, aside from Shurchen, none dared to make a fire and expose their location. It was already November, and whether it was the apocalypse's influence or an unusually early winter, the air had turned quite chilly. Initially, Shurchen had intended to make a beeline for the electronics factory after leaving the base. However, since the tiger goo required rest and the remaining goo insects were not suited for riding, Shurchen was left with no choice but to stop periodically to allow the tiger goo to recuperate. Along the way, he skillfully avoided hordes of zombies while progressing towards the factory. It was only upon nearing the factory that he took action to eliminate the undead. After all, too many zombies nearby would hinder his plan to seize the generator. Once the area around the factory was cleared of zombies, Shurchen chose to rest and recuperate in a nearby abandoned building, hoping to restore his goo source while enjoying a meal. As Meng Zi burst into the dilapidated building, she ran tirelessly towards the top floor where she had seen the smoke. Upon reaching the top, she was greeted by the sight of Shurchen in police uniform. Tears instantly streamed down Meng Zi's face as she excitedly called out, "Officer, please save them. There are people being killed in the factory." Shurchen stared at the frenzied Meng Zi in disbelief, pondering, "Is this woman not quite right in the head?" As Meng Zi noticed Shurchen merely gazing at her, without any other response, she dashed into the room where he stood. Just as she intended to plead for his help again, the scene inside the room caused her to recoil in sheer terror. Not far from Shurchen, a black snake and a tiger were voraciously fighting over a corpse on the ground. Near the black snake, a pitch-black scorpion lurked, salivating over the remains. This horrifying sight left Meng Zi trembling uncontrollably. Her voice quivered as she stammered, "You need to run. There are monsters. Quick, run." Hearing Meng Zi's words, Shurchen couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't anticipated that this seemingly dim-witted woman would still take the time to warn him of the danger in such a situation. Chapter 52. I am here for the development of the base. Because of this, Shurchen did not treat Meng Zi with the same coldness he reserved for other strangers, instead responding, "No need to fear. These are all my pets." Though reassured by Shurchen's words, who could remain unafraid in the presence of these living, breathing, flesh-eating monstrosities? Yet, fear was a luxury Meng Zi could not afford. Her brother and sister-in-law were in peril, and there was no time for her to wallow in fear. Confirming that the creatures posed no threat to Shurchen, she gritted her teeth and, suppressing her terror, implored him, "I beg you, save my family. There are people trying to harm them in the factory." As Meng Zi approached, Shurchen suddenly recognized the disheveled woman. This was none other than the celebrity he had failed to identify moments before. It was hardly surprising he hadn't recognized her. The apocalypse had stripped Meng Zi of her former glamour, and now, in her frantic rush to find him, she bore little resemblance to the star she once was, looking more like a madwoman with her unkempt hair. As for the rat goo responsible for guarding the perimeter, it was certainly in no position to recognize a celebrity. It was a feat in itself that they could discern the approaching figure was a woman. "Are you Meng Zi?" Shurchen asked, ignoring her desperate pleas. Hearing her name, Meng Zi eagerly nodded, "Yes, I am Meng Zi. Can you please save my family?" Upon hearing the inquiry about the time, Meng Zi mistakenly believed that the policeman before her was an admirer, prompting her to hastily confess her identity in hopes that he might rescue her family. However, upon hearing her admission, Shurchin merely shook his head in exasperation. It was imperative to remember that this was a post-apocalyptic world, and she had brazenly revealed her status as a celebrity in front of a stranger. To Shurchin, Meng Zi's actions were nothing short of reckless endangerment. Considering that she had just warned him of the impending danger, he might allow her a brief respite here, but any thought of aiding her in saving her loved ones was out of the question. He had no obligation to assist a stranger. Shurchin's cold tone instantly plunged Meng Zi, who had been filled with hope, into despair. She sank helplessly to the ground, as if every ounce of strength had been drained from her. Shurchin had no intention of helping her simply because she was a famous actress. His foremost priority was to obtain the generator and hasten back to establish his own base, with the looming threat of the damned Fifth War Zone awaiting him with a disheveled appearance. Meng Zi gazed tearfully at the calm youth sitting beside the monster. She realized that persuading him to assist her was futile in her desperate quest to save her brother and sister-in-law. She understood that her last resort was her own body. After an intense internal struggle, Meng Zi finally steeled herself and implored Shurchin, "I beg you, if you can help me rescue my family, I will do anything you desire." Upon hearing her plea, Shurchin regarded her with a disdainful gaze, assessing her from head to toe before responding nonchalantly, "Is that all? You truly overestimate yourself." His words crushed Meng Zi's last remnants of hope, leaving her utterly despondent. Once a prominent star, she found herself diminished by a youth who appeared significantly younger than her, reducing her once prized beauty to insignificance. Now, even the prospect of offering herself seemed futile. What other means did she have to save her brother and sister-in-law? In utter despair, Meng Zi numbly rose from the ground and addressed Shurchin, "I'm sorry for disturbing you." With that, she turned vacantly and headed downstairs. She could only rely on herself to rescue her brother and sister-in-law, even if she knew deep down that returning alone was a foolish gamble. She could not sacrifice her family for her own survival. Watching Meng Zi's retreating figure, Shurchin contemplated internally, to help or not to help. After all, he was also headed to the electronics factory, and assisting her would merely be a matter of convenience. However, never mind, he needed more people for his base, and she did fit his criteria for recruitment. But let it not be said that he was motivated by her celebrity status. It was solely for the development of his base. Having convinced himself, Shurchin called out to Meng Zi's back, "Wait." At the stairway, hearing Shurchin's voice, Meng Zi swiftly turned around. Shurchin had to admit, there was a reason she had become a star. Just that pitiful expression she wore when she looked back. How many men could resist it? "Is there anything else?" Meng Zi asked, her expression filled with despair. As Shurchin rose to his feet, he replied, "I can help you, but from now on, your life will no longer belong solely to you. I hope you understand that." Hearing his words reignited a flicker of hope in Meng Zi, and she eagerly responded, all right, rest assured. As long as you can save my brother and sister-in-law, I will be yours." Upon hearing this, Shurchin waved his hand to retract his insect, then stepped forward, striding toward the exit. Meng Zi was taken aback, stunned by his display of power. What was that? A superpower? But now was not the time for such thoughts. "Where are you going?" she asked as Shurchin passed her. With a hint of exasperation, Shurchin replied, "Isn't it to save people?" Meng Zi was momentarily at a loss for words. "Aren't you going to inquire about the situation? Don't you need to gather more people? Are you just going like this?" she questioned in rapid succession. Shurchin turned to face her, answering assertively, "This small factory does not require any preparations on my part. Just follow me." Upon hearing Shurchin's words, Meng Zi looked at his confident and commanding face and nodded vigorously, following in his footsteps toward the factory. Inside the factory, Zhang Banghai and the other workers had become prisoners of Qin Ziliang and his bodyguards. Each one was bound and tossed into a corner on the ground floor. Meanwhile, Qin Ziliang sat comfortably in the office on the second floor, occupying Meng Zuzhong's former position. Before him lay the battered and barely conscious Meng Zuzhong. Supported on either side by a bodyguard, if not for their assistance, he would have been unable to stand. Opposite Meng Zuzhong were Zhang Feifei and the female bodyguard, Su Jin, both enduring inhumane torment. while the bodyguards occasionally forced Meng Zuzhong's eyes open when he attempted to close them. Witnessing his wife's humiliation and being unable to retaliate, Meng Zuzhong had bitten his gums until they bled. Chen Ziliang, you beast! If you have the guts, kill me. Chapter 53. Return to the factory. Sitting at the desk, Chen Ziliang, upon hearing Meng Zuzhong's furious voice, wore a lewd smile. Ha ha ha, Mr. Meng, do you think death comes so easily? My brothers have long had their eyes on your wife and sister. Now that we finally have the chance, of course, they will indulge your wife. As he spoke, the bodyguards joined in with lewd laughter. After betraying Meng Zuzhong, they had completely abandoned their inhibitions. Observing Meng Zuzhong's anguished expression, Chen Ziliang continued, though your sister has escaped, rest assured, I will capture her and bring her back to you, and then continue right in front of you. Ha ha ha. While Meng Zuzhong endured his agony in the second-floor office, the bound workers on the first floor collectively berated Zhang Banghai and his son. Old Zhang, what the hell were you thinking? If it weren't for your insistence on causing trouble, could we have ended up like this? Exactly. Every meal, you and your son would take extra. Now look at us. We might not even survive, let alone eat. Mr. Meng was such a good person, providing us with meals every day. And now that he has fallen, we have no idea what will happen next. All thanks to you too. Faced with the accusations of the workers, Zhang Banghai could no longer contain himself and retorted. You all have no shame. I stirred up trouble for everyone's benefit. It wasn't just my son and I causing a ruckus. Which one of you didn't join in? And now you dare say this? These people were like that. When there were benefits, they all joined in, blaming the leader when things went awry, assuring themselves that they were blameless. This mindset prevented them from ever considering that had they stood by Meng Zuzhong during Chen Ziliang's rebellion, they would not now be bound like animals. As these greedy and thoughtless workers exchanged blame, a thunderous metallic crash erupted in their ears. Bang! The door on the ground floor, barricaded by several heavy machines, was kicked open by Shurchen. The machines flew several meters before finally coming to a halt. The tremendous sound not only caused a brief ringing in the ears of the workers on the first floor, but also startled Chen Ziliang and his companions who were enjoying themselves on the second floor. Reacting swiftly, Chen Ziliang was the first to rush out of the office. The bodyguards hastily donned their clothes and followed suit. Freed from his restraints, Meng Zuzhong fell heavily to the ground, but he ignored his own plight and struggled to crawl toward Zhang Feifei. As they emerged from the office onto the second-floor corridor, Chen Ziliang and his companion spotted Shurchen, clad in police attire, alongside the already escaped Meng Zi. Is this a police officer? Bodyguard Li Tianliang whispered nervously to Chen Ziliang, feeling a twinge of fear in the face of their actions. What are you afraid of? Even if he is a policeman, he is but one man. What is there to fear? Chen Ziliang's words restored some confidence among the bodyguards. He then turned to Shurchen, strolling down the stairs while addressing him. Who are you, my friend? Why are you destroying the door we used to block the monster? As he spoke, Chen Ziliang drew his knife from his waist. Before Shurchen could respond, Meng Zi, who had reached the first floor, urgently called out to Chen Ziliang, Where are my brother and sister-in-law? What have you done with them? Upon hearing Meng Zi's words, Chen Ziliang, now on the ground floor, replied, Don't worry, your brother and sister-in-law are upstairs. I adore you so much. How could I harm them? Upon hearing the news that her brother and sister-in-law were safe, Meng Zi sighed in relief. She turned to Chen Ziliang and said, Please release my brother and sister-in-law immediately. We shall leave this place and go our separate ways. You take your path, and we will take ours, ensuring that our waters remain distinct. Upon hearing her words, Chen Ziliang erupted in a boisterous laugh. Before he could respond, Meng Zizhong, who was on the second floor, shouted urgently upon hearing his sister's voice, Z, don't worry about us, run quickly. They are nothing but a pack of beasts. Chen Ziliang, noticing that Meng Zizhong still had the strength to speak, smirked sinisterly and, without warning, raised his hand to strike at the cop beside Meng Zi. He believed that once he eliminated this obstacle, Meng Zi would be easily subdued. It must be said that Chen Ziliang's assessment was accurate. However, regrettably for him, he faced Shurchen. The sudden attack seemed to unfold in slow motion for Shurchen, posing no threat whatsoever. Before the weapon could even descend halfway, Shurchen delivered a powerful kick to Chen Ziliang's wrist, shattering it with immense force. Chen Ziliang's anguished scream had barely escaped when Shurchen pivoted and unleashed another kick, sending him flying. Qian Ziliang soared for over 2 meters before his face struck the ground, and inertia caused him to slide an additional 2 or 3 meters before coming to a halt. At that moment, his face was mangled and bloodied from the friction with the floor, lying motionless. This was merely the result of Shurchen deliberately tempering his strength. Had he unleashed his full power, Qian Ziliang would have already met his demise. The bodyguards trailing Qian Ziliang immediately recognized the prowess of the young man before them. Without a word, years of training led them to instinctively arm themselves and charge at Shurchen. Yet, midway through their advance, they halted abruptly, for Shurchen had produced a menacing black handgun aimed squarely at them. With their extensive experience as professional bodyguards, they instantly recognized the authenticity of Shurchen's weapon and promptly complied. After subduing Qian Ziliang and his companions, Shurchen turned to Meng Zi, who stood nearby, mouth agape in astonishment, and said, "Why are you still standing there? Go save your brother." Huh? Meng Zi, jolted back to reality by Shurchen's words, hurriedly dashed toward the office on the second floor. "Brother, please don't act recklessly. We can negotiate." Li Tianliang, finding himself under the threat of Shurchen's gun, lowered his weapon and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. On their way to the factory, Meng Zi had already briefed Shurchen on the events that transpired, causing Shurchen to regard Li Tianliang with disdain, responding with contempt. "Negotiate? The only thing I despise more than betrayal is the traitorous hound of a master. You are unworthy of any negotiation." Chapter 54. Dumbfounded by fools. Upon hearing Shurchen's words, Li Tianliang and his associates wore expressions of embarrassment. Just as Li Tianliang was about to speak again, Meng Zi emerged from the office, tears streaming down her face as she struggled to drag Meng Zizhong and Zhang Feifei out behind her. Inside the office, Su Jin had succumbed to the torment inflicted by Qian Ziliang and his crew. Meng Zi, driven mad by the plight of her brother and the others, collapsed to her knees in despair before Shurchen, beseeching, "I beg you, help me eliminate this horde of beasts." The moment Meng Zi's words fell, Li Tianliang sensed something amiss. In an instant, as Shurchen unhesitatingly pulled the trigger, Li Tianliang thrust his companion Jia Fong toward the line of fire. Bang! Jia Fong, caught off guard, was shot in the head and fell lifelessly to the ground. He could hardly fathom that the very comrade he had just vowed to share fortunes with would now use him as a human shield. Bang, 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 bang. Shurchen fired repeatedly, and one by one, the bodyguards collapsed under the gunfire. Only Li Tianliang managed to evade the bullets, taking cover and managing to escape to the entrance. Just as he believed he had escaped the clutches of death, he was confronted by a swarm of over 20 rats, which plunged him into utter despair. What the hell is this? The rats, indifferent to the circumstances, obeyed their master's command. Anyone not among his entourage was considered prey. In their quest for sustenance, they had but one instinct: to consume. Thus, Li Tianliang met his end, becoming nourishment for the ravenous rodents. Outside, the nightmarish screams of Li Tianliang sent shivers down the spines of all the factory workers. They were oblivious to the horrors he faced, cowering in fear, unable to meet Shurchen's gaze. Meanwhile, Qian Ziliang, barely clinging to life, was startled awake by the agonizing cries. Upon regaining consciousness, he felt as though his entire body was falling apart, his face aflame with pain. On the second floor, Meng Zi trembled as she dragged Meng Zizhong and Zhang Feifei downstairs. Meng Zizhong, gravely injured and barely conscious, could only gaze at his weeping sister with gentle eyes, while Zhang Feifei remained in a daze, silently shedding tears. The weight of her brother and sister-in-law bore heavily on Meng Zi's trembling legs, yet she persevered, determined to pull her family from the depths of despair. With every ounce of strength, Meng Zi finally brought Meng Zizhong and Zhang Feifei to the first floor, leaning them against a pillar. Without pausing to catch her breath, she approached the battered Qian Ziliang, intent on avenging her brother and sister-in-law. Shurchen observed silently, recognizing that every survivor in this desolate world must confront their own trials. Many had endured far worse fates than Meng Zi and had to face their destinies alone. Those who could endure proved worthy of survival, while those who faltered could only blame their own inadequacies. As Meng Zi stood beside Qian Ziliang, she seized the fallen machete, her eyes fixed fiercely upon him. Why? Why did you do this to us? At that moment, Qian Ziliang, his face grotesquely mutilated, understood that his time was up upon seeing the weapon in Meng Zi's grasp, gulp, just as he attempted to speak. A torrent of blood erupted uncontrollably from his mouth. He fought through the agony, expelling the blood before finally uttering, "Why? How laughable. Your brother was so naive in this apocalypse. He deserved to die. My only regret is not capturing you. In this game of power, I have nothing left to say." Listening to Chen Ziliang's words, Shurchen mused, "This fellow has some merit. Had fate not led me to Meng Zi first, he might have been an interesting ally. Alas, fortune is fickle. He can only blame his misfortune." After finishing his speech, Chen Ziliang closed his eyes, awaiting death in silence. Upon hearing his words, Meng Zi let out a primal scream, plunging the machete into Chen Ziliang's heart. Perhaps due to the gravity of her first kill, she was overwhelmed by nausea after the blade pierced his flesh, and she turned away, unable to bear the sight of the corpse. Running back to her brother and sister-in-law, weeping uncontrollably, "Wu-Wu, brother, sister-in-law, I avenged you, Wu-Wu." Meng Zizhong, his limbs broken and barely alive, struggled to keep his eyes open, gazing tenderly at his sobbing sister. Zhang Feifei remained in a daze, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. "Well, I have fulfilled my promise to you. Now it is time for you to honor yours," Shurchen spoke, turning to Meng Zi, who was still in the throes of sorrow. At Shurchen's words, Meng Zi emerged from her near collapse, hastily wiping her tears and nodding in acknowledgement. Meng Zizhong, upon hearing the young man's statement, turned his gaze toward Shurchen, eyes filled with questions. Just as Meng Zi was about to explain to her brother, she was interrupted by a voice. "Are you Shurchen? It's you? Isn't it?" Zhang Banghai, tied in the corner, seized the opportunity to identify Shurchen's face, calling out to him. Upon hearing his name, Shurchen narrowed his eyes and looked up. As he turned, all the workers became aware of his identity, their eyes widening in disbelief. "It's you. Thank goodness, Shurchen. Please save us. How is this possible? How can he be so formidable?" A cacophony of voices erupted as the workers recognized Shurchen, igniting a flurry of discussion. At this moment, Zhang Banghai raised his voice above all others, addressing Shurchen with an intensity that silenced the crowd. "You previously warned me to stockpile supplies. You must have known the apocalypse was coming and prepared in advance, right? Let us go at once and help us escape." Zhang Banghai's words rendered everyone, including Meng Zi, utterly silent, their gazes fixed intensely on Shurchen. Shurchen could not help but acknowledge that a person could indeed become so foolish that it rendered one speechless. He had never anticipated that the very individual he had warned out of kindness would now betray him in front of a crowd. Were it not for his formidable strength, Zhang Banghai's words would have undoubtedly dragged him straight into the abyss. Chapter 55. To survive, obey the orders. Observing Shurchen's lack of response, Zhang Banghai's irritation flared. "Xiaochen, did you not hear what I said? Hurry and help us untie these ropes." After Zhang Banghai spoke, Shurchen was thoroughly amused by the absurdity of the situation. Just as he contemplated taking action, Meng Zi shouted at him, "No, you must not save them, otherwise you will surely regret it." Upon hearing Meng Zi's words, Zhang Banghai and the others were immediately displeased. "Little girl, what do you mean by that?" Zhang Banghai retorted. Meng Zi's teeth clenched in frustration as she replied, "What do you mean? When danger approached, my brother did not abandon any of you. He provided you with food and shelter, but what about you? When that treacherous Chen Ziliang sought to kill us, not one of you spoke up to help us." Her words shamed many workers into lowering their heads. Yet Zhang Banghai showed no sign of remorse. Immediately after Meng Zi finished speaking, he countered, "Your argument lacks merit. Chen Ziliang was originally under your brother's command. If your brother could not manage them, what concern is it of ours? Furthermore, he was armed while we were defenseless. How could we help you?" After delivering his shameless rebuttal, Zhang Banghai ignored the furious Meng Zi and turned back to Shurchen. "Xiaochen, do not listen to her. We were once colleagues. You cannot turn a blind eye to our plight." After hearing Zhang Banghai's words, the workers' scant sense of shame dissipated entirely, and they began to implore Shurchen. "Yes, what Zhang Di said is right. Xiaochen, do you not remember? When you needed a bathroom break while working, I kept an eye on your assembly line. You cannot abandon me. Indeed, I have helped you before. We are colleagues. You must save us." Shurchen regarded these shameless workers with a cold smile. How dare they still mention the past? Previously, they had bullied him in various ways, assigning all the dirty and laborious tasks to him. And even when he helped them, They would conspire to isolate him just to curry favor with their supervisor's nephew. With this thought, Shurchen smiled at Meng Zi and assured her, "Do not worry. I am well aware of what kind of colleagues I have." Upon hearing Shurchen's words, the workers and Meng Zi displayed contrasting reactions. Meng Zi sighed in relief, even laughing, for her hatred extended not only to Chen Ziyang but also to these heartless workers. As for the workers, they erupted in outrage upon hearing Shurchen's words. "What do you mean, Xiaochen? You cannot do this. There are so many of us, Xiaochen. Do not listen to that woman. She is not a good person." Shurchen, with his brows furrowed at the cacophony of voices, was reluctant to hear any more of their shameless chatter. He raised his hand and fired a shot at Zhang Banghai. Bang! A thunderous gunshot echoed throughout the factory. Dad, Zhang Heng, witnessing his father Zhang Banghai shot dead by Shurchen, writhed in his bindings and lunged toward Zhang Banghai, crying out in anguish. After shooting Zhang Banghai, Shurchen ignored Zhang Heng and turned to the worker who had just spoken. A cruel smile forming on his lips as he asked, "You say there are many of you. So what? She is not a good person. And what about you?" Several workers were left dumbfounded by Shurchen's question. Gazing at the gun in his hand, stammering and unable to respond, at that moment, the factory was filled only with Zhang Heng's cries for his father. Once he saw the workers fall silent, Shurchen addressed them directly. "You lot, go move the diesel generator onto the truck. Once you have done that, the rest of you should obediently stay in the truck's cargo area. I will take you back to my base. Your only chance of survival henceforth is to comply with my orders." As Shurchen spoke, he waved his hand. At his command, the 23 rat familiars surged forth like a swarm. Everyone trembled in terror at these sudden monsters. Shurchen continued, "The consequence of disobedience is to become their meal. Do you understand?" Faced with the monsters surrounding Shurchen, everyone was rendered mute with fear, not a single person daring to answer him. "Do you understand?" Shurchen shouted again, his voice booming. "Ah, we understand." In unison, all the workers responded, their eyes clear under the threat of the creatures. Satisfied, Shurchen nodded and gently waved his hand at the rat familiars. They immediately rushed toward the bound workers, using their sharp teeth to gnaw through the ropes binding them. The freed workers looked at the rat familiars around them and dared not make a move. It was only when Shurchen ordered them to move the generator that they trembled and walked toward it. With the rat familiars following them, Shurchen felt no fear of them attempting any tricks. After they all set off for the generator, Shurchen turned his attention back to Meng Zi. Upon seeing Shurchen look at her, Meng Zi quickly spoke, "Thank you. I truly appreciate you for killing those beasts." Shurchen merely nodded indifferently at her gratitude. Meng Zi continued, "But I still have one request." "What is it?" Shurchen could guess what Meng Zi wanted, especially since Meng Zizhong was on the verge of death. However, he still inquired. Meng Zi confirmed his suspicions. "I beg you to save my brother. If you can save him, I will serve you without complaint." After hearing her plea, Shurchen glanced down at the grievously injured Meng Zizhong. He saw Meng Zizhong propped against a pillar, his wounds on hands and feet swollen to the size of buns, blood seeping continuously from beneath his skin. The injuries were indeed severe. MY base currently lacks a professional doctor. We only have a veterinarian, so I cannot guarantee his survival. I can only promise to take him back and try. Upon hearing Shurchen's words, Meng Zi's face contorted with pain as she responded, "All right, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will not give up. Thank you." After Meng Zi spoke, Shurchen nodded and fell silent. Just as Meng Zi was about to help Meng Zizhong up, Shurchen waved his hand, summoning the tiger familiar from his energy reservoir. "Place them on its back. It will be much easier than carrying them yourself." Meng Zi, upon hearing Shurchen's words, fought to suppress her fear and carefully placed Meng Zizhong and Zhang Feifei onto the tiger familiar's back. Seeing her brother and sister-in-law in such a pitiful state made Meng Zi unable to contain her emotions any longer. She buried her face into Shurchen's chest and wept openly. Chapter 56. Returned to the base suddenly embraced by Meng Zi, Shurchen found himself at a loss, staring at the sobbing star in his arms. With a sigh, he gently patted her back and comforted her, "Do not worry. As long as we return swiftly, your brother should be fine." Hearing Shurchen's soothing tone, Meng Zi's emotions began to stabilize. At that moment, she realized her actions were somewhat ambiguous, and her face flushed as she quickly withdrew from Shurchen's embrace, murmuring, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Shurchen, noticing her embarrassed demeanor, interrupted, "It's fine. Just remember to wash my clothes when we get back." After Shurchen spoke, Meng Zi finally noticed that his clothing was now smeared with her tears and snot. Her face reddened further, and she lowered her head, muttering, "Oh, understood." Seeing that Meng Zi's emotions had calmed, Shurchen ceased speaking, controlling the tiger familiar carrying Meng Zizhong and Zhang Feifei as he led Meng Zi toward the workers who had finished loading the generator onto the truck. At this moment, several workers had already complied with the demands of the hour, hoisting the diesel generator and all its accompanying parts into the semi-trailer designated for deliveries to the factory. Under the intimidation of the mouse goo, everyone had obediently crouched inside the cargo area without any resistance. As for Zhang Bonghai's unfortunate son, who had been shouting incessantly, he had been spontaneously silenced and bound by the workers, tossed into the furthest recesses of the truck bed. Once it was confirmed that nothing was overlooked, the hour directly commanded the Tiger Gu to place Meng Zizhong and Zhang Feifei into the sleeper compartment of the semi-trailer S-cab, while he himself took a seat in the passenger seat alongside Meng Zi. Once settled, the hour promptly instructed the driver to head towards his base, the Gaoshan City Zoo. The driver, named Lin Cheng, was in his 30s and was specifically tasked with deliveries for the electronics factory. Since he did not belong to the assembly line workers, the hour was not familiar with him. Lin Cheng himself was of a rather taciturn nature, and after witnessing the terror of the hour, he harbored no ulterior motives, dutifully driving his vehicle. As the semi-trailer smoothly exited the factory premises, the hour began to meticulously observe the surrounding environment to ensure safety. Throughout the journey, he noticed that the scattered zombies wandering the roads were becoming increasingly scarce. In the hour's perspective, this was not a favorable sign. After all, he had endured 4 years of the apocalypse in his previous life, understood that zombies could indeed evolve. If zombies merely persisted in their current state, moving sluggishly with only slightly greater strength than ordinary humans, humanity would have been capable of eradicating them entirely following the brief chaos that ensued with the onset of the apocalypse. After all, firearms are no trifling matter, and humanity possesses missiles and nuclear weapons, devices capable of annihilating carbon-based life forms. To those wielding such formidable weapons, the diminutive zombies pose little threat. However, the reason the previous life did not witness such an outcome over the span of 4 years was not only due to the random emergence of zombies, with some military personnel proficient in these weapons also succumbing to the infection, but more importantly, because zombies could evolve continuously by consuming flesh and blood. According to the zombie ranking broadcasted from the first battle zone in the 3rd year of the previous life, zombies had at least evolved to level 5. Level 5 zombies exhibited instances of regained intelligence, no longer merely attacking mindlessly with brute force as they did in the early days of the apocalypse. The hour was uncertain whether zombies could evolve to even higher levels beyond 5. If they could, what unspeakable horrors would such evolved zombies unleash? This was something the hour could scarcely fathom. However, these were not the concerns preoccupying him at present. His foremost worry was that, based on his memories, should the scattered zombies outside completely vanish, it would signify that the terrifying events were about to unfold. With this thought weighing heavily on his heart, the hour urged driver Lin Cheng to hasten towards the base, disregarding any minor vehicles obstructing the way. As long as the semi-trailer remained intact, they should plow through. Upon hearing the hour's urgent words, Meng Zi naturally assumed that the hour was merely accelerating their journey to ensure her brother received treatment sooner. At that moment, her heart began to swell with silent emotion and self-reflection. Even her gaze towards the hour began to shift gradually. Of course, the hour remained oblivious to Meng Zi's inner musings. He merely continued to press Lin Cheng to expedite their route while silently strategizing in his mind. The Gaoshan City Zoo was situated at the northernmost tip of Gaoshan City, within a tourist area, while the electronics factory was located at the southernmost end of the industrial park. Due to the leisurely pace of his journey, it had taken the hour a full week to reach the factory. Now, without the necessity of traversing on foot, the return journey was naturally much swifter. After a continuous drive, they finally arrived back at their base, the Gaoshan City Zoo, after a day and night on the road. At this point, the zoo had begun to take on the semblance of a base. The once wide-open gates had been repaired and securely closed, and the original ticket booth had been transformed into a guard post. As the semi-trailer approached the vicinity of the base, 3 armed individuals emerged from the ticket booth, rifles in hand. Bang! A gunshot startled Lin Cheng, causing him to slam on the brakes. The screech of tires echoed sharply as Lin Cheng came to a halt. Halt! This is the Morning Star base. Who are you? With the voice came the simultaneous aim of 3 dark gun barrels at the driver's cabin. Upon witnessing this, the Hour could not help but nod in satisfaction. It seemed his prior arrangements had proven correct, and Zheng Long and his team had indeed lived up to his expectations. As the Hour rolled down the window of the passenger seat and leaned out, Chen Xing immediately recognized him and respectfully addressed him. "Chief, you have returned." He then promptly instructed one of the individuals standing beside him, someone the Hour did not recall, quickly informed the team leader that the chief has returned. The person nodded in acknowledgement and dashed towards the base T. That moment, the Hour observed Chen Xing, who had transformed from an ordinary university student into a figure adeptly wielding a firearm in just a week. And he felt a measure of curiosity regarding how Zheng Long had managed this transformation. However, the Hour did not rush to inquire. Instead, he requested Chen Xing to open the gate. Upon receiving the Hour's command, Chen Xing hurriedly opened the gate, allowing the semi-trailer to enter. Just moments after the vehicle rolled in, Zheng Long and his team arrived without delay. "Brother Chen, you have finally returned." Chen Shangnan was the first to rush over and embrace the Hour. Her sudden action caused the expressions of Jiang Muyao and Zhao Linger to shift instantaneously. Even Meng Zi, who had just disembarked from the vehicle, was taken aback to see a beautiful woman throw herself into the Hour's embrace, her face reflecting a change in demeanor as she began to entertain her own thoughts. Chapter 57. Where there are people, there is a world. The Hour was momentarily taken aback by Chen Shengnan's unexpected embrace. In such a brief span, 2 beautiful women had sought to nestle into his arms. How had he not realized before that he possessed such charm? Chen Shengnan's boldness in publicly embracing the Hour stemmed partly from her genuine concern for him and partly from the encouragement of logistics team member Li Ro. Just as the Hour departed from the base, Li Ro had advised her that someone as exceptional as the Hour should take the initiative. If she did not act, someone else would surely seize the opportunity. Given that Chen Shangnan had already secretly developed feelings for the Hour, she mustered the courage to embrace him upon their reunion, resulting in the scene everyone now witnessed. Unbeknownst to the Hour, several factions had emerged within the base during his brief absence of merely a week. Some had aligned themselves with Chen Shengnan, others with Jiang Muyao, and there were even those who believed that the beautiful duo of Bai Luobing and Zhao Linger, as aunt and niece, had a greater chance of becoming the chief's wife, thus rallying behind them to in essence. Whether before or after the apocalypse, wherever there were people, there would inevitably arise such chaotic worlds. The Hour was entirely unaware of these developments. After responding briefly to Chen Xingnan's concern, he turned to Zheng Long and his team to assign tasks. "This truck contains the diesel generator I brought back, and there are several individuals in the cargo area. Please arrange for them to unload the generator and ensure they are incorporated into the previous slave group. As for the one bound at the back, leave him there. He is not to be moved. Once this is completed, convene in the meeting room." Upon hearing the Hour's instructions, Zheng Long and his team nodded in understanding. Just as they were about to execute the Hour's orders, he turned and spotted Meng Zi again. Continuing, "What is the status of that individual named Zhang Tsong?" Although Zheng Long was perplexed as to why the Hour suddenly inquired about Zhang Tsong, he responded earnestly. "He initially suffered only superficial injuries and has since recovered. I have temporarily assigned him to train with the combat group." After considering Zheng Long's reply, the Hour nodded and instructed, "Good. Send someone to fetch him. There is a person in the sleeper compartment of the cab who has had both arms and legs broken. See if he can treat him." Zheng Long promptly dispatched someone to summon Zhang Tsong from training. Upon hearing that the Hour had returned and specifically requested to see him, Zhang Tsong hurried over with excitement. As soon as he laid eyes on the Hour, he knelt down before him without waiting for a word to be spoken. This unexpected display left everyone present bewildered, even the Hour himself, who felt increasingly confounded. "Chief, I never had the chance to personally thank you for avenging my sister. Now I finally have the opportunity." As he spoke, Zhang Tsong bowed deeply to the Hour. "I want to say any flowery words. As long as you find a use for me, Zhang Tsong, even if it means walking on the edge of a blade or through fire, I shall not utter a word of dissent." At that moment, the Hour felt a wave of perplexity wash over him. What era-s vocabulary was this? It was astonishing to hear such phrases emerge from the lips of a well-educated veterinarian. "All right, I understand. Please rise. I have matters to discuss with you now." Though Shurchen internally grumbled, he could not deny his fondness for individuals like Zhang Kong. Upon hearing that Shurchen had matters to discuss, Zhang Tsong promptly inquired about the nature of the issue. After Shurchen explained that he needed him to tend to a patient, Zhang Tsong decisively nodded in agreement and proceeded towards the sleeper compartment at the front of the vehicle. After assessing Meng Zizhong's injuries, Zhang Tsong confidently asserted that he could treat such fractures, recalling that numerous animals in the zoo had previously suffered similar mishaps. Meng Zi, upon learning that his brother's injury was treatable, felt a slight sense of relief. Although Zhang Tsong appeared somewhat unreliable and was merely a veterinarian, Meng Zi had no better option than to let Zhang Tsong give it a try. Upon hearing Zhang Tsong's assurance, Shurchen instructed Chen Xingnan to arrange for the logistics team to find a suitable treatment location for Meng Zizhong, and asked the women to comfort the emotionally distressed Zhang Feifei. When Jiang Muyao witnessed Zhang Feifei disembarking from the vehicle like a marionette, she became instantly animated. Upon inquiry, Shurchen discovered that Zhang Feifei and Jiang Muyao were already acquainted, as their fathers had once served together as comrades in arms. With this newfound connection and Shurchen's directives, Chen Xingnan and the others wasted no time in arranging for several women to care for Zhang Feifei. Meng Zi followed them inside, determined not to let her brother and sister-in-law out of her sight in this unfamiliar environment. Shurchen made no effort to stop Meng Zi. Instead, he ventured alone towards the depths of the base's office building. After Shurchen's departure, Zhang Long and his team commenced executing his orders. They positioned the generator and assigned the 32 workers brought back by Shurchen to their designated locations. Once everything was in place, they reconvened in the conference room to report on events that transpired during Shurchen's absence. Through Zhang Long's briefing, Shurchen gained insight into the occurrences at the base following his departure. It turned out that after Shurchen left, Zhang Long and Su Ning had employed military training methods to train everyone at the base. This approach, honed through years of practice before the apocalypse, proved to be the most effective. The militarized management and training not only instilled a sense of obedience and collective honor among the populace, but also reinforced their recognition and affirmation of the Morning Dawn base. As long as a robust belief system and strong obedience were established, the stability and combat effectiveness of the entire base would gradually strengthen. After listening, Shurchen praised Zhang Long and Su Ning for their commendable efforts. Zhang Long emphasized that Zhao Linger had also contributed significantly to this idea, with many adjustments stemming from the recommendations of this seemingly youthful yet astute girl. Shurchen, unfazed by this revelation, was well aware of Zhao Linger's considerable capabilities from his previous life. Following Zhang Long's account, Chen Xingnan and Bai Luobing provided a brief update on the logistics team. Aside from the basic food supplies, the impending cold weather revealed a shortage of winter clothing, heating materials, and various essential supplies for women. Upon hearing this, Shurchen lamented the drawbacks of establishing a faction. Even with a relatively small population, the demand for resources extended beyond mere food, and as numbers grew, the challenges would only multiply. Despite successfully bringing back the generator, numerous pressing issues remained. Coupled with the looming threat of an approaching crisis, Shurchen realized that time for leisurely developing his power was limited. Consequently, he had to alter his previous strategy. The gradual training approach was no longer suitable. Thus, he instructed Zhang Long to prepare, as he intended to employ practical combat scenarios to train them while simultaneously replenishing the base's supplies. At the conclusion of the meeting, Shurchen directed Shen Wuyan to take 2 members of his technical team to familiarize themselves with the generator's operation and begin setting up the connection between the base and the generator. Shurchen advised Shen Wuyan to select a few individuals from the newly arrived batch of slaves who were familiar with the generator's usage to join the technical team. After receiving acknowledgement from Shen Wuyan, Shurchen arranged for Zhang Long and the other team leaders to gather all members, including the slaves, in the open space before the main gate. Although Zhang Long and his team were uncertain of Shurchen's intentions, they complied without question. Once they had departed, Jiang Muyao and Zhao Linger remained behind. After confirming that everyone else had left, they reported to Shurchen about several individuals quietly forming factions in the shadows since his departure, a task that fell under their surveillance duties. After listening to their account, Shurchen merely nodded in approval, instructing them to remain vigilant without indicating whether or not intervention was necessary. Once the two had left, Shurchen found himself alone in the conference room, seated thoughtfully as he gazed toward the entrance, a smile creeping onto his face. He was indifferent to his subordinates' factional maneuvers, as long as they posed no threat to him. In fact, he welcomed such occurrences. Ultimately, all that mattered to him was unwavering loyalty. In his eyes, they were merely pawns. Especially regarding women, while he might indulge in casual encounters, developing genuine feelings would prove far more challenging. With his past experiences in mind, Shurchen was not one to easily trust anyone. Otherwise, he would not have assigned each of them a mouse charm as a precaution. With these thoughts, Shurchen stood up, stretched vigorously, and made his way toward the doored eye in the open area before the base's entrance, apart from Meng Ziyi and her companions, along with Zhang Tsong, who was attending to Meng Zizhong. The entirety of the Morning Dawn base, including the slaves, was gathered in an orderly fashion. As for security concerns, Shurchen had long since dispatched his charms to replace the guards at various points around the entrance. Standing tall before the assembly, Shurchen drew their attention, and beside him knelt a man securely bound by ropes. Zhang Hong, the very individual who had witnessed Shurchen personally slay his father. The murmurs of the crowd, composed of both base members and slaves, rose in hushed tones as they speculated about Shurchen's intentions. Only the workers brought over by Shurchen from the factory had a vague understanding of what he was about to do. Having witnessed the act of vengeance firsthand, silence! Shurchen's voice rang out, instantly silencing the cacophony of over 100 individuals, including the 30-odd workers he had recently brought back. Once the crowd quieted, Shurchen continued, "You all better engrave my words in your minds. The apocalypse has descended upon us, transforming the world into a living hell. I have provided you with a sanctuary, which I have named Morning Dawn." As he spoke, Shurchen's piercing gaze swept across the assembly, and each individual who met his eyes quickly averted their gaze, fully aware of his formidable strength. "Therefore, I implore you never to engage in any acts of treachery against Morning Dawn. Otherwise, this will be the fate of those who dare to betray me." With that, Shurchen swiftly severed one of Zhang Heng's fingers. The bound Zhang Hong had no means to resist. His mouth was gagged, muffling his protests to mere grunts. Ignoring Zhang Heng's struggles, Shurchen continued his grim task, swiftly removing all 10 of his fingers, each one consumed by Shurchen's tiger charm. This shocking display left all present, especially Shurchen's former colleagues who had recently become slaves, with a stark realization of the current magnitude of Shurchen's power. After severing Zhang Heng's fingers, the excruciating pain caused him to lose consciousness. "Now, I announce the first mission of our base. With the increasing number of inhabitants, we are facing a shortage of survival supplies. Therefore, tomorrow morning, the combat team will lead all slaves to the shopping mall located east of our base to gather all available resources. I will not intervene during this mission. You will all have to rely solely on yourselves to accomplish it. Those who perform exceptionally will have the opportunity to shed their slave status and become provisional members. This is your chance, but should anyone dare to flee in the face of duty, they will meet a grim fate." With that proclamation, Shurchen swiftly dispatched Zhang Heng's lifeless body, which was immediately devoured by the tiger charm as if it were a mere snack. Naturally, Shurchen would not allow the slaves to remain idle, merely toiling away at menial tasks. For the sake of high-level combat efficacy, they were both workers and expendable members of the base. This was not cruelty on Shurchen's part. It was simply a standard practice among large factions, in a world devoid of legal and moral constraints. Such measures were undoubtedly the simplest and most effective solution for dealing with the most heinous individuals. After the arrangement of time was concluded, Zhang Long and his companions naturally rubbed their hands in anticipation, especially for someone like Chen Xing, who held immense gratitude and admiration for the concept of time. This mission undoubtedly presented an exceptional opportunity to prove themselves. Even the former slaves, upon hearing of the chance to escape their bondage, cast aside their fears, each brimming with excitement. Their exuberance was incomprehensible to the workers who had just arrived from the factory. After all, the command given by Chun was evidently intended to prepare them to confront the terrifying hordes of zombies outside. How could these individuals not only remain unafraid but also exhibit such enthusiasm? It was no wonder the newcomers struggled to grasp the situation, as they could hardly fathom the implications of being a slave. Consider this. The base had transformed in just a week of Chun's absence, which starkly illustrated the immense toil endured by the slaves each day. They toiled in the most arduous and grueling tasks, receiving only a meager bowl of thin soup for sustenance. Such a state of existence was akin to hell for those who had not suffered prior to the apocalypse. As for rebellion, not to mention the mouse charms left for each formal member and the bear and wolf charms guarding the base, the various firearms wielded by the team leaders were beyond their capacity to confront. Moreover, outside the base lurked a vast number of zombies and magical beasts. Their submission meant they could still expect promotional opportunities like the present one. To rebel would be tantamount to a death sentence. Chapter 59. The rooftop of the office building. With Chen having assigned the tasks, everyone dispersed to their respective posts to fulfill their duties. Chen, however, made his way alone toward the medical room to treat Meng Zizhong. Though referred to as a medical room, it was merely a repurposed veterinary clinic. Upon arrival, Chen found Meng Zizhong lying unconscious on a bed originally designed for large animals. His hands and feet had been hastily bound and bandaged by Zhang Tsong. But a fever rendered Meng Zizhong's complexion quite grim. Meng Zi, who had been by his brother's side, stood up anxiously upon Chen's arrival, urgently inquiring, "You've finally come. My brother is burning up all over. What should we do now?" Hearing Meng Zi's question, Chen immediately turned to Zhang Kong. Recognizing Chen's gaze, Zhang Tsong promptly explained, "His condition is not too favorable. Our base lacks proper medical equipment. We don't even have basic anti-inflammatory medications. Moreover, I am not a professional orthopedic surgeon, so I could only temporarily realign his broken bones. Whether he can endure the aftermath relies solely on him." Upon hearing Zhang Tsong's words, despair washed over Meng Zi, and she slumped into a chair, tears streaming down her face once more. Observing her state, Chen turned to Zhang Tsong and asked, "I've arranged for everyone to venture out tomorrow to search for supplies. There are pharmacies in the mall. If we manage to find suitable medication, do you believe you can save him?" Upon hearing Chen's inquiry, Meng Zi looked at Zhang Tsong with hopeful eyes. Zhang Tsong replied, "If we can procure the medicine, I should be able to save his life. However, I cannot guarantee that his legs will heal completely. Given the current circumstances, even if he recovers, it's unlikely he will return to his previous state of health. His bones have fractured into several pieces, and even after treatment, it may still affect his mobility." In front of Meng Zi, Zhang Tsong endeavored to convey Meng Zizhong's condition delicately. Deep down, he believed that Meng Zizhong's future would likely involve a wheelchair. Chen discerned Zhang Tsong's implications but, mindful of Meng Zi's presence, chose to maintain an optimistic demeanor. "All right, as long as he can survive, we can focus on restoring his mobility later." Hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited within Meng Zi. After all, for her, preserving his life was monumental news. Concerns regarding mobility paled in comparison to the value of life itself. "Thank you, truly thank you," Meng Zi said, hastily wiping her tears as she spoke to Chen. Observing the glistening eyes of Meng Zi, Chen replied, "There's no need for thanks. Your brother's life was secured through your sacrifice." Upon hearing Chen's words, a hint of shyness crept onto Meng Zi's face. Despite having navigated the entertainment industry for years and understanding such matters, knowing something and experiencing it were vastly different. Given her brother and sister-in-law's status, Meng Zi had no need to resort to the same tactics as less fortunate stars. "Now that your brother's condition has stabilized, you need not worry excessively. Once the supplies arrive tomorrow, he will be completely fine. For now, follow me." Chen turned and walked toward the exit of the medical room. Zhang Tsong, upon hearing Chen's words, dutifully stepped aside, feigning ignorance. As Meng Zi, the renowned star, passed by him, he silently admired Chen. Truly a leader. To effortlessly win over such a stunning star is incredible. Meng Zi followed Chen. Too bashful to lift her gaze as she walked, her mind raced with thoughts. Where is he taking me? To his quarters. Does that mean I am too? What should I do? Although he saved my brother and sister-in-law, and I bear no animosity toward him, if I were to yield to him so easily, would he perceive me as a frivolous woman? Yet, we had made prior arrangements, even if he made a request now. I cannot go back on my word. As Meng Zi's thoughts spiraled, she found herself unwittingly following Chen to the rooftop of the office building. The rooftop, once the private office of the zoo director before the apocalypse, was seldom visited by anyone other than the director. Consequently, it remained one of the most intact areas of the zoo post-apocalypse. The former director had been a hedonist, and thus the top floor was equipped with an office, entertainment room, and temporary lounge. Although the entertainment equipment was rendered unusable due to the lack of power, the lounge boasted top-tier furniture and beds, remnants of the director's indulgent lifestyle with his beautiful subordinates. Now, all of this had become Chen's to enjoy. Upon reaching the top floor, Chen strode directly toward the lounge door and pushed it open. Meng Zi, coming back to her senses, obediently followed him inside. Once in the lounge, Chen plopped himself onto the luxurious Italian Dima sofa, fully relaxing his weary body. After maintaining a high level of vigilance for over a week, even with the support of his charms, Chen felt the weight of fatigue. As he settled onto the sofa, he cast a teasing glance at the somewhat flustered Meng Zi. Why are you just standing there? The moment Chen spoke, Meng Zi, frozen in place, trembled as if electrified and stammered, "Ah? Huh. What should I do?" Chen scrutinized the beautiful star before him. Frankly, if it weren't for the apocalypse, a person like him would likely never have the chance to gaze so closely at a popular actress. "You know what to do. Go close the door and bring me a glass of water." Deciding to tease the day's star, Meng Zi stiffly turned to close the lounge door and glanced around the room. Spotting a row of bottled water on the table, she hurriedly approached, grabbed one, and handed it to Chen. The water had been specially arranged by Qian Shengnan's team for the upper floor. After Chen decided to make the entire top floor his domain, Chen Shen assigned Xiao Shui from the logistics team to manage the upper-level supplies, including daily cleaning and replenishing food and water. Chen smiled as he accepted the water from Meng Zi, finishing it in one go. He then pointed to the bed across the room and continued, "Next, I believe you know what to do?" At Chen's words, Meng Zi glanced at the bed, her cheeks flushing crimson. I understand." With a voice as soft as a whisper, Meng Zi took hesitant steps toward the bed. Chapter 60. Departure from Taiyue City. The short distance from the sofa to the bed seemed to stretch into an eternity for Meng Zi, who took agonizingly slow steps. Finally, when she reached the edge of the bed, she sat down, closed her eyes, and steeled herself, exclaiming, "I'm ready." "Come on, Chen," observing Meng Zi sitting on the bed with her eyes tightly shut, burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, I merely asked you to make the bed. What are you preparing for?" Hearing Chen's words, Meng Zi wished she could find a hole to hide in. She shyly opened her eyes and exclaimed in indignation, You naughty boy." At that moment, Chen, watching Meng Zi scold him while attempting to rise from the bed, dashed over in a flash. In a moment of sheer surprise, Chen seized Meng Zi's shoulder and planted a kiss upon her lips. The suddenness of this encounter left Meng Zi utterly taken aback, her wide, sparkling eyes fixed on Chen in disbelief, while the kiss rendered her speechless, only able to emit muffled sounds of confusion. After savoring the taste of Meng Zi's lips, Chen released her, and with a look of astonishment etched upon her face, he declared, "I shall grant you a reprieve today. Once I procure the medicine to restore your brother's life tomorrow, we shall continue." Without waiting for Meng Zi's response, he effortlessly rolled over and drifted into slumber. As Meng Zi observed Chen, who had fallen asleep immediately after their kiss, she finally regained her composure. With a mix of indignation and embarrassment, she rose from the bed, her gaze piercing through the enigmatic man who left her so utterly confounded. This night marked the first occasion since the apocalypse that Meng Zi could truly relax. Reclining on the sofa and gazing out at the luminous moonlight, her eyes were inevitably drawn toward Chen, who lay in deep slumber. Had she not encountered this man, her fate alongside her brother and sister-in-law might have been dire. As she would certainly not be safely resting here in her heart, Meng Zi silently expressed her gratitude to Chen, though she wished the terrifying Tiger Gu, lurking menacingly by his bedside, were not present to cast its watchful gaze upon her. The existence of the Tiger Gu deterred her from surrendering to sleep, and before long, her thoughts returned to her brother and sister-in-law. Her brother was currently enduring physical agony, while her sister-in-law suffered the torment of mental anguish. Both of her closest kin were grappling with their own forms of suffering, and she felt utterly powerless to assist them. Overwhelmed with anxiety, Meng Zi could only pray silently to the heavens for Chen to successfully retrieve the medicine needed to heal her brother. The night swiftly passed, and with the arrival of dawn, a new day emerged. Most of the people in this world hoped to awaken and find that the terrifying apocalypse had merely been a nightmarish figment of their imagination. Regrettably, as daylight broke, they opened their eyes to confront the bloody reality that lay before them. As the sunlight flooded through the window, Chen awakened, his gaze sweeping the surroundings until it landed on Meng Zi, who lay on the sofa, her eyes still glistening with tears. As he summoned back the Tiger Gu that had safeguarded him throughout the night, he lamented the cruel twist of fate that had plunged someone as fortunate as Meng Zi into the depths of despair overnight. Witnessing her plight only fueled Chen's resolve to grow stronger. Since acquiring the inheritance of the Gu Dao and returning to this present moment, he understood that only through personal strength could he ensure he would never again endure such helplessness and suffering. Chen chose not to rouse the peacefully sleeping Meng Zi, instead opting for a quiet exit as he descended the stairs in the open area before the base's main entrance. Zhang Long and Su Ning had gathered all combat team members and slaves. Standing in neat formation, awaiting Shurchen's arrival, in their hands were the two Precision 88-style sniper rifles they had retrieved from the police armory. Meanwhile, the official members of the combat team, including Chen Xing, Sima Ping, and Peng Bo, were equipped with 95-style police rifles or 92-style police handguns. Each slave was also provided with a suitable melee weapon, be it a fire axe, a cleaver, or a sharpened piece of rebar. Though these were not professional weapons, at least Shurchen had not sent them into battle unarmed. Upon Shurchen's arrival, Zhang Long and Su Ning led the group in a modified salute, with everyone placing their right fists over their chests. This gesture had been specifically designed by Shurchen to differentiate them from the personnel in the war zones. Zhang Long's execution of this directive was commendable, as he swiftly ensured that everyone memorized the salute that would come to symbolize their faction. Dawn, leader. All personnel from the Dawn base are assembled and await your orders. Shurchen surveyed the well-trained group before him, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him at the realization that rescuing Zhang Long, the former soldier, had been an exceptionally wise decision. All right, let us set forth. With that command, Zhang Long led the group to board the vehicles. The armored vehicle at the forefront was naturally reserved for Shurchen and Zhang Long, while the remaining members, due to their sheer number, could not fit into the two business vans they had previously arrived in. Fortunately, the parking lot of the zoo was filled with abandoned tour buses left by visitors, allowing them to avoid a long trek to their destination. Once everyone was seated and prepared, Zhang Long ignited the engine of the armored vehicle, leading the convoy swiftly away from the base toward their mission site. Approximately 20 minutes away from the zoo lay the Taiyue City shopping mall, where a few survivors huddled beneath the seats of the cinema on the 4th floor, trembling in fear. Outside the cinema, the air was filled with the horrifying sounds of zombies shrieking and feasting upon human flesh, causing the survivors to shiver uncontrollably, their terrified gazes fixed on the entrance. Dengu, what should we do now? A sweet-faced woman with glasses stammered, her voice quaking as she addressed the man beside her, known as Deng Yin. Once the leader of the mall prior to the zombie invasion, Deng Yin was now paralyzed with fear. In a moment of panic, he kicked the woman beside him, shooting her a murderous glare. The unexpected assault left her momentarily stunned, and as she regained her wits, she was met with Deng Yin's fierce expression, prompting her to promptly cover her mouth. As she stifled her voice, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she found herself involuntarily recalling everything that had led them to this moment. Chapter 61. Lu Shiyu's memories. The woman's name was Lu Shiyu, who, before the apocalypse struck, worked as a sales assistant in a luxury goods store on the 1st floor of the Taiyue City Mall. Naturally, a woman employed in such an establishment was not lacking in beauty. Most of the women in luxury boutiques did not seek the job for the sake of the work itself, but rather as a stepping stone to meet wealthy individuals capable of purchasing luxury items. This often resulted in them becoming mistresses or second wives to affluent businessmen. However, Lu Shiyu was different. She was a high-achieving graduate from a prestigious university and had no desire to be a mere mistress. Her ambition was to become the legitimate wife of a wealthy man, to ascend to the status of a true socialite. This great aspiration was on the verge of realization, had it not been for the sudden onset of the apocalypse. The day the apocalypse broke out was set to be Lu Shiyu's last day at work. She had successfully maneuvered a 52-year-old man into abandoning his longtime wife for her youthful beauty. After completing her final shift, she was to meet this man to discuss their engagement. As she boasted about this impending union to her colleagues, the apocalypse erupted. In an instant, half of the shoppers in the mall transformed into zombies, plunging the entire establishment into chaos. Lu Shiyu, along with the old man waiting for her, found themselves trapped within the mall. Fortunately, the mall security captain, Tang Wenjie, was quick to act. Upon discovering the monstrous creatures through the surveillance cameras, he promptly sealed all the electric doors, preventing the zombies from entering. After a brief period of confusion, Tang Wenjie led the surviving security personnel in a struggle to eliminate the zombies inside the mall. Once Tang Wenjie had dispatched all the zombies and emerged as the leader among the survivors, Lu Shiyu quickly assessed the situation. She decisively abandoned the old man, who could only scream in fright, and used her charm to become Tang Wenjie's woman. From that point on, Lu Shiyu, with her ruthless nature and cunning tactics, became the second in command within the mall, wielding considerable influence. It was then she realized that her true desire was not wealth, but the power that came with it. Obsessed with the feeling of commanding others, she established various rules within the mall, fantasizing about wielding control over life and death in this new world. Alas, her reign was short-lived. Before she could fully relish her newfound authority, their mall was besieged by another group of survivors. The invaders were led by Deng Yin, the owner of a gym adjacent to the mall. On the day the apocalypse struck, Deng Yin had kept his gym closed for a competition, ensuring that all his trainers and staff were present to assist him in training. Miraculously, none of them turned into zombies. Thus, Deng Yin effortlessly retained his entire strength and personnel during the apocalypse. Eventually, when the food and water supplies in the gym ran out, he led his team into the large Tai West City Mall next door. Tang Wenjie and his fellow security guards were hardly a match for Deng Yin and his group of fitness enthusiasts. Not only was Deng Yin's crew exceptionally powerful, but they were also quite ruthless. Upon entering the mall, they swiftly eliminated Tang Wenjie and his associates, gruesomely hanging Tang Wenjie's lifeless body from the chandelier in the center of the mall. Deng Yin's intent was to instill fear in everyone present. Ensuring that the sight of Tang Wenjie suspended in midair served as a stark warning of the fate that awaited those who dared to resist. Thus, Deng Yin ascended to the role of the mall's second leader, simultaneously becoming Lu Shiyu's third paramour. Lu Shiyu, initially indifferent to who held the reins of power, cared only that her own aspirations of becoming the leading lady were not impeded. Unfortunately, Deng Yin was far from the honest, unassuming security guard that Tang Wenjie had been. After enjoying his time with Lu Shiyu, he claimed all the attractive women within the mall for himself. This shift in power dynamics swiftly diminished Lu Shiyu's standing. Moreover, the women she had previously bullied, now relegated to the same status, united to exact revenge upon her, further fueling Lu Shiyu's ire. As she awaited the unexpected turn of events that might restore her former influence. Fate indeed intervened. Just as nightfall approached, sounds emanated from the previously barricaded roll-up door, which had been obstructed by Deng Yin and his crew. Initially, it was merely the scratching of zombies against the iron door, an all-too-familiar sound over the past fortnight, prompting little concern from the mall's inhabitants. However, the scratching soon escalated into pounding, the intensity increasing, sending waves of fear through the survivors residing in the lobby. They immediately alerted Deng Yin, who hastily descended from his makeshift bedroom on the third floor. Now a furniture store. Upon their arrival, the pounding morphed into a thunderous crashing against the door. With a final, resounding impact, the debris used to barricade the door began to tremble. Just as Deng Yin sensed something was amiss, the iron roll-up door, along with all the obstructing debris, was forcefully propelled aside, creating a gaping breach. Behind this opening stood a towering zombie, nearly 3 meters tall, its bloated belly resembling that of a balloon from having consumed indigestible matter. With a deafening roar, the grotesque creature bared its foul maw at the survivors within the mall. All present were frozen in shock by the sudden appearance of this colossal monstrosity. As the behemoth zombie lumbered into the mall, a panicked voice cried out from the crowd, "Monster! Run for your lives!" Instantly, chaos erupted within the establishment, with each survivor exerting every ounce of strength to flee. Deng Yin, regaining his composure, turned and dashed down the staircase to escape. While the behemoth zombie was undeniably strong, its speed was woefully inadequate, trailing behind even the ordinary zombies that followed in its wake. Yet, as the breach was created, a relentless tide of zombies began to surge into the mall. With their entry, the survivors were swiftly seized, devoured, and transformed into zombies, joining the relentless pursuit of those who remained. In the span of a single night, this group of survivors, who had valiantly endured for nearly half a month in the apocalypse, was nearly annihilated by the ravenous horde. Only Deng Yin and a few others, hiding on the fourth floor, remained, trembling in silence. Chapter 62. The discovery of the gaping breach. At this moment, Lu Shiyu, having concluded her reverie, fixed a furious glare at Deng Yin, who had just kicked her. She loathed the sudden appearance of the zombies, which had robbed her of the opportunity to become a wealthy matriarch. And she despised Deng Yin, the philanderer. Though Lu Shiyu dared not rebel, she silently cursed Deng Yin in her heart. Just then, they all heard footsteps approaching from outside the door. Each person's attention snapped back to the entrance. The sound of shuffling feet grew ever closer, causing Deng Yin and his companions' hearts to race in fear. In that critical moment, an engine roared to life outside. As the engine's growl echoed, the encroaching footsteps receded. This unexpected turn of events ignited a flicker of hope for Deng Yin and his group. They listened intently, their initial trepidation giving way to a glimmer of anticipation. Did you hear that? Deng Yin whispered to his most trusted subordinate, Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe quickly responded, yes, brother Deng. It sounds like a vehicle. Elated, Li He, Deng Yin's coach, exclaimed, wonderful, the noise outside might draw those monsters away. Zhang Zhe chimed in, laughing, ha ha ha, I wonder who the fool is, daring to drive around now. Upon hearing Zhang Zhe's jest, Deng Yin smirked, who cares? At least we have a chance at survival. As they conversed, the commotion outside began to diminish. The approaching vehicles were indeed on a reconnaissance mission, as Shi Chun had ordered Zhang Long to circle the mall to assess the situation. After completing a circuit, they discovered the massive breach created by the behemoth zombie. What is this? Zhang Long inquired upon spotting the gap. Observing the enormity of the breach and considering the current state of the apocalypse, Shi Chun mused, interesting, it seems that second-tier zombies have now emerged. Hearing Shi Chun's mutter, coupled with the familiar cold smile on his face, Zhang Long recognized that Shi Chun had grasped something significant and pressed further. Leader, do you know what this means? Shi Chun nodded with a smile. Yes, I have an inkling. Things are about to get interesting. Zhang Long, perplexed by Shi Chun's cryptic words, was about to ask for clarification when Shi Chun continued, no need for concern. Just park the vehicle next to that breach. This will be an opportunity for all of you to witness the incredible events that unfold in this apocalypse. Following Shi Chun's command, Zhang Long ceased his inquiries and parked the vehicle. As Zhang Long's vehicle came to a halt, the others followed suit. The moment the vehicle stopped, the zombies within and around the mall surged toward them. Rat-a-tat-tat, bang bang bang. In response to the onslaught, Zhang Long and his team immediately opened fire. Adhering to their training, they launched their counterattack, maintaining formation and composure. As the team leader, Zhang Long charged ahead, using his handgun to fend off the zombies while shouting instructions to his comrades. Meanwhile, Su Ning, the deputy leader, had already climbed atop the bus and set up a sniper rifle. Bang, dipft, bang, dipft. With each precise shot from the sniper rifle, another zombie fell lifeless to the ground. After successfully repelling the nearby zombies, Zhang Long continued to direct everyone, utilize melee weapons to conserve ammunition. Remember, aim for the head. Otherwise, you won't eliminate them. Following Zhang Long's orders, the team swung their blades and axes with determination, striking at the zombies' skulls. These ordinary first-tier zombies possessed limited mobility. As long as they overcame their fear, even ordinary individuals wielding appropriate weapons could defeat them. Thus, with the aid of firearms, Zhang Long and his team dispatched numerous zombies with relative ease. Of course, their success was not only due to their training, but also because they had not been surrounded by the horde, i.e. in the absence of overwhelming numbers. As long as they avoided injury from the zombies, they could achieve such results. Meanwhile, within the mall, Deng Yin and his crew had heard the gunfire. Initially believing they were faced with a group of reckless individuals, they soon realized that what awaited them was a pack of formidable tigers. Brother Deng, is that gunfire outside? Zhang Zhu inquired anxiously. Deng Yin, who had just risen from the floor of the cinema, scanned the surroundings with trepidation. Upon hearing Zhang Zhu's question, he steadied his nerves and replied, it seems so. After all this time, the official forces are finally regrouping. Deng Yin deduced that the gunfire indicated the presence of official personnel outside, as civilians in Huaxia would never possess firearms. Even those with connections would be fortunate to have a handgun. Given the sheer volume of gunfire now erupting outside, any reasonable person would conclude it was the work of the authorities. Upon hearing the mention of the officials, Deng Yin's subordinates began to panic. After all, over the past half-month, they had committed numerous heinous acts of murder and arson. With the arrival of the official forces, how could they not be apprehensive? Deng Ge, what shall we do now? Zhang Zhe asked excitedly, while Li He and the others displayed expressions of concern and trepidation as they turned their gazes towards Deng Yin. Observing the frightened faces of his subordinates, Deng Yin responded with a sinister smirk. Why are you panicking? Have you forgotten about that terrifying creature downstairs? Judging by the commotion outside, the officials have only sent a dozen people at most. Do you truly believe they can handle that monstrosity? Upon hearing Deng Yin's words, the others involuntarily recalled the fearsome creature towering over 3 meters high. But what if that monster were to slaughter the officials? Wouldn't we suffer the same fate? At that moment, the mall manager, who had hurried up with Deng Yin's group, spoke up. Deng Yin, don't you see the danger? Deng Yin, irritated by the manager's presence, snapped back. Are you out of your mind? That creature will undoubtedly be drawn outside. Regardless of who prevails in that confrontation, we can seize the opportunity to escape while they're occupied. After Deng Yin's declaration, the others' eyes lit up, and they began to flatter him. Deng Gu, your brilliance shines in critical moments, of course. Why else would we follow you? You're absolutely right. Let us flee at once. The flattery lifted Deng Yin's spirits somewhat. However, when he inquired who would be brave enough to venture out and scout if the monster had departed, everyone immediately fell silent. They exchanged glances, none willing to be the sacrificial lamb. Observing the situation, Deng Yin pointed directly at the manager who had just spoken. You, go. The manager, realizing Deng Yin was targeting him, quickly interjected. No way. I absolutely refuse. If you make me. Before the manager could finish, Deng Yin swiftly approached him and covered his mouth. What the hell are you shouting for? As he spoke, Deng Yin anxiously scanned the surroundings. Once he confirmed that the manager's outburst hadn't attracted any zombies, he continued in a hushed tone. Damn it, if you bring the monster here, I'll be the first to toss you out as bait. The manager, shaking off Deng Yin's hand from his mouth, retorted. Haha, don't think I don't understand your intentions. I refuse to be your scout. If you insist, I'll simply lure the monsters here, and we'll all perish together. The manager's audacity stemmed from a realization of their predicament. Rather than be coerced into a death sentence by Deng Yin, he preferred to embrace a shared fate. Deng Yin, faced with the manager's defiance, contemplated how he would deal with him once they escaped danger. He then surveyed the remaining individuals. Aside from Zhang Zhe and Li He, only 3 women remained, and his gaze ultimately settled on Lu Shiyu. You go first to scout the area and return to inform us once it's safe. Deng Yin's command sent chills through Lu Shiyu, making her feel as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Why me? She inquired, her voice tinged with a quivering edge. She could not fathom why Deng Yin had chosen her when her appearance was no less striking than that of the other 2 women. Deng Yin's disdain for Lu Shiyu was not due to her looks but rather because she had chosen to follow him voluntarily, while the other 2 had been coerced. This distinction led Deng Yin to perceive Lu Shiyu as more expendable. Naturally, he had no intention of explaining this to her. To prevent her from employing the same defiant tactics as the manager, Deng Yin resorted to threats. Damn it! Enough with the questions. If I tell you to go, you go, or I'll kill you right here. Seeing Deng Yin's fierce countenance, Lu Shiyu turned to the others with a pleading expression. But none were inclined to assist her, especially the 2 women who had previously suffered at her hands and the manager, who merely refrained from adding to her woes. Observing their evasive glances and Deng Yin's menacing demeanor, Lu Shiyu realized her chances of resistance had evaporated. With resignation, she approached the door and cautiously peered into the corridor outside. As Lu Shiyu tentatively extended her head out, the others collectively tensed with anticipation. Upon noticing that there were no zombies lurking in the corridor, Lu Shiyu felt a momentary wave of relief. With no retreat left, she steeled herself and bravely ventured outside, step by step. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Reaching the stairwell on the 4th floor without encountering any zombies, she confirmed that all the creatures had been drawn outside by the noise. In that instant, she experienced the profound relief of surviving a catastrophe. After a surge of elation, a bold plan began to form in Lu Shiyu's mind. She resolved not to return and inform Deng Yin. After all, returning would only lead to her becoming one of his easily discarded pawns. That was not the fate she desired. With her mind made up, Lu Shiyu dashed down the stairs as she ran. She mentally organized her next steps. If she could report Deng Yin and his companions' crimes to the officials and inform them of the 3-meter-tall creature, they would surely take her away if she could escape. Perhaps her beauty would allow her to catch the eye of an influential official. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Lu Shiyu fantasized about becoming the wife of a powerful figure, commanding all armed officials at her beck and call. Just as she reached the 1st floor, prepared to execute her plan, she caught sight of a scene that would forever be etched in her memory. Outside the mall, the zombies had nearly been eradicated by Zhang Long and his team. Aside from a few slaves who had accidentally been infected, all the core members emerged unscathed. But that was not what astounded Lu Shiyu. It was the young man engaged in single combat with the towering 3-meter creature. Not just Lu Shiyu, even Zhang Long and his companions were momentarily rendered speechless by the sight. Initially, when they encountered the giant zombie, they were at a loss, overwhelmed by its sudden appearance. While they were momentarily dazed, Shi Chun, who had been observing from the vehicle, decisively sprang into action. Without summoning any of his insects, he charged forward single-handedly. His agile movements combined with strength rivaling that of the massive zombie made it clear to Zheng Long and the others that Shi Chun was not merely a controller of monsters. He possessed formidable combat prowess. On the battlefield, Shi Chun not only suppressed the giant zombie but appeared to toy with it as well. His choice to engage personally was not to showcase his abilities before Zheng Long and the others. If higher-level insects had not become his personal familiars, and if the lower-level insects lacked the ability to eliminate the giant zombie without injury, he would not have chosen to intervene. After gauging the giant zombie's capabilities, Shi Chun ceased to hold back as the giant zombie swung its massive hand towards him. Shi Chun seized the opportunity to swiftly maneuver behind it. With a powerful leap, Shi Chun propelled himself 2 meters into the air. Aiming his sharp police knife at the zombie's neck, slish, a flash of the blade cut through the air. The giant zombie's hand halted mid-swing, froze in place. Gulu, the grotesque head of the giant zombie, was severed by Shi Chun's strike. Rolling to the ground at his feet, Chapter 64. Commencing the transport of supplies with a forceful stomp, Shi Chun crushed the decapitated head beneath his foot, elegantly twirling his knife before sheathing it at his waist. His undeniable combat prowess garnered the admiration of all present. Lu Shiyu, who had witnessed the entire scene from the gap in the mall, was utterly captivated. In her heart, she excitedly mused, "I've found him. He is the one who can ensure I hold the power of life and death over others." With that thought, Lu Shiyu feigned vulnerability, raising her voice as she ran towards Shi Chun. "Help! Someone is trying to kill me. Please, save me." The sudden outburst drew everyone's attention towards Lu Shiyu. As Lu Shiyu suddenly dashed out of the shopping mall, Zheng Long and his companions reacted swiftly, raising their guns to aim at her. With the dark muzzles of their weapons pointed at her, Lu Shiyu immediately raised her hands in a gesture of surrender and shouted at Shi Chun, "Don't shoot. I'm a civilian. Inside, there's a group of bullies. I beg you to save me." Upon hearing her desperate plea, Zheng Long and the others simultaneously turned their gazes toward Shi Chun. However, Shi Chun chose to ignore Lu Shiyu's words and quietly instructed Zheng Long and his team, "Bind her." As soon as Shi Chun finished speaking, Chun Xing was the quickest to react, swiftly approaching Lu Shiyu and cuffing her securely with a pair of handcuffs. Lu Shiyu was still processing Shi Chun's command when she realized she was restrained. She began to struggle and shouted at Shi Chun, "Why are you handcuffing me? Aren't you officials? I'm just a civilian." Shi Chun regarded the seemingly pitiful woman with a cruel smile and replied, "I'm afraid you've mistaken us for someone else. We are not officials, so I suggest you behave yourself." With 4 years of experience in the apocalypse, Shi Chun easily saw through Lu Shiyu's facade. The fact that she emerged unscathed from a mall teeming with powerful zombies indicated that she was far from ordinary, and thus, he did not believe a single word she uttered. Upon hearing Shi Chun's words, Lu Shiyu wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. She couldn't comprehend why her charm had suddenly failed her. Not only was she unable to captivate Deng Yin, but even this young man before her, who appeared to be in his 20s, seemed immune to her allure. This question lingered in her mind until she was roughly pulled onto the bus by Chun Xing, at which point she concocted a reason for herself. She hadn't had the opportunity to groom herself for the past half-month, and she was confident that once she had the chance, she could still attract Shi Chun. Shi Chun, however, had no time to concern himself with Lu Shiyu. Regardless of who returned to the base, they would all meet the same fate of becoming slaves. The priority now was the resources within the mall. After Lu Shiyu was forced back onto the vehicle, Shi Chun addressed everyone with authority. "All combat group members, provide cover. Slaves, get inside and start moving the supplies. You don't have much time. The gunshots we just fired will surely attract all the nearby zombies. Move as much as you can before the next wave arrives." With Shi Chun's command, everyone sprang into action. As the slaves entered the mall and began hauling various supplies onto the vehicles, Deng Yin and his group appeared at the stairway on the 4th floor. Originally, Deng Yin had been cursing and threatening to kill Lu Shiyu. But upon reaching the stairway and witnessing the orderly procession of people below moving supplies, he was taken aback. Deng Yin shouted anxiously from above, "Don't move! Who told you to touch my stuff?" Seeing that many of the individuals below were dressed in police uniforms, Deng Yin assumed they were surely officials, emboldening him to shout down while hastening his descent. After all, The supplies here were his lifeline for survival. If they were taken away, he would have to risk venturing out again to find more. Deng Yin's voice did not escape the keen ears of Shurchen, who had maintained his heightened senses outside. Upon hearing Deng Yin, Shurchen immediately instructed Zhang Long to investigate. Following Shurchen's order, Zhang Long, along with Wang Yi, Zhang Laoxi, and Chun Xing, entered the mall, weapons drawn. As Zhang Long and his team entered, Deng Yin and his group reached the first floor just in time. Upon seeing the unfamiliar faces, Zhang Long aimed his gun at them and commanded, "Don't move. Everyone, get down." Initially anxious about his supplies being moved, Deng Yin immediately deflated upon seeing the gun barrel aimed at him. He complied, raising his hands to his head and crouching on the ground, pleading, "Please, don't shoot, big brother. We're good people, just waiting for your official rescue." Along with Deng Yin's words, Li He and Zheng Jie quickly echoed his sentiments. This was a plan Deng Yin concocted out of fear that Lu Shiyu might have alerted the officials about them. They intended to insist that Lu Shiyu was lying whenever they encountered officials. After all, the survivors in the mall had all perished, and Lu Shiyu had no evidence. How could her solitary voice contend against so many? Deng Yin had felt emboldened to shout earlier precisely because of this. However, now faced with Zhang Long's gun, he was uncertain of the situation. Observing the group's sudden capitulation, Zhang Long lost interest in engaging them further. He turned to the slaves, who had halted their work due to Deng Yin's unexpected appearance, and instructed, "Continue moving. You'll need these supplies in the future, so don't slack off, hurry up." With Zhang Long's words, the slaves resumed their efforts. Zhang Long decided to keep Qinxing and Wang Yi behind to prevent any more individuals like Deng Yin from emerging and hindering their progress. He, along with Zhang Laoxi, kept their guns trained on Deng Yin and his group as they exited. Once Zhang Long had secured the last remaining survivors from the mall in handcuffs and locked them in the armored vehicle's trunk, no further incidents occurred. With the collective effort of all the slaves, the supplies were swiftly loaded into all the vehicles that Shurchen had brought, including a significant quantity of urgently needed medical supplies for the base. As the resources were nearly all transported, Shurchen ordered everyone to prepare for withdrawal. Just as everyone was getting ready to board the vehicles and leave at Shurchen's command, an unexpected sound echoed from not far away in the mall. Chapter 65. Unexpected Arrival. Vroom vroom vroom. The roar of engines elicited incredulous expressions from Zhang Long and his team as they turned to look in the direction of the sound. Having just settled back into the passenger seat of the armored vehicle, Shurchen, who had closed his eyes to recuperate from the recent battle, abruptly opened them wide. Before them, two modified Iveco Dedi vehicles sped down the main road from the west side of the mall, followed closely by a horde of ravenous zombies. As everyone comprehended the situation, Zhang Tsong and Chan Xing erupted in curses. "Damn it! Where did this moron come from, leading zombies right toward us? Shit, this is getting interesting, boss. Let me take them out." Shurchen frowned at the approaching camouflaged Iveco vehicles, his expression darkening as he observed the numerous zombies. He disregarded Chan Xing's exclamations and decisively instructed Zhang Long, "Prepare for combat. We'll deal with the zombies first." Shurchen's order to engage the zombies was not out of goodwill but rather a necessity. If they didn't eliminate the zombies, they would have little to gain from the situation. As the two vehicles approached the entrance of Taiyue City, Zhang Long and his team, compelled by Shurchen's command, reluctantly disembarked to open fire on the zombies behind the vehicles. Da-da-da-da-da, bang, 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 bang. Accompanied by the gunfire, a storm of bullets unleashed upon the horde of zombies. As Zhang Long and his group provided cover, the occupants of the two vehicles sprang into action. Leaping from their cars, around 10 well-trained individuals clad in military uniforms emerged from the vehicles, each armed with a variety of weapons. Camouflaged military sniper rifles, grenade launchers operated by pairs, and most notably, the formidable QJZ-171 heavy machine gun. The QJZ-171, a 12.7mm mountain heavy machine gun, is considered an absolute weapon among handheld firearms. The individuals who dismounted the vehicles quickly set up their weapons and began firing at the zombies without hesitation. Just as they unleashed a barrage of bullets, Shurchen's gaze fell upon the first person to emerge from the vehicle, who was directing the battle. An expression of extreme surprise crossed his face. The reason was simple. Shurchen recognized this individual. His name was Luo Haoyu, a renowned expert from the 5th War Zone in his past life. Shurchen never anticipated encountering him here. The 5th War Zone's headquarters was situated in the neighboring Weiyan city. And given the current timeline, the fifth war zone should not have even fully secured Wei-Yin City yet. How could Luo Haoyu, an expert from the fifth war zone, possibly appear here? This question left Shurchen momentarily bewildered. As Shurchen pondered this conundrum, the zombie horde could not withstand the onslaught from Zhang Long and Luo Haoyu's teams and was swiftly eradicated. Just as Zhang Long and his group believed the battle was over and began to lower their guard, Luo Haoyu commanded his men to aim their weapons at them. Zhang Long and his companions, realizing the sudden shift in circumstances, quickly redirected their guns toward Luo Haoyu's team. What the hell? Are you out of your minds? We just helped you. Why are you aiming at us? Zhang Laosi, whose temper was already volatile and who lacked discernment, began to bellow at Luo Haoyu's group. Luo Haoyu, however, ignored the shouting Zhang Laosi and instead addressed Shurchen, who had been watching intently. Don't move. I am Luo Haoyu, the captain stationed at Gaoshan Camp. I hereby command you to lay down your weapons immediately. Before the appointed time could be uttered, Zhang Tsong, who had always regarded the appointed time as a benefactor, audaciously interjected. Damn it! What kind of nonsense captain are you? Do you dare to shout at our leader? I swear, I'll shoot you down right now. It is understandable that Zhang Tsong was furious. Everyone here, including the usually composed Zhang Long, was infuriated by the speaker's words. Initially, seeing them in military uniforms was comforting to Zhang Long, and he could comprehend their seeking help after encountering a horde of zombies while fleeing. However, after they had just received assistance in dealing with the undead, to find their weapons aimed at the appointed time was simply intolerable. To hell with you. Who do you think you are to insult our captain? Do you believe I want to wipe you out right now? Wang Bin, who was shouldering a machine gun behind Luo Haoyu, retorted before Luo Haoyu could even speak. Just as Zhang Tsong was about to retort, the appointed time interrupted him with a wave of his hand, calmly addressing Luo Haoyu. We are merely ordinary survivors, and we have just assisted you. Therefore, you may leave now. Although Zhang Tsong and the others were still somewhat displeased, they did not dare to contradict the appointed time. Just when they thought the appointed time had shown them enough leniency and they should retreat, Luo Haoyu's subsequent words ignited their anger to its peak. After the appointed time finished speaking, Luo Haoyu immediately replied, we have never needed your assistance. We came here solely to replenish supplies before heading to the fifth war zone in Wei-Yin City. Now, I warn you for the last time. Lay down your weapons, hand over your supplies, and follow us to report to the fifth war zone. A survivor base has already been established there, and all of you must join. Luo Haoyu's domineering proclamation not only infuriated Zhang Tsong and his companions, but also revealed a look of ire on the appointed time's face. The appointed time had initially suggested letting them go to avoid casualties, as his own base was not yet fully developed, and it was not the right moment to clash with the official forces. However, from Luo Haoyu's words, the appointed time realized his earlier confusion. Luo Haoyu and his group had not yet joined the fifth war zone. They were merely the station troops in Gaoshan City, en route to Wei-Yin City to join the fifth war zone. With this understanding, the appointed time would no longer tolerate Luo Haoyu's arrogance. He boldly stepped forward, gazing at Luo Haoyu with a sardonic smile. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? As the appointed time spoke, Zhang Long and the others raised their weapons in unison, aiming at Luo Haoyu's head. In response, Luo Haoyu remained undeterred, stepping forward with confidence. Because I am an official soldier. I have every right to speak to you like this. Hearing Luo Haoyu's words, the appointed time was not the least surprised. After all, the previous life Luo Haoyu was notorious for his arrogance and pride. Yet the appointed time was no longer the ordinary person from the previous life who could be easily manipulated, and thus he directly challenged Luo Haoyu. Then I simply refuse to listen. What can you do about it? Chapter 66. One-on-one duel. Luo Haoyu was incensed by the appointed time's audacity. However, he was acutely aware that, facing the nearly 100 individuals on the appointed time's side, he did not possess a guarantee of victory, especially since his own group consisted of only 18 people, including himself. The rest of his team had either succumbed to the monstrous transformations during the apocalypse or had been bitten and infected. Even the 18 of them had exerted tremendous effort to escape from the camp. Due to their hasty flight, they had only managed to take 2 platoons worth of equipment and 2 modified transport vehicles. Coupled with their consumption along the way, they were left with insufficient weaponry and ammunition. In such circumstances, engaging in a direct confrontation with nearly 100 individuals would be futile. even if they expended all their ammunition. Victory would elude them. Without weapons and ammunition, very few of them would survive to reach the fifth war zone. Thus, Luo Haoyu found himself mulling over his options. Meanwhile, the appointed time was unwilling to prolong the standoff. As he had realized something crucial, the fact that Luo Haoyu and his group had fled from the camp meant that the entire camp was now completely vacated. This implied that an entire battalion's worth of weapons and equipment was awaiting his retrieval. With this thought in mind, the appointed time addressed Luo Haoyu. Stop wasting time. I propose a solution. Let us have a one-on-one duel. The loser will leave without further ado. What do you say? As the appointed time's words fell, Luo Haoyu's companions erupted in mocking laughter. Ha ha ha. You truly do not know your place. He actually dares to challenge the captain to a duel. This is too amusing. After the appointed time's suggestion, Luo Haoyu, who had been at a loss, regarded him with disdainful amusement. He could hardly believe that this frail youth would propose a duel. To Luo Haoyu, it was tantamount to courting death. He responded to the appointed time with a scornful tone. Heh, you said it yourself. I hope you won't regret it. The appointed time, observing the arrogance of Luo Haoyu and his companions, couldn't help but chuckle. Heh? Rest assured, I always stand by my word. The appointed time understood why they displayed such confidence and disdain. It was because Luo Haoyu was a true heir of ancient martial arts. The term martial arts here did not refer to mere performance, but rather to a genuine lineage of combat arts. In the previous life, the appointed time had only heard of Luo Haoyu's prowess, but had never witnessed it firsthand, leading him to doubt the existence of such traditions and extraordinary powers. He had perceived them as mere fabrications by those in power to better control the populace. However, the appointed time was now a living testament to having acquired the legacy of the Gu Dao. Thus, he held no intention of underestimating Luo Haoyu. Yet, upon hearing that Luo Haoyu had agreed to the duel, Zhang Long and his companions were expressions of certainty and victory. They could hardly believe he had the audacity to accept their leader's challenge. He truly was unaware of his limitations. This sentiment was echoed by Chen Xing, receiving unanimous agreement from Zhang Long and the others. Although they were clueless as to how the appointed time had become so formidable, to them, he was undoubtedly invincible. As both sides braced themselves for what they believed to be an inevitable victory, the appointed time and Luo Haoyu slowly approached each other under the gaze of all present. Luo Haoyu regarded the advancing appointed time with a countenance filled with disdain and arrogance. As the appointed time entered striking distance, he wasted no words and launched himself forward with a bow step. His right arm bent and left arm extended, executing the lethal move of Ba Ji Quan, the single goat charge. Luo Haoyu aimed to eliminate this audacious brat with a single strike. The appointed time had not anticipated Luo Haoyu's swift and merciless attack. However, he had never underestimated Luo Haoyu, and thus he opened with all his abilities. With enhanced senses and agility, he deftly evaded Luo Haoyu's ferocious assault. Luo Haoyu, taken aback by the ease with which the appointed time sidestepped his strike, wore an expression of disbelief. Meanwhile, although the appointed time had dodged this attack, he remained apprehensive. He had only heard tales of Luo Haoyu's Ba Ji Quan in the previous life, but now, he was experiencing its might firsthand. It was indeed as formidable and domineering as the legends foretold. Had it struck him, he would have faced grave injury or worse. Seeing that Luo Haoyu had attempted to take his life, the appointed time certainly would not hold back. Though he had not systematically trained in any specific techniques, his combat skills had been honed through countless life and death struggles in the apocalypse, with agility enhanced. He struck like lightning, and although Luo Haoyu's eyes barely managed to follow, his body could not react in time, resulting in the appointed time landing a punch squarely on his chin. Yet, Luo Haoyu, as a true inheritor of ancient martial arts, countered with the King of Hell's backhand, forcing the appointed time to retreat and preventing him from following up with further strikes. Observing the duel, Zhang Long and the others were left astounded by Luo Haoyu's resilience. They could hardly fathom that someone could withstand a punch from the appointed time and still retaliate. Meanwhile, Luo Haoyu's companions were equally astonished that the seemingly slender appointed time could evade their Captain-S attack and strike him instead. Both sides transitioned from confidence to shock and disbelief. The expressions of the two fighters, temporarily separated by Luo Haoyu's counterattack, shifted as well. The appointed time was astonished, having not expected Luo Haoyu's durability to be so formidable. After all, Even with his third life providing skin enhancement, he could not guarantee that he would emerge unscathed from his opponent's full-force strike. How, then, did Luo Haoyu manage it? As for Luo Haoyu himself, he was now devoid of the confidence he had prior to engaging in combat. Had it not been for his complete mobilization of Qi to concentrate his defenses against the punch from Shi Chen just moments ago, he would likely have been severely injured by that very blow. With this thought in mind, Luo Haoyu felt all traces of his earlier disdain vanish, and instead, he clasped his hands in a salute, addressing Shi Chen. "I am Luo Haoyu, the heir of the Eight Extremes Fist." "And you are?" Observing Luo Haoyu's earnest self-introduction, Shi Chen finally understood why Luo Haoyu was so renowned in his previous life. It was all due to his own extensive self-promotion. Shi Chen, however, did not alter his attitude in response to Luo Haoyu's words, and disdainfully retorted, "What does it matter who I am? We're here to fight, not to exchange pleasantries." Chapter 67. You lost. Shi Chen would not extend any courtesy to Luo Haoyu simply because he had shifted his demeanor. Not only did he bear a grudge against the Fifth War Zone from his previous life, but he also found Luo Haoyu himself quite detestable. Upon first meeting, Luo Haoyu had presented himself with an arrogant demeanor, demanding that Shi Chen relinquish the hard-earned resources he had obtained. Now, witnessing Shi Chen's capacity for resistance, Luo Haoyu was once again putting on a show of self-importance. Did he truly believe that he could manipulate Shi Chen's attitude with mere words as he did with those of lesser intellect? From the very start of his return from the previous life, Shi Chen had resolved that he would not spare anyone who displeased him in this lifetime. He was living solely for himself, were it not for the presence of all his comrades at the base. Making it inappropriate to confront Luo Haoyu directly, Shi Chen would have already unleashed his insects to eliminate Luo Haoyu and his companions to prevent future troubles. Upon hearing Shi Chen's words, Luo Haoyu's expression visibly shifted. His intention in introducing himself had been to ease the tension, as he lacked confidence in defeating Shi Chen. However, he never expected this young man to respond with words that left him utterly humiliated. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Luo Haoyu, filled with rage, retorted, "Humph! If you seek your own demise, then I shall oblige." Of course, Luo Haoyu could not show weakness in front of so many observers. That would be a blow to his pride. Shi Chen, however, provided no opportunity for further banter, rapidly closing the distance once more after Luo Haoyu had spoken. At this moment, Luo Haoyu had entirely shed his earlier disregard. He now comprehended that he could not react to Shi Chen's lightning-fast speed. Thus, as soon as Shi Chen moved, Luo Haoyu unleashed a technique known as the Eight Extremes, two instruments top against the air before him. Truly, Luo Haoyu lived up to his reputation as a master from the Fifth War Zone. His combat experience was indeed extensive. The anticipated strike coincided perfectly with Shi Chen's advance, landing solidly against Shi Chen's chest. However, just as Luo Haoyu reveled in his moment of success, Shi Chen, seemingly unaffected, retaliated with a punch that struck Luo Haoyu squarely in the jaw. This time, Luo Haoyu was not as fortunate as before. Having landed a hit on Shi Chen, he momentarily relaxed his guard and neglected to use Qi for protection. To an observer, it appeared as though both Luo Haoyu and Shi Chen had struck each other simultaneously. Yet while Shi Chen remained unscathed, Luo Haoyu was sent flying backward. As they witnessed Luo Haoyu being knocked away by Shi Chen's punch, Zhang Long and his companions erupted into cheers. "Yes, I told you the leader is invincible. What an insufferable fool this so-called captain is. Ha ha ha, you're absolutely right." In stark contrast to the jubilant Zhang Long and his group were Wang Bin and a few others who rushed to Luo Haoyu's side, helping him up from the ground, each displaying expressions of disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the seemingly invincible captain had been defeated by an ordinary survivor encountered on the road. This left them all in a state of confusion. Supported by his subordinates, Luo Haoyu's face flushed with anger. Had he not immediately summoned all his Qi to protect his head upon feeling the pain in his jaw, he might have completely lost consciousness by now. Yet in this moment, Luo Haoyu felt more tormented than if he had fainted. Before he could utter a word to disguise his failure, Shi Chen's voice rang out. "Luo Haoyu, you have lost." Shi Chen's proclamation struck Luo Haoyu like a public slap to the face, a source of profound humiliation. Yet, at this moment, all he could do was endure, for he had been utterly vanquished in terms of combat ability. The opposing side outnumbered him 5-1, and even against ordinary people. He had previously been victorious with his firearms. Yet even they were not without their own. Thus, in every conceivable aspect, Luo Haoyu had been decisively bested by Shurchen. Suppressing the fury within him, he looked up at Shurchen and replied, "Yes, I have lost. We shall leave now." Luo Haoyu's words only fueled the resentment of his subordinates behind him. "Captain, how can we leave like this? Just give the order, and we will fight them right now." As soon as Wang Bin finished speaking, Luo Haoyu shot him an angry glare. Wang Bin, frightened by Luo Haoyu's expression, promptly fell silent, while Luo Haoyu gritted his teeth and whispered, "A loss is a loss. I am not one to shy away from defeat. We are leaving." Though he spoke these words, internally, Luo Haoyu was seething with rage. Were it not for the overwhelming circumstances favoring Shurchen, he would have long since devoured the man who had so publicly humiliated him. Though Wang Bin and the others were reluctant, they could only follow Luo Haoyu's orders and escort the injured captain back to their vehicle. As they departed in a dejected manner, Zhang Tsong and the others quickly gathered around Shurchen, eagerly showering him with praise. Clearly, this victory had elevated Shurchen's already formidable reputation to new heights. Amidst the celebrations of Zhang Tsong and the others, no one paid any attention to the retreating Luo Haoyu. Approximately 500 meters down the road, a sniper named Ma Guanchuan, one of Luo Haoyu's subordinates, opened the car door and aimed his sniper rifle at the celebrating Shurchen and his companions. "Xiao Ma, what are you waiting for? Take the shot," Wang Bin urged, anxious for Ma Guanchuan to fire. Ma Guanchuan, struggling to stabilize himself on the bumpy ride, replied, "I want to, but that kid is surrounded by so many people. I can't get a clear shot." Upon hearing Ma Guanchuan's words, Wang Bin's expression twisted in frustration as he exclaimed, "Are you foolish? If you can't hit him, then shoot someone else. Target the important ones. I must ensure he knows that injuring the captain comes with consequences." Clearly, Wang Bin's admiration for Luo Haoyu had reached an obsessive level. After hearing Wang Bin's insistence, Ma Guanchuan, now aiming at another target, responded, "But what if the captain blames us later? I can't handle that." As the distance between them and Shurchen grew, Ma Guanchuan hesitated. While Wang Bin became increasingly frantic, he shouted at Ma Guanchuan, "You fire that gun. I'll take responsibility for the consequences. Besides, no one knows the captain better than I do. He won't blame us." With Wang Bin's encouragement, Ma Guanchuan no longer hesitated and pulled the trigger on the target he had zeroed in on. The unfortunate target was none other than the only woman among Shurchen's entourage, Su Ning. Chapter 68. Blocking the bullet bang. With the sound of the sniper rifle echoing, a 7.62 mm armor-piercing round was swiftly propelled from Ma Guanchuan's weapon. At the instant the gunfire erupted, Shurchen, aided by his heightened senses, detected the anomaly. Unfortunately, he was currently encircled by Chen Xing and Zhang Tsong, and without knowing who the bullet was aimed at, Shurchen could only shout, "Everyone, take cover! Someone is shooting!" As soon as Shurchen's warning rang out, the bullet hurtled towards Su Ning. At that critical moment, Zhang Long's figure appeared beside her. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Long pushed Su Ning aside. The bullet, which had been destined for Su Ning, struck Zhang Long squarely in the back. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Xing and Zhang Tsong quickly scattered, seeking cover while returning fire towards Luo Haoyu's group. Su Ning, witnessing Zhang Long being shot while pushing her away, screamed in horror, "No!" Confused, Su Ning could not comprehend why Zhang Long had chosen to take the bullet for her. As she shouted and hurriedly dragged Zhang Long away to safety, Shurchen leaped to their side. He swiftly pulled both Zhang Long and Su Ning behind the armored vehicle and inquired, "Brother Long, are you all right?" As soon as Shurchen finished speaking, Zhang Long, lying on the ground, began to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. "Don't worry, Chief, I'm fine. I have a bulletproof vest with that." Zhang Long removed the bullet lodged in his vest. Beside them, Su Ning finally let out a sigh of relief upon witnessing the scene. However, coming to her senses, she swiftly seized the sniper rifle at her side and began to pull the trigger in the direction where Luo Haoyu had departed. Unfortunately, despite Su Ning's commendable marksmanship, she had yet to attain the caliber of a top sniper like Ma Guanchuan. Moreover, since Luo Haoyu and his companions had not halted their vehicle, by the time Su Ning fired, their car had already exceeded the effective range of the Type 88 sniper rifle. After several unsuccessful shots, Su Ning could only curse vehemently at the faint black of the Iveco vehicle that was rapidly disappearing from her view before she lowered the rifle and turned her gaze back to Zhang Long, who was on the ground at that moment. Zhang Long had managed to rise to his feet. Thanks to the protection of his bulletproof vest and his naturally robust physique, he had only sustained minor injuries to his back and was otherwise unharmed. With concern etched on her face, Suning asked Zhang Long, "Captain, are you all right?" Zhang Long, gritting through the fiery pain in his back, forced a smile and responded, "Don't worry, little sister. Your brother Long is tough. I won't be easily taken down by those petty villains." After hearing Zhang Long's words, Suning felt assured that he was indeed fine. Relieved, she remembered that she had yet to express her gratitude and softly said to Zhang Long, "Captain, thank you for saving me." Zhang Long waved his hand dismissively and replied, "No need for thanks, I've told you countless times. Just call me Brother Long like everyone else. There's no need for the formalities of captain." As Zhang Long finished his statement, Suning's cheeks gradually flushed. She remained silent, lowering her head in acknowledgement. After their exchange, Shi Chun patted Zhang Long's shoulder and said, "I'm sorry, Brother Long, I was careless this time. I was just worried that confronting them head-on would cause casualties on our side, but I didn't expect them to resort to underhanded tactics." Upon hearing Shi Chun's words, Zhang Long immediately adopted a serious expression and replied, "Chief, you mustn't say that. Your judgment was correct. Besides, it was you who saved my life. I can return this life to you whenever you need it." Nodding in acknowledgement of Zhang Long's statement, Shi Chun chose not to elaborate further. He turned to address the others, issuing orders for them to load the remaining supplies onto the vehicles and return to the base swiftly. Upon hearing the command, Zhang Tsong and the others ceased firing and began directing the slaves to hasten their actions. After this unexpected incident, the journey back was devoid of any further mishaps. However, during the return trip, Su Ning insisted that Zhang Long rest while she took the wheel. Unable to persuade her otherwise, Zhang Long settled into the passenger seat, teaching Su Ning how to operate the armored vehicle while nervously sweating over her driving skills as a female driver. The vehicle soon returned to the base. Once it came to a halt, Chen Shengnan and Bai Luobing, along with all the logistics team members, began unloading the supplies into the warehouse, formerly the zoo storage. Meanwhile, Shi Chen promptly took Zhang Tsong and the various medical supplies they had acquired to the infirmary. Meng Zi, who had been anxiously waiting in the infirmary for her brother Meng Zizhong, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him stabilize after taking his medication. With her tension alleviated, tears streamed down Meng Zi's face uncontrollably once more. She turned to Shi Chun, who had just returned and rushed over to her brother, and sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving him. Truly, thank you." Shi Chun, regarding her with a mischievous smile, replied, "No need for gratitude. You know how to repay me." His words caused Meng Zi, who had been crying, to flush with embarrassment. She raised her delicate fist and playfully struck Shi Chun's chest, exclaiming, "You're so annoying. I'm not talking to you." With that, she blushed and dashed outside. This flirtatious exchange between the leader and the superstar sent a chill of sweat down Zhang Tsong's spine as he observed Meng Zizhong's condition. He found himself torn between the urgency to flee and the instinct to bury his head in the sand. Pretending he had seen nothing, as Zhang Tsong wrestled with his thoughts, Shi Chun abruptly shifted his demeanor, coldly instructing him, "Zhang Tsong, go inform everyone to assemble in the open area for a meeting." Zhang Tsong, caught off guard by Shi Chun's sudden command, snapped to attention and responded, "Yes, Chief. I'm on it." With that, he swiftly exited the infirmary. Now, only Shi Chun remained in the room, gazing at the unconscious Meng Zizhong on the hospital bed. Standing there, Shi Chun wore a cold smile as he muttered to himself, "The timing is nearly perfect. I hope this move doesn't disappoint me." With that, he exited with a grin. Meanwhile, in the open area before the base's main gate, everyone who had completed the transport of supplies and parked their vehicles stood obediently in place, having received Shi Chun's command. Those who had not participated in the transportation gradually gathered, waiting patiently for Shi Chun's arrival. At the forefront of the gathering were Deng Yin and his companions, who had been brought back from the mall, now handcuffed and kneeling. Even while kneeling, Deng Yin's murderous glare remained fixed on Lu Shiyu, who was not the least bit fazed by his intense stare, instead scanning the crowd with curiosity. She marveled at the vast number of survivors while searching for Shi Chun's figure. She was convinced that she had come to the right place. As long as she could win over Shi Chun, these survivors would surely obey her every command. At that moment, while Lu Shiyu was lost in her daydreams, Chen Xing and others were animatedly recounting the epic confrontation between Shi Chun and Luo Haoyu to those who had remained at the base. In moments of excitement, Chen Xing couldn't help but gesture animatedly, prompting gasps of awe from those listening. Chun Xing's admiration for Shi Chun had reached unparalleled heights. On the women's side, Jiang Muyao and Chen Shengnan, among others, were intensely interrogating Su Ning, who seemed to have something amiss. "Quick, tell us. What exactly happened?" As Jiang Muyao and her friends pressed her, Su Ning, who had just returned and was cradling Zheng Long's daughter, had no choice but to recount every detail of the events that had transpired. Upon hearing that Zheng Long had saved Su Ning from danger, the women gasped in astonishment. Soon after, they surrounded Su Ning with gleeful expressions of curiosity. Finally, unable to withstand the relentless inquiries of Jiang Muyao and her friends, Su Ning blushed and shifted the topic towards Shi Chun. This tactic proved effective. Upon hearing Su Ning vividly describe the details of Shi Chun's battle with Luo Haoyu, Jiang Muyao and the others became completely engrossed, their previous gossip forgotten, replaced by expressions of adoration. Especially Meng Zi, who felt profoundly touched upon realizing that Shi Chun had taken such risks for her, as she believed. While everyone was engaged in animated whispers, Shi Chun emerged from the base, causing the chatter to cease abruptly. Everyone immediately raised their clenched right fists to their chests and shouted in unison, "Chief!" This synchronized display astonished not only the kneeling Deng Yin and his companions but also Meng Zi, who was attending such a meeting for the first time. With a slight nod from Shi Chun, everyone lowered their fists in unison, awaiting his instructions. Observing the sizable crowd, Shi Chun spoke with satisfaction. "Everyone has performed admirably on the first task since the establishment of the Morning Sun base. And I am pleased to announce the rewards for completing this mission." This statement. Smiles of pride spread across everyone's faces. After all, this marked their genuine first encounter with battling zombies up close using their own strength. They had not only eliminated a significant number of zombies, but had also successfully obtained a wealth of supplies and food. The sense of fulfillment they experienced was something those unacquainted with the trials of war could never comprehend. They had transformed from ordinary individuals before the apocalypse to mere survivors seeking refuge in the chaos, ultimately becoming warriors of the Morning Sun base. The experiences they had endured in just half a month surpassed the entirety of an ordinary person's lifetime. This fostered an immense sense of belonging to the Morning Sun base within each of them. Shi Chun continued, "Firstly, apart from those who followed Zhu Kai and the factory workers, all remaining slaves will be promoted to reserve members of the Morning Sun base." Upon hearing this announcement, the newly freed individuals erupted into cheers of joy. The factory workers finally grasped the folly of their earlier nonchalance. Shi Chun's decision to withhold immediate promotion for everyone, aside from the need for laborers to handle menial tasks, was primarily due to the resentment towards those who had followed Zhu Kai. As long as they fail to receive Zhang Tsung's forgiveness in the future, they will likely remain slaves for the rest of their lives. Regarding the group of individuals they brought back from the factory, Shi Chun never even considered the possibility of liberating them from their servitude. After all, aside from having been bullied by them in the past, a more pressing concern is that they are enemies of Meng Zi and Zhang Feifei. Given this fact alone, the factory workers will forever be shackled to their status as slaves. Among the current captives, not a single soul dared to voice any dissent against Shi Chun, as those who previously challenged him had long since met their grim fate. Thus, they could only submissively accept Shi Chun's orders. In their hearts, they clung to the notion that, given the precedent of a slave transforming into a reserve member, they too might not be entirely devoid of hope. Unfortunately, they were oblivious to the fact that Shi Chun had already predetermined their futures. As Shi Chun gestured lightly to the crowd who cheered for becoming reserve members, they immediately grasped his intent and fell silent. Shi Chun continued, stating that the current reserve members could be selected by their respective leaders to join the various groups as formal members. Unlike those newly freed from slavery, the reserve members did not erupt in cheers, yet their faces were unmistakably alight with excitement. Becoming formal members implied that they would not only be able to eat their fill and dress warmly, but also escape the cramped corridors resembling a communal dormitory. Moving into the second level of the base. After announcing the rewards, Shi Chun turned his gaze toward Deng Yin and several others kneeling before him. Noticing Shi Chun's attention directed towards her, Lu Shiyu hurriedly adopted a pitiful expression and implored, "Brother, you must help me. They are villains, barging into the marketplace to steal food and kill indiscriminately. Before you arrived, they even sought to take my life." Lu Shiyu's words stemmed from her misguided belief that Shi Chun was a man of justice. After all, from the perspective of those unaware of the truth, it was easy to assume based on everyone's attitude towards Shurchen, that he was a beloved good person. Upon hearing Lu Shiyu's words, Jiang Muyao and Meng Zi, along with a few other women, immediately recognized her for the pure green tea bitch she was, their expressions reflecting their discontent toward her. Yet, Shurchen did not respond immediately. Instead, he wore a bemused smile as he observed the theatrics of Lu Shiyu. Deng Yin and his companions, hearing Lu Shiyu's accusations, were far from as composed as Shurchen. The moment Lu Shiyu finished speaking, Deng Yin anxiously shouted, "No, brother. Please do not heed this wretched woman's words. We only wish to survive in this apocalyptic world. We never intended to kill." Following Deng Yin, Li He and Zhang Zhe hastily chimed in, "Indeed, brother. You must not believe this woman. Yes, she is nothing but a vile creature with malicious intent." Their words garnered the agreement of Jiang Muyao and the others, who instinctively nodded in affirmation. Shurchen, noticing the expressions of Jiang Muyao and her companions, couldn't he help but smile slightly at the charming display of the lovely ladies before him. After all, what man could resist the sight of such captivating women exhibiting such delightful expressions? Unbeknownst to Lu Shiyu, who thought Shurchen was focusing on Deng Yin and his companions, she eagerly interjected, "You're talking nonsense. How dare you claim you haven't killed anyone?" After addressing Deng Yin, she pointed at the stout man kneeling beside Li He and turned back to Shurchen, declaring, "Brother, if you have doubts, you can ask him. He was the manager of our marketplace before Deng Yin and the others arrived." As Lu Shiyu spoke, all eyes shifted to the stout man. Deng Yin and his companions, upon hearing her words, felt a wave of relief wash over them. After all, when Lu Shiyu had gone out to scout and failed to return, they had discussed how to deal with the situation if Shurchen and his group were indeed official personnel. Thus, they looked at the stout man with hopeful anticipation, wishing he would speak in their favor. Yet, at that moment, the stout man deliberately averted his gaze from Shurchen and flashed a sinister smile at Deng Yin and his companions. In a hushed tone, he sneered, "You didn't see this coming? Did you? The woman you killed on your first day was actually my wife. I've been biding my time, waiting for a chance to avenge her. So now, you're all finished." Hearing the stout man's words, the faces of Deng Yin and his companions turned ashen. They realized they were utterly doomed. After whispering his revelation, he stood up with an expression of righteous indignation and shouted at Shurchen, "Brother, what she said is all true. These people are beasts. They not only killed the security guard protecting us, but also forcibly occupied the women in the marketplace." The stout man, after finishing his statement, couldn't he resist casting a triumphant glance back at Deng Yin and his group, as if to say, "You never expected this day, did you?" As the stout man reveled in his moment of triumph, he was blissfully unaware that Shurchen had heard every word of his earlier whisper, thanks to his heightened senses. Shurchen watched the unfolding drama with amusement, akin to a spectator enjoying a play, while Lu Shiyu sported a victorious grin, knowing full well about the stout man's wife, which was why she had so confidently urged him to speak in her defense. However, the subsequent turn of events nearly shattered her composure. To everyone's astonishment, Shurchen unleashed a serpent familiar towards the stout man. In an instant, the serpent coiled around the stout man like a bolt of black lightning, and his fear and confusion spread across his face. Shurchen approached him with a smile, inquiring, "Do you know what I detest most in this world? It's being deceived." The stout man, now in a state of panic, struggled violently while shouting, "Brother, I swear I'm not lying. How could I dare deceive you? They truly are a group of ruthless killers." Before he could finish his plea, the serpent familiar sank its fangs deep into his neck, rendering him unable to scream. Shurchen stood before the stout man, casting a dark gaze upon him as he retorted, "Is that so? They kill without a second thought, and what relevance does that have to me?" Shurchen's words left Lu Shiyu and the stout man in a state of shock. Utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, the stout man, his neck ensnared by the serpent, momentarily forgot to struggle in astonishment at Shurchen's remarks. Meanwhile, Deng Yin and his companions, still kneeling, breathed a sigh of relief at Shurchen's words. Shurchen did not spare the stout man another glance. Instead, he turned to face Deng Yin and the others. As he did so, they watched in horror as the black serpent suddenly lunged forward, severing the stout man's head from his body. The terrifying spectacle sent shivers down the spines of Deng Yin and his companions, even those who had taken lives before it in their eyes. The smiling Shurchen now resembled a malevolent specter risen from the depths of hell. "Do you admit to having killed anyone?" Shurchen inquired. Deng Yin and his companions, unsure of Shurchen's intentions, exchanged uncertain glances, each hesitant to respond. Observing their silence, Shurchen's smile gradually faded, and he unleashed a wolf familiar, which charged towards Deng Yin and his group with a ferocious roar. The sight terrified them so profoundly that they soiled themselves in fear. Fortunately, Deng Yin quickly regained his senses and shouted, "I confess, brother. We not only killed people but also numerous zombies." Upon hearing Deng Yin's admission, Shurchen waved his hand, retracting the wolf familiar just as it was about to reach them. Gazing at the panting Deng Yin and his companions, Shurchen's smile returned as he continued, "Very well. Are you willing to remain here as my base's slaves?" At that moment, Deng Yin and his companions found themselves with no choice but to comply. As soon as Shurchen finished speaking, they eagerly responded in unison, "We are willing. Of course, we are willing. From now on, we shall be your most loyal slaves." What of being slaves? Being a slave was far better than facing death. Furthermore, in this perilous apocalypse, not everyone had the chance to follow a powerful individual like Shurchen, who possessed supernatural abilities. To survive, they wouldn't hesitate to become slaves, or even dogs, if necessary. Seeing Deng Yin and the others so eager to comply, Shurchen nodded in satisfaction before returning to his previous position. Just as he was about to speak again, Lu Shiyu interjected once more, "Brother, what about me? Can I join as well?" "Rest assured, if you allow me to be part of this, I am capable of handling anything." Lu Shiyu, at this moment, has completely dropped her facade. After witnessing Shurchen's ability to release the goo worms, she felt an overwhelming urge to devote herself to Shurchen on the spot. "No, I refuse." At this moment, Chun Shangnan could no longer contain her emotions and shouted out loud in front of everyone. Chapter 71. A gift for Zhang Laosi. Lu Shiyu, disregarding the murderous glares from Chan Shengnan and the other women, continued to focus her gaze on Shurchen. She understood that as long as Shurchen nodded, no one could harm even a single hair on her head. Shurchen, however, smiled at Lu Shiyu and said, "Indeed? I almost forgot about you. Is it true that you can do anything?" Upon hearing Shurchen's words, Lu Shiyu felt ecstatic, mocking in her heart that all men were the same, while striking what she believed to be an irresistibly alluring pose. She replied to Shurchen, "Yes, big brother, I am indeed willing to do anything." After listening to her, Shurchen waved his hand to Chen Xingnan and the others, who were about to interject, and turned his attention to Zhang Laosi in the crowd. "Laosi, I recall I promised you that as long as you remain loyal to me, I would grant you a woman, right?" Hearing Shurchen's sudden inquiry, Zhang Laosi scratched his buzz cut and replied, "Yes. Chief, you said that before. I thought you had forgotten since you haven't mentioned it lately." Zhang Laosi's naive response amused Shurchen, who burst into hearty laughter, at the same time, as Lu Shiyu sensed something amiss. Shurchen continued, speaking to Zhang Laosi, "How could I forget what I said? Given your consistent good performance, this woman is now yours." As soon as Shurchen finished his sentence, Lu Shiyu hysterically shouted at Shurchen, "No? Big brother, how can you do this?" Meanwhile, Zhang Laosi was unconcerned about the situation. Upon hearing that such a stunning beauty was being gifted to him, he rushed to Lu Shiyu and hoisted her onto his shoulder, as if afraid someone might snatch her away. Jiang Muyao and the other women felt relieved at this sight, all wearing cheerful smiles. However, Qin Shangnan could not share in their joy. After all, her earlier impulsive outburst had effectively amounted to a public confession to Shurchen. As Qian Shangnan blushed, wishing to disappear into the ground, Shurchen addressed Zhang Laosi again. "Laosi, although I have given her to you, remember not to be deceived by her. She is quite formidable." Upon hearing Shurchen's warning, Zhang Laosi immediately responded, "Rest assured, Chief, I will keep her locked in my room and will not let her out." Hearing this, Lu Shiyu felt utterly hopeless. She shouted desperately in Shurchen's direction, but he chose to ignore her. Thus, Lu Shiyu was carried away by Zhang Laosi, engulfed in despair. After this interlude, Shurchen regained his composure and, with a serious expression, addressed everyone below. "I am about to announce another urgent matter." Upon hearing Shurchen's solemn voice, everyone immediately ceased their banter and focused intently on what he was about to say. "As you all know, we recently encountered those soldiers led by Luo Haoyu. This incident not only resulted in injuries to team leader Zheng Long, but also unexpectedly brought us some benefits." At this point, the crowd displayed puzzled expressions, as they could not comprehend how the encounter with Luo Haoyu's group could yield any advantages. Observing their bewildered faces, Shurchen continued, "Have you all forgotten that before I defeated them, they suggested we join them at the survivor base in Weiyan City?" As Shurchen spoke, Shen Wuyan and Zhao Linger were the first to react, while Zheng Long and the others quickly caught on. After all, they were not fools. As soon as Shurchen finished speaking, they understood the implications. The departure of Luo Haoyu and his group meant that the camp they had occupied was now unguarded. That was an official camp, after all. The resources and equipment within were certainly incomparable to the modest public security bureau they had previously dealt with. If they could seize it, wouldn't the Dawn base soar to new heights? Having grasped this reasoning, their puzzled expressions transformed into excitement. Zheng Long, unable to contain his exhilaration, exclaimed to Shurchen, "I understand now, Chief. We are about to strike it rich." After Zheng Long's declaration, those who had yet to comprehend the situation looked at him in confusion, unsure of what he meant. However, Shurchen had no time to explain, as he did not plan to take so many people this time. Firstly, the objective was to procure weapons, and bringing too many people would limit vehicle space. Secondly, the various unfinished infrastructure at the base still required a substantial workforce. Once Shurchen confirmed that Zheng Long and the others understood his intentions, he instructed them, "Great. Since you understand, prepare yourselves. After the meeting, all combat group members should return to rest and recharge. We depart at dawn tomorrow." "Yes." After Shurchen's command, everyone in Zheng Long's group enthusiastically responded in unison. After organizing the combat group's tasks, Shurchen turned to Shen Wuyan. "Shen Wuyan, your task is to gather all members of the technical team and immediately activate the generator. Before I return, ensure that all electrical equipment at the base is fully operational. As for the diesel issue, use the current stockpile to get by. I will bring back sufficient diesel on my way." Upon receiving Shurchen's orders, Shen Wuyan promptly acknowledged. Shurchen then addressed Zhang Muyao and Zhao Linger. "Zhang Muyao, Zhao Linger, I will leave you both enough power before I leave. You must ensure that no unexpected incidents occur while I am away. If anyone disobeys orders, regardless of who they are, eliminate them immediately. I need you to maintain absolute order within the base." Shurchen's reason for addressing Zhang Muyao and Zhao Linger in front of everyone was to deter anyone harboring ulterior motives. After all, human nature is the most fragile under scrutiny. With the base's population steadily increasing, no one could guarantee that among such a large group, there were no ambitious individuals or those harboring grievances against Shurchen. While Shurchen was present, it was manageable. He alone could effortlessly suppress everyone and extinguish any thoughts of rebellion. But once Shurchen was absent, Zhang Muyao and the others would likely struggle to maintain control. As Shurchen concluded his speech, he waved his hand, releasing the three largest goo worms, Tiger Goo, Bear Goo, and Wolf Goo, from his Qi Si. The three goo worms obediently approached Zhang Muyao and Zhao Linger. Lying down beside them, the two women, seeing the monsters at their side, were filled with confidence as they assured Shurchen, "Rest assured, Chief, we will fulfill our duties." Finally, Shurchen instructed the logistics team to manage the logistical operations and ensure that all slaves contributed to the base's infrastructure. Bai Luobing and the others also expressed their understanding. Once all matters were arranged, Shurchen announced the meeting's conclusion. Chapter 72. A sudden confession. As Shurchen declared the meeting adjourned, everyone began to disperse. Naturally, all members of Zheng Long's combat group returned to their quarters to prepare for the tasks ahead. Meanwhile, those who had just been promoted from slaves to reserve members eagerly sought out Lu Yonghong to report in. After standing around for a while, Zhang Muyao and the other women stretched their limbs, exchanged pleasantries, and then went their separate ways. Only Chen Shangnan remained in place, not leaving with the others. Observing Chen Shangnan standing there with her head bowed, Shurchen approached her and inquired, "What is it? Do you need something from me?" Upon hearing Shurchen's voice, Chen Shangnan's already flushed cheeks turned as red as the sunset. I just wanted to." Chen Shangnan stuttered in front of Shurchen, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Assuming she wanted to explain her earlier outburst during the meeting, Shurchen interjected decisively before she could finish. "No need to say anything. I understand you meant well. Worried I might be deceived by that woman. Just be cautious in the future." Having said this, Shurchen turned to leave without waiting for Chen Xingnan's response. Seeing him about to walk away, Chen Xingnan's expression turned desperate. She grabbed Shurchen's sleeve, closed her eyes, and shouted, "Wait, that's not what I wanted to say. The reason I stopped her earlier was because I like you." Chen Xingnan's confession was nearly a colossal effort, and upon finishing, she seemed utterly drained, panting heavily. Time was momentarily stunned by the sudden confession. Although in his previous life he had shared intimacies with numerous women, being openly professed to by a woman was a novel experience, akin to a maiden arriving in a bridal sedan. After a prolonged pause, Time finally spoke earnestly to Chen Shengnan. Do you truly comprehend the weight of your words? His inquiry sent Chen Shengnan's heart racing with anxiety. She closed her eyes, mentally fortifying herself. Chen Shengnan, remember, Li Ro and the others were right. If you harbor feelings, you must express them boldly. You can do this. You must not let time slip away. With her resolve solidified, Chen Shengnan bravely opened her eyes. Gazing into Time's profound eyes, she declared with unwavering conviction, I like you. Ever since you saved me at the hotel, I've liked you, regardless of what the future holds. I know that if I do not confess now, I will surely regret it. Chen Shengnan's earnest words, accompanied by her steadfast gaze, rendered Time momentarily speechless. Observing her stubborn yet sincere expression, he too spoke with gravity. I understand your feelings, but I must be clear. In this chaotic world, I cannot make you any promises, and I fear there may be more than one woman in my life moving forward. Therefore, I hope you will take this time while I am at the camp to reflect deeply. If you can truly accept this, then upon my return, you may share your thoughts. With that, Time turned and walked back toward the office building, leaving Chen Shengnan with a complex array of emotions as she watched his retreating figure. In his previous life, Time had been involved with more than one woman, some seeking sustenance, others refuge, and some simply indulging in the freedom offered by the apocalypse. His primary concern had been to care for his good sister, Shi Yunfei. Thus, he had always approached relationships with a transactional mindset, providing them with food in exchange for physical companionship, a mutually beneficial arrangement in his eyes. Now, having lived again and endured betrayal and suffering, Time was resolute in not living for others, as he once had. He felt no burden in his dealings with Meng Zi, who had been forthright about her expectations. Yet, faced with Chen Shengnan's courageous and heartfelt confession, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Hence, he chose to clarify his stance, allowing her to consider her feelings thoroughly. As Chen Shengnan stood frozen, her mind racing with Time's words. What did it mean? What did he mean by there being more than one woman? How could he possibly know that others had feelings for him? Had her courageous confession succeeded or failed? Just as she spiraled into confusion, a voice abruptly interrupted her thoughts. Are you truly this oblivious, or are you merely pretending to be? Startled by the unexpected voice, Chen Shengnan turned to see Zhao Linger emerging from behind a nearby wall. Upon seeing Zhao Linger, Chen Shengnan hurriedly questioned, What are you doing here? Why were you eavesdropping on us? Zhao Linger stepped closer, meeting Chen Shengnan's gaze, and replied, You truly are naive. A man like the leader is destined to carve out a path in this chaotic world. How could he be tethered to a single woman? Listening to Zhao Linger's evasive response, Chen Shengnan regained her composure, her eyes narrowing as she pressed, What exactly are you trying to say? Zhao Linger, noticing Chen Shengnan's intense scrutiny, smiled and explained, Please, don't misunderstand, I merely wish to ask the leader a few questions. I chose not to interrupt your conversation. Chen Shengnan regarded her with skepticism, pondering for a moment before inquiring, And what did your earlier comments mean? Zhao Linger began to elucidate. You know the world outside is in utter disarray. It is rife with monsters, and even extraordinary individuals like the leader are emerging. Take that camp commander named Luo Haoyu, for instance. He can face the leader and emerge unscathed. Do you think the world remains as it once was? Chen Shengnan felt increasingly perplexed, unable to restrain herself from retorting. How does what you're saying relate to my question? It has everything to do with it, Zhao Linger insisted, maintaining eye contact as she continued. In this perilous apocalypse, can you truly trust anyone 100%? Chen Shengnan instinctively shook her head, recognizing that even before the apocalypse, no one would be foolish enough to place absolute trust in another. Wasn't he that madness? Observing her reaction, Zhao Linger pressed on. If you grasp this truth, then from the leader's perspective, we are all mere strangers to him. He may have saved us, and we may be certain we would never betray him, but the reality is he cannot read our minds. He cannot ascertain our true intentions. Be wise suddenly declaring your affection. How could he be expected to believe you outright? He is merely being considerate of your feelings by suggesting you ponder this further. Zhao Linger paused, gazing in the direction where Time had departed before continuing. Until he accepts you, you are merely a member of the base to him. He can afford to be unreserved in his use of force and his unique abilities to control and guard against you. Should you ever betray him, he would not hesitate to eliminate you. However, should you become his woman, could he still treat you in such a manner? Zhao Linger's words struck Chen Shangnan like a revelation. Looking at Zhao Linger with newfound admiration, she exclaimed, "I understand now. Thank you for sharing this with me." With that, Chen Shangnan turned and rushed back to her quarters, determined to prepare herself for when time returned, intent on conveying her genuine feelings. Meanwhile, Zhao Linger watched her retreating figure, shaking her head as she murmured to herself, "I apologize, though I may have used you as an experiment. I suppose I've also helped you." Even now, as this transpired, in Time's room, he had already sensed activity within before entering. Thus, upon opening the door to find Meng Zi blushing, he felt no surprise. She had donned a revealing LV dress and black Balenciaga stockings. A sight that captivated Time's attention, making it difficult for any man with normal inclinations to resist. Embarrassed by his gaze, Meng Zi quietly asserted, "I am here to fulfill my promise." Time, with a mischievous smile, closed the door and replied, "Are you certain you're ready?" Meng Zi, too shy to respond verbally, nodded vigorously. Without further ado, Time swept Meng Zi into his arms and onto the bed. That night was destined to be anything but quiet. The following morning, as Meng Zi lay sleeping with drool on her cheek, Time had already risen and dressed swiftly. He gazed affectionately at the slumbering beauty, a smile gracing his lips. Since his rebirth and the acquisition of the Gu Dao Sutra, he had been tirelessly focused on strengthening himself and building his influence. Finally allowing himself a moment of respite, he felt the pressure of the past weeks begin to lift. Now, Meng Zi had truly become his woman, and he marveled at the fact that he was her first and end. As he contemplated how to treat her moving forward, Meng Zi lazily opened her eyes. Upon seeing Time watching her, her cheeks flushed crimson. Time approached the bed and sat beside her, gently asking, "Awake?" In response, Meng Zi nodded like a chick pecking at grains, without uttering a word. As Shurchen gazed upon Meng Zi's youthful expression, reminiscent of a maiden. He gently raised his hand to stroke her head while smilingly remarking, "You must be exhausted from last night. Feel free to rest a little longer. Before I depart, I shall inform Qiao Shui to bring your meals directly to you." Originally quite bashful at the mention of the previous night, Meng Zi could not contain her shyness upon hearing of Shurchen's impending departure and promptly exclaimed, "Could you refrain from venturing out on dangerous missions? Is it not possible for us to simply remain here, awaiting rescue from the authorities? My sister-in-law's father is certain to send someone to rescue us." Upon hearing Meng Zi's words, Shurchen's expression shifted slightly, and he boldly replied, "It is not as simple as you make it sound. Besides, I have never been one to entrust my safety to others." Observing the seriousness etched upon Shurchen's face, Meng Zi's mind conjured various scenarios of a resolute man unwilling to rely on others, prompting her to hurriedly clarify, "That is not what I meant. I am merely concerned for your safety." After Meng Zi spoke, Shurchen smiled and assured her, "Rest assured, I understand your intentions. Simply wait here obediently for my return." With Shurchen's words, Meng Zi found herself utterly captivated by his tenderness, her face aglow with happiness as she gazed at his figure. As Shurchen prepared to leave, she affectionately urged him to take care. Witnessing this once astute celebrity now thoroughly transformed into a love-stricken individual, Shurchen revealed a knowing smile as he exited the room. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Zhao Linger was observing them through binoculars from the window of the office building across the way. At the entrance of the base, Zhang Long had assembled the entire combat team, standing in perfect formation. As Shurchen arrived, they solemnly saluted him with a standard Dawn Brigade salute, their right fists placed over their hearts. This time, Shurchen opted for a semi-trailer truck rather than a passenger bus filled with seats, for their sole objective was to retrieve as much weaponry as possible. Thus, the semi-trailer was undoubtedly the optimal choice. With the police armored vehicle leading the way, their mission to the Gaoshan military camp officially commenced. Chapter 74. The origin of the zombie tide. The armored vehicle and semi-trailer proceeded in tandem, departing the base and heading toward the military camp. The camp, stationed in Gaoshan City, was situated in the suburban area east of the former Hongzhong Electronics Factory. This location was chosen due to its proximity to the industrial district, which had minimal human traffic, while the further eastern outskirts were nearly desolate. Such an environment provided the necessary confidentiality and privacy for the camp. A.S. Shurchin and his team made their way to the camp. They should have been cautious of the wandering hordes of zombies along the route. However, to their astonishment, they encountered not a single zombie, smoothly approaching the camp's location. Just as Zhang Long and the others expressed their excitement over the anticipated weapons, Shurchin sensed something amiss. Indeed, as they neared the camp, Zhang Long abruptly slammed on the brakes, halting the vehicle in an open area. All on board stared wide-eyed toward the camp. Before them stood a dense throng of zombies gathered at the camp's entrance, and peering through the gate revealed an astonishing number within. Zhang Long and his team finally understood why Luo Haoyu and his group had chosen to flee rather than occupy such a massive camp. Inside the camp, there were not only countless ordinary zombies, but also several giant zombies that Zhang Long had encountered previously in the shopping mall. Although Shurchin had not exerted his full strength when dealing with a giant zombie back then, the situation now presented 5 or 6 of these imposing creatures at the entrance alone. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, even the usually composed Zhang Long exhibited signs of fear. After assessing the situation, all eyes on the armored vehicle instinctively turned to Shurchin, who appeared oblivious to their gaze. As he contemplated the massive horde before him, Shurchin silently acknowledged, "As I suspected." This prompted a flood of memories from his previous life. The survivors in Gaoshan City, relying on their own strength to slay a handful of zombies, had grown complacent, believing the undead were not as formidable as they truly were. These arrogant survivors began to form their own factions, hoarding supplies and women while indulging in the benefits the apocalypse had afforded them. Just as they let their guard down, a sudden tide of zombies delivered a harsh lesson, revealing the true horror of the apocalypse. Evolved level 3 claw zombies amassed into a horde of hundreds of thousands, rampaging through Gaoshan City. Their relentless march from the east to the west saw them infecting every survivor they encountered, continually adding scattered zombies to their ranks. As the body count soared, the number of zombies in the tide surged exponentially. By the time the horde reached the location of Shurchin's previous life faction, the terrifying figure had climbed to nearly 300,000. This overwhelming number of zombies posed an insurmountable challenge, not just for Shurchin of his past life, but even for the current Shurchin. Fortunately, they had been fortunate enough to receive warnings from survivors escaping the industrial district, allowing them to take refuge. Otherwise, Shurchin might have perished long before any subsequent events unfolded. As Shurchin lingered in his memories of the zombie tide, a voice suddenly interrupted his reverie. "Chief, what should we do?" Upon hearing Zhang Long's inquiry, Shurchin snapped back to reality. Understanding the fear reflected in Zhang Long's eyes, he recognized that this was their first encounter with such a vast horde, and their trepidation was a natural response. In contrast, Shurchin remained remarkably composed, having anticipated the impending tide of zombies during their return from the factory. Thus, he had devised a plan to leverage the situation. However, at that moment, he was still unaware of the exact location of the terrifying horde. So he had set his plan aside. Now, faced with the immense swarm before him, Shurchin realized that his previous strategy could finally be set into motion. This time, he intended not only to draw the previous life zombie tide sweeping through Gaoshan City toward the neighboring 5th War Zone's home base in Weiyan City, allowing them to truly experience the terror of a zombie tide, but also to test Zhang Long and the others' loyalty to him. With this thought, Shurchin donned a confident smile and addressed Zhang Long. "Rest assured, shortly I will descend and attempt to lure the zombies away. You merely need to handle any that remain and ensure all the equipment is brought back to the base." Upon hearing Shurchin's words, everyone immediately voiced their objections. Zhang Long and Zhang Tsong, in particular, were so agitated that they exclaimed, "No. With this many zombies, even you cannot handle them. Rather than risk your safety, we should abandon this place." "The leader is right, Chief. You absolutely must not take this risk. If you insist on claiming the camp, allow me to lure the zombies away instead." Listening to Zhang Long and the others, Shurchin felt a warmth he had not experienced in a long time. Reminiscent of his previous life when he had just been elected as the leader, struggling to survive alongside his former teammates in the apocalypse. Regrettably, Shurchin was no longer the impassioned youth he once was. Having undergone the trials of betrayal, he could no longer trust anyone easily. Thus, despite being somewhat swayed by Zhang Long's concern, Shurchin did not abandon his intent to probe their loyalty. After a brief emotional adjustment, he continued, "I understand that you all have my best interests at heart, but you have also witnessed the despairing horde before us. The weapons and equipment within the camp are essential for the future safety of our base. Moreover, now that I have taken on the role of leader, I must take responsibility for all of you. Therefore, I must go." As Shurchen concluded his statement, Zhang Long and the others bore expressions of deep emotion. Zhang Tsung's eyes moistened as he reminisced about his first encounter with Shurchen. At that time, his sister had been killed, and he had been captured. In the midst of despair, Shurchen had appeared like a divine savior, avenging his sister and rescuing him and everyone in the zoo. From that moment, he had vowed to repay Shurchen's kindness for as long as he lived. Chapter 75. The plan commences as Zhang Tsung became lost in reflection. Zhang Long and the others were profoundly moved by Shurchen's words. Initially, they had viewed him as a cold and heartless individual, but now their perceptions of him transformed. After all, how could a truly cold-hearted person utter such responsible words? They all harbored the same thought in their hearts. If anyone dared to speak of Shurchen as cold-blooded again, then every person present today would be the first to object. After reminiscing, Zhang Tsung hastily wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and earnestly addressed Shurchen, saying, "Leader, I understand your intention and why life was saved by you, so allow me to divert the zombies this time. I assure you I can accomplish the task." No sooner had Zhang Tsung finished speaking than Zhang Long interjected, exclaiming, "Nonsense! Do you still see me as your team leader? If anyone should go, it should be me. I'm still alive. How can it be your turn to take the spotlight?" Following Zhang Long's words, Chun Xing and the others eagerly chimed in, expressing their willingness to go as well. At this moment, Shurchen observed all their reactions keenly. The reason he intentionally fostered such a solemn atmosphere was to gauge the performance of Zhang Long and the others. As for the impending zombie tide, Shurchen already had a plan in place. There was no need for anyone to divert them. Seeing that the moment had arrived, Shurchen decisively interrupted the ongoing debate. "Enough. I understand your intentions. In that case, we must sacrifice a few of them." As he spoke, Shurchen released several rat charms from his energy reservoir. Upon seeing the rat charms, Zhang Long and the others' eyes lit up, especially Zhao Kuan, who had been silent until now. Realizing they wouldn't have to use themselves to divert the zombies, he quickly exclaimed, "Exactly. We can use them to draw away the zombies. How did I not think of this earlier? Our leader is truly remarkable." In truth, while everyone else had been clamoring to volunteer to divert the zombies, Zhao Kuan had refrained from speaking loudly. After all, he was different from Zhang Long and the others. He didn't want to attract Shurchen's attention and be chosen as the one to face death. Zhang Long and the others had been saved by Shurchen and were willing to sacrifice themselves for him, while Zhao Kuan was truly driven by a desire to survive, having joined Shurchen with the aim of escaping Zhang Song and being with Lu Yanghong. Thus, when Zhang Long and the others were clamoring to draw the zombie tide, Zhao Kuan had simply kept quiet. Now, seeing that Shurchen had a plan, he feared that Shurchen would notice his previous demeanor, prompting him to be the first to flatter Shurchen. Little did he know, Shurchen's intention was to observe them. Thus he was fully aware of Zhao Kuan's little tricks. Just as Zhao Kuan finished speaking, the single-minded Zhang Tsung once again addressed Shurchen. "No, each of these creatures is hard-earned. Let me be the one to attract the zombies. I am confident I can do it." Upon hearing Zhang Tsung's words, Zhao Kuan looked at him with a bewildered expression. He simply could not comprehend Zhang Tsung's thought process. He never imagined someone would so casually risk their own life. Meanwhile, Shurchen, who had been squinting at Zhao Kuan's performance, turned his gaze to Zhang Tsung, feeling a twinge of concern that perhaps he had gone too far this time, leaving a psychological scar on this naive child. With that thought, Shurchen addressed Zhang Tsung. "Have you forgotten my rules? In Chinsi, I am in charge. Do not speak of these rats. Even if it meant sacrificing all my creatures for your safety, I would not hesitate. I do not wish to hear such words again." "Understood." Upon hearing Shurchen's words, Zhang Tsung was moved once more, tears streaming down his face. After confirming that his goal had been achieved, Shurchen ceased his charade, turning to retrieve the detonators he had acquired from Li Liang. After dismantling the connected detonators into 4 individual ones, Shurchen inquired of Zhang Long, "Brother Long, could you modify these detonators for simple manual detonation?" Upon hearing Shurchen's question, Zhang Long took one of the detonators from Shurchen and examined it closely. These detonators were originally designed for precise demolition. Not only were they powerful, but they also produced a loud noise, making them ideal for attracting zombies. The detonation method was quite straightforward, relying on traditional ignition. After scrutinizing the detonator, Zhang Long nodded and replied to Shi Chen. Yes, this detonator is the simplest type. It can be ignited directly through burning. In other words, we just need to add a friction ignition mechanism to the end of the fuse, allowing it to be detonated by pulling without an open flame. After hearing Zhang Long's explanation, Shi Chen nodded in satisfaction, signaling for him to proceed with the modifications. Zhang Long swiftly disassembled a bullet, extracting the powder and primer, and within moments had modified the detonator. Now, the detonator resembled a hand grenade, capable of being detonated by a simple pull. After receiving the modified detonators from Zhang Long, Shi Chen promptly attached each one to the 4 rat charms. Once preparations were complete, Shi Chen opened the car door and released the 4 rat charms. Under the tense gaze of Zhang Long and the others, the rat charms swiftly scattered, following the predetermined route towards the neighboring Weiyan city. When the 4 rat charms reached the first location Shi Chen anticipated, one of them halted in its tracks, while the remaining 3 continued to run without looking back. After a brief moment, the stationary rat charm, to the astonishment of Zhang Long and the others, turned around and detonated the explosives strapped to its body with its mouth. Boom! Accompanied by the deafening explosion from the detonator, all the zombies in the camp were immediately drawn toward the sound, rushing towards the source of the blast. At this point, Zhang Long and the others began to piece together Shi Chen's plan. Just as they were marveling at the brilliance of Shi Chen's strategy, their attention was captured by a zombie covered in bone spurs. This particular zombie moved with astonishing speed, swiftly surpassing the ordinary zombies that had set off earlier. The sight of this terrifying zombie, unlike anything they had seen before, elicited gasps of shock from Zhang Tsong and the others. Zhang Long instinctively turned to Shi Chen, asking what kind of creature this was. Chapter 76. The Evolution of Zombies. Upon hearing Zhang Long's question, Shi Chen found himself at a loss for how to explain. After all, he couldn't simply tell them that he possessed knowledge of the zombies because he had been reborn from a past life. Even if Shi Chen were willing to share this astonishing secret, they likely wouldn't believe him. With no other option, Shi Chen rubbed his chin, adopting a contemplative demeanor, and remarked, "It seems that this group of zombies may also be capable of evolution." Upon hearing Shi Chen's words, Zhang Long and the others turned their gazes to him in unison. Curiosity reflected in each of their eyes, while only the somewhat dim-witted Zhang Laosi murmured, "What do you mean by evolution?" The previously tense atmosphere shattered in an instant due to Zhang Laosi's remark. Zhang Long and the others cast disparaging looks at him for interrupting. Ignoring Zhang Laosi, Shi Chen continued, "Ever since we defeated that zombie in the mall, I have had this suspicion, but I didn't pursue it further due to the subsequent appearance of Luo Haoyu and his group." As Shi Chen spoke, the astute Pang Bo interjected with a question. "Leader? If your deduction is correct, what are these zombies constantly evolving from? Why do they exhibit various forms?" In response to Pang Bo's inquiry, Shi Chen regarded him with an approving gaze and answered, "From observing how the zombies relentlessly pursued survivors to bite them, I suspect they evolved by consuming human flesh and blood. As for their forms, it likely relates to their state before mutating into zombies. However, I cannot ascertain the precise truth at this moment." Upon hearing Shi Chen's explanation, Zhang Long and the others were left utterly astonished. It wasn't that their psychological resilience was lacking, but rather that Shi Chen's deduction was simply too shocking. If Shi Chen's words held any truth, then these ordinary zombies had already forced humanity into a dire predicament, leaving them hopeless against these continuously evolving creatures. As Zhang Long and the others sank into despair, Zhang Laosi once again interrupted. "I say, leader, how do you know all this?" Zhang Laosi's question cast an awkward pall over the atmosphere. In truth, most of the intelligent individuals among them had already realized that Shi Chen harbored secrets. Otherwise, he wouldn't possess such superhuman powers. However, they had not given it much thought, as they too had witnessed Luo Haoyu, another individual with superhuman abilities. Thus, they believed the secret pertained to the method of acquiring power rather than Shi Chen's astonishing rebirth. Regardless of what Shi Chen's secret might be, since he chose not to disclose it, Zhang Long and the others tacitly refrained from asking. After all, as the saying goes, the more one knows, the quicker one dies. Yet now, with Zhang Laosi's blunt question, Zhang Long and the others exchanged awkward glances, unsure of how to proceed. Observing Zhang Laosi's earnest expression, Shi Chen half-jokingly replied, "It's simple. If you pay attention and observe carefully, you could deduce these things too." The mention of the time undoubtedly brought a sigh of relief from everyone present. Just as Zhang Laosi was about to voice his thoughts, A second explosion reverberated from a distance, echoing like thunder. Seizing the moment of the blast, Shurchen promptly shifted the conversation. Merely speculating here holds little practical value. The most pressing matter at hand is to swiftly retrieve all the equipment inside while the zombies have been lured away. After all, possessing weapons will enable us to combat the undead. Upon hearing Shurchen's words, Zhang Long and the others managed to break free from their fear of the zombies. Seizing the opportunity presented by the dim-witted Zhang Laosi, Zhang Long charged into the camp with a burst of energy. At the entrance to the armory, marked by the words Weapon Depot, Zhang Long quickly parked the vehicle, organized the gear, and turned to command everyone to disembark. As soon as Zhang Tsong and the others exited the vehicle, they launched an assault on the scattered zombies lingering in the camp. Zhang Tsong and Chen Xing, whether spurred by the revelation of the zombies' potential for evolution or the intensity of Shurchen's previous remarks, displayed remarkable bravery against the remaining ordinary zombies, shedding their earlier cautiousness. Unlike Chen Xing and the others, who were eager to eliminate the zombies, Zhang Long utilized their cover to dash swiftly toward the armory's entrance. Upon arrival, he discovered that the entire armory was secured by a 5-digit combination lock. Without the password, no one could gain entry. Seeing this, Zhang Long urgently called out to Shurchen, who was leisurely observing Chen Xing and the others dispatching zombies. "Leader, this place requires a password. We can't get in." Hearing Zhang Long's voice, Shurchen promptly rushed over. Upon reaching the armory's entrance, Shurchen indeed beheld the imposing iron gates adorned with 2 large, wheel-like combination locks. Observing Shurchen's expression, Zhang Long assumed that the formidable door before them had stumped him as well, so he spoke with a tone of reassurance. "Leader, do not worry, I shall fetch the armored vehicle and attempt to ram the door open." Upon hearing Zhang Long's suggestion, Shurchen swiftly turned and pulled him back, exclaiming, "What are you thinking, Long Gu? I was merely lamenting the unfortunate circumstance of this magnificent door being inaccessible due to the lack of a password. What a pity. And you would risk damaging my armored vehicle here." With that, Shurchen disregarded Zhang Long's bewildered expression and released several mouse-shaped puppets from his energy reservoir. It is worth noting that even before the apocalypse, rats were adept burrowers. Now, bolstered by the zombie virus and Shurchen's unique enhancements, these puppets posed no challenge to the steel gates before them. The mouse puppets swiftly darted towards the junction of the door and the combination lock. Under Zhang Long's astonished gaze, the puppets revealed their razor-sharp incisors and began gnawing at the connection point of the steel door. As the sound of clang, clang, clang echoed, the previously robust connection was visibly compromised by the relentless chewing of the mouse puppets. With a resounding crash, the iron gate collapsed, fully unveiling the armory before Shurchen and Zhang Long. The vast armory, approximately the size of 3 football fields, displayed an array of military supplies, both familiar and unfamiliar to Shurchen. Among them were the previously utilized 171 heavy machine guns, P226 military handguns, LBT, 6094 lightweight bulletproof vests, various models of night vision goggles, protective eyewear, military radios, grenades, and all conceivable military equipment. "We've truly struck gold," Zhang Long exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he momentarily forgot the zombies and monsters that had plagued their thoughts. His enthusiasm drew Chen Xing and the others, who had just finished dispatching the remaining zombies. To him, upon witnessing the dazzling assortment of weaponry, they too erupted into cheers. Only Shurchen managed to regain his composure swiftly, addressing Zhang Long and the others. "All right, while celebration is in order, let us first secure all these items and return safely before we rejoice. Now, let us work efficiently." Shurchen's words prompted laughter from Zhang Long and the others, who promptly began transferring the armory's supplies onto the semi-trailer. Shurchen released all his available puppets, except for his primary one, to assist in the task. With their help, the once overwhelming supplies began to dwindle visibly. After filling the semi-trailer to capacity, everyone paused, panting heavily. Zhang Long glanced at the remaining supplies, disappointment etched on his face, and remarked to Shurchen, "Leader, there are still so many supplies left. If we can't take them all, wouldn't that be a waste?" In response, Shurchen chuckled and replied, "Acquiring this much equipment is already a significant achievement. Those items we cannot carry can be donned directly by you as rewards for this mission. As for the rest, we shall address that another time." Upon hearing Shurchen's words, Zhang Long and the others brightened with excitement, rushing inside to equip themselves with various gear. Once they emerged, clad in military combat uniforms and full tactical equipment, Shurchen declared the mission complete and instructed everyone to board the vehicles to prepare for their return to base. After ensuring everyone was aboard, Shurchen lifted the fallen steel gate and placed it back in its original position. With the gate seemingly restored, it would be nearly impossible for those at a distance to discern that it had been ajar. Having completed this task, Shurchen clapped his hands and climbed aboard the armored vehicle. As Zheng Long took one last reluctant glance at the armory through the rearview mirror, he murmured, "One day, we shall return to take all of you with us. Just wait for us." With that, he ignited the armored vehicle and set off on the return journey. The sound of the third explosion in the distance faded into a faint echo. Listening to the diminishing blasts, Shurchen's face broke into a cold smirk. "Fifth Battle District. This time, you certainly have your hands full. I hope you can hold out." As Shurchen relished in his schadenfreude, the armored vehicle sped away from the industrial area toward the base. Meanwhile, at a large oil refinery on the border of Weiyin City and Gaoshan City, a heated discussion was unfolding. "Brother Chen, the scoundrels of the 5th Battle District are truly overstepping their bounds. When the zombies were rampant in the streets, they were nowhere to be found. Now that we've finally secured a safe haven and gathered so many people, they dare to shamelessly request our alliance." The speaker was Wu Qi, the second in command at the refinery, a robust figure and the first to confront the zombies. The man he addressed as Brother Chen was Song Chen, the current leader of the refinery stronghold. After listening to Wu Qi's passionate outburst, Song Chen turned to the others in the room and said, "You are all welcome to share your thoughts, as the purpose of this meeting is to discuss our position on the 5th Battle District's demand for us to join them." Upon hearing Song Chen's words, Jiang Feng, seated across from Wu Qi, spoke softly. "I believe Wu Ji's sentiments are somewhat extreme. After all, the 5th Battle District represents official authority, and when they last visited, they arrived in tanks." His words elicited immediate agreement from the others nearby. "Indeed. How can we possibly contend with them? It would be wiser to join forces with them. They have promised ample supplies and absolute security." Jiang Feng's audacity to contradict Wu Qi stemmed from his long-standing partnership with Song Chen since the onset of the apocalypse and his knowledge of Song Chen's dissatisfaction with Wu Qi. Wu Qi, incensed by Jiang Feng's comments, refrained from direct confrontation due to Jiang Feng's close ties with Song Chen, redirecting his ire toward those who echoed Jiang Feng's sentiments. With a fierce slap on the table, Wu Qi barked at them, "Damn it! You are all a bunch of spineless cowards. We have at least 400 to 500 people under our command. I refuse to believe the 5th Battle District would dare to annihilate us. Besides, are you missing a limb or a leg? In a real fight, the outcome is uncertain." As Wu Qi's words hung in the air, those seated alongside him quickly voiced their agreement. "Exactly, Wu Gu is right. Why should we surrender everything we've painstakingly accumulated just because the 5th Battle District demands it? We must show them that we are not to be trifled with. Certainly, I can assist with that. Here is the refined translation of your text. It is true that I also oppose joining them. Those officials are all the same. Once we align ourselves with them, we will inevitably be subject to their stringent regulations. We are currently enjoying our reign here, like local emperors, unbothered by anyone. How splendid that is! Why would we need to lower ourselves and become their subordinates?" In the vicinity of Wu Qi, everyone is unwaveringly supportive of him. While those who just echoed Jiang Feng's sentiments dare not voice any counterarguments, at this moment, seated in the main chair, Song Chen gazed at Wu Qi, his eyes betraying a subtle hint of apprehension and resentment. It is not entirely surprising that Song Chen harbors such feelings. After all, the current situation is exceedingly clear. Half of the oil refinery's upper management staunchly supports Wu Qi.as for the other half. Led by Jiang Feng, they lack even the courage to openly contradict Wu Qi in their presence, let alone elsewhere. How could Song Chen, as the leader, not feel uneasy about Wu Qi? Chapter 78. Political Commissioner Han Qinyun Yet. Despite his discontent, Song Chen dared not display it in front of Wu Qi. After all, they still rely on Wu Qi to fend off the zombies and beasts outside. As Wu Qi turned his gaze back to Song Chen, the latter swiftly retracted his stare and addressed everyone. "Since we are all against joining the 5th Combat Zone, let us decide on that for now. When the representatives from the 5th Combat Zone return, I shall outright refuse them." Upon hearing Song Chen's words, Wu Qi's supporters erupted in delighted laughter, praising him as a wise leader. However, the expressions of several individuals seated opposite Wu Qi were clearly discontented. Yet, faced with Wu Qi's overwhelming presence, they could only bow their heads in silence. Thus, Song Chun promptly declared the meeting adjourned. After the announcement, everyone left the room without a backward glance at Wu Qi, who simply believed there was no reason to join the 5th Combat Zone, felt a sense of satisfaction seeing Song Chen agree with his suggestion and thought little of it. After the meeting, Wu Qi exchanged a brief greeting with Song Chen before striding out with a few companions to indulge in some drinks. Once everyone had departed, Song Chun was left alone in the room. Finally shedding his fade of a smiling face, he murmured in the direction Wu Qi had taken. Wu Qi, since you do not regard me highly, do not blame me for forgetting our past. After exiting the room, Wu Qi led his confidants back to his quarters. Inside his room, 2 women, their hair tangled and their bodies emanating an unpleasant odor from lack of bathing, immediately knelt upon his return. One began to remove his shoes while the other hurriedly fetched a pair of slippers for him. Wu Qi, upon seeing these 2 ragged, dirt-streaked women, felt his mood sour instantly. Damn it, how much longer must this wretched life continue? I haven't bathed in nearly half a month. At this rate, I'll be pickled. The moment the 2 women sensed Wu Qi's anger, they hurriedly retreated to the corner of the room, fearful of becoming his outlet for frustration. Chun Lang, who had accompanied Wu Qi, quickly spoke up to placate him. Hey, don't be upset, Qi-go. This is all Song Chen's fault for his incompetence. Otherwise, we wouldn't be stuck in this barren oil refinery. Hearing Chun Lang's words, Wu Qi's expression darkened as he replied, Lang Zi, mind your words. Regardless of the circumstances, Chun Guo is my savior. You ought to be mindful of that. Chun Lang, sensing Wu Qi's displeasure, quickly responded with an awkward grin. I was just speaking off the cuff, Qi-gu. Please don't take offense. Wu Qi glanced at his loyal companions and felt it inappropriate to say more. After all, Chun Lang had just echoed his sentiments. If he pressed too hard, it might alienate them. Reluctantly, Wu Qi attempted to smooth things over, saying, this is only permissible in my presence. In the future, be careful with your words outside. With that, Wu Qi produced 2 hidden bottles of erguo, inviting his companions to drink until they were intoxicated. The moment they saw the liquor, the earlier discord was forgotten, their eyes fixated on the bottles in eagerness. As Wu Qi and his companions drank, Song Chun was escorting a trusted associate towards the entrance of the oil refinery. This individual was none other than Political Commissioner Han Xinyun of the 5th Combat Zone. Commissioner Han, as you just heard, it is not that I am unwilling to join your 5th Combat Zone. Rather, the majority of US are opposed, and I am left with no alternative, Song Chen explained. Han Xinyun, unfazed, retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one as he replied, young friend Song Chun, it is not my intention to meddle. But as the leader, you should not let others dictate your actions. Tio put it bluntly. It is rather pitiful. Upon seeing Han Xinyun's lit cigarette, Song Chun and his companions displayed eager expressions, which did not escape the keen eyes of the cunning Han Xinyun. He deliberately withheld the cigarettes from Song Chen and his associates, recognizing that for those with a smoking addiction, it was a lethal temptation. How could the astute Han Xinyun fail to exploit such a crucial bargaining chip? Song Chun, gritting his teeth as he observed Han Xinyun's mocking demeanor, said, Commissioner Han, I shall not hide my intentions from you. I genuinely wish to join your ranks. Otherwise, I would not have arranged for you to eavesdrop during our meeting. As you can see, the situation is clear. As long as the 5th Combat Zone can assist me in eliminating Wu Qi, I am ready to join you immediately. Upon hearing Song Chen's words, Han Xinyun inwardly cursed him for being brainless. If it were so simple to accomplish the task by merely eliminating one individual, why would a dignified political commissioner like him exert effort to engage with someone of Song Chen's stature? Eliminating Wu Qi would be a trivial matter for the 5th Combat Zone. But at present, Wu Qi had garnered substantial support. Moreover, Han Xinyun had been given strict orders to ensure that all 400 survivors of the oil refinery were brought back without exception. Should he rashly eliminate Wu Qi and incite a rebellion from the remaining individuals, he would completely jeopardize the mission entrusted to him by the commander. Considering this, Han Xinyun patiently addressed Song Chen. Young friend, eliminating Wu Qi is not a challenge. The key lies in whether you can ensure that everyone here will obediently heed your commands and join us thereafter. Upon hearing Han Xinyun's words, Song Chun confidently patted his chest and replied, You need not worry about that. As long as Commissioner Han can eliminate him, I guarantee the others will follow my lead. However, you must ensure that no one learns it was the 5th Combat Zone that did it. Otherwise, I will be unable to proceed. Han Xinyun, recognizing that Song Chun intended to use him as a pawn, understood that this matter had already been dragging on for several days. Just yesterday, he had sworn an oath to Commander Feng via satellite, vowing to return with the entire contingent of survivors from the refinery. Thus, even though Han Qinyun discerned Song Chin's true intentions, he found himself with no viable solutions. As he handed a cigarette to Song Chin. He said, "If that is the case, I will assist you in eliminating Wu Qi. However, if you fail to deliver a satisfactory outcome afterward, you must reckon with the consequences." Eagerly accepting the cigarette from Han Qinyun, Song Chun promptly ignited it and took a deep drag. The rich smoke, coupled with its sharp taste, brought him immense pleasure after such a long hiatus from smoking. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Song Chun smiled and replied, "Rest assured, Commissioner Han. As long as you fulfill the conditions I've laid out, I guarantee you will be pleased." At this juncture, they arrived at the entrance of the oil refinery. Chapter 79. Stubborn Luo Haoyu. Take care, Commissioner Han. I shall await your good news right here. Upon hearing Song Chin's triumphant tone, Han Qinyun chose not to prolong the conversation, offering a perfunctory smile before promptly departing the refinery. Watching Han Qinyun's retreating figure, Song Chen, while smoking, began to fantasize about the blissful life that awaited him after Wu Qi's demise and the subsequent joining of all his followers with the 5th Combat Zone. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from a distance, jolting Song Chen, who was about to lead his men back, causing the half-burned cigarette in his hand to fall to the ground. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he furrowed his brow and inquired of his companions. "What the hell was that noise?" One of the subordinates, eager to impress, quickly responded, "Brother Chun, that must be the sound of a nearby car's fuel tank exploding. After all, those zombies outside are mindlessly rampaging about, and it's not uncommon for them to cause a car to ignite and explode." Hearing this, Song Chun dismissed the matter, turning his attention to the cigarette that had fallen to the ground. Although he longed to retrieve it and continue smoking, he felt compelled to maintain his image in front of his subordinates. Thus, he turned to the one who had spoken and said, "Well answered. This cigarette on the ground is your reward." Upon hearing Song Chin's words, the eager younger brother, who had long wished to smoke, immediately picked up the half-burnt cigarette from the ground and lit it up without hesitation. This action evoked a mix of envy and self-reproach from the others nearby for their own slowness in speech. Observing the demeanor of these young men, Song Chun smiled and remarked, "Look at your pitiable selves. Once we successfully eliminate Wu Qi and join the 5th War Zone, there will be no shortage of cigarettes for us." Hearing Song Chen's words, their faces lit up with excitement. Brother Chun is indeed wise. How could that brainless brute Wu Qi possibly compare to you? Indeed, that goes without saying. That fellow is utterly unworthy of being mentioned in the same breath as Brother Chun. As they indulged in their flattery, Song Chen, beaming with pride, led them back. Once outside the oil refinery, Han Qinyun promptly returned to the temporary encampment of the 5th War Zone, not far from the site. Just moments ago, he too had heard the sound of the explosion. What was that commotion? Han Qinyun mused aloud, glancing in the direction from which the explosion had emanated. Luo Haoyu and his companions, having just joined the 5th War Zone, were eager to prove their capabilities. Thus, upon hearing Han Qinyun's musings, Luo Haoyu quickly responded, "It sounds like the detonation of a detonator, and it's south quite close to us." Concerned, Han Qinyun inquired of Luo Haoyu, "Are you certain it was a detonator? How could anyone here possess such an item?" In response to Han Qinyun's question, Luo Haoyu reassured him, "Rest assured, Comrade Political Commissar. Regardless of what occurs, as long as we are present, no harm will come to you. Just remain here at ease." Han Qinyun, satisfied with Luo Haoyu's response, nodded and said, "Very well. Captain Luo, you exemplify the spirit of our Huaxia soldiers. I entrust you with a task. If this mission is successfully completed, I shall speak highly of you to Commander Feng upon my return." Upon hearing Han Qinyun's words, Luo Haoyu smiled and asked what the task entailed. Han Qinyun then conveyed to him the mission to eliminate Wu Qi that he had just discussed with Song Chen. Luo Haoyu and his companions had arrived at the 5th War Zone only to discover that the reality was starkly different from their prior expectations, i.e. in the aftermath of the apocalypse. The 5th War Zone, under the ambition of Commander Feng Buiyuan, had transformed into a veritable hell for survivors. While Luo Haoyu possessed the skills to survive anywhere, he stubbornly believed that the higher-ups were always right. Consequently, he and Wang Bin had resolutely joined the 5th War Zone. Thanks to Luo Haoyu's capabilities, they bypassed the usual protocol for ordinary individuals and directly became combatants of the Fifth War Zone. However, for Captain Luo, continuing to command battles as he had at the Gaoshan camp was not so simple. According to Feng Buiyuan, no matter how skilled one was, recognition and promotion within the war zone required merit. Thus, Luo Haoyu was eager to prove himself upon joining. After Han Xinyun detailed the specific task, Luo Haoyu instructed Wang Bin and the others to remain and ensure the safety of political Commissar Han. He then changed out of his military fatigues into ordinary clothes and set off toward the oil refinery. Following Han Xinyun's orders, the mission required that the refinery's personnel remain unaware of any odd developments, which meant Luo Haoyu could not approach dressed in combat gear. As Luo Haoyu stealthily approached the oil refinery, the patrolling guards quickly noticed him. "Halt! Who are you?" Upon hearing the guards shout, Luo Haoyu calmly replied, "Is there someone named Wu Qi here? I am his distant cousin and have come to seek his support." Upon hearing Wu Qi's name, the guard's demeanor shifted instantly, instructing another guard to fetch Wu Qi for confirmation while warmly ushering Luo Haoyu through the gate. "Oh, you're a relative of Qi Gu. Come in and wait. He'll be here shortly." Seeing the plan unfold smoothly, Luo Haoyu stepped confidently into the oil refinery. The guard even offered him a bottle of mineral water, asking him to wait in the reception area. Shortly thereafter, the guard returned with Wu Qi, who was in a furious haste. As he approached the reception area, he was cursing, "Today, I'll find out where this so-called cousin of mine comes from." Hearing Wu Qi's words from a distance, the guard's expression toward Luo Haoyu changed instantly. However, Luo Haoyu, seeing that Wu Qi was nearly upon him, decided to drop the pretense in an instant, before the guard could utter a word. Luo Haoyu struck him with a precise blow to the back of the neck, rendering him unconscious. Without hesitation, Luo Haoyu flung open the reception door and charged at the approaching Wu Qi. Upon noticing Luo Haoyu rushing toward him, Wu Qi sensed something was amiss. Without waiting for Luo Haoyu to close the distance, he shoved the nearby guard toward him and turned to flee. Chapter 80. The coming of the zombie tide. Unfortunately, though Wu Qi reacted swiftly, Luo Haoyu was not to be trifled with. He executed a powerful shoulder charge against the guard that Wu Qi had pushed, sending the guard tumbling back toward Wu Qi. The fleeing Wu Qi was knocked down by the guard's unexpected impact. As he struggled to rise, a dark figure suddenly surged through the entrance of the refinery. This sudden apparition left both Luo Haoyu and Wu Qi momentarily stunned. Luo Haoyu focused intently, only to discover that the shadow was a massive rat, with a detonator strapped to its body. As Wu Qi, sprawled on the ground, saw Luo Haoyu's attention drawn to the rat, he attempted to rise and continue his escape. Just as Luo Haoyu noticed the rat flash a mischievous grin, he realized something was terribly wrong. The rat, upon spotting Luo Haoyu, wasted no time and pulled the detonator's fuse. Boom. The shockwave from the explosion sent both Wu Qi and Luo Haoyu flying several meters away. Luo Haoyu, sensing the impending danger, swiftly harnessed his qi to shield himself from the blast. However, Wu Qi and the two guards were not so fortunate. The two guards, already unconscious, were killed instantly by the explosion. Wu Qi, too, was left with half his body obliterated. "What the hell is going on?" Luo Haoyu cursed inwardly as he lay on the ground, stunned. Before he could rise, a chilling sight unfolded before him. A horde of countless zombies surged toward them from the main road. An overwhelming tide. Observing the sheer volume of the undead, Luo Haoyu wasted no time and turned to flee. Simultaneously, the personnel from the refinery, drawn outside by the explosion, recognized the severity of the situation upon witnessing this scene. The first to emerge, Song Qian, was nearly driven to madness upon seeing the staggering horde of zombies approaching. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Stop dawdling. Quickly barricade the gates." Reacting to Song Qian's command, everyone inside the refinery rushed to secure the entrance, locking it tight. As the ghastly tide of zombies drew closer, Song Qian lost all composure, unable to contain his frustration as he cried out, "Damn it! What in the world is happening? What have those lunatics in the Fifth War Zone done?" He had not anticipated that only moments after fantasizing about a life free from Wu Qi, he would find himself surrounded by an unrelenting throng of the undead. As Song Qian's words faded, a piercing scream echoed from the front gate. "Song Qian, did you conspire with the Fifth War Zone?" Startled by the voice, which sounded like a malevolent specter, Song Qian turned to see Wu Qi, his body mangled, glaring at him with a murderous intent. The others, who had just been drinking with Wu Qi, also noticed his grievous condition. Hu Jiaohui was the first to rush toward Wu Qi, cautiously lifting the injured man and urgently asking, "Qi Gu, what happened to you? Who did this to you? What on earth is going on?" Wu Qi did not respond to Hu Jiaohui. Instead, he pressed his remaining hand over Hu Jiaohui's mouth and glared fiercely at Song Chun, demanding, "I'm asking you, Song Chun, did you conspire with the people from the Fifth War Zone?" With Wu Qi's accusation, Hu Jiaohui and the others turned their gazes towards Song Chun. Feeling the weight of Wu Qi's gaze, Song Chun could no longer maintain his faiate. He broke into a wild smile, pointing at Wu Qi and declaring, "Indeed, I have contacted the Fifth War Zone. I've had enough of your dictatorial nonsense. Don't forget, it was I who saved you from the horde of zombies. I am the leader here. Since you wish to oppose me, I have no choice but to ensure your demise." As Song Chan finished speaking, Hu Jiaohui and the others, who were loyal to Wu Qizhong, immediately erupted in anger, pointing at Song Chan and shouting, "Are you even human? Brother Qi has not only always defended you, but also risked his life every time to scavenge for supplies. Indeed, without Brother Qi risking his life to find food for us, you, this worthless leader, would have long since starved to death. How could you still be alive?" Upon hearing Song Chun confess to colluding with the Fifth War Zone, Wu Qizhong was so enraged that his body trembled. The adrenaline that had been sustaining him began to wane, and he violently spat a mouthful of blood. After struggling to catch his breath, Wu Qizhong weakly interrupted Hu Jiaohui and the others. "Enough!" Upon hearing Wu Qizhong's voice, Hu Jiaohui and the others anxiously turned to him. Wu Qizhong then spoke to Song Chun. "If that's the case, then consider my misfortune settled. Since I cannot survive, I only hope that, for the sake of our past battles side by side, you might spare Xiao Hui and the others." After Wu Qizhong's words, tears streamed down the faces of Hu Jiaohui and the others. Subsequently, Wu Qizhong seemed to expend all his strength, gazing up at the sunset and murmuring, "I never noticed before. The sunset is truly beautiful." Wu Qizhong breathed his last. At that moment, Hu Jiaohui and the others could no longer contain their grief and began to weep openly. However, witnessing the approaching horde of zombies, Song Chen, utterly frenzied, cursed at Wu Qizhong's corpse. "You dream. Even at death's door, you still wish to play the good person. I once let you have your way. I will not spare anyone who dares to betray me. Kill them. I will reward a box of instant noodles for each head." Upon hearing the reward, all the people in the oil refinery's eyes lit up. They no longer cared about the zombies outside and directly launched an attack on Hu Jiaohui and the others. Hu Jiaohui and his companions were forced to release Wu Qizhong's body and began to fight back. Thus, the entire oil refinery was plunged into chaos. Having escaped, Luo Haoyu had no time to concern himself with the tattered clothes torn by the explosion of the detonators. He ran non-stop back to the base. Upon seeing Luo Haoyu's return, Wang Bin and the others, having never witnessed such disheveledness, immediately expressed their concern for his condition. However, Luo Haoyu had no time to explain. He directly instructed Wang Bin to quickly call Han Xinyun. "What happened to you? Was the mission completed?" Han Xinyun inquired as soon as he saw Luo Haoyu. Luo Haoyu, disregarding his ragged appearance, urgently replied, "Report, Commissar, there was an accident." Upon hearing the word accident, Han Xinyun's expression immediately darkened as he asked, "What happened?" Luo Haoyu promptly explained, "I was about to succeed, but unexpectedly, a mutated rat bound with a detonator suddenly appeared from the main road. Before I could react, it detonated. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and wasn't injured, but the explosion attracted a horde of zombies. Seeing this, I rushed back to inform you." Listening to Luo Haoyu's account, Han Xinyun's expression grew increasingly grim. "What kind of rat bound with a detonator? What kind of horde of zombies? If you failed the mission, just admit it. Do you think I'm a fool to believe such excuses?" Han Xinyun did not trust a single word of Luo Haoyu's explanation. However, due to the presence of so many people, he refrained from expressing his doubts. He merely stated that he understood and instructed Wang Bin and the others to take Luo Haoyu back to rest. Han Xinyun thought to bide his time, planning to report to the commander later. Unexpectedly, just as Han Xinyun finished speaking, Luo Haoyu urgently interrupted him. "Commissar, the number of zombies is alarming. I suggest we return to the war zone immediately to prepare." Or else, before Luo Haoyu could finish, Han Xinyun cut him off. "All right, Captain Luo, you should rest for now. As for the zombie horde you mentioned, I will have someone investigate. If their numbers are indeed as you say, I will have the war zone send people to exterminate them. Hearing Han Qinyun's words, Luo Haoyu realized that Han Qinyun clearly did not believe him. However, he felt powerless, as Han Qinyun was the highest commander present. He could only obediently follow his orders. After Luo Haoyu and Wang Bin left, Han Qinyun turned to his guards. Gather the tank squad immediately and send them to the oil refinery to investigate. If there truly is a horde of zombies, eliminate them on the spot. If not, here, Han Qinyun revealed a cold smile. Then use force to bring everyone in the oil refinery back to me. After Han Qinyun finished speaking, the guard immediately saluted and rushed towards the tank squad. Han Qinyun turned back to the direction Luo Haoyu and the others had departed, sneering. Since you are so eager to see the commander, I will ensure you get a first-hand experience of his methods. With that, Han Qinyun proudly strode towards his quarters with his hands clasped behind his back. At this moment, he was unaware of the consequences his disbelief in Luo Haoyu's words would soon bring. Meanwhile, at the Morning Sun base, the presence of diesel generators had liberated it from the previous unstable power supply. Now, not only were all the electric doors at the entrance functioning properly, but the entire base's surveillance and lighting had also returned to normal. Under the illumination, everyone within the base was diligently transporting all the items they had brought back. Sitting atop an armored vehicle, Shirchan watched as various weapons and equipment were carried into the warehouse. A meaningful smile spreading across his face as he gazed towards Huaiyanqi. Seeing Shirchan smile, Zhang Tsong and the others, standing nearby, naturally assumed he was pleased with the haul, and they too expressed excitement. With these weapons, we will have nothing to fear at the Morning Sun base. Brother Tsong is right. I can already picture us wielding guns and slaughtering zombies. Ha ha ha. Look at you, such a small-time thinker. With these weapons, we won't even need to engage the zombies. As soon as they show their heads, I'll take them out in an instant. Hearing Zhang Tsong and the others, Shirchen didn't turn around but continued to gaze towards Huaiyanqi. Noticing this, Zhang Long curiously asked, Chief, what are you thinking about? Responding to Zhang Long's question, Shirchan turned to him and replied, Nothing much, just thinking that after tonight, some people will find it hard to sleep. And that makes me happy. Shirchen's words left Zhang Long somewhat baffled, yet he wisely chose not to press further. Shirchen knew that Zhang Long wouldn't understand, but he also didn't intend to waste time explaining. Observing Zhang Long's puzzled expression, Shirchan swiftly changed the subject. I'm feeling a bit tired. After they finish unloading, let everyone return to rest. All right, don't worry, Zhang Long replied. Afterward, Shirchen turned and made his way back to his quarters. Upon reaching the top floor of the office building, Shirchan suddenly heard the sound of a heartbeat emanating from his room. Sensing that someone was inside, Shirchan puzzled over the situation. Meng Zi had come to inform him that her brother, Meng Zizhong, had just awakened, so she wanted to accompany him. Shirchan was not the type to rush, and since he intended to use Meng Zizhong in the future, he readily agreed. As for Qiao Shui, who was responsible for cleaning his room and changing supplies, she was still in the warehouse registering all incoming items. Neither of them could be in the room, and outsiders could not bypass the Gu insect's vigilance to intrude. Thus, Shirchan concluded that someone in his room must be a member of his team who had defied his order against entering without permission. Whoever it was, Shirchan would not let them off easily. Otherwise, his established rules would become mere decorations. Fueled by anger, Shirchan forcefully pushed the door open. Inside the room, a hazy figure clad in lace sleepwear came into view. You're back. This enchanting silhouette was none other than Chen Shangnan, whom Shirchan had not seen since his return. What are you doing here? Upon seeing Chen Shangnan in his room, Shirchen's anger dissipated considerably. After closing the door behind him, he plopped onto the sofa and continued. Don't you know that you can't enter my room without my command? Listening to Shirchen's words, Chen Shangnan, with her eyes tightly shut, mustered her courage and replied. You said before that when you returned, I could come to tell you. After Chen Shangnan spoke, Shirchan helplessly responded. Then couldn't you have just set it downstairs? Why sneak up here? What if I had set a trap in my room? You would be dead by now. Upon hearing Shirchen's words, Chen Shangnan was taken aback. No way. What peculiar thought process do you possess? To set traps even within your own chamber. At this moment, Chen Shangnan suddenly realized that she had been led astray by Shirchen, prompting her to urgently wave her hands while exclaiming, No, no. I came in here specifically to convey my feelings to you. I have made up my mind. I like you, and as long as I can be with you, I am willing to accept everything you have previously mentioned. Observing Chen Shingnan's flustered demeanor, Shirchen couldn't help but chuckle. Have you truly thought this through? Once a choice is made, have you considered the consequences if you later find yourself unable to uphold it? Upon hearing Shurchen's words, Chen Shangnan responded with unwavering determination, I have made up my mind. If I cannot follow through, you need not say a word. I will leave on my own accord. Chapter 82. The butterfly effect. Initially, Shurchen was merely concerned about potentially harming this rare woman who still retained her innocence amidst the apocalypse. However, now that Chen Shangnan had articulated her intentions so boldly, Shurchen found no reason to refuse her. Gazing at Chen Shangnan's bashful expression, Shurchen felt a playful urge to tease her. Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall grant your request. Yet, for your unauthorized intrusion into my room, I must still impose a punishment upon you. Upon hearing Shurchen's words, Chen Shangnan immediately displayed a look of grievance. You have already agreed to my request? And yet you still wish to hold this against me. But upon witnessing the serious expression on Shurchen's face, she asked, what punishment do you have in mind? At that moment, Shurchen could no longer maintain his composure and, without hesitation, pushed Chen Shangnan onto the bed. What do you think? Suddenly pinned beneath Shurchen, Chen Shangnan, caught off guard, gazed into his eyes, her breath quickening and her face turning as red as a ripened apple. Do as you wish. After uttering those words, she tightly shut her eyes, and thus, Shurchen commenced his playful punishment upon Chen Shangnan. Simultaneously, within the bustling agricultural market of Gaoshanchi, the once darkened hall was now illuminated by rows of flickering candles. In the center of the hall, two groups of survivors sat at opposing sides of a table, engaged in negotiation. If Shurchen were present, he would instantly recognize the parties involved. Seated at the head of the table, leisurely sipping tea, was the notorious underworld boss of Gaoshanchi, Mu Hang. Before the apocalypse, he had monopolized the entire grain trade and its channels in the city, a true kingpin of the underworld. In comparison, Zhang Song from Xingfu community seemed but an ant next to an elephant. Opposite him sat an individual of considerable stature as well, the well-known second-generation official and wealthy heir, Feng Chuluo. He was none other than the nephew of Feng Buyuan, the commander of the 5th War Zone, with a mother who was a renowned entrepreneur in Huaxia. Donggichu.it was precisely due to his lineage that the 5th War Zone had prioritized advancing towards Gaoshanchi after unifying Weiyan City, specifically targeting Feng Chuluo. Unfortunately, in the previous timeline, this prominent second-generation heir fell victim to the zombie tide before the 5th War Zone could reach him. However, due to Shurchen diverting the zombie tide to Weiyan City, the butterfly effect had spared Feng Chuluo, allowing him to thrive. Young Master Feng, our interactions have always been cordial. Your daring presence here must indicate a matter of great importance, Mu Hang remarked, casually fiddling with the tea set. Humph. Do not presume to flaunt your authority before me. My visit here is merely a sign of respect. Do not mistake it for your own significance. As soon as Feng Chuluo finished speaking, the burly men behind Mu Hang glared at him with fierce expressions, incensed by his audacity to insult their leader. Just as they contemplated teaching this arrogant heir a lesson, Mu Hang raised a hand to restrain them. He regarded the brash Feng Chuluo with an air of indifference, having encountered him before the apocalypse, thus aware of his notorious arrogance. Indeed, Feng Chuluo's background afforded him the confidence to act so brazenly. Were it not for the apocalypse, Mu Hang would hardly merit a conversation with someone of Feng Chuluo's standing, as the latter's status as the nephew of the commander of the 5th War Zone would have him easily overpowering Mu Hang. Yet, despite the current chaos, Mu Hang had no intention of courting trouble with the 5th War Zone. After calming his subordinates, he patiently addressed Feng Chuluo, you misunderstand, young Master Feng, I harbor no ill intent. I genuinely wish to inquire about your purpose in visiting. Upon hearing Mu Hang's conciliatory tone, a satisfied smile graced Feng Chuluo's face, for in his mind, it was only fitting that everyone should bow to him. With an air of arrogance, he seized the teacup from Mu Hang's grasp and declared, I have come to request your assistance in locating someone. Observing Feng Chuluo's theft of his cup, Mu Hang felt a surge of displeasure. Yet he was seasoned enough in the underworld to mask his emotions. Despite his annoyance, he maintained a courteous demeanor, responding, Oh, may I inquire as to whom young Master Feng seeks? Is it someone I might know? After Mu Hang's inquiry, Feng Chuluo remained silent, instead signaling to a woman seated beside him. This woman was none other than Shi Yunfei, whom Shurchen had spared in a moment of hesitation. Upon noticing Feng Chuluo's gesture, Shi Yunfei understood immediately and addressed Mu Hang, The individual you seek is named Shurchen. He was once deemed a worthless nobody, so I believe you might not have heard of him. However, since the apocalypse, he has transformed into an immensely powerful figure. Just recently, I witnessed him single-handedly eradicate all the zombies at Gaoshanchi Normal University. Yu Heng quickly deduced that Feng Chuluo's interest in Shurchen stemmed from this woman. Realizing that this presented an opportunity, he continued, maintaining his composure, "Might I ask why young Master Feng is seeking this Shurchen? Considering your circle, I trust you have no shortage of capable individuals." As he spoke, he meaningfully glanced at a woman standing behind Feng Chuluo. This woman, Han Jiangxue, appeared exceedingly capable with her neat short hair. She had been specifically selected by Feng Buyuan to serve as Feng Chuluo's bodyguard and was renowned as a formidable fighter before the apocalypse. Upon hearing Mu Hang's words, Feng Chuluo quickly replied, "That is not your concern. I simply wish to locate this individual. Your role is to determine whether or not you can assist me at this moment." Mu Hang refrained from rushing to respond. Instead, he calmly reclaimed the teacup that Feng Chuluo had snatched from him and, after taking a leisurely sip, said, "Young Master Feng, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you. But Gaoshanchi is vast, and aside from the name, you have provided me with no other clues. Even if I exert myself, I fear I may be of little help." Seeing Mu Hang audaciously reclaim the cup, Feng Chuluo's fury ignited, and he slammed his hand onto the table, rising to his feet. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" After that, he turned to his companion and shouted. Han Jiangxue, Chapter 83, Two Masters. Upon hearing her name called, Han Jiangxue immediately grasped Feng Chuluo's intent. In an instant, she lunged forward, her hand darting out like a bolt of lightning, aiming directly for Mu Hang's face. Just as her fingertip was about to make contact, a slender youth seated beside Mu Hang intervened with astonishing speed. He swiftly grasped Han Jiangxue's wrist with a claw-like grip just as she was about to strike. Throughout this exchange, Mu Hang remained utterly unperturbed, calmly pouring tea into his cup. It is often said that a master reveals their skill at the first move. The moment Han Jiangxue felt her wrist captured, she realized this youth was also a master in his own right. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her leg to kick at his wrist. The youth was equally quick on his feet. Just as her kick was about to land, he released her wrist with one hand while using the other to deftly block her attack. After this brief encounter, both Han Jiangxue and the youth withdrew, each wearing a look of incredulity. Flower-picking finger, Shaolin Dragon Claw hand. As Han Jiangxue and the youth simultaneously identified each other's techniques, Feng Chuluo's expression darkened. He had relied on the prowess of Han Jiangxue, believing her to be an unbeatable asset, yet now he found himself deflated as Mu Hang's subordinate matched her skill. This realization left Feng Chuluo feeling utterly defeated. Seeing the desired effect achieved, Mu Hang stood up from his seat and addressed the youth. "Enough, Xiaohuan. Who permitted you to engage with young Master Feng's subordinate?" As Mu Hang concluded his remarks, the young man referred to as Xiaohuan promptly turned to return to Mu Hang's side. Meanwhile, Mu Hang donned a facade of insincere cheerfulness as he addressed Feng Chuluo, saying, "Young Master Feng, let us not act impulsively. I never stated a reluctance to assist you. It is merely that such labor-intensive tasks demand considerable manpower, and my subordinates also need to earn their livelihoods." Even a fool could discern the clear implication in Mu Hang's words. If Feng Chuluo desired assistance, he must offer something in return. Under normal circumstances, Feng Chuluo's temperament would not have tolerated Mu Hang's current demeanor. However, faced with the seemingly invincible Han Jiangxue, he found himself lacking the confidence to overpower Mu Hang and his cohort. Reluctantly, Feng Chuluo clenched his teeth and suppressed his temper, responding to Mu Hang with palpable fury. "Just state what you desire directly. There is no need for such roundabout insinuations." Observing Feng Chuluo's clenched jaw and seething anger, Mu Hang's contempt for him deepened, viewing him as a worthless individual incapable of controlling his own emotions. With a cold smirk, Mu Hang replied, "Ah, young Master Feng, as you can see, while I have many men at my disposal, we are sorely lacking in weaponry. Your uncle is the commander of the 5th War Zone. Securing some arms for me should pose no significant challenge for you." As Mu Hang's words sank in, Feng Chuluo's face turned an unmistakable shade of green with indignation. Internally, he fumed, recalling that prior to the apocalypse, society had thrived in harmony. Even if his uncle held the rank of War Zone commander, acquiring weaponry was not a trivial matter. Otherwise, Why would his uncle have dispatched Han Jiangxue to protect him? Surely, it would have sufficed to provide him with a couple of firearms for self-defense. Contemplating this, Feng Chuluo initially intended to flatly refuse Mu Hang's request. Yet, upon catching sight of Shi Yunfei's eager expression, he steeled himself and addressed Mu Hang. Fine. As long as you can capture this Shi Chun and bring him back to me, I will provide you with the weaponry you seek. Upon hearing this, Shi Yunfei immediately beamed at Feng Chuluo with delight. However, Mu Hang was not so easily deceived. He laughed heartily at Feng Chuluo, saying, "Ha ha ha, young Master Feng. I am no mere child of 3 at the very least. You must offer me some deposit to assure me you possess the weapons." Realizing that Mu Hang had seen through his plan to exploit the situation, Feng Chuluo grit his teeth and revealed his trump card. "I currently do not have any weapons, but rest assured, if you successfully accomplish what I ask, I will personally escort you to the military camp in Gaoshan City, where I can provide you with all the weaponry you desire." Upon hearing the mention of the military camp, Mu Hang's eyes gleamed with interest. Ever since the onset of the apocalypse, he had been formulating plans to target the military camp. Yet the distance from his current location at the agricultural market made such endeavors perilous. If he were to lead his men into a direct assault on the camp, the hordes of zombies along the way would likely inflict severe casualties on his subordinates. Moreover, should the number of survivors within the camp prove overwhelming, he could find himself in dire straits. Thus, he had refrained from acting impulsively. "Young Master Feng, it is not that I lack trust in you. But what if I go to great lengths to capture this individual for you, only for the camp's personnel to refuse to cooperate? Wouldn't that render my efforts futile?" Feng Chuluo, sensing an opportunity, swiftly replied with confidence, "You need not worry about that. I have previously met the camp commander, Luo Haoyu, and he is aware of my identity. Had I not been intent on locating this Shi Chun, I would have already approached him to escort me back to the 5th war zone. If you can assist me in this matter, I will take you directly to the camp. The personnel there will answer to me, and the weaponry will belong to you. How does that sound?" After carefully weighing Feng Chuluo's words and confirming their credibility, Mu Hang promptly extended his right hand with a smile. "Excellent. I relish collaborating with forthright individuals. Let us toast to a harmonious partnership." Feng Chuluo reciprocated by grasping Mu Hang's hand, exclaiming, "Very well. I shall await your good news." With that, Feng Chuluo released Mu Hang's hand and turned to Han Jiangxue and the others, commanding, "Let us depart." As he observed Feng Chuluo and his entourage retreating, a chilling smile crept across Mu Hang's face as he mused, "Fools. Once the weapons are in my possession, I shall be the first to rid the world of you dimwits. Boss, how are we supposed to find someone when we don't even know what this Shi Chun looks like?" A subordinate's inquiry interrupted Mu Hang's thoughts, provoking a cold glare from him. "Are you suggesting I come up with a solution for you?" The subordinate, taken aback by Mu Hang's icy demeanor, quickly stammered, "No, boss, I was wrong. I will lead a search for this Shi Chun right away." After hearing his subordinate's response, Mu Hang relaxed his expression, turning to walk away while addressing him over his shoulder. "The significance of this weaponry to us cannot be overstated. If you fail to locate the Shi Chun, do not return. Simply find a place teeming with monsters and end it all." Upon hearing Mu Hang's words, the subordinate broke out in a cold sweat, pledging loudly to his boss's retreating figure, "Yes, boss. Rest assured, I will unearth this Shi Chun, no matter the cost." Chapter 84. The Awkward Aftermath. Upon exiting the agricultural market, Feng Chuluo climbed into the car and erupted in fury, shouting, "Damn it, Mu Hang! Who does he think he is? If it weren't for my current lack of manpower, I wouldn't be groveling before him." Hearing Feng Chuluo's outburst, Han Jiangxue, seated in the passenger seat, quickly turned to address him from the back, saying, "I apologize, young master. It is my inadequacy that has caused you this distress." Just as Han Jiangxue's words fell, an unforeseen incident unfolded that left everyone in the vehicle momentarily stunned. Feng Chuluo suddenly slapped Han Jiangxue across the face. His expression twisted with rage as he bellowed, "You actually know you are useless. I truly do not understand why my uncle chose you, this waste, to protect me." Han Jiangxue, taken aback by the sudden slap, was momentarily dazed. She could hardly believe that Feng Chuluo had the audacity to strike her, yet she dared not retaliate, for she had no leverage to do so. Her parents had long been detained by Feng Buyuan within the 5th war zone. Had it not been for Feng Buyuan's control over her parents, why would Han Jiangxue have to protect this insufferable Feng Chuluo? Realizing the gravity of his actions, Feng Chuluo understood he had crossed a line. After all, he was not in the Fifth War Zone. Without his uncle's authority, if Han Jiangxue were to retaliate, he would surely be at a disadvantage. But what could he do? Han Jiangxue had provoked him at a time when he was already incensed. She had brought this upon herself. As Feng Chuluo found himself in a precarious position, Shi Yunfei, seated beside him, sensed the tension and quickly interjected, "Enough, young Master Feng. This is all my fault for causing you concern. Please do not blame Sister Han. She has been trying her best. It is all on me." Feng Chuluo, momentarily distracted by Shi Yunfei's delicate demeanor, reached out to caress her, saying, "Fear not, Fei Fei, I shall capture this Shi Chun and avenge you." In front of Han Jiangxue and the driver, Shi Yunfei, rather than exhibiting any sign of embarrassment, responded to Feng Chuluo's advances with eager compliance. "Thank you, young Master Feng. If you can help me achieve my vengeance, I shall be sure to repay you handsomely in the future." Upon hearing Shi Yunfei's alluring tone, Feng Chuluo's expression turned lewd, and he tightened his grip on her. Observing this scene, Han Jiangxue could only suppress her fury, turning her gaze to the car window to pretend she was oblivious to Feng Chuluo and Shi Yunfei's outrageous behavior. Thus, Feng Chuluo's vehicle departed the confines of the agricultural market. The morning sun bathed the earth in its warm glow. As a ray of sunlight streamed through the window, Chen Shangnan stirred groggily, awakening from her slumber. At this moment, Shi Qian had already risen, seated in a meditative posture on the sofa, eyes closed as he practiced his insect manipulation techniques. Upon hearing the faint sounds from Chen Shangnan, Shi Chun spoke without opening his eyes, "You are awake." Immediately recalling the wild events of the previous night, Chen Shangnan felt a blush creep across her cheeks as she responded with a soft, almost inaudible sound. Shi Qian exhaled a breath of stale air before slowly opening his eyes. Since acquiring the insect manipulation technique, he had never once forsaken his daily practice. With the insects continuously devouring zombies and leveling up, Shi Qian's mastery of the technique had reached the pinnacle of its third stage, nearing the threshold to establish a fourth chakra and ascend to the fourth level. Since you are awake, you ought to rise and have something to eat. If you still feel fatigued, there is no need to venture out today. I will assign by Luo Bing to oversee the logistical matters. Upon hearing Shi Qian's words, Chen Shangnan immediately protested with excitement. "No need. I am not so fragile. You need not go out of your way to accommodate me." As she spoke, she blushed and threw off the covers to begin dressing. Just as Shi Chun was about to say something further, a knock echoed from the door. Both Shi Chun and Chen Shangnan paused, surprised by the sudden interruption. "Who is it?" Shi Chen's voice, tinged with irritation, betrayed his displeasure at being disrupted. The person outside the door seemed equally startled by Shi Chen's tone. After a brief pause, Meng Ziyi's somewhat aggrieved voice wafted in from outside the door. "It's me. I just wanted to ask if you have time now. My brother wishes to see you." Upon hearing Meng Ziyi's voice, Shi Chen instantly realized she must have already learned about Chen Shangnan's situation. At that moment, Chen Shangnan resembled a child caught in a misdeed. Her face flushed with embarrassment and panic as she glanced at Shi Chen. "I understand. Please return and wait for me. I will join you shortly." As Shi Chen finished speaking, Meng Ziyi did not even respond but quickly turned and left. Listening to Meng Ziyi's hurried footsteps, which sounded almost like she was fleeing, Shi Chen turned back to Chen Shangnan, who was still in the midst of dressing, and felt a wave of frustration. Although Shi Chen had resolved after her rebirth that women were merely condiments in her life, both of these women had given their first to her. The sight of that vivid crimson on the sheets stirred an uncomfortable sensation within her. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Chen Shangnan took the initiative to break the silence. "You should go to..." Chen Shangnan suddenly choked on her words, realizing in that moment that she was far from the strong persona she had imagined. Nevertheless, she steeled herself to continue. "You need not feel burdened. I have already stated that this is all my choice, and I will clarify things with her later." Upon hearing Chen Shangnan's words, Shi Chen abruptly recognized that Chen Shangnan was aware of her relationship with Meng Ziyi. However, at that moment, Shi Chen pushed aside her thoughts and focused, stepping directly in front of Chen Shangnan, gazing into her tear-brightened eyes and said, "You truly underestimate me. Do you think I need your assistance to explain such matters? You remain here, eat your breakfast, and leave the rest to me." After speaking, Shi Chen lifted Chen Shangnan's chin and gently pressed her lips against hers. This kiss rendered Chen Shangnan utterly unable to maintain her composure. She nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Observing Qian Shengnan's reaction, Shurchen released her hold, donned her outer garments, and exited the room. As Shurchen made her way towards the infirmary, she noticed Zheng Long and Su Ning had already begun training with Chen Xing and the others in the open area before the office building. Upon catching sight of Shurchen, the usually stoic Chen Xing and the others seized the opportunity to salute her. Leader. At that moment, Shurchen was lost in thought regarding the affairs of Meng Zi and Qian Shengnan, oblivious to Chen Xing and the others. Their astonishment grew as they witnessed Shurchen's uncharacteristic distraction, a stark contrast to her usual composed demeanor. What is going on? Why is the leader behaving so unusually today? Is something amiss? Zheng Long murmured to himself, waving at Chen Xing and the others to resume their training. I suggest you refrain from prying. The leader's matters are far too complicated for you to handle. Zheng Long was startled by the sudden voice, lifting his gaze to find Zhao Linger, who had been observing the training. Noticing her expression of eager mischief, he inquired, Do you know what is happening? Zhao Linger, realizing the implication of his question, feigned a pained smile and replied, I can make some guesses, though I'm unsure if they're accurate. Zheng Long, increasingly perplexed, pressed on. What do you mean by that? What have you deduced? Zhao Linger, exasperated at Zheng Long's usual cleverness now appearing dim-witted, retorted. I cannot explain, but sometimes being too exceptional isn't necessarily a good thing. Zheng Long was left even more baffled by her words. Finally, he scratched his head in resignation, abandoning further inquiries. Turning his attention back, he noticed Chen Xing and the others straining to listen and barked sternly, Who allowed you to zone out? Apparently, standing at attention is still too easy for you. All of you, right face and embark on a 5-kilometer weighted run. As soon as Zheng Long finished speaking, the expressions of Chen Xing and the others contorted in pain as they inwardly cursed their own curiosity. Realizing standing at attention had just escalated to a 5-kilometer run, with Zheng Long leading Chen Xing and the others away, Zhao Linger turned and headed towards Shurchen's departing figure. By this time, Shurchen had arrived at the infirmary door. Inside, not only was Meng Zi present, looking aggrieved, but her brother Meng Zizhong, sister-in-law Zhang Feifei, and Zhang Muyao were also there. Upon Shurchen's arrival, Zhang Muyao promptly stood and smiled at her. You here, just in time for me to properly introduce you. Since Zhang Muyao was already acquainted with Zhang Feifei, she naturally assumed the role of the introducer. Pointing to Zhang Feifei by the bedside, she said, This is Zhang Feifei. Her father and mine were comrades, hence we've known each other since childhood. At this moment, Zhang Feifei, having perked up considerably thanks to the support from Zhang Muyao and Meng Zizhong's revival, smiled at Shurchen and said, Hello. Shurchen returned the smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Hello, I am Shurchen. Zhang Muyao continued, gesturing towards Meng Zizhong on the bed. And this is Meng Zizhong, Z's brother and Feifei's husband. As Zhang Muyao finished speaking, Meng Zizhong sat up with great effort, excitement evident in his voice as he addressed Shurchen. Hello. I've heard from Z and Feifei about you. Thank you so much for rescuing our family. If you ever need anything, please do not hesitate to ask. I, Meng Zizhong, will never refuse. Seeing Meng Zizhong's fervor, Shurchen replied with a smile, You need not be so formal, Mr. Meng. Before the apocalypse, I was your employee. Now that you've awakened, please focus on your recovery. We can discuss other matters later. As her brother chatted amiably with Shurchen, Meng Zi could no longer contain her feelings of grievance. Observing this, Shurchen addressed Meng Zizhong. Since you are well now, I can rest easy. Please focus on your healing. I shall not intrude any further. After speaking, Shurchen turned to leave. Z, what are you standing there for? Quickly see off, leader Shurchen, Meng Zizhong exclaimed, then added apologetically, My apologies, leader Shurchen. My sister has been spoiled by me and her sister-in-law. Since my legs are not in good condition, I'll have her escort you. Feeling a sense of discomfort at Meng Zizhong's words, Shurchen couldn't help but think. If only you knew that not only did I sleep with your sister, but she also witnessed me with another woman just now. You might not be so courteous and would likely confront me instead. I shan't disturb you any longer. If there is anything, simply have Feifei reach out to me. Zhang Muyao, noticing Shurchen's intention to depart, turned to Meng Zizhong and Zhang Feifei, saying, I'll take my leave now. Meng Zizhong and Zhang Feifei nodded in gratitude. Thus, Shurchen exited the infirmary, flanked by two lovely ladies. Once outside, Zhang Muyao turned to Shurchen with a mysterious expression and asked, Leader, do you have time now? Upon hearing Zhang Muyao's inquiry, Shurchen turned to her. Realizing she had something important to report, Shurchen nodded and replied, I have time. Please wait for me in the conference room. I will be there shortly. After Shurchen spoke, Zhang Muyao nodded in understanding and swiftly made her way to the conference room. With her departure, only Shurchen and Meng Zi remained. Unable to contain herself any longer, Meng Zi finally addressed Shurchen. Are you and Chen Xingnan? Yes. Before Meng Zi could finish her sentence, Shurchen interrupted her. Upon hearing Shurchen's affirmative response, tears welled up in Meng Zi's eyes. Seeing her distress, Shurchen continued, we have fulfilled the agreement we made. If you find it difficult to accept that I am this kind of person, I can understand. As for what comes next, rest assured, as long as you do not voluntarily leave here, I will ensure the safety of you and your family. After speaking, without waiting for Meng Zi to respond, Shurchen turned and left without looking back. While Shurchen's heart was somewhat conflicted, she felt no guilt regarding the matter. Having honored her previous commitments, whether Meng Zi could accept this was solely her concern. As Meng Zi watched Shurchen's departing figure, her tears cascaded uncontrollably from her eyes. Is it truly the case that, in your heart, we are merely a transaction? Can you genuinely not see that I sincerely care for you? Meng Zi pondered helplessly as she sank to the ground in despair. She did not harbor resentment towards Shurchen, for it was he who had rescued her and her brother and sister-in-law during her most perilous and vulnerable moments. Nor had she forgotten her promise that as long as Shurchen could save her family, she would do anything in return. It was simply that she found herself unable to reconcile her thoughts at this moment. Perhaps she was still struggling to accept the notion of sharing a husband with another woman. Just as Meng Zi was lost in her sorrow, a voice interrupted her tears. What is the matter? Upon hearing the voice, Meng Zi hastily wiped her tears and looked up, only to find Zhao Linger standing before her. Chapter 86. The unusual Zhao Linger. Nothing, it's just. Meng Zi was at a loss for how to explain her current predicament, so she replied halfway, forcing herself to rise while awkwardly shifting the topic. I'm fine. What brings you here? Zhao Linger reached out to assist Meng Zi as she answered. I was just exploring the area, and when I stumbled upon you crying, I wanted to see what was wrong. Standing up, Meng Zi mustered a smile that was more painful than her tears and said, Thank you. I'm really fine. I just need a moment to gather myself. You needn't worry about me. In response, Zhao Linger wore a warm expression and said, Considering I have already revealed the truth to you, and as a fellow woman, you can share anything with me. Perhaps I can offer some assistance. Listening to Zhao Linger's gentle voice, Meng Zi could no longer maintain her facade and began to weep once more. Zhao Linger silently held her hand, providing patient companionship without uttering another word. After a while, Meng Zi's sobs gradually subsided. Wiping her tears, she managed a smile and said, I apologize for causing you to witness such a spectacle. I feel much better now. Zhao Linger responded with a smile. It's all right. Are you willing to share what exactly has transpired? Seeing Zhao Linger's sincere expression, Meng Zi felt compelled to recount her tale. After all, with her brother just awakened and her sister-in-law's condition still precarious, she needed someone to confide in. Once Meng Zi finished her account, Zhao Linger feigned a serious expression and asked, Can you answer me a question honestly? Taken aback by Zhao Linger's sudden gravitas, Meng Zi replied earnestly, What is it? Do you genuinely have feelings for the leader? Meng Zi was momentarily stunned by Zhao Linger's inquiry and internally questioned, Do I like Shurchen? Certainly, I do. For which woman could resist the man who came to her aid in her darkest hour? Yet, to claim that such feelings had blossomed into deep affection within such a short span seemed implausible. This was precisely why she found it so difficult to accept the situation with Chen Xingnan. Observing Meng Zi deep in thought, Zhao Linger continued, Then I understand. Your current state is merely a reflection of the fear stemming from this apocalypse, leading you to seek refuge with someone as formidable as the leader. Correct? Before Meng Zi could respond, she vehemently retorted, That is certainly not the case. I have never thought that. Zhao Linger, adopting a slightly irate expression, replied, If that is not your perspective, then why act in such a manner? To be frank, had I known you would react this way towards the leader, I would never have disclosed this matter to you. You yourself stated that you begged the leader to save your family in exchange for your own well-being. He consented and fulfilled his promise, yet what are you doing now? Without waiting for Meng Zi's reply, Zhao Linger continued, During your time here, you must have realized that the lives of the majority of us are owed to the leader's intervention. While I cannot speak for others, My aunt and I are genuinely grateful to him. Therefore, I must be clear. Had I known you were crying over this matter, I would have ignored you completely." With that, Zhao Linger turned and walked away, leaving no room for Meng Zi to respond. Watching Zhao Linger's departing figure, Meng Zi felt an overwhelming sense of grievance and called out, "I do not wish for this. But he just started a relationship with me and swiftly turned to another woman. What am I to do? Am I to smile and accept all of this?" Upon hearing Meng Zi's lament, Zhao Linger, without looking back, responded, "How you choose to feel is your concern. However, I advise you to temper your star-like temperament. You have no idea how envious all the women here are of you." With that, Zhao Linger vanished from Meng Zi's sight. After reflecting on Zhao Linger's words, Meng Zi's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. No longer hesitating, she resolutely stood and hurried toward the office building. Observing Meng Zi's retreating figure, Zhao Linger paused, a smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Shurchen sat attentively as Jiang Muyao reported, "Leader, I have noticed something amiss with Zhao Linger lately. At this, Shurchen raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Oh, what seems to be the issue?" Noticing Shurchen's expression, Jiang Muyao felt a tug of uncertainty. Would he think of her as one who stirs discord? After all, Zhao Linger was a member of the surveillance team he had personally selected, and he should have complete trust in her. Jiang Muyao's hesitation stemmed from the fact that she had developed feelings for Shurchen. Women often find it hard to suppress their wild imaginations when it comes to those they admire. After much internal debate, Jiang Muyao finally spoke, for even if Shurchen misunderstood her, she could not stand by and let someone harm him. During your absence from the base, she has not only utilized the resources of her position to win over the hearts of the people, but she has also secretly cultivated friendships with everyone in the base, including myself. Although I cannot fathom her intentions, my intuition warns me that this is likely not a good sign. After speaking, Jiang Muyao anxiously observed Shurchen's reaction. However, her concerns were unwarranted. Shurchen's thoughts were not so convoluted. He had chosen Zhao Linger for the surveillance team not only because she was a remarkable woman in her previous life, but also because, with the presence of the goo insect, he had no fear of betrayal. Yet upon hearing Jiang Muyao's words, Shurchen began to suspect that Zhao Linger might be the one leaking information about his relationship with Qian Xingnan and Meng Zi. "Good. You have done well. I will keep an eye on Zhao Linger. Is there anything else?" With this thought, Shurchen felt the need to confirm his suspicions and casually asked Jiang Muyao, "Nothing else, aside from Zhao Linger?" "Everyone else in the base is behaving normally," Jiang Muyao promptly replied. A wave of relief washed over her. As long as Shurchen did not misconstrue her intentions as those of a troublemaker without evidence, she would be content. Chapter 87. The Strange Woman. At this moment, Meng Zi had resolutely arrived at the top floor, standing before Shurchen's room. Inside, Qian Xingnan had just finished her breakfast and was about to call Qiao Shui to tidy up when the door swung open unexpectedly. Assuming it was Shurchen returning, she smiled and exclaimed, "You're back so soon." "You?" Upon seeing Meng Zi standing at the threshold, Qian Xingnan's words faltered. "It's you," she said, somewhat surprised. Both Meng Zi and Qian Xingnan spoke simultaneously, their voices trailing off into an awkward silence as they locked eyes. "You go first," Qian Xingnan offered. Facing Meng Zi, the former star of the apocalypse felt a natural inferiority. Meng Zi's heart brimmed with complexity as she looked at Qian Xingnan. I'm not here to cause you trouble, I just came to." Though she had prepared herself mentally for this encounter, the awkward atmosphere left her feeling flustered. Observing Meng Zi's hesitance, Qian Xingnan summoned her courage and said, "I understand. Please, come in. We need to have a serious conversation." Nodding in agreement, Meng Zi stepped into the room. Once seated, the two women found themselves at a loss for words, the air in the room thick with tension. Ultimately, it was Meng Zi who bravely broke the silence. With a flushed face, she recounted her past with Shurchen to Qian Xingnan. After listening to Meng Zi's narrative, Qian Xingnan felt an overwhelming sympathy for her plight, especially when Meng Zi revealed how Zhang Feifei had pushed her out of the window to allow her to escape. While Zhang Feifei remained behind in that moment, Qian Xingnan could vividly imagine the helplessness Meng Zi must have felt. As Meng Zi openly shared her experiences, Qian Xingnan reciprocated by disclosing her own story. Although Qian Xingnan's circumstances were not as tragic as Meng Zi's, when she recounted how that despicable old woman had pushed her towards the zombies, nearly leading to her demise at the hands of that heartless mother and son, Meng Zi could deeply empathize with the despair Chen Shengnan had endured. Thus, as the two women exchanged their tales, they gradually grew closer. By the time Shurchen returned from the conference room, Chen Shengnan and Meng Zi were already seated together, their shoulders linked, sharing hearty laughter. Ha ha! Really, Zi sister? They are actually a couple, and they have been maintaining such a facade, constantly denying their relationship. Of course it's true. In the entertainment industry, it's always like this. Who, aside from genuinely capable actors, would dare to openly acknowledge their romantic entanglements? So, how did you find out? I previously recorded a show with them. Oh, I see. Observing the two women laughing and chatting in the room, Shurchen stood bewildered at the doorway. Despite having lived two lives, he found it impossible to fully comprehend the complexities of women. Witnessing what had once been animosity between the two now transform into camaraderie left him utterly perplexed. After Shurchen's sudden return, the previously amicable atmosphere turned somewhat awkward, as the three exchanged glances. Unsure of what to say, it was Meng Zi who broke the silence first. You're back. I took the liberty of visiting Shengnan. We just agreed that moving forward, we shall let us leave it at this. As the words hung in the air, Meng Zi hesitated to express the notion of the three of them together, as such sentiments were difficult to articulate, particularly under the influence of traditional Chinese cultural values. Chen Shengnan, blushing fiercely, found it challenging to meet their gazes. Oh, all right, sounds good, Shurchen replied, feeling a bit awkward yet genuinely pleased with the current situation. Meng Zi's face was aflame, yet she mustered the courage to address Shurchen once more. I want to apologize. I was in the wrong earlier. I've mentioned that if you help save my brother and sister-in-law, then I would be yours. The last three words proved too difficult for Meng Zi to utter in front of Chen Shengnan, so she continued without them. Yet I failed to uphold my end of the bargain. I was wrong. After Meng Zi spoke, Shurchen, attempting to maintain composure, nodded and replied, "It's all right. I understand." Following his words, the atmosphere once again grew tense. Noticing Meng Zi's earnest efforts to initiate conversation, Shurchen felt it was his duty as a man not to leave her to shoulder the awkwardness alone. Thus, he compelled himself to address both women. Well, since you are both here, I have something I'd like to ask you. Upon hearing this, Chen Shengnan and Meng Zi displayed expressions of curiosity and inquired, "What is it? How did you both come to know about each other's situations?" At this question, both women simultaneously recognized something amiss. It was during a conversation with Zhao Linger. She let it slip, Chen Shengnan explained. Meng Zi, equally surprised, added, "Me too, but I asked her directly." Understanding the general situation, Shurchen nodded. "All right, I see. You two should rest for now. I have some matters to attend to." With that, he exited the top floor. It was now midday, and Zhang Long and the others had just concluded their morning training. As Zhang Long gathered everyone to announce the disbandment, he spotted Shurchen deep in thought as he emerged from the office building. "Leader!" Everyone called out in unison. Startled by their chorus, Shurchen looked up and casually nodded. Intending to leave. "Leader, is something the matter?" Zhang Long queried, puzzled by Shurchen's unusual demeanor, which starkly contrasted with his typically unflappable nature. At Zhang Long's words, Chen Xing and the others also cast bewildered glances at Shurchen. Realizing he had momentarily lost himself, Shurchen quickly donned his usual expression and replied to Zhang Long, "Nothing much." "How did the training go?" Zhang Long promptly responded, "Report, leader. The training has proceeded according to plan. We just completed the physical training in the morning, and after lunch, we will focus on shooting practice." After acknowledging this, Shurchen feigned attentiveness, but Zhang Long, noticing Shurchen's distracted demeanor, worried he had overlooked something and pressed on. "Is there something you find amiss, leader?" Shurchen was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Long's inquiry, and upon hearing it, Chen Xing and the others wore expressions of unease, turning their gazes toward him. Meanwhile, Su Ning, concerned that Shurchen might not appreciate Zhang Long's diligent efforts, quickly suggested, "Leader, this is a rare opportunity. Why don't you join us for a meal today? Afterward, you could personally guide our training." Observing the tense expressions on Zhang Long and the others, Shurchen reluctantly set aside his concerns regarding Zhao Linger and acquiesced to Su Ning's proposal. After all, he was now aware that it was Zhao Linger behind these matters, so there was no rush to expose her. Additionally, Shurchen was curious about her true intentions. Attention! Approximately 200 meters ahead, 5 zombies. Open fire simultaneously in 3 seconds. Understood? Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds of silenced gunfire echoed through the air. Zhang Long, peering through his binoculars, watched as 3 zombies collapsed. Satisfied, he pressed the intercom and instructed, "Good job, Xiaoping, Xiaobo, quickly relocate. Xiaocong, Lao Si, Zhao Kuan, it's your turn next." As Zhang Long's orders were given, all members sprang into action. To the right, approximately 400 meters down, 2 zombies, Lao Si and Zhao Kuan, engage. Xiaocong, provide support. Received. Despite the 2 zombies being downed, it was evident that the bullets had not struck their vital points, as they roared back to life, charging toward Zhang Long. Bang! Bang! Just as the zombies closed in, 2 distinct gunshots rang out. The quieter shot came from Zhang Tsong, while the louder one was from Su Ning, who was perched atop the armored vehicle, firing her sniper rifle. "How many times is this now? If you continue to be so careless, you won't be eating tonight." Zhang Long's furious voice crackled over the intercom. Naturally, Zhang Lao Si and Zhao Kuan dared not retort, for they held a healthy respect for Zhang Long, their meticulous leader. His anger stemmed from the gravity of their training today, as the leader, Shurchen, was watching them closely. Zhang Long, as the team leader, sought to prove himself in Shurchen's presence. "Apologies, Captain," came the simultaneous replies from Zhao Kuan and Zhang Lao Si. With no further words to add, Zhang Long grimly pressed the intercom. "Continue advancing toward the target. We are nearing the gas station. I do not wish to see any more mistakes, understood?" Following the command, Chun Xing and the others resumed their march toward the objective. This time, the mission was one that Shurchen had temporarily assigned after departing with Zhang Long. Since they were already out for training, Shurchen decided to incorporate a goal of gathering fuel from the gas station into their shooting practice. This not only allowed them to fulfill their training objectives, but also provided an opportunity to replenish the diesel generator at the base. Observing how well Zhang Long had trained Chun Xing and the others, Shurchen felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Although they could not yet be compared to regular military forces, their progress within such a short time frame was commendable. As Zhang Long and his team prepared to depart, Shurchen leaped from the rooftop to follow them. Unbeknownst to them, they were being watched from a distance. "Quickly, go inform Hang Gong that we have located Shurchen. Have him bring people directly to the zoo." Inside an abandoned CAF by the roadside, a young man spoke without turning to the burly man beside him. "Huan Gu, are you certain he is Shurchen?" The burly man inquired, questioning the young man's command. The young man shot him a dark glare, causing the burly man to flinch. "Why mistake? Huan Gu, I'm on it," he stammered before hastily departing. The young man speaking was Chi Huan. Dispatched by Mu Hang to locate Shurchen, the burly man walked away. Chi Huan's previously menacing gaze gradually softened. Another sturdy figure, who had witnessed the entire scene, despite feeling a sense of trepidation, could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Brother Huan, could you enlighten us on how you discerned that he was indeed the individual our leader was seeking? It would greatly benefit the brothers to learn from your insights." The speaker, evidently more astute than the earlier brute, expressed skepticism yet managed to avoid offending Chi Huan. It was quite straightforward. Previously, when Feng Chuluo, that insignificant waste, approached Brother Hang, his woman had mentioned that this individual named Shurchen was a formidable expert, capable of single-handedly dispatching a school's worth of zombies. Such a skilled individual in this apocalyptic world could not possibly be an unknown. Thus we merely needed to trace the path from the school to locate those who had established significant factions within Gaoshan City. Upon finishing his explanation, the burly man pressed on with another question. "How can we be certain that this fellow is indeed Shurchen, given the various factions we have encountered along the way?" Hearing this, Chi Huan's expression transformed into one of arrogance as he retorted, "Ha! Just look at those previous fools. Their faction is small and their numbers few. How could they possibly be our target? Only someone capable of asserting dominance over this group armed with guns can be deemed a master like Shurchen." As he spoke, Chi Huan's emotions surged, his countenance contorted as he gazed in the direction Shurchen had departed. Continuing, "If it weren't for the need to protect Brother Hang, I would surely be doing far better than you. Just wait. I will personally defeat you and make you understand the true meaning of disparity." Observing Chi Huan's almost deranged demeanor, the other sturdy men were no longer taken aback. Chi Huan was inherently a supremely arrogant individual. While he executed Mu Hang's commands without question, deep down, he likely regarded Mu Hang with little esteem. Especially during their journey, Chi Huan had repeatedly claimed that had it not been for Mu Hang, he would have already unified Gaoshan City and claimed the title of ruler of this apocalypse. Brother Huan is impressive. Should we not pursue him directly and eliminate him? As soon as the burly man finished speaking, Chi Huan turned to him with a look of incredulity and replied, "Are you out of your mind? Can't you see they are armed? Now that we know their stronghold, why should we chase after them? Once Brother Heng arrives with his men, we can simply seize their lair. What normal person would not fear firearms?" Chi Huan's words were met with nods of agreement from the others, who acknowledged the validity of his reasoning. The burly man, witnessing Chi Huan's earlier bravado now give way to excuses, nearly lost his composure. Sensing his thoughts, Chi Huan's voice turned ominous as he continued, "In this situation, engaging directly would be the height of foolishness. The guns they possess were likely sourced from the Public Security Bureau, and their numbers must be limited. We should take advantage of the fact that their armed members are absent and swiftly attack their stronghold, thereby controlling the individuals inside and forcing them to surrender." Noticing the shift in Chi Huan's tone, the burly man prudently refrained from further discussion on the matter, instead showering Chi Huan with compliments, affirming that he was indeed correct. Encouraged by this flattery, Chi Huan erupted into laughter. In truth, Chi Huan was not entirely mistaken. Shurchen and his companions were indeed wielding equipment from the Public Security Bureau. However, what Chi Huan did not anticipate was that Shurchen's team had acquired superior gear. Utilizing the police equipment as mere training tools. Chapter 89. The assault on the Dawn base at 3:40 p.m. 4 Buick GL8s emerged from the agricultural market, racing towards the Dawn base. Inside the vehicles were Mu Heng and over 20 of his subordinates. "Xiao Huan, are you certain their main force is not present here?" Mu Heng inquired of Chi Huan, who had just boarded the vehicle. "Rest assured, Brother Heng," Chi Huan replied promptly. "I watched them depart towards the commercial street. They won't be returning anytime soon." Pleased with Chi Huan's assurance, Mu Heng nodded in satisfaction. As they conversed, they arrived at the gates of the Dawn base. With the lead vehicle coming to a sudden halt in front of the zoo, a group of burly men armed with knives and axes swiftly exited all 4 vehicles. Each of them exuded an intimidating aura. With Mu Heng leading the charge, brandishing a Glock pistol as he descended from the vehicle. Inside the base's surveillance room, Wang Yi, who was on duty that day, was left utterly bewildered upon seeing this sudden influx of individuals. He could scarcely believe that there were still those bold enough to drive around during the apocalypse. Fortunately, Shurchen had already cleared most of the zombies surrounding the base to feed his own. Otherwise, how could Mu Heng and his crew have arrived here unscathed? Buzz. This is the surveillance room. All patrolling personnel, report to the entrance immediately. A group of survivors has arrived. Wang Ye's voice crackled through the intercom, prompting several patrolling reserve members to rush towards the base entrance. "Stop. This is the Dawn base. Who allowed you to park here?" The speaker was Wei Shifan, who had just been promoted from a slave to a reserve member. He had followed Shurchen from the happiness community to this location. Having performed admirably during the skirmish at the mall, he had now distinguished himself among the reserve members. From the cautious days at the onset of the apocalypse to witnessing the base's gradual expansion under Shurchen's leadership, Wei Shifan had grown arrogant, believing the Dawn base to be invincible. Thus, he paid little heed to the individuals before him. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and before Wei Shifan could react, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Having never imagined someone would dare to kill him at the base's entrance, the instant Wei Shifan was shot, several other patrolling reserve members instinctively ducked for cover. The lead reserve member hurriedly called for reinforcements via the intercom. It was crucial to note that, per base regulations, these reserve members were not permitted to carry firearms, and given the base's historically high level of security, they were left with no means to retaliate. Upon hearing the intercom alerting them to an attack, Zhang Muyao and Zhao Linger promptly sprang into action. Zhang Muyao directed all members of the logistics and technical teams to arm themselves for the impending confrontation, while Zhao Linger swiftly made her way to the surveillance room to assess the situation. This showcased the benefits of Shurchen's initiative to train everyone in the base, excluding the slaves. Even in the face of such unexpected crises, they at least possessed the capability to defend themselves. The very moment the base was under siege, Shurchen sensed the disturbance through the rat he had left behind in the base. He immediately commanded Zhang Long and the others to abandon their mission and return to the base, while he himself unleashed the bear from his energy reservoir and mounted it. Shurchen chose not to ride back with Zhang Long and the others because vehicles were simply too slow compared to the bear. One must remember that a normal adult brown bear could sprint at speeds of 50 kilometers per hour, and after mutation and the enhancement of, the bear's speed had escalated to a terrifying 200 kilometers per hour. Such astonishing velocity was beyond the capability of ordinary vehicles to match. Seeing Shurchen swiftly depart atop the bear, Zhang Long and the others hastily boarded their vehicles and sped towards the base. Throughout the journey, Zhang Long and his companions were filled with urgency, as the base housed those they cared about dearly. Zhang Long's daughter, Lu Yanghong, Zhao Kuan's Lu Yanghong, and Zhang Muyao, who shared a sisterly bond with Su Ning. Should the base fall into enemy hands, the consequences would be unbearable for them. Thus, Zhang Long pressed the accelerator to the floor, while Su Ning and the others felt it was still too slow. Bang, 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 bang. What the hell is going on? Where did they get so many guns? Brother Hang. Run? That bastard Feng Chuluo is deliberately setting us up. Amidst the barrage of gunfire, Mu Hang and his men found themselves in disarray. Their once 30-strong group reduced to half in an instant. With the base entrance being a long, open road, there was no cover to be found. The remaining members now huddled behind the vehicles they had arrived in. Too frightened to show themselves, Mu Hang had lost the composed demeanor of the former black boss. While desperately firing back with his handgun, he furiously berated Qi Huan. Qi Huan, is this what you meant by having it all figured out? Are you trying to get me killed? If I die, your secrets won't remain safe either. Listening to Mu Hang's furious tirade, Qi Huan felt his teeth nearly grind to dust. He had not anticipated that the base would possess firepower far exceeding what he had observed earlier. Stung by the insult and unable to retort, Qi Huan suddenly remembered the words of that subordinate just before his demise. His eyes lit up, and he turned to Mu Hang, exclaiming, "Brother Hang, based on my earlier investigation, they don't possess such formidable firepower. This situation must be a trap." Upon hearing Qi Huan's claim, Mu Hang erupted in anger, bellowing, "What a revelation! Do you think I wasn't aware we were set up? The real issue is if you could have conducted a thorough investigation, we wouldn't be in this predicament now." Upon hearing Mu Hang's words, Qi Huan realized that he had clearly misunderstood her intent. Thus she continued, "What I mean is that we have fallen into the trap set by that scoundrel, Feng Chuluo." At the mere mention of Feng Chuluo's name, Mu Hang visibly stiffened. Then, with a chilling tone, he retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Qi Huan elaborated, "I am suggesting that this force, established less than a month after the apocalypse, could not possibly possess such an arsenal of firearms without substantial backing." As she concluded her statement, a look of confusion crossed Mu Hang's face. Observing him deep in thought, Qi Huan pressed on, "I am confident that this incident is a pitfall devised by that little bastard Feng Chuluo, aimed solely at our downfall." Once Qi Huan finished speaking, Mu Hang immediately recognized the flaw in her reasoning, exclaiming, "No. If Feng Chuluo truly had that kind of power, why would he go through such convoluted means? He could simply annihilate us directly. Moreover, what benefit would it serve him to eliminate us?" His deduction was utterly unrealistic, and Mu Hang, a man capable of thriving in the underworld, was not easily deceived by Qi Huan's hasty words. Originally, Qi Huan had merely sought to shift the blame, but now found herself at a loss for a retort against Mu Hang's rebuttal. Just as Qi Huan was left speechless by Mu Hang's inquiry, the time had come for Shi Chun, riding his bear-like creature, to return. Upon seeing Shi Chun's arrival, everyone in the base who had been firing at Mu Hang's direction displayed expressions of relief and lowered their weapons. However, upon witnessing someone charging towards them atop such a fearsome brown bear, Mu Hang and his companions, already shaken by the gunfire, were utterly terror-stricken. After confirming that the base remained intact and had not been breached, Shi Chun did not rush into action. Instead, he leapt down from the bear's back, addressing Mu Hang, "You are Mu Hang, correct?" Hearing his name called out, Mu Hang felt incredulous. He scrutinized Shi Chun's features, racking his brain to recall whether they had met before. After a lengthy moment of contemplation, he concluded that he had never encountered Shi Chun, and thus asked, "Do you know me?" In response, Shi Chun flashed a cold smile and replied, "Of course, the notorious underworld patriarch of Gaoshan. How could I not know you?" As soon as Shi Chun's words left his lips, Mu Hang's mind raced. He exchanged a knowing glance with Qi Huan and stood up, a fawning demeanor overtaking him as he addressed Shi Chun. "Ha ha ha, you flatter me, young brother. Since you recognize me, it simplifies matters." As he spoke, Mu Hang inched closer to Shi Chun. "We were pursued by zombies all the way here. and upon our arrival, your men opened fire without offering any explanation. We had no choice but to retaliate as Mu Hang drew near. He noticed that Shi Qian was still unguarded, and in that moment, he cursed internally, raising his Glock and aiming it directly at Shi Qian's forehead. Pulling the trigger, bang! The sound of the gunshot rang out, but Shi Qian remained unfazed, while Mu Hang trembled in fear. You? As the bullet fell harmlessly to the ground, Mu Hang felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing Shi Qian's unchanged expression. Qi Huan, help! Before Mu Hang could finish his plea, Shi Qian's attack had already reached him. With a claw-like grip, Shi Qian seized Mu Hang by the neck, effortlessly lifting the nearly 200-pound man as if he were a mere chick. Qi Huan, who had been silently following Mu Hang, quickly reacted, pivoting to the side and launching himself toward Shi Qian. His fingers curved into claws aimed at Shi Qian's arm. However, Shi Qian was quicker. Before Qi Huan's strike could connect, Shi Qian's left fist rocketed towards Qi Huan's face. Caught off guard by the lightning-fast blow, Qi Huan momentarily forgot about Mu Hang being choked. He crossed his arms defensively, channeling all his energy just in time to mitigate the force of Shi Qian's punch. Thud. The sound of bones colliding echoed between Qi Huan's arm and Shi Qian's fist. Qi Huan was propelled backward, landing several meters away. Struggling to regain his balance mid-air, he finally landed safely but was left nursing a painful arm, staring in shock at Shi Qian. He had not anticipated such tremendous power from someone with Shi Qian's seemingly slender build. Had it not been for his defensive energy, his arm would surely have been shattered. Dragon Claw hand? Is it? Just so. Shi Qian dismissed Qi Huan with a disdainful tone. As soon as Shi Qian's words fell, Mu Hang's eyes widened in terror. The moment Shi Qian uttered Dragon Claw hand, Mu Hang was taken aback. How could Shi Qian not only recognize him but also know the nickname Qi Huan had given himself? This moniker was known only to a select few of Qi Huan's trusted subordinates. Even if Shi Qian had colluded with Feng Chuluo, he should not have been privy to this information. While Mu Hang grappled with the implications of Shi Qian's knowledge, Qi Huan, still reeling from the punch and mockery, completely lost his composure. Having trained in the Shaolin Temple since childhood, Qi Huan could not tolerate being overpowered in combat. Now, not only had he been evenly matched by one of Feng Chuluo's subordinates, but he was also being openly ridiculed by Shi Qian. You seek death? Qi Huan shouted as he charged at Shi Qian, his right foot propelling him forward with enough force to crack the asphalt beneath him. Yet, Shi Qian remained unfazed, maintaining his air of contempt. Just as Qi Huan believed he was about to land a blow, a shadow interposed itself, blocking his attack. The Tiger Lu had appeared before Qi Huan, and as Qi Huan's strike connected with the creature, its massive paw descended mercilessly upon him. In terms of sheer strength, the Tiger Lu surpassed Shi Qian. Qi Huan, still in disbelief, was sent crashing back before he could even comprehend the situation. This time, he did not have the opportunity to defend himself, and the Tiger Lu's tremendous force hurled him over 10 meters. He struck the nearby Buick with a resounding crash, thud, clang. The impact left a significant dent in the vehicle, but Shi Qian ignored Qi Huan entirely, focusing solely on Mu Hang. As far as I know, Mu Lauda, you should currently be at the agricultural market. So how did you end up here, pursued by zombies? Shi Qian inquired. The reason Shi Qian had not killed Mu Hang immediately was due to the fact that they had not breached his base. And also out of curiosity, he could not fathom why Mu Hang, who had been thriving at the agricultural market, would suddenly come here to attack him. Could it be that his return had altered the course of events from his previous life? Faced with Shi Qian's question, Mu Hang had no choice but to respond, as his very life was in Shi Qian's grasp. Young brother, this is truly a misunderstanding, I must confess. Someone has put forth conditions for me to find you. If you release me, I will tell you everything. Upon hearing Mu Hang's words, Shi Qian's curiosity only intensified. Since his return, those who opposed him had either been eradicated or enslaved within his base. Now, someone had made an offer for Mu Hang to target him? This left Shi Qian utterly perplexed regarding the identity of this individual. As Shi Qian released his grip on Mu Hang's neck, Mu Hang slumped to the ground, rubbing his throat as he gasped for breath. Observing Mu Hang's wheezing form, Shi Qian impatiently urged, I've given you your chance. Before my patience runs out, I advise you to swiftly divulge who sent you to find me. Hearing Shi Qian's resolute tone, Mu Hang's earlier bravado dissipated, replaced by a tone of desperation as he pleaded, If I tell you, Will you spare me? I swear, from now on, I will avoid you at all costs and will never show my face before you again. Shi Qian leaned down, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he replied, Do you truly believe you still have the privilege to negotiate terms with me? The mention of time rendered Mu Heng utterly exasperated. For his top subordinate was currently being mercilessly pummeled by the Mount of Shi Qian. As an ordinary individual, he possessed no capacity for resistance. I'll tell you everything. It was that little scoundrel, Feng Chuluo, who sent me to find you. He seeks assistance for a woman by his side. That woman, in a hurried manner. Mu Heng divulged all the details regarding Feng Chuluo's summons. Meanwhile, Shi Qian, listening intently, stroked his chin. Revealing a chilling smile, he was well aware of who Feng Chuluo was and had come to realize that his decision to divert the impending wave of corpses, which should have engulfed Gaoshan City, to Wei Yin City had enabled this previous life character, who was supposed to perish, to survive in this current life. As for the identity of that woman, through Mu Heng's description, Shi Qian had already deduced who she was. Just as anger simmered within him, contemplating how he had spared that woman only for her to dare to turn against him, a loud curse from Qi Huan interrupted his thoughts. What kind of skill is it to hide behind a beast? If you have the guts, face me one-on-one. Let us see who is truly formidable. At that moment, Qi Huan was in a pitiful state, having been battered by the tiger spirit. His left arm hung limply at his side, clearly broken by the bear spirit's assault, and his clothing bore several gashes from the tiger's sharp claws, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Hearing Qi Huan's tirade, Shi Qian, already in a sour mood, seized the opportunity to vent his frustration. He raised his right hand and waved it lightly toward the tiger spirit, which had intended to charge at Qi Huan, now obediently retreating to the side of the bear spirit, which Shi Qian used as a mount. With a cruel smile, Shi Qian began to walk slowly toward Qi Huan. The once tense crowd at the base had completely relaxed, gathering at the entrance to watch the spectacle unfold. This fool truly had no idea of his limitations. He couldn't he even defeat the leader's beast and yet dared to provoke him. See that the truth? There are certainly more and more fools these days. And you have the gall to criticize others? Weren't you also defiant when you first met the leader? Don't speak carelessly. My loyalty to the leader is as clear as day. Get lost. Don T discussed me here. While the others at the base exchanged light-hearted banter, Chun Xingnan, Meng Zi, and Jiang Muyao were far from at ease. Watching Qi Huan, who could hold his own against the tiger spirit, they cast worried glances at Shi Qian. Only Zhao Linger gazed at Shi Qian with fervent excitement, as if fearful of missing even the slightest detail, amidst the mocking voices from the base. Qi Huan was so enraged he nearly choked. Unable to wait for Shi Qian to approach, he concentrated all his energy into his right hand and roared as he lunged at Shi Qian. Just as Shi Qian prepared to unleash his pent-up fury on the unfortunate Qi Huan, a thunderous noise erupted from behind. Bang! Before Qi Huan could reach Shi Qian, a bullet struck his right hand. The force sent Qi Huan tumbling backward once more. Shi Qian, momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events, turned to discover that Zhang Long and the others had returned. The shot had been fired by Su Ning, who lay atop a vehicle with a sniper rifle. Damn. Can this guy get any more unfortunate? Ha ha ha. My apologies, though I shouldn't be laughing in this situation. I simply couldn't help it. Team leader Su's shot was incredibly precise. This fool won't be killed, will he? Accompanied by the jeering within the base, Zhang Long and the others swiftly approached, weapons at the ready. Everyone, don't move. Kneel down and cover your heads. Qin Xing and the others swiftly moved to disarm Mu Heng's subordinates, placing handcuffs on each of them, even including the already down Qi Huan, who was hastily restrained by Zhang Laosi. You're really asking for trouble. How dare you attack our base while we were away? Although Qi Huan had focused all his energy into his attacking hand, meaning Su Ning's shot hadn't inflicted severe damage, he still spat out a mouthful of blood, incensed by Zhang Laosi's taunts. Leader, what should we do about these bastards? Observing the seemingly simple-minded Zhang Laosi and the furious Qi Huan, Shi Qian could only display a wry smile. He hadn't anticipated that the notorious Qi Huan, famed for his Dragon Claw technique in a previous life, would end up so carelessly captured by Zhang Laosi. Let us take them all back to the base first. We can sort out the rest later. Upon Shi Qian's command, Zhang Long immediately directed everyone to follow his orders. Shi Qian, with an air of resignation, approached the base entrance. Chen Shangnan and Meng Zi, disregarding their shyness, leaped into his embrace. "You finally returned. I was truly terrified just now. I thought I would never see you again." Chen Shangnan spoke, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. "Are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? Please, can you refrain from taking such risks in the future?" Meng Zi anxiously examined Shi Chun from head to toe. The sudden embrace caught Shi Chun off guard, leaving him stiffly responding that he was fine. Observing the two women's concern, the remaining individuals at the base exhibited a variety of expressions. The logistics team members supporting Chen Shangnan wore triumphant smiles, while Jiang Muyao looked on with a mixture of discomfort and grievance. The men, including Zheng Long, quickly averted their gazes, pretending not to notice. Zhao Linger, however, observed Shi Chen's reaction with a smug and triumphant expression, secretly reveling in the moment. Regardless of the circumstances, everyone shared a tacit understanding, maintaining a respectful silence. Chapter 92. Captured him in a luxurious villa situated in the affluent district of Gaoshan City. The entire area glowed brightly due to its independent power system, unaffected by the frigid temperatures outside. Through the villa's windows, one could faintly discern the inhabitants dressed rather lightly. Knock, 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 accompanied by the sound of knocking. The villa's door swung open from within. "I am Zhou Xiangli, a representative of Mu Hang, here to see young Master Feng," Zhou Xiangli announced to the person who opened the door. Upon hearing Zhou Xiangli's words, the doorman's expression turned icy as he curtly replied, "Wait," before slamming the door shut. Stuck outside, Zhou Xiangli silently cursed, still acting high and mighty, "You'll regret this later." After a wait of around 10 minutes, the villa door finally opened again. Zhou Xiangli entered with an irritated demeanor. As soon as he stepped inside, he was taken aback by the opulence of the villa's decor. Feeling the warmth from the air conditioning and observing cans carelessly strewn about the floor, Zhou Xiangli couldn't help but reflect, whether before or after the apocalypse, the chasm of class disparity remains an insurmountable gulf. "Are you sent by Mu Hang?" On a lavish sofa, Feng Chuluo lounged comfortably in his pajamas, holding a glass of red wine. "Yes, the boss sent me to inform you that the person you seek has been found." Upon hearing this, Shi Yunfei, who was massaging Feng Chuluo's shoulders, immediately perked up. However, Feng Chuluo, wearing a displeased expression, retorted, "If you found him, why didn't you bring him directly? What does sending you here mean?" In response to Feng Chuluo's inquiry, Zhou Xiangli offered a cold smirk, saying, "Young Master Feng, you jest. You initially promised the boss you would exchange the entire camp's equipment for this person. Now that we have captured him, shouldn't your promise be honored?" Feng Chuluo's expression darkened at Zhou Xiangli's words. He had hardly any equipment left in the camp, let alone the emergency supplies he had hoarded in his villa before the apocalypse. Were it not for the desire to exact revenge for Shi Yunfei, he would have long since sought refuge with his uncle. "Rest assured, as long as you can fulfill my requests, the equipment will be no issue. But how can I trust your claim that you have captured someone when you simply come here making empty assertions?" Zhou Xiangli, inwardly cursing that the camp's equipment had long been depleted while Feng Chuluo was still putting on a show, replied nonchalantly, "This is simple. The boss anticipated this, which is why he sent me to find you. The person you seek is currently detained at the agricultural market. Young Master Feng can accompany me to confirm this now, and once verified, you can provide us with the promised reward. How does that sound?" With Zhou Xiangli's words, Feng Chuluo found himself with no room for negotiation. In a state of helplessness, Feng Chuluo could only nod in agreement, beginning to devise his subsequent plans in his mind. Once they arrived at the agricultural market and confirmed Shi Chen's identity, he would immediately sacrifice his two subordinates, sending them along with Mu Hang to the camp. Given the dangers along the way and the quantity of weaponry, Mu Hang would have to bring all his men if he wished to procure arms. At that point, Feng Chuluo would seize the opportunity to eliminate Shi Chen in Mu Hang's absence, making his escape to Weiyan City. Even if Mu Hang discovered he had been deceived, there would be nothing he could do to retaliate. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Feng Chuluo readily acquiesced to Zhou Xiangli's proposal. Before departing, having resolved not to return to this place, he instructed several of his subordinates to load all the supplies from the villa onto the vehicle. During their efforts, Zhou Xiangli feigned curiosity, inquiring why Feng Chuluo was transferring all the supplies. Feng Chuluo, of course, misled Zhou Xiangli, claiming that these items were rewards for Mu Hang and his team for successfully completing their task. Zhou Xiangli, seeing through the ruse but choosing not to expose it, remained silent after Feng Chuluo finished his clumsy explanation. Thus, the two scheming individuals, Feng Chuluo and Zhou Xiangli, set off together in the same vehicle towards the agricultural market. Inside the hall of the agricultural market, Shurchen found himself bound by two ropes, suspended in midair, while several burly men wielding belts mercilessly lashed out at him. Meanwhile, Mu Heng remained seated in the same position he had occupied during his earlier negotiations with Feng Chuluo, absently steeping tea while occasionally glancing towards the entrance. The rumbling of engines from three vehicles gradually approached as Mu Heng lifted his gaze once more, finally arrived, with a sense of relief. He observed the vehicles drawing nearer. As they came to a halt, Zhou Xiangli was the first to disembark, leading Feng Chuluo and a few others into the hall. Boss, young Master Feng has arrived, Zhou Xiangli announced to Mu Heng. Upon hearing this, Mu Heng merely nodded without responding, prompting Zhou Xiangli to discreetly step aside. Haha, I underestimated you, Boss Mu. I never imagined you would capture them so swiftly, Feng Chuluo proclaimed, striding towards the table and plopping down across from Mu Heng. Mu Heng, feigning a smile in response to Feng Chuluo's brazen demeanor, poured a cup of tea for him, saying, Ah, young Master Feng, you are too kind. Finding someone in this territory of Gaoshan is hardly a challenge for me. Now that I have fulfilled my promise, isn't it time for you to honor yours? After listening to Mu Heng's words, Feng Chuluo raised his teacup and downed its contents in one gulp before replying, Patience, Boss Mu. Allow me to verify the goods first. As long as the person is correct, I shall promptly send someone to escort you to the camp. Upon hearing this, Mu Heng shrugged and gestured invitingly. That moment, Shi Yunfei, who had been silently enduring, seized the opportunity to stride towards the suspended Shurchen upon observing Mu Heng's gesture. Twisted smile crept across her face as she witnessed Shurchen being tormented by the burly men. Ha ha ha, did I ask this not Shurchen? Do you remember me, you wild spawn? Upon hearing her voice, Shurchen, who had been keeping his head down, finally reacted, slowly lifting his gaze and weakly addressing Shi Yunfei. So it is you. Why are you doing this to me? How dare you, you little wildling? Shi Yunfei shrieked, her voice sharp and piercing. You really think I wouldn't know? It was you who flaunted your power at school. Did you ever think you would end up like this? Chapter 93. The dim-witted second-generation heir and the scheming bitch listening to Shi Yunfei's vitriolic tirade. Shurchen's expression morphed into one of shock and resentment as he retorted. Ha ha ha, I never imagined you would see through me. I was truly blinded by foolishness, soft-hearted enough not to eliminate you back then. As soon as Shurchen finished speaking, Shi Yunfei, gritting her teeth, shot back, Indeed, it was you? The wildling at school. No wonder your voice sounded so familiar. But I never anticipated you would grow so powerful as to control those beasts. As she spoke, Shurchen displayed a pained smile, his cooperation evident. Shi Yunfei, encouraged by his expression, continued with smug satisfaction, What a pity, what a pity. No matter what luck you may have encountered, it will amount to nothing because you are about to die. Upon uttering these words, she erupted into laughter, and as her mocking tone faded, Shurchen, agitated, exclaimed, Shi Yunfei, have you forgotten how I treated your Shi family before the apocalypse? And now you truly intend to kill me? Upon hearing Shurchen refer to the past, Shi Yunfei's laughter grew louder. Ha ha ha. Speaking of that, it makes me want to laugh. The reason my father adopted you was solely because your blood type matched mine, AB negative. He feared I might face an accident and lack sufficient plasma. So he brought you home from the hospital. Who would have thought that you, the dimwit, would grow up still feeling grateful to us? Every time I think of that, I can't help but laugh. At this revelation, Shurchen lowered his head, the last remnants of guilt towards the Shi family dissipating entirely. Observing Shurchen's demeanor, Shi Yunfei naturally assumed he had resigned himself to his fate. Thus, she drew a dagger from her pocket and shouted at Shurchen. If you understand, then go die. This is the price you pay for abandoning me back then. Just as Shi Yunfei was about to plunge the dagger into Shurchen's chest, Mu Heng, who had been leisurely sipping tea, interjected, Stop. At the sound of Mu Heng's voice, a shadow swiftly struck, sending Shi Yunfei's dagger flying from her hand. Startled by the sudden attack, Shi Yunfei was about to curse when she caught sight of the shadow's face, compelling her to clamp her mouth shut. The shadow was none other than Qi Huan. Though Qi Huan appeared disheveled, her face bruised and battered, Shi Yunfei dared not provoke someone who had previously matched wits with Han Jiangxue. Feng Chuluo, fully comprehending Mu Hang's intention, wasted no time in speaking up. Jiang Xing, Jiang Gu, you two take Boss Mu and his people to the camp. Once there, seek out their commander, Luo Haoyu, and instruct him to hand over all the weapons in the camp to Boss Mu. Then return with him to see me. As Feng Chuluo finished speaking, he cast an inquiring glance at Mu Hang, who reciprocated with a thumbs up, saying, Young Master Feng certainly keeps his word. I shall proceed to collect what is rightfully mine. Please enjoy yourself, young Master Feng. With that, Mu Hang waved goodbye to Qi Huan and the others, signaling them to withdraw. Upon hearing they could leave, everyone, including Qi Huan, felt a wave of relief wash over them as they hurriedly departed. After their exit, Feng Chuluo, brimming with arrogance, approached Shurchen, retrieving the dagger Shi Yunfei had just dropped and returning it to her. So, you are the little wildling that Fei Fei has spoken of. Do you even know who I am? Accepting the dagger from Feng Chuluo, Shi Yunfei replied with feigned reverence, Remember this well. Before you stands the illustrious young Master Feng Chuluo. For someone of your lowly status, merely catching a glimpse of young Master Feng is a blessing from your past life. As Shi Yunfei lavished praise upon him, Feng Chuluo's expression grew even more arrogant. Meanwhile, Shurchen lifted his gaze, disdain evident as he addressed Feng Chuluo. Ha ha ha, a dim-witted second-generation heir paired with a venomous scheming bitch. You two are truly a match made in heaven. Upon hearing Shurchen's words, both Feng Chuluo and Shi Yunfei were nearly apoplectic with fury, failing to notice that Shurchen's tone had shed its earlier weakness. You re-courting death. Feng Chuluo seethed, his wrath palpable. I had intended to grant you a swift end. Since you do not cherish it, do not blame me. He then turned to one of his subordinates. Barking He Chao. Extract this brat's teeth, one by one. Let him remember the consequences of insulting me for the rest of his life. Upon receiving Feng Chuluo's command, the hefty subordinate named He Chao approached Shurchen, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Han Jiangxue, who had remained silent, regarded Shurchen with a look of sympathy. Although she held no fondness for Feng Chuluo, her duty was to protect him as per Feng Buyen's orders. And she would not intervene on behalf of a stranger. Just as He Chao reached Shurchen and brandished a pair of pliers, Shurchen swiftly delivered a kick to He Chao's outstretched hand. With a definitive crack, the sound of bone breaking resonated throughout the agricultural market, drawing the horrified gazes of Feng Chuluo and his entourage. He Chao's anguished scream reverberated through the hall. The hour granted them no time for reaction, as it swiftly unleashed its strength, breaking free from the bonds that restrained him. The moment he landed, his figure surged forth like a wraith towards Feng Chuluo. At that instant, Han Jiangxue, regaining her senses with the same swiftness, propelled herself towards Feng Chuluo, yet she was a heartbeat too late. The terrifying punch struck Feng Chuluo's chest just as Han Jiangxue reached his side, sending the bewildered young man hurtling through the air. Han Jiangxue could only twist her body mid-flight to catch the already flying Feng Chuluo. At that moment, Feng Chuluo was in dire straits. His chest was caved in from the force of the blow. Resembling a lifeless creature cradled in Han Jiangxue's arms, his breath shallow and laborious, on the brink of demise, in her desperation, Han Jiangxue hastily summoned her chi to strike at Feng Chuluo's chest, attempting to stabilize his breathing. Chapter 94. The escape of Han Jiangxue. The hour, however, showed no mercy. Observing that Feng Chuluo had been caught by Han Jiangxue, it moved once more to attack the pair, with the imminent threat of the hour charging at them again. Han Jiangxue had no choice but to abandon her attempts to revive Feng Chuluo. Instead, she yelled for the others to protect him while she retaliated with a swift gesture towards the hour. As those who heard her command readied to confront the foe, the hour released several rat insects from its essence. The instant the rat insects touched the ground, they swiftly surrounded the group, including Shi Yunfei, who was nearby. Witnessing such an inexplicable display of numerous rats conjured from thin air, Han Jiangxue's expression turned to one of sheer astonishment. She recalled her master's teachings about the practitioners of this sinister art. Rumored to have originated from the Miao people, condemned by all sects of Huaxia for their nefarious methods requiring live hosts to cultivate the insects, rendering it a despised and malevolent path. As Han Jiangxue barely managed to repel the advancing rat insects with a forceful gesture, she bellowed at the hour, "A wicked sorcerer, are you?" The hour, observing the shock on Han Jiangxue's face, replied nonchalantly, "You have discerning eyes. No wonder you are the illustrious Han Jiangxue of the flower finger technique. With that, the Hour unleashed a powerful kick towards Han Jiangxue. Upon hearing that the Hour recognized her and was aware of her mastery of the flower finger, a sense of retreat began to take hold within Han Jiangxue. She realized she could not contend with this mysterious sorcerer, and the sight of Feng Chuluo lying on the ground, nearing death, weighed heavily on her heart. If Feng Chuluo were to perish here, her parents in the Fifth War Zone would surely meet the same fate. Overwhelmed by anxiety, Han Jiangxue lost her focus, and the Hour's full-force kick sent her flying several meters away. As she soared through the air, the Hour chose not to pursue her, but instead delivered a brutal stomp upon the now unprotected Feng Chuluo. No! Han Jiangxue screamed in anguish at the sight of Feng Chuluo's head being crushed. His life extinguished beyond recovery. She understood that all hope was lost. Given Feng Buiyuan's indulgence towards his nephew, no plea would spare her from his wrath should Feng Chuluo die here. In a desperate bid, Han Jiangxue summoned all her qi, directing it to her feet as she turned to flee. She aimed to rescue her parents from the Fifth War Zone before the news of Feng Chuluo's demise reached Fengbuan, for that was their only chance of survival. Before departing, Han Jiangxue cast a fierce glance back at the Hour, declaring, "Wicked sorcerer, I shall remember you. Once I complete my tasks, I will return to slay you." Observing Han Jiangxue's hasty retreat, the Hour made no effort to pursue. Firstly, because of her astonishing speed, which rendered him uncertain of catching up, and secondly, he had matters of greater significance to attend to. Gazing upon Feng Chuluo's lifeless form and Han Jiangxue's vanishing silhouette, Xianfei realized that her hopes of survival had been utterly extinguished. Since escaping from the school and encountering Feng Chuluo, she had seen nothing that could rival Han Jiangxue's prowess. Even the terrifying giant zombie they had previously faced had fallen victim to her swift strike. Yet now, confronted with the Hour, Han Jiangxue could not even muster the courage to engage directly, instead opting to flee, revealing the true extent of the terror she had previously underestimated. In truth, the situation was not as Xianfei perceived. With the Hour's mastery of the threefold pinnacle of sorcery, it could be said that he and Han Jiangxue were evenly matched, especially since she harbored numerous reservations. To the untrained eye, it appeared that the Hour possessed the upper hand, and of course, the Hour, as a sorcerer, could have easily dispatched Han Jiangxue had he wished, but he sought to discern whether there was a possibility of recruiting such a formidable adversary to his cause. Alas, upon hearing Han Jiangxue's parting words, he understood that he had been overly optimistic. Clang! Xianfei tossed aside the dagger in her hand, adopting a pitiful demeanor as she pleaded with the Hour, "Brother Chun, I was wrong. I was forced to speak those words by that beast Feng Chuluo. Could you not forgive me for the sake of our childhood together?" Yet, while she uttered these words, her mind was racing with thoughts of vengeance. "As long as I survive, I shall repay this humiliation tenfold. Even if you've gained power, I refuse to believe you are invulnerable." With that, she instinctively reached into her inner pocket, feeling the vial of poison she had stolen from the school's laboratory. "The moment the opportunity arises, I will poison this wretched child." As the Hour listened to Xianfei's disingenuous pleas, he couldn't help but chuckle coldly. "Oh, my dear sister, do you truly believe I would still trust you?" Seeing the Hour close the distance, Xianfei hastily revealed her assets, showcasing her alluring figure as she continued, "Brother Qin, I genuinely regret my actions. If you forgive me, I am willing to do anything you desire." At that moment, Xianfei had exhausted her final gambit. She believed that her well-honed skills would ensure that once the Hour experienced them, he would never be able to kill her. After all, Feng Chuluo had succumbed to her charms for the same reason. The Hour regarded her with a smirk, amused by her attempts to feign innocence while exuding a brazen demeanor. It seemed he had once been foolish enough to harbor hopes of her reforming and marrying well. "Anything, you say?" The Hour stepped before Xianfei, a wicked grin gracing his features. Had Lu Shiyu been present, she would surely have warned Xianfei against trusting the Hour, for his words mirrored those he had once spoken to her. Alas, Lu Shiyu was unable to forewarn Xianfei of her grim fate. "Indeed, as long as you can forgive me, I am willing to do anything." Just as Xianfei finished speaking, the Hour seized her throat, mockingly declaring, "Very well, I shall reluctantly forgive you. As for my request, it is simply that you perish." With that, He ruthlessly twisted her neck until it snapped. Even in death, her expression remained frozen in a triumphant smirk at his supposed forgiveness. Chapter 95. Stubbornness. After carelessly discarding Shi Yunfei's lifeless body to his rat insects, the hour addressed the air, "Come forth, it is time to conclude." As his words echoed, Zhang Long and his companions emerged from the depths of the cold storage within the agricultural market. Even Mu Hang and the others, who had departed earlier, returned, bringing along the two individuals Feng Chuluo had dispatched to guide them. "Don't move. Hands on your heads and kneel," Qin Xing and Zhang Tsong shouted, guns drawn at those surrounded by the rats. "Ah, I thought that little lady might offer herself up to us again, but to my dismay, the leader dealt with her directly. What a waste!" Zhang Laosi lamented, casting a pitying glance at Shi Yunfei's half-eaten remains. Hearing this, Zhao Kuan, closest to him, swiftly smacked the back of his head, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? How dare you speak ill of the leader behind his back?" In retaliation, Zhang Laosi swiftly returned the favor, stating, "I never mentioned the leader. I merely felt a pang of regret." As the two squabbled in hushed tones, Zhang Long shot them a fierce glare. Startled, Zhang Laosi and Zhao Kuan promptly fell silent. Feigning ignorance. "Is everything all right, leader?" Approaching the hour, Zhang Long was the first to inquire, "Are you unharmed?" The hour smiled at Zhang Long, responding, "Fear not. What could possibly afflict me?" With that, he turned his attention towards Mu Hang. As the time approached, Mu Hang immediately donned a fawning expression and addressed Shi Chen. "Chief, do you think my performance this time was satisfactory?" Upon hearing Mu Hang's words, Shi Chen nodded slightly and replied nonchalantly, "It was adequate. You barely scraped by this time." Mu Hang's sycophantic smile grew even more obsequious at Shi Chen's words. "As long as the chief is pleased, how shall we deal with these two?" While speaking, Mu Hang pushed the tightly bound Jian Xing and Jiang Gu forward. Shi Chen's gaze shifted to these two subordinates of Feng Chuluo, observing that both stood tall and resolute, displaying no hint of fear despite being securely restrained. "You needn't exert yourself. Just kill us directly," Jian Xing stated firmly. As Jian Xing's words fell, Jiang Gu, standing beside him, also addressed Shi Chen. "In war, the victor takes all. Since we have chosen to be soldiers, we are fully prepared. If you are a man, grant us a swift end." Following Jiang Gu's declaration, the few individuals who had been threatened by Qin Xing and Zhang Tsong also clamored to assert their unwillingness to betray. Shi Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him at the sight of these obstinate individuals. After all, these men were soldiers from the Fifth War Zone, known for their exceptional qualities in various aspects. If one were to point out a single flaw, it would be their stubbornness. While one might describe this trait as tenacity, it could also be characterized as obstinacy. Each of them was steadfast in their beliefs. Even Zhang Long was no exception. Had it not been for Shi Chen saving him and his daughter, Zhang Long would likely not have been so willing to bow to Shi Chen. At that moment, Zhang Long looked at his fellow soldiers with a sense of familiarity. Just as he was about to plead on their behalf, Shi Chen preempted him, addressing the two, "Who said I intended to kill you?" Jian Xing and Jiang Gu were momentarily taken aback before resolutely retorting, "Humph! You shall extract no information from us. We will never betray Commander Feng." Observing these stubborn men, Shi Chen could only shake his head in resignation and said to Zhang Long, "You can handle these men. If they refuse to join us, lock them up. After some time, they will see what kind of person their esteemed Commander Feng truly is." After saying this, Shi Chen turned his attention away from Jian Xing and Jiang Gu, instead addressing Mu Hang. "As for you, you are now officially a reserve member of my Qinxi base. Take all your people and gather every resource from the entire agricultural market, including the vehicles brought by Feng Chuluo, and return to Qinxi base." Upon hearing this, Mu Hang immediately responded, "Understood, Chief." He then led his team towards the warehouse to begin sorting and transporting supplies. After arranging everything, Shi Chen stretched lazily and gazed in the direction where Han Jiangxue had fled. Having encountered a formidable opponent in Han Jiangxue, who surpassed both Qi Huan and Luo Haoyu, Shi Chen now felt a sense of urgency. Previously, after transforming all the remaining magical beasts in the Gaoshan City Zoo into goo worms, Shi Chen had grown somewhat complacent, especially after facing the renowned Luo Haoyu from his previous life. However, after contending with Han Jiangxue, he quickly recognized the folly of his arrogance. Regardless of the power amassed or the formidable weaponry acquired, nothing could compare to one's own strength. Should he encounter an adversary even stronger than Han Jiangxue in the future, Everything he possessed could instantly become meaningless. With this thought, Shi Chun was desperate to enhance his own abilities. Boss, why do we have to humbly join them? We could have simply fled while they were busy fighting that little brat Feng Chuluo. Zhou Xiangli, who was carrying a box of carrots in the warehouse, voiced his discontent to Mu Hang. Hearing this, Mu Hang could only smile wryly in resignation. As the leader of the underworld in Gaoshan City, how could he genuinely submit to this brash youth? Shi Chun? But at present, he lacked the qualifications to confront Shi Chun, so he could only comply and preserve his own life. Xiangli, even if I had led you all to escape, how long could we endure in this apocalypse filled with zombies and monsters? Our agricultural market has already been discovered. Without food and water, even if we evaded their pursuit, we wouldn't last long. With a feigned air of melancholy, Mu Hang continued, ultimately, our fate would either be to be surrounded by zombies and starve to death, or to be forced into joining another faction. When that time comes, how can you guarantee that the other faction would be better than Qinci? Upon hearing Mu Hang's words, Zhou Xiangli began to comprehend the situation. Mu Hang's reasoning was indeed sound. Setting aside the apocalyptic environment, were they to be coerced into another faction, it was unlikely that it would be as secure as Qinci Base. Chapter 96. Back to Weiyan City. After all, Shi Chun's strength was undeniable. Even without that little brat Feng Chuluo, it was merely a matter of time before they were discovered by Shi Chun. The current situation was simply an acceleration of that inevitability, with little difference otherwise. I understand, boss. Upon hearing Zhou Xiangli's acknowledgement, Mu Hang nodded and replied, well, it's good that you understand. From now on, we are members of Qinci Base. Let us earnestly fulfill our responsibilities and do not overthink the rest. All right, rest assured, boss, Zhou Xiangli responded, clutching the box of carrots as he turned to leave. Meanwhile, Mu Hang cast a reluctant glance at Shi Chun's retreating figure, eyeing this unexpected incident at the agricultural market. Shi Chun's Qinci Base undoubtedly emerged as the ultimate victor. Not only had Shi Chun acquired all the survivors led by Mu Hang, but he had also secured all the resources within the agricultural market. The accumulated food was sufficient to feed everyone at Qinci Base for an entire year. Having escaped from the agricultural market, Han Jiangxue found a motorcycle by the roadside and sped towards Weiyan City. As she twisted the throttle, her mind raced with plans for the future. In this perilous apocalypse, her parents' best choice would have been to remain within the Fifth War Zone. Unfortunately, with Feng Chuluo's death, that had become a distant dream. Now, not only was her parents' safety uncertain, but even the prospect of rescuing them had become an unknown. With this thought, Han Jiangxue couldn't help but recall Shi Chun's face. Just wait, I will not let you go. As Han Jiangxue navigated a narrow path towards Weiyan City, she successfully reached the oil refinery at the border of Gaoshan City and Weiyan City. The scene within the refinery was undoubtedly one of hell on earth. Aside from the pools of dark crimson blood, the entire refinery lay in ruins. The devastated state of the facility, coupled with the eerie silence of the surroundings, instilled a sense of unease in Han Jiangxue's heart. Just as she intended to leave after a cursory glance, an eerie sound echoed from within the refinery. Creak crackle upon hearing the unmistakable noise of machinery. Han Jiangxue immediately heightened her vigilance. Target suspected detected. Locking on target. Tat 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 tat. A mechanical voice accompanied by a hail of bullets erupted from the shadows of the refinery, raining down upon Han Jiangxue. Fortunately, Han Jiangxue had been alert, and as the bullets flew towards her, she nimbly leapt off her motorcycle, evading the barrage. Who goes there? Han Jiangxue shouted into the darkness. The chilling mechanical voice responded. Human language detected, target lock cancelled. As the voice faded, the sound of machinery grinding once again filled the air. Crackle, squeak, crackle, squeak. Recognizing the familiar sound, Han Jiangxue steeled her resolve and ventured towards the source of the noise. Upon closer inspection, she discovered the nature of the threat that had attacked her. A mechanical dog, covered in black blood and pinned beneath fallen debris, was attempting to move its remaining leg in the air. Staring at the mechanical dog, Han Jiangxue was struck with astonishment. It was known that this type of mechanical dog was the latest technological achievement from the Huaxia government, with the Fifth War Zone possessing only a limited number. Each one treated as a treasured asset by Feng Bo. To see one here sent chills down Han Jiangxue's spine. She could not fathom what circumstances would compel the Fifth War Zone to deploy such a prized weapon. nor what had caused this mechanical dog to appear so far from the Fifth War Zone headquarters at the refinery. Unable to make sense of the situation, Han Jiangxue decided to take matters into her own hands and detach the 95-style rifle equipped on the mechanical dog. Regardless of what had transpired, the most pressing matter for Han Jiangxue was to hasten to the Fifth War Zone and rescue her parents. Warning! Warning! Weapon system lost. Weapon system lost. Gazing at the motorcycle that had just been reduced to a sieve by the mechanical dog, while listening to the incessant blaring of alarms emanating from the creature, Han Jiangxue, filled with urgency and fury, directed a swift kick at the mechanical beast lying on the ground. After shattering the creature's battery, she resolutely chose to proceed on foot towards the Fifth War Zone. Along her journey, she was met with an overwhelming sight of countless corpses of zombies strewn along the roadside, as well as various abandoned weapons and equipment. The increasingly harrowing scenes as she approached the Fifth War Zone gnawed at her heart, filling her with unease. Finally, as she neared the vicinity of the Fifth War Zone, she encountered a surviving squad from that region. Through her inquiries, Han Jiangxue gleaned the grim details of the unfolding catastrophe. It turns out that the origin of this entire calamity could be traced back to the incident at the oil refinery. Previously, Luo Haoyu, upon returning from the refinery to the temporary base, had promptly informed Han Xinyun about the impending tide of corpses. However, Han Xinyun had dismissed Luo Haoyu's warning, suspecting him of shirking responsibility for failing to complete his mission. Thus failing to take the matter seriously, he had merely dispatched a tank squad to inspect the situation at the refinery. Upon their arrival, following Han Xinyun's orders, the tank squad was utterly paralyzed with fear by the sight of hundreds of thousands of zombies. In less than a minute, the relentless horde breached the refinery, slaughtering all survivors without leaving a single soul alive. The tank squad, gripped by sheer terror, lost all courage to fight back and sought to retreat at the first opportunity. Yet, just as the tank driver fumbled to turn the vehicle around, a transformation occurred in the usually sluggish zombies. A horde of abnormally agile creatures swiftly closed in on the fleeing tank. All occupants within the tank, peering through the observation windows, were left in disbelief at this nightmarish scene. Only the tank squad leader reacted swiftly, grabbing a machine gun from the firing window and unleashing a barrage upon the advancing zombies. As the relentless wave of undead fell under gunfire, hope flickered once more in the driver, who pressed the accelerator in a desperate attempt to flee, only to find that the tank was unresponsive to his commands. Amidst the chaos, as the squad leader shouted for a retreat while firing his weapon, the driver's face reflected utter despair. Suddenly, several massive, hulking zombies, resembling small mountains, lifted the tank's turret with terrifying ease before the entire squad chose to detonate the tank's ammunition in a final act of defiance to avoid becoming the grotesque Walking Dead. Chapter 97. The Missing Soldiers' Families. With the tank squad's self-detonation, the towering flames drew the attention of Han Xinyun at the temporary outpost and Commander Feng Buiyuan at the Fifth War Zone headquarters. Upon realizing that the explosion originated near the refinery, Feng Buiyuan immediately contacted the mission leader, Han Xinyun, via satellite phone. Faced with Feng Buiyuan's inquiries over the phone, Han Xinyun could only fabricate excuses to buy time while arranging for Luo Haoyu to be summoned. Han Xinyun had initially intended to shift the blame for the failed mission onto Luo Haoyu, so as soon as Luo Haoyu arrived, Han Xinyun handed him the phone. However, to Han Xinyun's astonishment, Luo Haoyu recounted the entire series of events in detail, completely disregarding Han Xinyun's presence. Feng Buiyuan, upon hearing Luo Haoyu's account, was infuriated. After thoroughly reprimanding Han Xinyun, he stripped him of his position as political commissar and ordered him to gather all teams dispatched to rescue survivors and assist Luo Haoyu in exterminating the zombies. As for Luo Haoyu, Feng Buiyuan appointed him as the supreme commander of the entire temporary outpost, granting him full authority over the crisis. Following Feng Buiyuan's orders, Luo Haoyu swiftly mobilized all units at the outpost, entirely oblivious to Han Xinyun's unusual demeanor. After Han Xinyun departed, successfully rallying the scattered troops, he retreated into the partially constructed Paradise City, refusing to emerge. It is worth noting that the troops he had sent out comprised half of the remaining forces in the Fifth War Zone. And to better assimilate the scattered survivors, these units were among the elite. Han Xinyun's actions ultimately led to a missed opportunity to annihilate the zombie horde. Left with no alternative, Feng Buiyuan resorted to deploying the most advanced mechanical dogs and 2 missiles from the Fifth War Zone's arsenal. Barely managing to quell the tide of zombies and apprehend the disobedient Han Xinyun. Having learned all the details, Han Jiangxue paid no further heed to the small squad and hastened her journey. After enduring numerous hardships, she finally arrived at the headquarters of the 5th War Zone, only to be met with the sight of the ravaged base post battle. Although the fighting had ceased, Han Jiangxue was still overwhelmed by the sheer number of corpses and the pervasive stench of gunpowder. Yet, she cast aside her shock and sought a secluded spot on the side of the base, scaling the wall to gain entry. To her surprise, she found the interior of the base devoid of personnel, as various models of transport vehicles now bore not soldiers but an abundance of corpses. Moreover, numerous soldiers, bearing grotesque wounds, were confined within a massive iron cage, their cries and curses echoing throughout the area. After confirming that she had not been detected, Han Jiangxue raced towards the family accommodations deep within the 5th War Zone. Her agility allowed her to slip past unnoticed, successfully reaching the dormitory's ground floor. However, upon arriving at the dormitory entrance, she was stopped by a soldier assigned to guard the area, who inquired about her presence. Recognizing Han Jiangxue, the soldier questioned why she was not at Gaoshan City protecting Feng Chuluo but instead appeared here. Han Jiangxue concocted a story, claiming that Feng Chuluo had sent her to find Feng Buiyuan. Upon hearing the commander's name, the soldier ceased his inquiries and allowed her to pass. Thus, Han Jiangxue successfully infiltrated the dormitory. As she ascended to the 3rd floor in search of her parents' room, a sight that shattered her spirit unfolded before her. Every door on the 3rd floor stood wide open, and each room was utterly vacant. In her state of urgency, Han Jiangxue disregarded her cover and dashed back to the guard post, gun drawn, demanding answers from the soldier who had just questioned her. "Where are the people on the 3rd floor?" The soldier, bewildered at her sudden appearance with a weapon directed at him, shook his head in confusion, replying, "I don't know. There was a zombie horde attacking outside, and I was only temporarily assigned to oversee the military family's dormitory." Observing the soldier's genuine demeanor, Han Jiangxue felt her world spin. A dreadful thought crept into her mind. Ignoring the soldier, she bolted back into the dormitory. 1st floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor. Han Jiangxue hastily searched every level of the dormitory, only to discover it was entirely deserted. A wave of absurdity washed over her, leaving her in a daze. Staring at the dormitory ceiling, she fell into deep contemplation. Ever since Feng Chuluo's death. No, ever since I arrived in Weiyan City. No, wait. Ever since I encountered that man. Yes, since I met him, everything has changed. He knows Feng Chuluo, and he knows me. How could he possibly know me? I'm certain I have never seen him before. Just as Han Jiangxue teetered on the brink of emotional collapse, an angry voice snapped her back to reality. "Han Jiangxue, what are you doing here? Where is Chuluo?" Seeing Feng Buiyuan, flanked by heavily armed personnel, shouting at her, Han Jiangxue suddenly found her voice, confronting him with equal fervor. "Where are my parents? What happened to everyone here? Where did they go?" Upon hearing Han Jiangxue's questions, a fleeting glimmer of malice crossed Feng Buiyuan's face before he regained his usual calm demeanor. Responding, due to the zombie horde's assault, they have all been relocated to Paradise City. Now, tell me honestly, where is my nephew? Hearing Feng Buiyuan's words, Han Jiangxue nearly lost control and lashed out at him. She knew from the earlier squad that when the horde descended, Han Xinyun had taken the troops to hide in Paradise City. Now, Feng Buiyuan had the audacity to claim her parents were safe there. Clenching her teeth, Han Jiangxue retorted, "If you want me to tell you where Feng Chuluo is, you must first take me to see my parents. As long as I see them safe, I will tell you." As her words fell, Feng Buiyuan's expression shifted entirely. He bellowed to the soldiers behind him, "Seize her and subject her to intense interrogation. Ensure you extract the whereabouts of my nephew." Upon hearing Feng Buiyuan's command, the soldiers surged towards Han Jiangxue. Realizing her parents were likely in grave danger, she lost all semblance of reason. In her heart, her parents were her everything. Ignoring the advancing soldiers, Han Jiangxue lunged towards Feng Buiyuan. Just as she was about to reach him, 2 gunshots rang out, exploding in her ears. Bang, bang. 2 bullets struck Han Jiangxue, one in her thigh and the other in her arm. Yet, Han Jiangxue's actions did not cease. At this moment, even if it meant her demise, she was determined to drag Feng Buiyuan down with her. Unfortunately for her, it was not merely ordinary soldiers that opposed her. Luo Haoyu, who had been standing beside Feng Buiyuan, also struck simultaneously at Han Jiangxue. Chapter 98. The Point System and New Levels. Under normal circumstances, Luo Haoyu would not have been able to contend with Han Jiangxue, but alas, at this juncture, Han Jiangxue was not only in a state of mental disarray but also had been struck by bullets, allowing Luo Haoyu to effortlessly fend off her attack. Despite sustaining 2 gunshot wounds, Han Jiangxue was ultimately subdued and restrained by Luo Haoyu. Observing her deteriorating condition, Feng Buiyuan, concerned for his nephew Feng Chiluo's safety, promptly ordered Luo Haoyu to take Han Jiangxue for treatment. He could not allow her to perish. Only after confirming that Han Jiangxue was out of danger did Feng Buiyuan feel at ease to resume directing the subsequent affairs of the 5th War Zone. The recent zombie tide incident triggered by the Timekeeper had severely weakened the 5th War Zone, while simultaneously granting the Timekeeper a significant period for his own development. In Gaoshan City, within the Morning Light base, the Timekeeper convened everyone in the conference room as per usual. This time, not only were the group leaders like Zheng Long and Jiang Muyao present, but all formal and provisional members were seated as well. Essentially, everyone in the base, excluding the slaves, had gathered. The Timekeeper's motive for assembling everyone was to announce a significant new development. The base's population had reached sufficient numbers, and it was time to refine the previously temporary regulations. According to the initial vision, the base would be transformed into a tiered management system. The former combat groups, support teams, surveillance units, and technical divisions would be abolished. The new structure would establish a hierarchy consisting of 7 levels. From lowest to highest: slave, newcomer, provisional member, formal member, elite member, management member, and ruler. Detailed distinctions in treatment would be made for each level. Slaves would receive 2 meals a day, consisting of a large bowl of thin porridge and a bottle of mineral water. Newcomers would have a similar treatment to slaves, with the exception that their porridge would be thicker and they would receive a small amount of seasoning. Provisional members would enjoy 3 vegetarian meals a day, with 2 bottles of drinking water at each meal, but no meat. Upon reaching the status of formal member, individuals would be entitled to a balanced diet, with an additional piece of fruit at each meal. For elite members, the same food as formal members would be provided, along with the daily allocation of alcohol and cigarettes. As for the rulers, they would face no specific standards. Whenever they were hungry or required something, they could freely access the storeroom. After outlining this set of rules, most individuals silently contemplated which level they might be assigned to, as it significantly impacted their future lives. Only the astute individuals like Zhao Linger, Xin Wuyin, and Meng Zizhong couldn't help but admire the Timekeeper. After all, regardless of the circumstances, human nature is prone to envy and competition. Even if unspoken, who among them was free from the pangs of comparison and vanity? This set of rules precisely tapped into that sentiment. Once implemented, it would engender a sense of superiority among higher-ranking individuals, motivating them to protect the base that afforded them their status. Conversely, those of lower rank would strive diligently for a better life, vigorously aspiring to ascend the ranks. Most crucially, the introduction of the newcomer category effectively distinguished those who had been part of the base from those like Mu Hang, who had just joined. This not only provided a buffer phase for the newcomers but also afforded the earlier members a sense of psychological balance. However, Zhao Linger and her companions were merely a minority. The majority were still curious about how this new ranking system would facilitate advancement. Just as they pondered this, the Timekeeper began to announce an even more substantial rule: the point system. As the Timekeeper uttered these 3 words, Qian Shengnan immediately inquired with curiosity about the meaning of this system. This prompted admiration from Zheng Long and others towards Qian Shengnan, for it was only she and Meng Zi who dared to interrupt the Timekeeper mid-sentence. The Timekeeper, observing Qian Shengnan's inquisitive expression, did not exhibit displeasure. Instead, he simply smiled and continued to explain. The so-called point system would assess an individual's contributions to the base, such as engaging in battles for its development, gathering resources, and acquiring vital intelligence. Furthermore, to facilitate the evolution of the parasitic insects, the Timekeeper had also incorporated the act of slaying zombies and bringing back their corpses into the criteria for accumulating points. Upon achieving a certain number of points, individuals could not only elevate their rank but also exchange points for food, drinking water, medical supplies, and even weapons within the base. Of course, this point system would only apply to ranks above newcomer. Slaves would not enjoy such privileges. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger could not contain her excitement and stood up, exclaiming, "Isn't this essentially currency?" Her outburst rendered the room silent. Realizing that all eyes were on her, Zhao Linger recognized her lack of composure. However, her astonishment was understandable. Even Xin Wuyin and Meng Zizhong were deeply stirred by the timekeeper's words, though they managed to conceal their enthusiasm. The timekeeper, watching the fervent Zhao Linger, was perplexed by her motives. If she had issues, she always exhibited excitement upon hearing beneficial news for the base. Yet, if she were without issues, he could not fathom why she had previously chosen to separately inform Chen Xingnan and Meng Zizhong about her and his affairs. Unable to clarify the matter, the timekeeper waved his hand for Zhao Linger to sit down before continuing his explanation. Regardless of the time, currency holds an essential place in human society. Given the current apocalyptic circumstances, where there are no means to produce currency, the point system would serve as a substitute. After hearing the timekeeper's elucidation, Zhao Linger could no longer remain silent. Having already lost her composure, she pressed on with her inquiry. Leader, have you considered the significant loopholes in this point system? How do you plan to accurately calculate each individual's points? Should someone falsely report their points or collude with the individual responsible for tallying them? It could have catastrophic repercussions for the base. Upon hearing Zhao Linger's concerns, Xin Wuyin displayed agreement, as he shared her apprehensions regarding the potential risks of the point system. Only Meng Zizhong, the renowned businessman, wore a distinct smile. Noticing Meng Zizhong's expression, the timekeeper refrained from directly responding to Zhao Linger, instead posing a question to him, inquiring if he had grasped something. Taken aback by the timekeeper's direct mention of his name in such a context, Meng Zizhong momentarily faltered. The timekeeper's inquiry stemmed from having perceived Meng Zizhong's expression, suspecting he had understood the intended meaning, and also to grant Meng Zi an opportunity to establish a positive image in the base. Given their current relationship, Chapter 99, the further refined system. Observing the timekeeper's gaze, the astute Meng Zizhong surmised the timekeeper's intent. During the timekeeper's absence, Meng Zizhong had been informed of the developments concerning Meng Zi. Thus, he adjusted himself in his wheelchair and addressed Zhao Linger with his hypothesis. I speculate that the timekeeper, or a leader, has devised this point system with a consideration for his own capabilities. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger glanced back at the timekeeper, noting his lack of rebuttal, which prompted her to attentively listen to Meng Zizhong's elucidation. I believe that, currently, no one within our base would dare to falsely report points under the timekeeper's authority. Furthermore, if we implement a system where individuals responsible for tallying points are rewarded for maintaining accurate records while facing penalties for dishonesty, the scenario described by this young lady regarding collusion would be significantly mitigated. Following Meng Zizhong's remarks, Zhao Linger regarded him with admiration. The timekeeper nodded in approval at Meng Zizhong. Although his legs were incapacitated, his intellect and experience remained formidable. Tio put it plainly, points would not only represent currency but also signify a member's contribution to the base, which would ultimately dictate their rank in the future. After this, the timekeeper began to announce the current ranks of each individual present, with the exception of the unchanged status of the slaves. All newcomers who had joined alongside Mu Hang were categorized as newcomers, excluding Mu Hang himself, of course. The timekeeper was astute enough not to allow Mu Hang to continue leading his former subordinates in forming a faction around himself within the base. As for the provisional members, aside from those who were already in that category, Mu Hang was also classified into this level. The subsequent formal members included individuals like Li Jun, Tang Ming, and Zhao Donglai, who were part of the former technical team, many of whom had been specifically selected by Xin Wuyin. Thus, through this reform, the timekeeper elevated them to the rank of formal members. As for the forthcoming elite members, naturally, they include Qin Xing, Pang Bo, Wang Yi, and others who have been loyal followers of Shurchen for a relatively longer period. Ultimately, the rank of the rulers comprises individuals like Zhang Long, Su Ning, and Jiang Muyao, who were previously group leaders and vice-leaders. It is noteworthy that Chen Xingnan, Meng Zi, and several women from the logistics team have not been assigned ranks this time. Instead, they have been designated to independently manage and oversee the point system. This decision stems from the fact that both Chen Xingnan and Meng Zi have become Shurchen's women, thus eliminating the need for them to participate in the so-called ranking system. The women from the logistics team were specifically allocated to alleviate the burden on Chen Xingnan and Meng Zi, ensuring they do not have to engage in excessively strenuous tasks. Once Shurchen had established the ranks for everyone, the next step was to reorganize the various departments, as having order and clear objectives is crucial. The previous combat and surveillance teams have officially merged and transformed into smaller squads, with elite members serving as captains, selecting their teammates from both formal and reserve members. Each squad must consist of no fewer than 3 and no more than 10 members. Hearing this, all eyes turn to the eligible elite members, for joining a squad is undoubtedly the quickest way to earn points and elevate one's rank. Meanwhile, the technical and logistics teams have merged to form the logistics department, headed by Shen Wuyan, who will oversee the distribution of food, warehouse management, personnel registration, medical care, equipment maintenance, and management of slaves, among all daily operations of the base. Lastly, there is no specific department for the rulers. They are directly responsible for managing all individuals ranked below them, reflecting a structure not vastly different from the previous surveillance team. Once all arrangements were made, Shurchen announced the conclusion of the meeting. As everyone gradually departed, hushed conversations ensued. Some individuals, satisfied with their assigned ranks, joyfully shared their delight with close acquaintances, while others, dissatisfied with their lower ranks, wore expressions of discontent. However, Shurchen paid little heed to their reactions. As he had another matter to address, Qi Huan. After everyone had left, Shurchen retained Qi Huan for a detailed inquiry regarding the intricacies of ancient national martial arts. Completely convinced by Shurchen, Qi Huan dutifully divulged all he knew. For his very life rested in Shurchen's hands, and with Mu Hang now part of the Qinzi base, he had no grounds for resistance. Through Qi Huan's narration, Shurchen gained a rudimentary understanding of the essence of ancient national martial arts. Within their own circle, they uniformly referred to themselves as martial artists. Individuals like Qi Huan, Luo Haoyu, and Han Jiangxue are considered lower-tier martial artists, primarily those who have inherited teachings from smaller sections. While termed inheritance, it essentially involves their masters scouting for gifted children to take as disciples and impart their unique skills. Qi Huan himself was discovered by his master at a young age and trained in the Dragon Claw technique, a legacy from the ancient Shaolin. Each authentic martial arts transmission enables practitioners to cultivate something known as Qi within themselves. Simply put, Qi resembles the vital energy often depicted in martial arts novels. Depending on the technique, the application of Qi varies. Qi Huan's assertion of being a lower-tier martial artist stems from his master's claims that truly formidable transmissions can manifest Qi into forms. For instance, a disciple of the Kai Min sect whom his master encountered in his youth could manipulate fire through Qi. Thus, compared to such high-tier practitioners, those like Qi Huan, who can only enhance their bodies with Qi through specific techniques, are indeed on a lower level. After listening to Qi Huan's introduction, Shurchen understood the nature of his Gu Dao Ju. Unlike Qi Huan and his peers, who received their teachings from masters, Shurchen's inheritance came from the Chuan Xiaochan. Furthermore, while Qi Huan and his companions cultivate Qi, Shurchen has developed Gu Yuan. Upon hearing of someone capable of manipulating fire with Qi, Shurchen realized that his Gu Dao Ju and theirs share fundamental similarities. Both involve control, the difference being that Qi Huan's master encountered one who controlled flames, while Shurchen wields control over Gu insects. After clarifying his situation, Shurchen inquired about Qi Huan's unwavering loyalty to Mu Hang. Qi Huan explained that Mu Hang was the backer of his master's early endeavors, a common occurrence within their martial artist community. After all, martial artists are still human and require sustenance. Each martial artist chooses their means of livelihood. Some skilled practitioners align themselves with official entities, while the less formidable must seek favor with influential figures in the civilian realm. Following his master's death, Qi Huan's vulnerabilities were disclosed to Mu Hang, effectively bequeathing Qi Huan to him. After hearing this, Shurchen comprehended that Mu Hang, the old fox, was still holding something back, and he grew curious about what vulnerabilities entailed. Qi Huan did not withhold information, revealing that every martial artist possesses their own vulnerability, termed Aizhao Men. When their weaknesses remain unknown to others, practitioners can almost entirely defend against various attacks using their cultivated Qi. However, if an opponent discovers and exploits this weakness during combat, a martial artist's Qi may falter, rendering them defenseless for a time. Ultimately, Qi Huan candidly divulged his own vulnerabilities to Shurchen, signifying that Shurchen now had complete control over Qi Huan. Akin to his previous hold over Mu Hang, Shurchen, as he had done with Zhang Long and others, bestowed upon Qi Huan a mouse, Gu, to keep close at all times. With everything arranged, Shurchen felt a deep sense of reassurance regarding Qi Huan. After Qi Huan left, Shurchen returned to his residence in the room on the top floor of the office building. Both Chan Xingnan and Meng Zi were present. Having accepted each other's presence, they had both moved in to stay together. Upon seeing Shurchen's return, the previously jovial atmosphere turned shy as the two women became noticeably reserved once more. Shurchen himself felt no embarrassment. After all, The survivors outside were surrounded by countless women. As Shurchen contemplated how to ease the atmosphere, Chen Shengnan spoke first. "Husband, you're back." Her words struck Shurchen like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Meng Zi blushed as she passed him food and water, stammering, "Husband, please eat first." Observing these two stunning women address him as husband left Shurchen at a loss for words. This was a scene that countless men dream of, now unfolding before him, leaving him utterly bewildered. Noticing Shurchen's dazed expression, Chen Shengnan, equally flushed, continued, "Sister Zi and I have discussed it, and since we both love you, we can accept each other for your sake. Henceforth, we will both call you that." With that, Shurchen finally regained his composure. Gazing at the two women, he understood why they had blushed upon his entrance. It was because they had previously agreed to simultaneously call him husband. Compared to their understanding, Shurchen's earlier thoughts felt rather embarrassing. Just as he was about to speak, Meng Zi interjected, "However, we still want you to promise us one thing." Curious, Shurchen inquired, "What is it?" "We hope you won't engage in dangerous activities anymore. Even if you seek other women, as long as you don't hide it from us and they aren't bad people, we can accept that," Meng Zi stated earnestly, with Chen Shengnan nodding in agreement. Shurchen felt a twinge of discomfort at Meng Zi's seriousness. Initially, he viewed his relationship with her as a mutually beneficial arrangement akin to his previous life. Yet now Meng Zi actively sought to mend relations with Chen Shengnan and genuinely expressed concern for him. This stirred a sense of guilt within Shurchen. However, in pursuit of strength, he found it impossible to concede to Meng Zi's request. After all, even if he desired a peaceful life, the lurking zombies and beasts outside would not grant him such a wish. He accepted the food and water from Meng Zi, placing them on the table before calmly addressing both women. "How about this? You two come with me to a place, and if you still feel the same afterward, I will agree to your request." Hearing Shurchen's words, Chen Shengnan and Meng Zi exchanged confused glances. Yet, they understood that Shurchen would not harm them, and thus they nodded in agreement. Consequently, Shurchen summoned the tiger goo from his chi-si, allowing the two women to mount it. Then, amidst their fearful expressions, Shurchen opened the window and leaped out. With extraordinary speed, Shurchen sped towards the city with the two women, Chen Shengnan and Meng Zi, in tow. Observing their departing figures from the shadows, Zhao Linger revealed a hint of a smile. It seemed the moment had come. After muttering to herself, Zhao Linger turned and left her hidden spot. Both Chen Shengnan and Meng Zi were light of build, their combined weight barely reaching 200 pounds, which posed no hindrance to the tiger goo. Soon, Shurchen guided the two women into the heart of the city. Over a month had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and the surviving populace now faced more than just flesh-eating zombies and perilous beasts. The acute scarcity of resources, the various decaying foods littering the roadside, and the ever-looming threat from fellow humans over dwindling supplies created an atmosphere of palpable anxiety among the survivors. A moment's inattention could turn a previously cooperative ally into a foe, driven to violence over a mere morsel of bread. The reason Shurchen had brought Chen Shengnan and Meng Zi along was to provide them with first-hand insight into the harsh realities of the apocalypse. Before long, Shurchen led the two women to a towering office building, opposite which stood a small supermarket named Gilegia, a survivor stronghold he had encountered earlier on his journey. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Shengnan and Meng Zi, standing on the 12th floor, were perplexed by Shurchen's intentions. Fearful of the dizzying height, they turned to Shurchen and inquired, "Darling, why have you brought us here?" Instead of answering immediately, Shurchen ordered the tiger goo to remain vigilant by the stairwell, while retrieving two military binoculars from his backpack and handing them to the women. Upon receiving the binoculars, the two women looked back at Shurchen with renewed curiosity. He gestured towards the supermarket across the street and instructed, "Take a good look at what lies beyond." Following Shurchen's directive, both Chen Shengnan and Meng Zi raised the binoculars to their eyes. The daylight had not yet fully faded, allowing them to see clearly into the supermarket. A brief scan revealed a group of survivors inside, approximately 30 to 40 individuals of all ages. However, as soon as they spotted the group, their faces flushed with embarrassment. "You brought us here to see this?" Chen Shengnan exclaimed, hastily lowering the binoculars and shouting at Shurchen. Shurchen, lighting a cigarette, replied, "Is this really the only thing that captures your attention? Take a closer look." Chen Shengnan made a face at him before redirecting her gaze through the binoculars, this time avoiding the embarrassing scene and focusing on the surroundings. Soon, Shock and complexity washed over their expressions. The survivors hiding within the supermarket exhibited stark social divisions. Although they appeared to coexist, it was evident they had formed distinct cliques. The elderly and children gathered near the entrance, while a cluster of young men and women occupied the interior. Meanwhile, a group of unattractive women were relegated outside, some gnawing on moldy biscuits while keeping a wary eye on their surroundings, while others fought fiercely over a small, chewed bone, resembling starving dogs scavenging for scraps, an utterly harrowing sight. This is appalling. Do they have no humanity? Chen Shangnan exclaimed with indignation. Unlike Meng Zi, who had at least braced herself for the darkness of human nature after her factory ordeal, Chen Shangnan had been fortunate to follow Shurchen since the beginning of the apocalypse. Although the people in the hotel had been far from virtuous, she had never witnessed such blatant depravity. What do you see? Shurchen asked after finishing his cigarette, exhaling the last puff of smoke. Chen Shangnan, now thoroughly enraged, took a deep breath and responded. Those brutes are putting collars around those women's necks. They're even assaulting the elderly and children. Hearing her outburst, Meng Zi set down the binoculars and cast a complex gaze toward Shurchen. She had thought her previous experiences were terrifying, but now, in comparison to the group across the street, her trial seemed trivial. It's hard to accept, but this is the reality, Shurchen said, discarding the cigarette butt and crushing it beneath his foot. In this world, power grants freedom to act without restraint. Those with strength do as they please, while the powerless are subjugated. They are not only oppressed and enslaved, but they must also feign willingness, lest they wish to perish in this harsh existence. As Shurchen's words lingered, both women bowed their heads in contemplation. Compared to the wretched souls below, those aligned with Shurchen at the chintzy base were undeniably fortunate. Initially, Meng Zi had struggled to comprehend why Shurchen categorized people into hierarchies, especially sympathizing with those labeled as slaves. However, witnessing those willing to be toyed with for a mere bottle of water or to grovel for scraps of food, she finally grasped the extent of Shurchen's leniency towards them. Now do you understand why I go to such lengths to gather weapons and supplies? Shurchen inquired. Both women raised their heads to meet his gaze, with Meng Zi expressing her remorse. I'm sorry, darling, I was too naive before, but I will wholeheartedly support you from now on. Shurchen smiled with satisfaction at Meng Zi's words and turned his attention to Chen Shangnan. However, she, breathless and with reddened eyes, pleaded, Darling, could you possibly save them? Even if it means bringing them back to the base as slaves. Observing Chen Shangnan's heaving chest, Shurchen could see she was deeply agitated. Do you think I can save all of them? Even if I did, do you believe they would be grateful? Realizing her misstep, Chen Shangnan acknowledged the flaw in her argument. Since her initial days with Shurchen, he had cautioned her against idealism. Yet, witnessing the harrowing scene below, her heart ached to assist them. As Shurchen observed her conflicted expression, he turned to Meng Zi, who quickly caught on to Chen Shungnan's unspoken request. With a resigned sigh, Meng Zi said, Darling, I also wish to try and help them. After all, I once faced a similar despair. Steeling herself, she continued, So, I share the same sentiments as Shungnan. Seeing the determination in both women's eyes, Shurchen reluctantly conceded, If that's the case, I will take you to meet them. However, I must clarify that I cannot guarantee their rescue. I will merely offer them a choice. Their decisions will be their own, and you must stay close to me when we arrive. As soon as Shurchen finished speaking, Chen Shangnan rushed to embrace him, exclaiming, Yay! This is wonderful, thank you, darling. You're the best. She planted a kiss on his cheek, reminiscent of a child's innocent delight. Watching Chen Shungnan's exuberance, Shurchen felt a sense of helplessness. What had begun as a lesson in the harsh realities of the apocalypse had now morphed into a mission to intervene in the affairs of complete strangers. Summoning the tiger Gu back to him, he waited until both women were securely seated before leaping from the 12th floor, the sudden rush of weightlessness eliciting startled screams from them. As they descended, Shurchen skillfully manipulated the mouse Gu to cushion their fall, allowing them to touch down on the ground as if stepping down a flight of stairs, an innovative application of his abilities. Upon landing, the survivors inside the supermarket immediately noticed their arrival and rushed out. However, the imposing presence of the Tiger Gu and Shurchen's dramatic entrance caused them to merely stand guard, rather than launch an immediate attack. Shurchen led Chen Shungnan and Meng Zi past their makeshift defenses, advancing into the heart of the supermarket. The survivors within watched the trio approach, some of whom had been gnawing on biscuits just moments before, now eyeing them with unabashed greed. "Who are you?" The leader of the group, Li Tianyong, cautiously inquired, recognizing that Shurchen and his companions were far from destitute. At this moment, Shurchen had shed his previous SWAT uniform in favor of the all-black mountaineering outfit he had originally purchased. After all, since acquiring the ability of skin hardening, the efficacy of bulletproof vests had diminished significantly for him. Moreover, wearing that particular outfit often led to misconceptions, causing survivors to mistake him for an official and plead desperately for his assistance upon sighting him. "Do you wretched beasts not fear retribution?" Before Shurchen could utter a word, Qian Shangnan bellowed at Li Tianyong. At the sound of her outcry, the few individuals accompanying Li Tianyong shot her unfriendly glances. Though they harbored a fear of the tiger gu, they had all traversed through the blood-soaked landscape of this apocalyptic world. From their perspective, aside from the tiger, Shurchen appeared to be nothing more than soft flesh, posing little threat. Considering their numerical advantage, Li Tianyong boldly responded to Chen Shengnan, "Ha ha ha. Where did this saintly figure come from? Do you truly believe there exists any retribution more severe than the monsters outside?" His words left Chen Shengnan momentarily speechless, unsure how to counter his claims. Noticing her silence, Li Tianyong immediately signaled to his subordinates behind him. Understanding his intent, they slowly brandished their weapons, encircling the trio. "I don't know what you intend to do, but since you've entered my territory, you must leave something behind," Li Tianyong declared, his gaze fixated on the backpack behind Shurchen. Following his statement, the survivors surrounding Shurchen and the others began to advance slowly. "I harbor no intentions of causing trouble, so I shall grant you one opportunity. Surrender and lay down your weapons." As Shurchen's words fell, the tiger gu emitted a fearsome roar. The surrounding men halted, turning their heads toward Li Tianyong, for the presence of the tiger gu instilled considerable pressure upon them. Li Tianyong, hearing Shurchen speak, chuckled and replied, "Kid, do you truly believe that raising a kitten makes you invincible? I have slain creatures far larger than your little cat. With so many of us here, do you think that your tiny feline can protect you?" Li Tianyong then turned to address the remaining survivors. "Everyone, charge at once. Whatever we seize, I want to take a single thing. It will all be divided among you. And those 2 women will also be shared after I'm done with them." As his words echoed, the previously hesitant survivors, along with the women, surged toward Shurchen and his companions with frenzied abandon, their distorted expressions reflecting a desire to tear them apart. "Why do you still wish to assist him when they treat you this way? Surrender, and we can take you back to our base, where you can live with dignity." Chen Shengnan cried out anxiously to the approaching mob. Her urgency stemmed not from concern for her own safety. After all, with Shurchen present, no one could threaten her, but rather from a deep empathy for the unfortunate survivors. Yet, they remained unmoved by her pleas, having long abandoned hope in their struggle for survival, resigned to their fate. Their only concern was whether they would go hungry, having long forgotten the very notion of dignity. As they charged forward wielding various makeshift weapons, Shurchen swiftly struck the nearest assailant with a powerful punch. The impact resounded with a thunderous bang, bending the steel pipe she held and sending the woman hurtling backward. Thud! The unfortunate woman crashed violently against the wall behind her. As she fell, all eyes were fixated on the wall, which bore a web-like crack from the impact, leaving them dumbfounded. Shurchen, with an impassive expression, turned to Chen Shengnan and stated, "Now do you understand?" Hearing his words, Chen Shengnan gazed at him with a look of grievance. At that moment, Li Tianyong, recovering from his shock, surveyed the lifeless body of the woman on the ground, then glanced at Shurchen, who was calmly conversing with Chen Shengnan, stirring a conflict within him. On one hand, he had just issued a fierce proclamation. If he were to be intimidated by Shurchen now, it would jeopardize his future standing. On the other hand, he was utterly at a loss regarding how to confront a being capable of killing with a mere punch. As Li Tianyong stood there, wearing an expression of constipation, Shurchen's next move abruptly interrupted his inner turmoil. He drew a handgun from his waistband and fired a shot into the air. Bang! The deafening gunshot cleared the minds of all present. "Kneel!" As Shurchen aimed his weapon at him, Li Tianyong hastily discarded his machete and fell to his knees. After all, whether facing zombies or beasts, there was always a chance of victory with enough effort. But confronted with Shurchen's glaring carbon-based life annihilator, Li Tianyong decisively chose to yield. I was wrong, big brother. Please, spare my life. Witnessing the once arrogant Li Tianyong kneel in submission, the oppressed survivors displayed complex expressions. Do not be alarmed. I am not a bloodthirsty demon. I wish to ask you a few questions, and once I am done, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing Shurchen's words, Li Tianyong's face twitched. Not a killer. Had it not been for the recent demise of that woman, he might have almost believed it. You are absolutely right, big brother. Please ask away. I shall answer truthfully without reservation, Li Tianyong replied with a sheepish grin. Meanwhile, Chen Shangnan and Meng Zi turned their gazes toward Shurchen, equally uncertain of his intentions. Ignoring the women's glances, Shurchen retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and inquired of Li Tianyong. Care for a smoke? The moment Li Tianyong laid eyes on the cigarettes, a glimmer of desire flickered across his face. However, considering the gun in Shurchen's hand, he obediently shook his head, saying, No, big brother, you enjoy yours. As Shurchen lit a cigarette, he smiled at Li Tianyong. Do not be so tense. Simply answer my questions honestly, and I shall let you go. Understood. Ask away, and I shall speak the truth, Li Tianyong affirmed. Satisfied, Shurchen exhaled a plume of smoke and began his inquiry. I observe that your food supply appears ample. Why do you not share some with them? Though Li Tianyong did not grasp Shurchen's motives, he complied, Big brother, to speak candidly, it is not that I do not wish to share. It's just that no matter how much we give, they always complain it is insufficient. You lie. I saw it with my own eyes. Some of you not only eat well but even deliberately toss uneaten bones outside for them to fight over. Chen Shengnan interjected indignantly, pointing at the women who had just fought over bones. Hearing her words, Li Tianyong steeled himself and retorted, Miss, it is easy for you to stand there and speak without concern, given your association with someone as formidable as this brother. But we are not him. Do you know how perilous it is for us to scavenge for supplies? My dozen or so brothers risk their lives to divert zombies while the rest labor to bring back supplies. Before Li Tianyong could finish, Chen Shengnan interrupted again. These are mere excuses. Since you have managed to bring back supplies, sharing some would not cost you anything. Why serve them food fit for dogs? Ha! Li Tianyong shot an annoyed glare at Chen Shengnan before defiantly retorting. Miss, each time we venture out, we gamble with our lives. We undertake the most dangerous tasks, slaying zombies ourselves. Shouldn't we enjoy the spoils of our labor? At this point, Chen Shengnan's expression had grown quite grim. Li Tianyong, having found an outlet for his frustrations, continued to lash out at her. And as for the elderly and children, how many of them do you think can survive out there on their own? This is an apocalyptic world. Simply having food is a blessing. If you can guarantee that we can have food without facing those monsters, then I assure you, we would gladly feast on even what dogs would refuse. His words caused Chen Shengnan's gaze to waver considerably. Then why do you mistreat those women? Mistreat women? Li Tianyong turned to the nearby women and asked, Have we mistreated you? At his words, the women shook their heads in unison. Chen Shengnan clearly did not believe it and earnestly addressed the group of women. You need not fear. With us here, he would dare not harm you. If you have any grievances, feel free to express them. One of the young ladies replied, Thank you, but we truly have no grievances, at the very least. We are still alive. We are too afraid to confront those monsters outside, so they venture out in search of food, and naturally, we must bear the consequences. The words of several women left Chen Shengnan in a state of disbelief. She then turned to the elderly and the children, asking, And what about you? Do you share the same sentiment? Upon hearing her inquiry, an old man holding a child let out a deep sigh and said, It is all the fault of this wretched world. To survive at all is already a blessing from heaven. Young lady, I know your intentions are good, but sometimes one must learn to be content. If we insist on making unreasonable demands, we will either be abandoned by our companions or forsaken by this world. The old man's words left Chen Shengnan utterly stunned at that moment. Shurchen felt it was time and addressed Li Tianyong and the others. Well, I am quite satisfied with your responses. Now I can offer you an opportunity. Upon hearing Shurchen's words, Li Tianyong understood that the inevitable was upon them. Shurchen's purpose for coming here was undoubtedly to recruit everyone on their side. Faced with Shurchen's formidable presence, there was no room for refusal on their part. This meant that Li Tianyong's days of dominance were unequivocally over. Henceforth, he would be no different from those he had once bullied, subject to the whims of others. I have established a base at the Gaoshan Zoo. If any of you are willing to accompany me, I will take you all there. Of course, if you prefer to stay, that is also acceptable. I merely offer you a choice. As Shurchen finished speaking, a glimmer of hope reignited within Li Tianyang. Tentatively, he inquired of Shurchen, "If I choose not to go, you won't just kill me, will you?" In response, Shurchen chuckled, holstering his handgun, and replied, "Of course not. Did I not just tell you that I actually dislike killing?" Offended by Shurchen's final remark, Li Tianyang swiftly rose from the ground and declared, "That's good. I will not be a bother to you." Following his words, the remaining survivors in the supermarket began to express their desire to stay. Chen Shengnan, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anxiety. Just as she prepared to voice her thoughts, Meng Zi suddenly tugged at her sleeve and shook her head. Prevented from speaking by Meng Zi, Chen Shengnan swallowed her words. Observing the lack of willingness among the others, Shurchen tossed a half-pack of cigarettes from his pocket towards Li Tianyang, stating, "Very well. I wish you all the best in surviving this apocalypse." With that, Shurchen departed with Chen Shengnan and Meng Zi. Li Tianyang, still in shock from the cigarettes thrown to him, remained dazed until one of his subordinates approached, asking if he was all right, prompting him to regain his senses. Is that it? Chapter 104. The crying from next door. It seemed so. Li Tianyang and his companions exchanged glances, incredulous that Shurchen had left so decisively. As reality set in, their gazes shifted to the lifeless woman sprawled on the floor. One of Li Tianyang's subordinates stammered, "She truly was unfortunate." After leaving the supermarket, Shurchen and the two women did not return immediately due to the encroaching darkness. They found a luxurious apartment building nearby and settled in. In the living room of one of the apartments, Shurchen prepared a pot of instant noodles, occasionally adding marinated eggs and sausages, items he had conveniently taken from a nearby convenience store prior to entering. Meanwhile, Chen Shengnan and Meng Zi sat silently, hugging their knees and fixated on the flickering flames. "What? Unable to accept it?" Hearing Shurchen's question, Chen Shengnan and Meng Zi exchanged glances before responding, "No, it's just that there's an indescribable feeling in our hearts. I feel the same. Even though I anticipated that life would be grim in this apocalypse, I never imagined it would reach such a dire state." Listening to their words, Shurchen spoke earnestly, "What you witnessed today is merely the norm for most survivors outside. As time progresses, the situation will only grow more harrowing, so I hope you can adapt and adjust your mindset swiftly. Otherwise, you will inevitably crumble under the pressure." Shurchen's words were as tactful as possible. In his previous life, he had witnessed individuals driven to madness by hunger, and many who had fought to survive eventually succumbed to despair. As they conversed, the noodles were ready. Shurchen served a bowl to each woman, urging them to eat quickly, for with him around, they would have ample time to adapt in the future. Gratefully, both women gazed at Shurchen as they accepted the bowls of noodles. Had it not been for this strong and confident man, they would likely find themselves in a fate not dissimilar to those women in the supermarket. "Thank you, darling," Meng Zi stated before digging into her noodles. Chen Shengnan, though acknowledging Shurchen's words with a nod, still felt a lack of appetite. As she sat in a daze with her bowl, the sudden sound of a child's wailing pierced the air. "Is someone there?" The change in Shurchen's expression was immediate. He set down his noodles and summoned the tiger goo, snake goo, and scorpion goo from his energy reservoir. The moment the tiger goo appeared, it shielded Chen Shengnan and Meng Zi behind it, commanding, "Stay here and do not move." With that, the snake goo, scorpion goo, and Shurchen darted forth like arrows released from a bow. There was no need for Shurchen to scour the apartment, as the cries were evidently emanating from the adjacent room. Soon, he stood before the corresponding door, lifting his foot and delivering a powerful kick to the lock. The sound of the door being kicked startled those inside. The cries of the infant mingled with the screams of a woman as the door swung open. Inside the room, a young girl clutched a baby, curled up on the sofa and screaming. Shurchen, having activated his heightened senses, quickly discerned that there were more than just the two of them in the room. Upon entering, he commanded the snake goo to keep watch over them while he and the scorpion goo cautiously searched for any other hidden individuals. Utilizing his extraordinary hearing, Shurchen soon honed in on the direction of the bedroom. Taking advantage of his enhanced agility, Shurchen dashed into the bedroom. Another piercing scream erupted within the bedroom. Upon entering, Shurchen felt a sense of exasperation. There, on the bed, was a woman resembling a homemaker, eyes tightly shut as she waved a kitchen knife frantically. Her screams and the erratic movements of the knife seemed to be her last vestige of security. While Shurchin could understand the instinct to wield a knife, he found it perplexing that she was doing so with her eyes closed. "Be quiet. If you keep screaming, you'll attract the zombies." Upon hearing Shurchin's words, the woman froze momentarily, her tightly shut eyes slowly opening. Upon seeing Shurchin and the scorpion goo at his feet, she visibly recoiled, her hands trembling around the knife. Observing her, Shurchin's initial wariness began to dissipate. Although she appeared to be in her 30s, the woman still exuded a unique charm characteristic of mature femininity. Even Shurchin, accustomed to beauty, was momentarily taken aback. However, as he scrutinized her, he caught a faint scent of blood. Frowning, he commanded the scorpion goo to keep watch over the woman before approaching the nearby wardrobe. Upon opening it, the lifeless body of a man came into view. The man was strikingly handsome, handsomer than Shurchin himself, but a fruit knife was lodged in his forehead, clearly indicating that he was beyond salvation. Upon seeing the corpse, Shurchin's first instinct was to assume that this woman had killed him. "Did you do this?" Shurchin inquired coldly. Regardless of gender, anyone capable of murder would instinctively heighten Shurchin's vigilance, a habit cultivated from years of survival in the apocalypse. Hearing his question, the woman shook her head while responding in broken Chinese. He is my husband. I did not kill him." Taking in her words, Shurchin furrowed his brow and asked, "Is he a South Korean or a Japanese?" After a moment's hesitation, the woman pointed to herself and replied, "I am Japanese." Upon hearing Japanese, Shurchin understood why the woman referred to her husband as master. In Japan, married women often refer to their husbands as master when speaking to outsiders, reflecting a cultural dynamic where men elevate their status in front of others, stemming from a sense of inferiority. "You should come out." Shurchin did not lower his guard due to the woman's words. Instead, he commanded the scorpion goo to clear a path and instructed the woman to exit. Though the woman hesitated, she ultimately departed the bedroom, compelled by the gun in her hand and the scorpion lurking ominously at her feet. However, before stepping out, she could not resist casting a lingering glance at the lifeless body of the man sprawled on the ground. Once she exited, the man, Shurchin, crouched down to examine the corpse closely. Upon lifting the garments scattered across the man's body, Shurchin quickly realized that the woman had not been lying. Chapter 105. "I will come to accompany you." The man's body bore numerous scratches and bite marks inflicted by zombies. Observing these wounds, Shurchin deduced that the man had likely foreseen his potential transformation into a zombie, prompting him to lock himself in the wardrobe and take his own life. Although he was Japanese, Shurchin could not help but silently admire the man's bravery. He was indeed a man. Subsequently, Shurchin pulled the blanket from the bed to cover the deceased. After confirming that there were no threats in the bedroom, he stepped outside. Through a laborious exchange, Shurchin learned the identities of the women. The woman's name was Moriya Kanai, who had come to Takayama after marrying a Chinese man, Wei Hao, the very man now deceased in the bedroom. It was only at this moment that Shurchin recognized the man he had just admired was a quintessential Chinese individual, which brought him a sense of comfort. After all, it was unlikely that those Japanese would possess such valor. Only the sons of China could make such sacrifices for their families. As for the girl holding the infant, she was Kanai's sister, Moriya Yukiko. She had come to visit her sister during the holidays and found herself trapped here after the apocalypse erupted. The infant in her arms was Wei Hao and Moriya Kanai's daughter, Wei Ling, who was just a year and 2 months old. As Kanai recounted the events leading to Wei Hao's demise, Shurchin learned that, during the apocalypse, Wei Hao had single-handedly shouldered all the dangers to protect his family. When food ran out, he ventured out to find more. When zombies approached, he urged his family to hide while he confronted the undead alone. Originally, they did not reside in this place. It was because Wei Ling was so young and would occasionally cry loudly, fearing her cries might attract zombies, that Wei Hao had to lead his family through a path of carnage to this soundproof luxury apartment. Initially, their situation improved upon arriving, but this morning, Wei Hao was tragically surrounded by zombies while searching for food as their supplies dwindled. After sustaining severe injuries from the zombies, he summoned the strength to bring food back home before locking himself in the wardrobe. Had it not been for Kanai's concern prompting her to forcefully open the bedroom door with a kitchen knife, she would have remained oblivious to the fact that Wei Hao had taken his own life to spare them the burden of his condition. Wei Hao was indeed a true man. Such responsibility in the apocalypse was a rarity. Perhaps he was weaker than Shurchin, but Shurchin felt a genuine respect for his actions. "Sir, may I ask you a favor?" "Speak," Shurchin replied, nodding at Moriya Kunai. "I implore you to take care of my sister and daughter. With Hao gone, I cannot manage alone." "I beg of you," she said, kneeling before Shurchin and bowing her head. Faced with this woman's act of profound respect, Shurchin found himself in a moral quandary. Ultimately, out of respect for Wei Hao, he reluctantly agreed to Kunai's request. Upon hearing Shurchin's consent, Kunai expressed her heartfelt gratitude repeatedly. She then turned to her sister, solemnly instructing her in Japanese until Yukiko nodded earnestly. Only then did she push her sister and daughter toward Shurchin. As Shurchin contemplated how to care for the two children, suddenly Moriya Kunai slashed her own throat with the kitchen knife. Witnessing this, Shurchin quickly covered Yukiko's eyes with his hand. As blood flowed, Kunai, with a look of liberation, gazed toward the bedroom and spoke in Japanese to the body of Wei Hao, "Anata. Watashi wa sugu inai anata inai ai inai kamasu." Seeing Kunai's final glance toward Wei Hao, Shurchin realized he could no longer abandon the responsibility of caring for the children. Thus, he shielded Yukiko's eyes and led her back to his previous room. Upon their return, the anxious Chen Shengnan and Ming Zi, surprised by the sudden arrival of two children, wore expressions of bewilderment. Shurchin simply briefed them on the recent events, and tears welled up in their eyes as they lamented the love shared between Moriya Kunai and Wei Hao, while also expressing compassion toward Yukiko, who was visibly frightened after experiencing such horrors. The 16-year-old girl clung tightly to her infant niece, Wei Ling, and grasped Shurchin's clothing, too terrified to utter a word. Only aware that her sister had instructed her to follow this man who commanded the fearsome creatures, it wasn't until Shurchin smiled gently at her and gestured that Chen Shengnan and Ming Zi were with him that she finally released her grip and approached the two women. After briefly instructing them to care for Yukiko, Shurchin returned to the adjacent room. This time, his purpose was not to let the parasites consume Wei Hao and Kunai, but to place their bodies in a well-secured room. He solemnly laid them together and locked the door tightly. To prevent any further disturbances from zombies, Shurchin unleashed the parasites and eradicated all the undead within the apartment building. Having completed these tasks, Shurchin considered the welfare of young Yukiko. Fearing that staying here would remind her of Wei Hao and Kunai, he returned to the room and, along with Chen Shengnan and Ming Zi, departed for the base that very night. Half an hour later, they arrived at the base. Though night had fallen, the commotion of their return attracted the attention of the patrolling reserve members. Spotting Ming Zi cradling a strange infant and Chen Shengnan leading an unfamiliar girl, the reserve members' eyes widened in astonishment. With no choice, Shurchin offered a brief explanation before urging them to continue their patrol. Although they complied, he knew that after tonight, rumors about him would certainly circulate within the base. Feeling weary, Shurchin allowed Chen Shengnan and Ming Zi to take Yukiko and Wei Ling to his quarters for the night. As for himself, he would have to find somewhere else to stay. Just as he pondered where to spend the night, a gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. "Leader, I have something to discuss with you. Could you please come with me?" Chapter 106, The Delusional Zhao Linger. "What is it?" "Speak plainly," Shurchin said, narrowing his eyes as he followed Zhao Linger to her room. Zhao Linger delicately arranged her bed, she replied. "I noticed that you have nowhere to stay tonight, so I thought to invite you to stay with me for a while." Hearing her suggestive words, Shurchin walked beside her with a smile. "Oh really? How did you know I had nowhere to stay?" Suddenly, he seized Zhao Linger by the throat, shouting fiercely, "Speak! What do you want?" Initially startled by his abrupt action, Zhao Linger, instead of cowering, managed to force a smile and said, "Leader, do you truly not understand what I want?" Observing her calm demeanor, Shurchin recalled the legends surrounding her from his previous life. Applying pressure, he warned, "I caution you. The sole reason I permitted you and your aunt to join is out of pity. If you dare to employ your little tricks on me again, I will not hesitate to eliminate you." "Oh, really?" Zhao Linger replied, her smile slightly deranged. "Do you know what I've done?" Shurchin retorted with a cold smirk. "Are you referring to the deliberate provocation of Chen Shengnan and Ming Zi, or using the supplies I provided to win over the hearts of those in my base?" Zhao Linger's smile took on a frenzied edge as she continued. "Impressive, truly worthy of the man I have chosen. But do you know the purpose behind my actions?" Her question left Shurchin momentarily speechless. He could not fathom her motives. If she intended to rebel, these small maneuvers would be insufficient. Yet, if she lacked a purpose, that was equally implausible. Lost in thought, Zhao Linger continued, her expression taking on a sickly demeanor. You see, you are not omnipotent. While I concede your excellence, indeed, you are the most outstanding man I have ever encountered. You still cannot manage everything perfectly. Shurchen was completely bewildered by Zhao Linger's words. In my previous life, I had only heard of Zhao Linger as a formidable woman, yet I had never heard of her being a madwoman. The fact that I have demonstrated your limitations simultaneously proves your need for me. I can assist you in achieving greatness amidst this rare apocalyptic era. Upon hearing Zhao Linger's words, Shurchen released her, yet she clutched her throat, coughing incessantly. Why must I strive for greatness? If you wish to assist me, you can do so directly. There is no need for these meaningless theatrics. Should you fail to provide me with a reasonable explanation today, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you. After Shurchen spoke, Zhao Linger ceased her coughing. No, if I do not act in this manner, how will you realize that I can be of assistance to you? Moreover, without this approach, how would you even notice me as you do now? Shurchen, puzzled, inquired of Zhao Linger, do you believe that by taking action from a woman's perspective, you can prove your worth? Of course not. Chen Shengnan and Meng Zi are merely assessing your attitude towards women. If you are the type of man who views women as mere playthings, I shall employ my intellect to captivate you. If you hold your woman in high regard, then I shall become your woman. Observing the frenzied Zhao Linger, Shurchen found himself utterly speechless. Does your aunt know that you've lost your mind? No, I am not mad. It is merely that ordinary minds cannot keep pace with my thoughts, leading them to perceive me as insane. But you are different. You are a uniquely special existence, which is why I must become your woman. With that, Zhao Linger began to remove her clothing. If you are so astute, have you not considered why I would foolishly comply with your demands after you have so openly declared your intentions? Although Zhao Linger's figure was indeed appealing, Shurchen managed to restrain himself and swiftly thwarted her attempts to undress. Zhao Linger, thwarted, exhibited a look of confusion as she addressed Shurchen, asking, why not? I am still a virgin, and I believe I am more beautiful than Chen Xingnan and Meng Zi. Shurchen was now thoroughly at a loss for words, struggling to comprehend Zhao Linger's thought process. What exactly are you thinking? Even if you wish to assist me, must it involve such sacrificial measures? Shurchen spoke to Zhao Linger in a tone that bordered on admonition, as he truly found himself at a loss regarding her. Even when considering both my previous life and this one, I have never encountered such a peculiar woman as Zhao Linger. If I do not become your woman, you will never sincerely believe in me, without your genuine belief. I cannot gain power within the base. Without power, I cannot implement my plans to develop the base. Zhao Linger's words sounded more like a soliloquy than an address to Shurchen. Just as he was about to speak again, Zhao Linger broke free from his grasp and stripped herself completely bare. With an angelic visage paired with a devilish physique, one might wonder which healthy man could possibly resist. Shurchen struggled to maintain his composure and addressed Zhao Linger. I can offer you an opportunity. First, tell me your plan. If your reasoning is sound, I might allow you to contribute to the development of the base. No, I simply wish to become your woman. With that, Zhao Linger lunged towards Shurchen. Yet how could Shurchen, a man, be easily ensnared by a seemingly weaker woman? In a swift movement, he dodged and seized the blanket from the bed, wrapping Zhao Linger within it. Are you truly tired of living? Seeing her attempt thwarted, Zhao Linger immediately exclaimed, just take me. Even if you later surround me with a few little mice, I do not care. After searching for so long, I have finally found you. I simply want to possess you. Gazing at Zhao Linger, who was intent on becoming his woman, Shurchen reached a conclusion. This woman is undoubtedly a Yandera. Her words instilled in him an unsettling sense of being coerced by a woman. Moreover, she reminded him that given his possession of the goo worm, she could not play any tricks on him. As the saying goes, if you do not want it, it is a great act of rebellion. Resolute in his decision, Shurchen tore the blanket from Zhao Linger and pulled her onto the bed, where a tempest of passion ensued. Under Shurchen's vigorous prowess, the sounds within the room gradually subsided only as the first light of dawn began to break outside. As he observed the fatigued Zhao Linger, who slowly succumbed to slumber, a complex expression crossed Shurchen's face. Chapter 107. The Goo Path Technique upgrades. Again, after wrestling with his thoughts for a moment, Shurchen dressed and left Zhao Linger's room. Returning to his penthouse, He briefly informed Chen Xingnan and Meng Zi that he had some matters to attend to and instructed them to explore the base with Sini Yuxiko for the day. Feeling slightly guilty, he returned to Zhao Linger's room. Once he confirmed that Chen Xingnan and Meng Zi would not inadvertently stumble upon his presence there, Shi Chun felt a sense of relief. Today, I shall slowly accompany you and observe what further tricks you might employ. Shi Chun mused aloud to the sleeping Zhao Linger before crossing his legs and entering a meditative state. Perhaps it was due to the blood he had witnessed that brought him good fortune. The Gu Path technique, which had not progressed to the 4th tier, suddenly began to break through. While the primary reason for this advancement was the Gu worms voraciously devouring zombies around the base. Shi Chun could not deny that luck played a mysterious role in this progression. As the 3rd Qi within him ceased expanding, the Gu essence he cultivated from the worms began to surge within his dantian, impacting the formation of a new Qi. With a low roar, the 4th Qi took shape. With the upgrade of the Gu Path technique, Shi Chen's body also began to strengthen continuously. At that moment, he distinctly felt his physical strength increase significantly. It is no wonder that as one progresses further in the Gu Path technique, the training becomes increasingly arduous, given the astronomical amount of Gu essence required. Yet, all of this paled in comparison to the enhancements gained through the upgrade. Now, Shi Chun was entirely confident that he could easily defeat Han Jiangxue without resorting to the use of Gu worms. After savoring the enhancement of his physique, it was time for the delightful yet agonizing choice of selecting his destined Gu. Shi Chun released all of his Gu worms from his Qi. Observing that they had all reached level 7, he began his careful selection. Currently, Shi Chun believed he lacked no offensive means. After all, aside from various firearms, his own body was akin to a weapon. Moreover, considering that once a Gu became his destined Gu, it could not easily be released for combat, he first eliminated the Tiger Gu. This was not only due to already possessing the beastly Cat Gu as his destined Gu, but also because the Tiger Gu possessed formidable combat prowess. Subsequently, he dismissed the Snake Gu, Wasp Gu, Scorpion Gu, and Wolf Gu, all of which were offensive in nature. Ultimately, he was left with the Bear Gu, which was known for its robust physique and immense strength. An essential reason for selecting the Bear Gu was that Shi Chen's previous 3rd skill, Skin Hardening, only enhanced the skin itself. During prior battles, he had clearly felt that while his skin could deflect surface attacks, it could not prevent the subsequent damage from the force penetrating within. Shi Chun believed that the Bear Gu would surprise him, providing either a defensive skill or, at the very least, an enhancement to his strength. Having made his decision, Shi Chun wasted no time in absorbing the Bear Gu into his 4th Qi. With the refinement of the Gu Path technique, the Bear Gu officially became Shi Chun's 4th destined Gu. Astonishingly, the Bear Gu granted Shi Chun the skill of bone reinforcement. Upon sensing this new skill, Shi Chun eagerly activated it to observe its effects. As the bone reinforcement took effect, Shi Chun could distinctly feel the density of his bones increasing several levels. The previous limitation of not daring to exert his full strength due to the burden on his bones was perfectly resolved by the Bear Gu's skill. Unable to contain his exhilaration, Shi Chun struck the wall with a punch. Bang, boom. The first sound signified Shi Chun creating a large hole in the wall, startling Zhao Linger from her slumber. The second sound was that of debris falling to the ground, awakening everyone in the base. As Zhao Linger opened her eyes and gazed at him with an infatuated expression, Shi Chun quickly realized he had let his pride get the better of him. BZZZT calling the leader. I have observed through the surveillance that you have shattered Leader Zhao's wall. What seems to be the matter? Upon hearing the voice from the walkie-talkie concealed in his clothing, Shi Chun hastily turned and pulled it out, responding, "It's nothing, I was just, helping Leader Zhao swat a mosquito. You need not concern yourselves. BZZZT, what month is it? Where are these mosquitoes coming from? Moreover, if you do not wish to speak, why must you treat me like a fool?" BZZZT received. Leader Pengbo, who was on duty in the monitoring room, grimaced as he replied before turning his gaze to another screen with a look of disbelief. "Hee, I have finally become your woman." Upon hearing Zhao Linger's words, Shi Chun was once again taken aback. He hurriedly confirmed that he had not inadvertently pressed the walkie-talkie button before turning to Zhao Linger with a face full of anger. Due to the signal disruption following the apocalypse, the base now relied on military walkie-talkies to substitute for telephonic communication, with both Chen Xingnan and Meng Zi also possessing their own walkie-talkies. "Since you have awakened, let us clarify the topic we left unfinished yesterday. If you cannot present a reasonable argument, then this wall shall be your fate." As the words of Shurchen fell, Zhao Linger turned to him and replied, "Very well, but I have devised plans for various aspects of the base. Which specific area do you wish to inquire about?" Given that yesterday's blanket had become their shared casualty, Zhao Linger now stood almost bare before Shurchen. "You may choose. Speak from wherever you deem appropriate," Shurchen said, striving to maintain his composure. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger suddenly donned a serious expression and addressed him. "Then I shall begin with the point system you proposed earlier." Observing the drastic change in Zhao Linger's demeanor when discussing formal matters, Shurchen could not help but listen intently. After the meeting concluded, I meticulously considered the entire point system and concluded that points should be calculated based on specific tasks issued by the base. Each task will have a defined point value, which will significantly reduce loopholes in the system. At this juncture, Zhao Linger disregarded her state of undress, standing up to retrieve a notebook from the table. Handing it to Shurchen as she continued, "I intend to register all individuals eligible to utilize points within the base and document their income and expenditures. As for the recording method, I suggest using a computer in electronic document format, as this function does not require internet connectivity." Witnessing Zhao Linger's fervent enthusiasm, Shurchen could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, it was a commendable approach. As he perused the notebook she had given him, he noted the densely packed entries detailing various vulnerabilities of the base and their corresponding solutions, revealing just how earnest Zhao Linger was in her endeavors. After thoroughly reviewing the notes, Shurchen interrupted her. "All right, I understand that you possess the capability to manage the base, but you must tell me why you are so determined to become my woman. Otherwise, I cannot entrust you with the base." Following this interruption, Zhao Linger recounted her past. From a young age, she exhibited wisdom far surpassing that of her peers. Even in kindergarten, her differences were evident, with teachers praising her intelligence and obedience. However, this exceptional intellect became a burden as she grew older. Her striking appearance and academic prowess made her the object of affection for all the boys in her middle school, inevitably inciting jealousy among many girls. Compounding her struggles, Zhao Linger's family was not well off. Her parents had gone to work in distant locales for the sake of her younger brother and eventually brought him to the city, leaving Zhao Linger to live with her grandmother. Without parental protection, she became a target for bullying by envious classmates. Even when she reported the incidents to teachers, the only response she received was, "Why do they only bully you and not others?" This sentiment haunted Zhao Linger throughout her childhood. Though she faced hardship, her aunt, Bai Luobing, was a source of solace, often intervening when Zhao Linger was mistreated and occasionally treating her to snacks with her pocket money. Unfortunately, Bai Luobing eventually left their hometown for university, taking with her Zhao Linger's last semblance of support. Zhao Linger persevered through to the college entrance examinations, intentionally lowering her scores to attend the same teacher's college as her aunt. Hearing this, Shurchen couldn't help but empathize with Zhao Linger, understanding the origins of her psychological struggles. Just as he contemplated offering her comfort, Zhao Linger abruptly shifted the tone of the conversation, sporting a rather morbid smile as she said, "Ha ha, did you think I was pitiable?" Shurchen's countenance darkened at her words, and he struggled to suppress his anger while glaring at her. Zhao Linger feigned nonchalance. "I never cared about how they treated me. I have always viewed them as fools. They possessed neither keen intellect nor physical strength. They huddled together like powerless herbivores, ostracizing those who were stronger." At this point, Zhao Linger's gaze turned unsettling as she continued. "Thus, I have been searching for a kindred spirit. Just when I was about to give up, you appeared. The moment I first laid eyes on you, I knew I had found what I was looking for. You are even more formidable than I had imagined. Compared to me, you are the true predator, the apex of the food chain." Observing Zhao Linger as she fixated on him, extolling his virtues, Shurchen found himself at a loss for words to describe his current feelings. He forced himself to adopt her perspective and asked, "If that is the case, since that time, did you?" He hesitated, feeling that directly stating her affection for him might come off as self-absorbed, and he struggled to find a more suitable expression. "Are you suggesting that since you have feelings for me, why do you allow Qin Shengnan and Ming Zi to approach you?" Upon hearing Zhao Linger articulate his unspoken thoughts, he nodded in affirmation. "I wanted to see if you would be willing to accept the presence of many women around you." Shurchen was further baffled by her reasoning and immediately inquired, "Why?" "For my aunt," Zhao Linger replied, her expression softening at the mention of Bai Luobing. "Now that I have found you, I must also secure a good future for my aunt in this chaotic world. After all, She is the only one who has genuinely cared for me throughout my life." Zhao Linger's words nearly shattered Shurchin's worldview. He had never imagined that one day he would utter the phrase, "What a disgrace." Not to mention, was it not the case that the archetype of a Yandere would never allow anyone to approach the person they loved? Were they not known to go to any lengths to eliminate anyone who dared to harbor feelings for their beloved? Anime was truly deceptive. "I have already told you everything, so do you agree to take in my aunt as well? I can assist you with that." Shurchin's mind involuntarily conjured an image of Bai Luobing. Her alluring figure, complemented by her exquisite features and framed by her glasses, exuded a unique intellectual beauty characteristic of a university lecturer. It would be disingenuous to claim that Shurchin was not captivated by her charms. However, having just shared an intimate moment with her niece, he could not bring himself to admit it. Enough of that. "Let us set this matter aside for now and discuss your affairs," Shurchin stated. Picking up Zhao Linger's notebook, "I have reviewed your writings and must say they are quite impressive. Therefore, I am prepared to entrust the management of the entire base to you." "Really? You are truly willing to hand over the entire base to me?" Zhao Linger exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. "Of course. If you are capable, why would I not allow you to undertake the task?" Shurchin replied, pulling out a cigarette, lighting it, and continuing, "After all, this base was established on a whim. Even if you were to completely ruin it, I possess the means to reconstruct it. Do you truly believe I would deceive you?" Listening to Shurchin's authoritative assertions, Zhao Linger felt she was on the verge of losing control. A clear mind combined with indomitable spirit. This was the man she had chosen. The reason Shurchin so readily entrusted the base to Zhao Linger was twofold. He had recognized her capabilities from the outset, and now that his own skills had reached a fourth level, he required someone to manage the daily affairs of the base, allowing him more time to focus on refining his craft. "Rest assured, I will manage the base diligently. I will not give you a reason to reconstruct it," Zhao Linger confidently assured Shurchin. "Also, have you truly given no thought to my aunt? She has never had a boyfriend." At this, Shurchin rose abruptly, leaving Zhao Linger's room, fearing he would succumb to the temptations posed by this little enchantress. As dawn broke, Shurchin summoned everyone to announce that all matters concerning the base would henceforth be managed by Zhao Linger. Given that no one in the entire Qinxi base dared to defy Shurchin's commands, everyone readily accepted the decree without objection. Time flew by swiftly, and more than half a month had passed since Zhao Linger began managing the base. During this period, she not only rectified numerous issues within the base's regulations, but also devised plans for many previously unaddressed areas. Notably, the land once designated for various greenery had been enclosed by Zhao Linger, who planted an array of vegetable and fruit seeds procured from the local market. In addition, Zhao Linger made full use of the area formerly designated for animal husbandry. Not only did she assign tasks to various teams to procure a batch of uninfected cattle, sheep, and pigs from the relatively zombie-free countryside, but she also established a breeding ground for them. These two significant reforms provided many elderly members of the base, who previously had few means to earn points, with opportunities in agriculture and animal husbandry, both lucrative pursuits for accumulating points. "Everyone, gather quickly. No dawdling. This is a collective mission, and if anyone dares to embarrass me in front of other teams, just wait and see how I will reprimand you later." "Yes, Captain." In the open area in front of the office building, Zhang Tsong bellowed at his team members with an intimidating expression. Meanwhile, Qin Xing and Peng Bo were gathering their own squads nearby. The reason for this collective assembly was that Chanshi had issued a group task in his name, instructing them to collect materials for the expansion of the base from the steel and cement factories. Upon learning that the mission was personally assigned by Chanshi, Zhang Tsong and his team members immediately mobilized, eager to showcase their strength before him. Standing on the steps, Chanshi was engaged in conversation with Zhao Linger, while Chen Shangnan and Meng Zi attentively listened, occasionally revealing expressions of concern. "Linger, are you certain you want to proceed with this now? Our base has only just stabilized. What if something goes awry? Wouldn't all your efforts be in vain?" Upon hearing Qin Shingnan's words, Zhao Linger confidently replied, "I have made up my mind. With the influx of new residents, our base is already showing signs of inadequacy. Given that we have sufficient food and water, we must establish more effective defenses before the zombies grow stronger." After Zhao Linger finished speaking, Qin concurred, "Indeed, Linger is absolutely correct. The population of our base has been steadily increasing, and the accommodations left by the zoo are clearly insufficient. Therefore, this operation is essential, both for defending against zombies and for providing housing for our members. With Chunshir's affirmation, Chun Shengnan and Meng Zi understood that they could not dissuade them any longer. They could only urge Chunshir to be cautious while silently praying for him. Not far from Chunshir, Meng Zizhong, seated in a wheelchair, observed him with a complex expression. After all, it was no small feat for three extraordinary women to simultaneously call someone their husband while coexisting peacefully, especially considering that his own sister was among them. Nearby, Zhang Long and Su Ning stood together. "Why didn't you let me join you this time?" Su Ning, cradling Zheng Nuomi, questioned Zhang Long with a puzzled look. "Nothing much. We are all going out with the leader, and the base needs someone to keep watch," Zhang Long replied. Following the incident where Zheng Long shielded Su Ning from a bullet, the two had become a couple. Hearing Zhang Long's clumsy explanation, Su Ning chose not to call him out. Instead, she glanced at Jiang Muyao, who looked forlorn in the distance, and remarked, "Alas, I wonder when Sister Yao will be able to move on." In response to Su Ning's comment, Zhang Long also turned to look at Jiang Muyao. "I can tell that she has feelings for the leader. If it were up to me, rather than suffering every day, she might as well confront him directly." Upon hearing Zhang Long's words, Su Ning could only shake her head with a wry smile. At that moment, Jiang Muyao looked on enviously as Chen Xingnan and Chen Shi shared laughter. But her pride prevented her from mustering the courage to confess her feelings. "Report to the leader. Zhang Tsong's squad is assembled. Chun Xing's squad is assembled. Wang Ye's squad is assembled. Qi Huan's squad is assembled." "Good. This time, we have two objectives. The first is to locate the steel and cement factories within the industrial zone and retrieve all available equipment and stock from there. The second is to bring back any usable engineering vehicles and equipment." After announcing the mission, Chunshir received a simultaneous response from everyone. Thus, he led all the combat squads of the base into vehicles, heading towards the industrial zone. For this task, Chunshir had nearly mobilized all usable vehicles within the base, not only due to the volume of materials they needed to carry, but also because of the significant number of people involved. Following nearly 2 months of development, the Chengxi base had gained considerable notoriety throughout Gaoshan City, attracting all nearby survivors. Particularly, under Zhao Linger's management for over half a month, even the elderly and children whom Chunshir had previously been reluctant to shelter were now welcomed into the base. Consequently, the Chengxi base's population had swelled by nearly 800 individuals. In this perilous post-apocalyptic world, every survivor instinctively sought refuge in larger survivor bases, willing to become slaves if necessary. Such is the nature of humanity. Heavy industry has always posed a significant threat to environmental well-being, leading to government advocacy for environmental protection before the apocalypse. Thus, industrial zones were typically located in sparsely populated outskirts. Consequently, Chunshir had no choice but to return to this familiar industrial area to procure the steel and cement necessary for the base's expansion. After a day and night of travel, the familiar site of the Hongzhong Electronics factory quickly came into view. The industrial zone, already sparsely populated, had been further cleared by Chunshir in pursuit of a diesel generator, leaving only a handful of zombies remaining. Perhaps it was due to the scarcity of zombies that Chunshir overheard the sounds of a group of survivors already occupying the target factory before even disembarking from the vehicle. "Quickly, everyone, move faster. For our survival, we must exert ourselves now. Armed forces, stay alert and ensure not a single zombie escapes our notice. Yulat, go deliver food to the overseers. If you're late, you might pay for it with your lives." Hearing the commotion from within the factory, Chunshir immediately commanded the convoy to halt. While Zheng Long and the others were still trying to comprehend the situation, Chunshir instructed them to drive all the vehicles into the Hongzhong Electronics factory, where they would temporarily establish a base and await further orders. Although Zheng Long and the others were unsure of the unfolding events, they obediently complied with Chunshir's orders. Once he confirmed that the survivors within the cement factory had not detected their vehicle sounds, Chunshir charged towards the cement factory alone. Standing atop a tall building adjacent to the cement factory, Chunshir, utilizing his enhanced senses, could clearly see the large structure being erected on the original site of the factory. The outermost layer was a temporary cement wall that provided isolation and protection around the factory. Inside the wall, numerous men and elderly individuals were busily transporting various amounts of cement and steel. About 10 meters behind the cement wall lay the true heart of this outpost. Hundreds of individuals, under the direction of several overseers, were diligently placing the transported cement and steel in appropriate positions. With their organized efforts, a 7 or 8 meter high wall was gradually taking shape. Suddenly, A chilling scream pierced the air, capturing Chinshir's attention. Damn it. If you can't work, I told you to deliver food, and you're doing it so slowly. What is wrong with you? Chinshir observed that the individual who screamed had been kicked off the wall by an overseer. Brother Grey Wolf has been too lenient with you lot, in my opinion. 1 meal a day is more than enough for you. I can hardly bear to watch the food consumed by hundreds in a single day. Come on, if these people starve to death, who's going to work for you? Cut it out, I'm just saying that. Rest assured, once our wall is completed, Brother Grey Wolf will certainly find a way to compensate for the lost food. What are you looking at? If you don't want to die, get back to work. The overseer spoke unabashedly in front of the survivors, who appeared to be numb to such treatment. Many had tried to resist in the past, but those who dared to do so were likely long gone, buried beneath the grass. Chinshir, having witnessed the emaciated figures of the survivors, could only think that the phrase skin and bones aptly described them. I hope these bastards haven't exhausted all the steel and cement, he muttered to himself before leaping from his elevated position. Those on guard behind the first cement wall suddenly noticed the zombies outside beginning to move toward them. Their attention was immediately drawn to the approaching undead, completely oblivious to Chinshir, who had just landed behind them. However, the overseers stationed atop the wall were not so oblivious. What the hell is that? Damn it! This kid is reckless. How dare he charge toward the zombies? The workers atop the wall halted their tasks in shock, gazing fearfully at Chinshir. Though there were only a dozen or so zombies surrounding him, which might be perilous for others, for Chinshir, they were merely a warm-up. With a speed as swift as a phantom, he brandished 2 triangular military daggers, ready for action, witnessing the sudden emergence of a figure amidst the undead, who approached them step by step. All those atop the surrounding wall gaped in astonishment. Is this still a human being? Upon nearing the concrete wall, the figure effortlessly leaped inside the first enclosure. Turning to glance back, the dozen or so zombies had collapsed into a heap on the ground, resembling a small mound of earth. Hello there, the figure greeted a man before him with a smile. The man, taken aback by the sudden appearance, stood frozen in place. Ignoring his presence, the figure sidestepped him and strode directly towards the few arrogant overseers. Confident that they held all the answers he sought, the figure pressed on. The expressions of everyone in the cement factory were still somewhat dazed, to the extent that none made an attempt to stop this outsider. It was only when the figure reached the base of the wall, intending to ascend the stairs, that someone finally reacted. What are you dawdling for? Quickly, stop him. At this loud shout, several members of the armed forces finally responded, hastily grabbing their weapons to block the figure's path. One of them directly warned, "Halt! Who are you? Why have you come here? Are you the leader?" Facing a dozen armed men, the figure calmly inquired, "What do you mean?" The man who spoke wore an expression of displeasure. With a casual flick of the blood-stained military dagger in his hand, the figure continued, "If you're not the leader, step aside. I only wish to speak with the one in charge here." Observing the figure's audacious demeanor, the man exclaimed, "Damn it! Who do you think you are? Be quiet." His words were abruptly cut off by a reprimand. The man who had previously kicked the food delivery man off the wall slowly descended. "Wei Gu! This brat is here to stir up trouble. I'll teach him a lesson right away." The burly man named Wei Gu shot an irritated glare at the speaker. "Teach him a lesson? Did you not see how he dispatched those zombies outside? Had you witnessed that, you wouldn't dare utter such foolish words." Although the man felt somewhat aggrieved by Wei Ji's glare, he clearly feared the overseer, so he could only sulkily step aside. Wei Gu approached the figure with a fawning smile, saying, "My brother, please do not take offense. My subordinate is just ignorant. I will certainly discipline him later." The figure, uninterested in sparring with a fool, regarded them as no different from the ants by the roadside. "Are you the leader here?" No. Our leader is Brother Grey Wolf. However, you can tell me what you need. As long as it's not something major, I can usually make decisions." Wei Gu added, "Do you know Brother Grey Wolf?" Upon hearing this, the figure displayed a polite smile and replied, No. I sought the leader purely out of courtesy. After all, one should always extend a greeting, regardless of the matter." Despite the figure's courteous demeanor, the astute Wei Gu remained vigilant. After all, this was someone who had emerged unscathed from a horde of zombies. A ruthless individual he did not wish to offend lightly. With this in mind, Wei Gu continued to smile awkwardly at the figure, Since you say so, I will take you to meet Brother Grey Wolf. You can discuss your matters directly with him. Gesturing